First-year student Gu Mo unexpectedly meets the wealthy campus belle of the Imperial Capital at the freshman welcome party. However, his behavior is noticed by his lunatic, yandere childhood sweetheart, Jiang Li, who immediately traps him in the Duke's mansion. This imprisonment lasts for a full 3 years. Gu Mo's resistance finally wears out his cold and aloof fiancé's last patience. You really like that woman, don't you? You're the one who never listens to me properly. Since you like her so much, why don't I send you two down to reunite? Silver hair splatters with blood as a dagger is pulled out from flesh. The dead Gu Mo unexpectedly reincarnates, only to find that his yandere fiancé has also been reborn. Little bunny, don't even think about escaping. Chapter 1. Are you happy now? In St. Lorenzo district, a place no one can find, is where Gu Mo and his yandere girlfriend are kept. Creak. The sound of the gate opening. Gu Mo's hands and feet are shackled with iron chains, staring blankly at the colorful sea of flowers outside the window. He quietly thinks, this is my 3rd year living in this noble estate. Living one more year is already pretty good. Keep going, see if I can make it past the 4th year. Since Gu Mo met that campus belle, he has been imprisoned by his obsessive childhood sweetheart for over 3 years. Relying on his status as a wealthy noble in the Imperial Capital, he commits these heinous acts. Is there still morality? Is there still law? What's the point of all these things you've done? He suddenly speaks, hoarse and faint. Point? As long as you stay by my side. That's all the meaning I need. Jiang Li bends down in front of him to set down dinner, her jade-white fingers lifting Gu Mo's chin, her gentle gaze tinged with a sickly sinister intent. The aroma of the food stimulates his nerves, causing his stomach to convulse. In her blood-red eyes, it's as if all the stars in the world are hidden, now turning into his nightmare. Gu Mo reflexively turns his head away. Turning your head means what? Don't like me? Jiang Li leans lightly on the table beside him, her fair legs crossed. I can give you the best, everything you want. Why won't you stay quietly by my side? I really like little Mo. Without you, I don't know how to keep going. But you're so disobedient, daring to flirt behind my back with other women. Jiang Li's face turns icy cold, her tone unexpectedly calm, but lacking warmth. If I hadn't discovered it, you and that stinky cat wouldn't know how far you'd go. Jiang Li's voice becomes hazy, slowly leaning in, a faint scent of wind chimes drifting into Gu Mo's nose. You have no right to interfere with my life. Gu Mo looks up and smiles at her. Having already been hit, Gu Mo simply accepts his fate, prepared to take a beating. She's not that stinky cat you mentioned. She's much gentler and kinder than you are now. I just occasionally had a few drinks with her, poured out her sorrows. That's all. You can't accept even this? You can't even listen to my explanation and still say you like me? All these words, Gu Mo never says a single one. Fine, he's afraid of getting beaten. Gu Mo lowers his head and bitterly says, Jiang Li, I do like you, but that's a family love. Yes, he has no other feelings for Jiang Li, has always regarded her as the best older sister in family since childhood. Actually, he should have realized that his childhood love had turned sour long ago, but now it's too late to say anything. Jiang Li rarely speaks, lost in thought. She bites her lip and smiles softly, but that smile is more sinister. Oh, so in your eyes, I'm just your family? Little Mo, what you promised me has come to this answer. Jiang Li lowers her head, her words filled with seemingly overflowing grievance, her fingers squeezing his chin harder. Gu Mo doesn't look away, calmly continuing to stare at her side profile. What I want is freedom, Gu Mo instinctively says, then realizes it's too late. He's speechless, unable to say more. Hearing his words, Jiang Li's breathing deepens gradually. After a deep breath, she suppresses the surging emotions in her heart. The pale light faintly illuminates Gu Mo's weak side face. He keeps his head down, motionless, like a scarred sculpture, silently telling the suffering he's endured. I want to hold you, Jiang Li suddenly speaks. Gu Mo is startled, then quickly realizes the person beside him is pouncing on him with great force, nearly crushing him. He groans in pain. Ugh. Gu Mo's body, despite having no serious injuries, can't even muster the strength to struggle. The black-clad guards here have repeatedly advised him kindly, telling him to go along with Jiang Li's wishes at least to avoid physical punishment. But he's been disobedient for 3 years. I know what you're thinking. Can you guess? I came this time to give you freedom, eternal freedom. He doesn't realize the true meaning behind Jiang Li's words. His heart, already on the verge of jumping out of his throat, almost does. Freedom? Gu Mo is too embarrassed to blush now. His lifeless heart suddenly beats hard again. His unfocused eyes refocus, and he finally sees her face clearly. Perfect features, still that unique, cold, and stunning spring of hers, exuding a girl's cuteness while also showing fragments of maturity on that face that makes it hard for him to speak. And now, this obsessive, pathological fixation. Things are almost impossible to appear in one person, yet they are all part of his childhood sweetheart, Jiang Li. Even after countless times seeing her since childhood, he's still shocked every time. Her silver hair like silk drapes over her exposed shoulders. Gu Mo's face is lifted by her, his gaze forced to meet her blood-red eyes. Jiang Li's expression is unpredictable, her nails digging into her skin, causing a stabbing pain on Gu Mo's face. This suddenly awakens Gu Mo from his pain. How could Yandere willingly let him go? Don't be joking. Jiang Li, this incurable Yandere, can't possibly release her flawless lover. You're not that kind-hearted. Gu Mo lowers his head again, forcefully brushing off her hand, sneering, "Stop fooling me, fool." "Endless, get lost," he yells out of control, proving once again that repeatedly testing a Yandere's bottom line is a bad idea. She gets angry at his words. "Unforgivable. My naive lover. When will you understand my feelings and obediently listen to me?" She silently studies his face, shakes her head, and looks away again. Her blood-red eyes flicker with a cold glint, gradually becoming resolute. It seems I won't be waiting for that day. Jiang Li walks into the darkness without saying a word to anyone, returning holding something in her hand. Gu Mo, about to continue scolding, wisely closes his mouth. The mottled night shadows reflect on her bloodthirsty face. Her footsteps fade into the rain as Jiang Li approaches gracefully. A cold, sinister glow follows the night light, shining directly on the ground in the shadows. Gu Mo's eyes widen, instinctively stepping back. "Jiang Li, you wouldn't really do that, would you? I am your most beloved family member. How could someone treat their own family like this? This kind of nonsense is useless." Jiang Li's figure becomes clearer in his line of sight. Gu Mo panics and backs away, but the room is so small that soon his back is against the wall, with nowhere to retreat. "Hey, Jiang Li, Jiang Li." Gu Mo is tearful, having scolded her many times before. Why is she so angry this time? "Since you're so disobedient, I'll have to take your life and make you forever part of our memory," she says eerily, with a strange smile. "It's you who forced me to do this. I don't want to either." She laughs mischievously, seeming to enjoy his helpless, pitiful state now. "Don't look at me like that. Don't worry, sister will go keep you company soon. Some wounds are scabbed over, others still bleeding." If Jiang Li still looked like her old self, she would probably hate her actions too. But darkness always lurks where light has yet to reach, waiting for its moment. This boring life should end. In indifference mixed with a hint of despair, one can vaguely hear the person's hopelessness. "Come on, you she-devil." Jiang Li silently strokes his head as if she didn't hear, her voice obsessive and excited. "It doesn't hurt." Chapter 2. Since I have been reborn, I shall reclaim. A searing pain coursed through Gu Mo's mind, accompanied by the chaotic din of the cafeteria. The fatal stab wound in his chest had vanished, and he found himself wide-eyed, slumped against the windowsill. "Where am I?" Observing the throng of bustling university students around him, Gu Mo gradually emerged from his stupor and regained his composure. As it turned out, he had been reborn into the 5th month since his admission to Jia University. Initially, he believed this to be merely a dream preceding his demise. However, upon delivering a sharp slap to his left cheek, the stinging pain jolted him back to reality, compelling him to accept the truth of his rebirth. If memory served him correctly, this period marked the height of Jiang Li's descent into darkness. Gu Mo retrieved his phone, eager to ascertain the exact date, only to find the displayed date shattering his composure. December 9th. Wasn't this the very day he had rejected Jiang Li's confession and subsequently found himself imprisoned by her? With a darkening expression, Gu Mo shut off his phone, muttering to himself about the absurdity of this day. How cruelly ironic of fate to mock him so. Leaning against the wall, he recalled the harrowing events that had transpired. Before his death, he had no desire to experience the searing heat of a branding iron or the piercing agony of a blade again. Jiang Li, a name that sent chills racing down his spine. On this very day in his past life, he had instinctively rejected Jiang Li's confession, convinced that she still possessed her former gentle demeanor. Yet reality had delivered a harsh blow. After enduring years of conflict and captivity, Gu Mo ultimately exhausted Jiang Li's patience, meeting a tragic end under her oppressive hand. His vision darkened momentarily as memories of Jiang Li's imprisonment resurfaced. "Gu Mo, why can't you comprehend my feelings?" she had taunted, gazing down at him with a mocking smile. "What should you call me?" she teased, her cheeks flushed with excitement. "That's right, you should call me elder sister." Jiang Li's silhouette danced in his peripheral vision, while crimson blood spread like a dark stain against the night. "I adore you so much. How could I ever let you go?" she whispered, her delicate form drawing near, wrapping her arms around him from behind, her fingers tenderly stroking his hair. "Little Mo, do you love me?" Gu Mo felt the unsettling softness behind him, the warmth of her breath against his cheek causing his stomach to churn. "Love you? Not a chance." He cursed inwardly. To survive, he had no choice but to feign affection. "Lily is the one I cherish most. I need you to prove it through your actions. Promise me you won't think of escaping again, all right?" Gu Mo, already feeling weak, was overwhelmed by darkness. He despised the notion of languishing in a damned room for eternity, and he loathed her incessant, forced affection even more. To seek a female companion beneath the gaze of a yandere was undoubtedly an act of folly. Yet how could Gu Mo have known? He had thought that a well-explained conversation would suffice to make her understand. By the time he realized her true nature, it was far too late. Weary, Gu Mo rubbed his temples, his head spinning. Fortunately, he had been reborn, granting him a chance to alter his fate. During his previous life spent in Jiang Li's captivity, he had exhausted all conventional escape methods, all to no avail. He was not a reckless individual. In this lifetime, to free himself from the grasp of the yandere, he would need to carve a new path. His appetite waned, yet he mechanically chewed the food on his tray, the familiar taste and surroundings sharpening his senses. Hey, Guillermo! A voice, loud enough to startle him, pulled him from his thoughts. He furrowed his brows at the sight of a boy across from him, busying himself with his clothes. What are you daydreaming about? Missing your big sister? The sun-kissed redhead quipped, his voice raspy with humor. Wu Ai? Guillermo blinked in surprise, suddenly feeling a sense of familiarity with his longtime friend. Wu Ai, his confidant since childhood. Their shared ambition and exceptional academic performance had united them in their decision to apply to Jia University. The reason was simple. Jia University was the empire's most prestigious noble academy, with entry requirements so high that only the wealthy or aristocratic could even dream of admission. Yet, it also valued exceptional talent, which had granted Guillermo the opportunity to enroll. Why are you calling me by name? What's wrong, old Mo? Are you being bullied? Wu Ai teased, his tone lighthearted. I've never seen you look so disheveled. Guillermo forced a smile, feeling disinterested, and wished to redirect the conversation. What nonsense are you spouting? Wu Ai shrugged off his inquiry and continued talking. Did you just come from the student council? Did you manage to score anything for your old buddy? Huh. Oh, you mean your student council? Surely you've noticed the many beautiful upper-class women there. Don't tell me you've never paid attention. Can you introduce me to one? I don't know them, Guillermo replied. Knowing only the president from the student council, the rest mere acquaintances. Ugh, I've never met anyone as useless as you, squandering such a great opportunity. Wu Ai pouted dramatically. Guillermo ignored his complaints, preoccupied with how to navigate the impending confrontation with Jiang Li regarding her confession. Hey, little Mo. A soft, languorous voice interrupted his thoughts. Wait. Guillermo's body tensed, disbelieving the sound he had just heard. The scent of orchids wafted through the air as a slender hand draped over his shoulder. He mechanically raised his head. It was Yusi, the very friend from his past life who had fallen victim to a yandere's obsession. Upon seeing her, a torrent of mixed emotions surged within him, rendering him momentarily speechless. Hello, Senior Yi, is there something you need? His words came out stiff and unfamiliar. The thought of Jiang Li made him wary of any unnecessary movements. Wishing fervently that Yusi wouldn't linger too long. With her gently curled hair and a face that bore the weight of unspoken sorrow, she resembled the heart-wrenching protagonist of a tragic romance. Yet, she was quite amiable, though her demeanor often appeared stoic. If only she would smile, she would surely be breathtaking. This aloofness, however, was an exception when it came to Guillermo. Before him, the typically taciturn Yusi had endless words to share. Little Mo, I have something to discuss with you at our usual spot. If you're coming, just text me, she said, her sadness momentarily vanishing as she spoke before departing, leaving no room for Guillermo to decline. All right, Wu Ai interjected, clapping Guillermo on the shoulder. No wonder you didn't mention it. You've secretly gotten close to the president. Are you envious? Guillermo thought of the unpleasant memories that surfaced in his mind, recalling the times when a certain someone had drunkenly pinned him against a wall to kiss him. Why does she seek you out and not anyone else? You little rascal. How did you manage to play coy? Wu Ai teased, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Is that how you speak to your benefactor? Guillermo managed to crack a joke. Dare you sneak around with a mistress behind the main character's back? Are you trying to get yourself killed sooner? Here's an opportunity. Venmo me 500. And I'll pretend this never happened. Otherwise, I'll tell Sisterly. Before Guillermo could engage in a playful banter with Wu Ai, his gaze caught a familiar silhouette amidst the crowd. The striking beauty with waist-length silver hair was utterly dazzling, standing in stark contrast to the chaotic surroundings. Merely standing there, she effortlessly drew the eyes of those nearby. Guillermo's smile faltered, and the chopsticks in his hand clattered to the table. How did she arrive so swiftly? It was Jiang Li, Chapter 3, The Art of Language. The appearance of a school beauty naturally garnered the attention of the few students present. Jiang Li's gaze swept gently over the room, her eyes calm, as if she were searching for something. Isn't that Miss Jiang Li? What brings her to the cafeteria? A boy beside him exclaimed, his eyes gleaming as they followed Jiang Li. This was a rare opportunity to catch a glimpse of the campus goddess. How could one not look? Can she not come here? Another boy retorted. Her mother is a school trustee, and their family runs a large business, you know. The boy said mysteriously. Oh, right. I heard their family is supposedly part of the Imperial royal lineage. Even Principal Jia treats her with utmost respect. Why would she bother with this humble cafeteria? I think she is looking for someone. You're quite well informed. Are you on a 2G network? Just search those forums. And you'll find out. She is not looking for some rich dude, is she? Huh. If you can't speak properly, you might as well keep quiet and stop slandering my goddess. The boy's eyes were glued to Jiang Li. A pathetic sycophant wouldn't even deserve to carry her shoes, another boy scoffed quietly. Guillermo, however, lowered his head, attempting to minimize his presence. Don't see me. Wu Ai nudged him, leaning closer with a mischievous grin. Sisterly is over there. Aren't you going to say hello? Damn it. Shut up. Guillermo felt a sense of dread and quickly covered Wu Ai's mouth, but alas, it was too late. Sisterly, over here. Jiang Li turned her head slightly at the sound, noticing a buzz-cut boy waving exaggeratedly at her. Her crimson eyes brightened a fraction, and she nodded in acknowledgement, her long legs gracefully striding towards them. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that she seemed to be wearing black stockings beneath her pants. The two boys gaped, their mouths agape, as they watched her approach a handsome guy, their faces etched with disbelief. The cacophony of the cafeteria fell silent in an instant, countless eyes converging almost entirely on Guillermo. It was evident that tomorrow's school forum headline would undoubtedly read, Shock. The legendary Ice Queen of Jia Academy is seen with an unfamiliar male, their interactions akin to that of a couple. As a virtual resident, Guillermo rarely spent time at school, and he had never appeared alongside Jiang Li in front of their peers before. This was because Jiang Li preferred to avoid the limelight. The crowd's reaction was entirely predictable. Cough. Li, how does such a busy person have time to come here? Guillermo, unable to evade the situation, forced a smile, feigning ignorance. Jiang Li slightly parted her lips, greeted Wu Ai, and then turned her attention to Guillermo. I texted you, but you didn't reply. Jiang Li smiled subtly at Guillermo, the hint of illness in her eyes vanishing in an instant. Guillermo inexplicably felt a chill run down his spine. Unlocking his phone again, he noticed the time was 5:30, and upon seeing the plethora of unread message notifications, he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Oh no, this is going to be hellish. Why isn't she following the usual script? I dozed off in the cafeteria earlier, please don't be angry. Guillermo shifted to make room on the bench for her. I'm just happy to see you. How could I be angry? Jiang Li smiled sweetly, suppressing the impulsive thoughts swirling in her mind. She leaned closer, whispering in his ear, little Mo. I will always have time for you. Then she settled beside Guillermo. The warmth of her breath mingled with her soft words, leaving Guillermo with only a sense of trepidation. Wu Ai, unable to bear it any longer, cleared his throat, refusing to be the unwelcome third wheel, especially under so many watchful eyes. No worries, I'll take my leave now. You two enjoy your conversation. Wu Ai shot Guillermo a knowing glance. As if encouraging him, like a fugitive, he hurriedly donned his coat and departed. Guillermo inhaled deeply, striving to calm his restless heart. Noticing Jiang Li's empty hands, he pointed to the untouched stir-fried meat on his plate. Are you hungry? Would you like some? This woman is so petty. Guillermo doubted she wasn't upset. A sickly person's anger can be quite severe, so he had to console her. This is too greasy. I'd rather eat what you cook. Before Guillermo could respond, Jiang Li shifted the conversation to serious matters. Today is my grandmother's birthday. She expressed a desire to meet her future grandson-in-law. Sigh. I tried calling you, but you didn't answer, so I had to come find you myself. There was a hint of dissatisfaction in Jiang Li's tone. Tonight marks the fateful declaration at the birthday banquet. The bustling imperial city of Breed is teeming with hidden talents and intense rivalries. The Jiang family, as one of the foremost conglomerates in Breed, controls over 15% of the empire's light industry, dabbling in a myriad of everyday consumer goods. They also oversee 10% of the heavy industry channels. Jiang Li's grandmother, Jiang Yunhe, is the current head of the Jiang family's Polaris group. This is the very reason Guillermo's resistance has been in vain. At this birthday banquet, Jiang Li would formally confess her feelings to Guillermo, not as a jest, but with genuine intent. And he, having publicly rejected her declaration, would find himself embarking on a remarkable journey within the confines of a small, dark room. I've heard she is quite amiable. I would like to meet her as well. Guillermo, feeling the unusual warmth of Jiang Li's hand, remained composed as he responded. By the way, what about Xiaoyu? Are you leaving her alone at home? Guillermo intentionally probed. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's name, Jiang Li's fingers tightened, even drawing blood from her palm. You haven't been thinking of me, little Mo, fear not. I've already arranged for someone to pick Xiaoyu up early. Jiang Li's enchanting gaze remained fixed on Guillermo, devoid of any emotion. Guillermo nodded with a smile, sensing Jiang Li's demeanor was somewhat off, so he took the initiative to grasp her delicate hand. My greatest concern is still for you. Young lady, what are you thinking? Nothing can be more important than you. Guillermo initiated a gentle offensive, prioritizing the stabilization of her fragile emotions. Indeed, didn't you just say you wanted to eat my cooking? It's a small matter, as long as you let me use the kitchen. I promise to prepare all your favorite dishes. Jiang Li gazed deeply at him, leaning closer to the window and exhaling a breath that fogged the glass. Tracing a pattern with her finger. I want to eat this. A mischievous smile crept onto her lips as she poked Guillermo's fair cheek. Guess correctly. And there's a reward. Guess incorrectly, and there's a punishment. Both reward and punishment should be the same thing. I can tell at a glance. I want to guess wrong. Guillermo, without even needing to look, knew precisely what she had drawn. After saying this, Guillermo fixed his gaze upon her, his mind drifting back to the day the nightmare began. On a winter night, snow blanketed the ground, dark clouds cloaked the sky, and the biting wind howled, mingling with the girl's breath as it turned into colorful mist and dissipated into the night. Xiaomo, since you promised, You must forever remain mine. All right, I will. The youth smiled, filled with immense gratitude, and naturally could not refuse her request. At that moment, he thought that becoming hers was not a bad idea. After all, to behold the girl's breathtaking beauty each day infused the world with color. Yet, it soon became evident that his thoughts were overly simplistic. Come, let us make a pinky promise. With their pinkies interlocked, the girl's smile bloomed like a flower. Unbeknownst to him that beneath her seemingly harmless demeanor lay a heart as cruel as a devil's. Little did he realize that her intricate plans had commenced many years prior, methodically transforming him into a person incapable of living without her. He abruptly halted his reminiscing, acutely aware that the bond he shared with Jiang Li, masked as love, was but a hopeless knot, for its holder was an undeniable yandere. Regaining his composure, Guillermo gazed upon Jiang Li's exquisite face, a pang of despair swelling within him. His affections had long since vanished beneath the weight of her inhuman love. Chapter 4. This is part of the plan. Unbeknownst to them, the delicate snow outside had dissipated into the sky. Upon finishing their meal and exiting the cafeteria, Guillermo's attention was drawn to a long, luxurious Lincoln, basking in the last rays of the setting sun, standing elegantly on the road. Beside the vehicle stood a butler-like figure, an elderly man with graying temples, whose unwavering gaze fixed upon the entrance of the cafeteria. Upon spotting Jiang Li, he respectfully approached, nodding slightly, clearly having awaited their arrival for some time. His wrinkled face bore an air of authority, reminiscent of a cold bodyguard at the side of a young lady. Everything is prepared. We can commence as soon as the young lady arrives. It would be detrimental to waste any more time. Thank you, Mr. Drew, let us depart. Mrs. Too Kind. Jiang Li offered a polite smile as the gentleman slowly opened the car door for her. Young master, please. After ensuring Jiang Li was settled, Drew gestured for Guillermo to enter. Stunned, Guillermo stared at the elder for several seconds, then quickly realized such scrutiny was rather impolite. Drew's eyes were piercing, akin to a lone wolf fixated on its prey across the grasslands. Few could maintain eye contact with such eyes for long without feeling a sense of guilt creeping in. Very well. With a frown, Guillermo entered the vehicle, the elderly gentleman thoughtfully shielding him from the car roof as he did so. As the door closed and the engine roared to life, the warm air within the car enveloped Guillermo, quieting his thoughts. A new question surfaced. Was Jiang Li truly the daughter of a prominent family? He vaguely recalled the comments made by two boys in the cafeteria. Initially, he believed them to be delusional for insinuating any connection to imperial bloodlines, nearly laughing at the absurdity. What nonsensical rumors! Did he not remember Jiang Li in his past life as merely the daughter of a wealthy family? Where could such royal lineage have arisen? Listening to Drew discussing matters of security through his earpiece, Guillermo involuntarily tensed. Jiang Li playfully beckoned him with her small hand before taking hold of his. Their fingers entwined. Her soft, icy fingers elicited no reaction from Guillermo's heart. Soon, he began to sort through his thoughts. It became apparent that there were only two possibilities. Either he had been reborn into an unknown parallel world, or Jiang Li had been deceiving him throughout his previous life. Analyzing his past life, Guillermo deemed the coexistence of both scenarios more plausible. The cause of such upheaval eluded him. Yet one thing was certain. The events to unfold were likely to be disrupted. In his former life, at that fateful birthday banquet, after the old matriarch concluded the festivities, Jiang Li had called back the dispersed family relatives and partners, announcing an important matter. Before everyone, Jiang Li professed her love for Guillermo. Everything had been proceeding smoothly until Guillermo rejected her, prompting an individual who had long pursued Jiang Li to interfere with the confession. Guillermo understood that this individual was his sole hope. This time, he could not afford to be passive. His only opportunity lay in leveraging that person's influence to escape Jiang Li's grasp, although the chances were slim. As this young heir named Arna harbored a strong dislike for Guillermo, he was nonetheless inclined to collaborate with him. It was only until the end of his previous life that Guillermo learned of this information. Arna needed Guillermo's assistance to accomplish a task. Thus, all Guillermo had to do was approach him at the banquet, using Arna's influence to extricate himself from Jiang Li's control. It was imminent. He would soon be free of this yandere and strike back fiercely. Ideally, Jiang Li would also experience the taste of confinement. Stop staring, you've seen it before. Noticing Guillermo lost in thought as he gazed at the electronic screen, Jiang Li gently reminded him. She slowly kicked off her leather boots, placing her legs on Guillermo's lap, reclining against the plush cushion. With a smile, she instructed, after a long day, Xiao, give me a massage. Just as Guillermo was about to voice a question, he was abruptly choked by his own saliva. Cough, cough, cough. Seeing Guillermo's delayed reaction, Jiang Li playfully prodded his arm with her toes. I've been busy all day, running around, and finally carved out some time to find you. Why is your response so lackluster? You seem so dispirited. Has someone bullied you? Jiang Li pouted, her cheeks slightly flushed, which only added to her charm. Isn't the one bullying me you? Guillermo turned to her, attempting to muster a smile. Patience, this is part of the plan. No one is bullying me. I'm just a bit sleep-deprived. Sleep-deprived? Jiang Li's beautiful eyes narrowed as she casually replied, You've been sleeping like a pig next to me. Even with jazz music playing, and you're saying you can't sleep? Jiang Li chuckled to herself, her demeanor languid. You dare to deceive me? Her voice, though not loud, nearly sent Gu Mo's heart racing. He stiffly raised his head to look at her. Gu Mo squinted, unsure if it was merely an illusion. As the image of Jiang Li's bloodthirsty visage flickered before him, cold and sinister, casting a shadow over her form. No, he would not permit such a thing to happen again. Perhaps sensing the hesitation in Gu Mo's expression, Jiang Li sighed softly. Why not just tell me if something is wrong? You are my beloved, I can solve anything for you. Her voice was exceedingly gentle, luring Gu Mo deeper into the mire. I've barely seen you, and already you've spoken your first lie to me. I've remembered it, Xiao Mo. What are you truly thinking right now? I truly regret that I made the mistake of killing you. The moment the knife pierced your heart, I regretted it. Thankfully, God granted me the chance to start anew. My eternal and boundless love for you surpasses that of anyone in this world. Therefore, Xiao Mo, you shall spend your life within the radiant cage I've constructed for you, as a token of gratitude for my benevolence. You have no wings, you cannot escape anywhere. Through the foggy car window, the pale moonlight filtered through the branches, adding an air of mystery to the weary yet stunning beauty within. It's just a trivial matter. I didn't curse at my teammates while gaming, haha. Gu Mo would never disclose the truth to her. Could it be that I can actually tell her I have been reborn? Haha, next time someone insults you, I shall certainly make them aware of the consequences. Gu Mo felt a surge of apprehension, given Jiang Li's aloof nature. That person would likely find themselves in the hospital after being beaten by a group of dark-clad thugs that very night. Jiang Li nuzzled closer to Gu Mo, deliberately revealing the black stockings beneath her attire. Gu Mo took a deep breath and exhaled, forcing himself to maintain composure. I can't. Is that not enough? Let us not forget, I possess a remarkable talent for massage. I am truly a master in this art. Just watch, young lady. Gu Mo relaxed his limbs slightly. Oh, you can do that? Jiang Li's interest piqued. Gu Mo responded with a confident smile. He could do no such thing. In truth, Gu Mo had no proficiency in massage techniques. His earlier claims were mere fabrications, having only assisted his sister a few times, which had granted him minimal experience. How pathetic. Other transmigrators are blessed with fortune and adventures, yet here I am, utterly useless. With a system in place, escaping from a yandere should be a trivial matter. System, can you hear me? If you do, respond. As expected, nothing occurred. Relying on others is never as dependable as relying on oneself, and now, I have no other choice. Gu Mo placed his hands as naturally as possible on her perfectly straight calves, suppressing any wandering thoughts, and began to apply pressure up and down. Based on his years of confinement experience, he knew that any defiance toward Jiang Li, regardless of the reason, would likely result in a painful lesson afterward. Jiang Li's gaze wandered across Gu Mo's face. As his childhood companion, she was well aware of his thoughts. A playful smile tugged at her lips. The servants at the Clay Manor had often given Jiang Li massages, so she could easily discern whether he was capable of delivering one. Little Mo. Speaking so grandly will come at a price in the future, you know. How does it feel? Gu Mo inquired. Quite delightful indeed. From now on, let little Mo be the one to massage elder sister, Jiang Li replied, gazing at Gu Mo with a smile, unexpectedly pleased with his pressure. I am at your service, Gu Mo nodded. He would not let the opportunity to touch her thighs slip away. I will steer clear of the yandere. I shan't take advantage. Yes, no conflict there. Gu Mo glanced around, realizing they had entered the heart of the city. Towering buildings adorned in golden splendor lined the streets, their neon lights illuminating a world of indulgence and excess. After an indeterminate amount of time, as Gu Mo found himself lost in thought, a steady, husky voice broke through. Young miss, young master, we have arrived. Chapter 5. Well then, I have no choice. Please. Miss, hurry. Druce turned to glance at Jiang Li, parked the car, and opened the door, stepping out first. Jiang Li stretched languidly, emitting a sound that straddled indifference and warmth. Let us go? Gu Mo assisted Jiang Li in donning her boots before exiting the vehicle alongside her. They found themselves in an indoor parking lot, where every car was a luxurious model, befitting the esteemed guests of this evening's banquet. Tonight, the Clay Manor was a gathering for nearly all the powerful figures in breed, including members of the royal family. Upon leaving the parking area, Gu Mo surveyed his surroundings. It was undeniable that this estate, belonging to a top-tier millionaire, exuded an overwhelming aura of wealth. The first sight that greeted him was a vast expanse of meticulously trimmed, snow-covered shrubs, varied humanoid sculptures, and a pebble-paved path beneath his feet. The scene stretched endlessly, and in a place as precious as the Imperial Capital, one could only imagine the exorbitant cost of such a grand estate. Before these gardens and sculptures stood a castle reminiscent of medieval Europe, and the trio made their way toward it. Druce walked ahead, occasionally glancing at his watch. No need to rush, dear butler, Jiang Li reminded him. We won't be late. There's still an hour to go. Miss is always punctual. I only fear the gossip of those petty souls, Druce responded respectfully. Though in truth, he was more concerned about facing the lady's ire for any tardiness. I appreciate your concern, Jiang Li said, a hint of something unusual flashing in her eyes as she tugged at Gumo's hand. Is there something, young miss? Gumo asked, his expression neutral and cool. He would not openly rebel. His past experiences had taught him the consequences of such actions. In front of Jiang Li this time, feigning submission was his best choice. The white mist from his breath dissipated into the cold air. Jiang Li couldn't help but chuckle lightly. Knight, what should I reward you with? She mused aloud. Perhaps a little whip for little Momo? Would that frighten him? Let him choose. Today, Princess is in a good mood and wishes to grant you a wish. Speak quickly, for time waits for no one. A wish, you say? Gumo pondered, cradling his chin in thought. I have a wish. Would you like to hear it? Do share, Jiang Li replied, her tone cool. Gumo paused, tilting his head to gaze at the sparse stars, his expression tinged with a hint of loneliness. The young lady halted, puzzled, curious as to what he might conjure. Gumo stepped forward to stand before Jiang Li, locking his gaze with her blood-red, distant eyes as he solemnly declared, I wish for your happiness. The surrounding air filled only with the howling cold wind. Gumo's voice was soft, unconcerned whether Jiang Li grasped the deeper meaning behind his words. Jiang Li was taken aback by his response, her pupils dilating as she stared at him in stunned silence. Time ticked by. After what felt like an eternity, she replied earnestly, I promise you. Her alluring crimson eyes sparkled with excitement, revealing her delight. Little Momo, are you confessing your love to me? Both harbored hidden intentions. Yet in this moment, they revealed their innermost thoughts to one another. Jiang Li furrowed her brow, inhaling through her reddened nose, gripping his hand tighter. Ouch! You could ease up a bit. That hurts. Gumo winced. The warm atmosphere they had just cultivated shattered in an instant. I'm just so excited. I apologize. Jiang Li said softly, her concern evident as she loosened her grip, yet she did not release him. Truly, the yandere heroine's strength was overwhelming. If she applied any more pressure, she might just fracture his bones. Cough, cough. Druce coughed at an opportune moment. The castle loomed ahead, and the old butler quickened his pace. The two white-clad servants stationed at the entrance bowed deeply. Good evening, Mississippi. Good evening, young master. The main door recognized Druce's identity and opened automatically. The trio stepped into the castle, immediately enveloped by warm air. The interior boasted a blend of understated luxury and regal elegance, providing modern comfort while exuding noble grace. Crystal chandeliers adorned the ceiling, and magnificent support columns stood tall beside them, while uniformed servants navigated through the crowd with trays in hand across the red carpet in the grand hall. In the center of the hall, members of the Jiang family were orchestrating the event, with guests occasionally approaching to offer toasts and engage in conversation. As Gumo observed the surroundings, two unfamiliar young individuals at the bar on the right side of the hall took notice of him. Li Gu. Who is this little beggar? Who invited him to such a place? One yellow-haired youth scrutinized Gumo from head to toe, mocking him with a hand over his mouth. Speaking ill of others behind their backs is unbecoming. This fellow named Li, lacking discernment, called out to Gumo. Hey. Gumo turned at the sound, recognizing these two inconsequential bystanders. You ought to say that to my face. Li adjusted his flamboyant hairstyle. Do you even know where you are? Hurry back, kid. Don't just stand there looking foolish. I'm embarrassed for you. Don't you have any sense of shame? Look at you, dressed in rags. What right do you have to stand here? This so-called flamboyant fellow was merely a subordinate of Arna's underlings. Gumo flashed a smile, preparing to teach them a lesson once more. You truly have a talent for humor. Gumo rubbed his nose, feigning disgust. What is this? The air suddenly smells so foul. Oh, it seems someone has opened their mouth to spew filth. A chuckle escaped Huang Mao, unable to contain himself. Li's face darkened, clearly losing face, as he slapped Huang Mao across the face with a resounding crack and strode over. Who are you referring to? Li glared fiercely at Gumo. Did I mention any names? Why are you so anxious? Did I hit a sore spot? Gumo retorted defiantly. Huang Mao approached as well, both of their attentions focused on Gumo, utterly oblivious to the formidable presence beside him. I advise you to be sensible. Haven't you heard of the Quinn Group? Li's large face loomed close to Gumo's. Let me remind you, do not touch what you shouldn't. However, his lack of height forced him to look up at Gumo, rendering the scene somewhat comical. What I shouldn't touch? Enough of this nonsense. If you are referring to Jiang Li, then I suggest you wash up and go to bed. Gumo stepped forward with an inexplicable smile. Oh dear, don't be angry, big brother. I was blind to not recognize a member of the Quinn Group. Li was taken aback by Gumo's sudden change in demeanor, his prepared retort faltering. He was not foolish. Anyone attending tonight's Imperial Dragon Head banquet could not possibly be an insignificant nobody. This young man likely had powerful backing, which explained his audacious tone. Nevertheless, my friend, today is simply not your lucky day. In the capital of Breed, no one dares to confront the Ives family. Not even the royal family, who must show them some respect. I can bark like a dog. Would you like to hear? Gumo scoffed. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of Jiang Li, who was discussing something with Butler Drew, her gaze subtly fixed in their direction. Go ahead. Bark, Gumo taunted, clearing his throat and adopting a mocking tone. I advise you to be sensible. Haven't you heard of the Quinn Group? You bastard. Huang Mao's anger flared at those words, his hand almost reaching for Gumo's collar. Yet, his hand froze midair. Li, confused, followed Huang Mao's gaze, his body shaking with fear. Jiang Li, what is going on? This kid has her backing. Jiang Li approached Gumo, her presence exuding an indescribable pressure that felt palpable. With a chilling aura, Gumo broke into a cold sweat. This feeling was all too familiar. Whenever he disobeyed her, Jiang Li would present this very demeanor, often more terrifying still. Most of his scars were earned in such moments. Today is my grandmother's birthday banquet, and you dare to disregard the Jiang family's rules. You have disturbed her enjoyment. Do you have any idea of the consequences? Jiang Li approached slowly, her tone icy. Now, tell me, what price are you willing to pay? Li exchanged glances with Jiang Li, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, and in a subdued tone, he said, I sincerely apologize. I had no idea this gentleman was your partner. I beg your pardon for my earlier rudeness. Oh, so this flamboyant fellow can speak like a human after all. Gumo regarded the beauty standing before him, understanding that Jiang Li was indeed not inclined to spare these two. Jiang Li's lips curled into a cold smile. I do not seek an apology. Li was rendered speechless. The situation had escalated beyond expectations. The young master had instructed him to teach this kid a lesson, yet he had not mentioned that Jiang Li was involved. He had assumed this was merely some pampered boy toy. Jiang Li, fully aware of her nature, should have known better than to provoke her. Li hesitated, struggling to articulate a response. Jiang Li, with a semblance of amusement, declared, if you won't speak, then I shall. Let me inform you that the fool behind you is my lover, and you should never harbor any thoughts about him. Jiang Li's expression turned menacing, the pressure of her authority unmistakable. Anyone who dares trouble me, regardless of who they are, will face consequences. You have been a subordinate long enough to know what to do, am I right? Li dared not respond, nodding vigorously instead. Jiang Li waved her hand dismissively. Scram. The two men, as if granted a reprieve, quickly fled the scene. Gumo sighed, sensing that their motivations extended beyond mere provocation. Had it not been for the occasion at Clay Manor, had it not been the old lady's birthday banquet, those two would have been beaten to a pulp and discarded like refuse. How intriguing. It seems Jiang Li truly has a lover. In a corner of the banquet hall, a gray-haired man clad in courtly attire tucked his phone back into his pocket, having captured the scene. With a smile, he witnessed this unfolding drama. Jiang Li, you used to be so careful to conceal this young man's whereabouts. Why bring him here today? Are you planning to lay everything bare? Do you not realize how many factions are gathered here tonight? Is this truly a wise course of action? The gray-haired man finished the last drop of wine in his glass, politely declined the invitation of his tablemates, and quietly slipped away. Gumo glanced uneasily at Jiang Li, who had reverted to her usual cold demeanor. Jiang Li noticed Gumo's unease. What is that expression, little mo? Are you worried about me? Jiang Li's gaze bore into Gumo, her eyes reflecting a persistent and extreme possessiveness. I fear they may retaliate against you. Gumo felt uncomfortable under her piercing gaze. What a laughable notion. If Jiang Li were to fear anything, she would not be Jiang Li. They are merely pawns. What retribution could they possibly enact? Jiang Li took a sip of her red wine, her tone nonchalant as she signaled to butler Drew. Drew understood, a knowing smile gracing his features, revealing a chillingly beautiful demeanor. No need for concern, young master. The miss has stated that we will take care of it. Gumo comprehended the implication. Those two would not survive, and their so-called young master would not care for their fates. Jiang Li yawned lightly. I have prepared quite the surprise for their master. She paused, turning to Gumo. Hehe, and I have prepared a surprise for you as well. Gumo's smile faltered, sensing impending doom. Jiang Li's double entendre hinted at a surprise that was more likely to be a fright. This surprise could very well be a declaration of her twisted affection. Yet, his instincts warned him that the surprises did not end there. Miss, could you provide a hint? Gumo inquired. Hush, Jiang Li leaned closer, placing her slender finger to her lips, winking playfully. Surprises cannot be revealed. Jiang Li withdrew her finger, her small hand half clenched into a fist resting against her chin, feigning a cute demeanor. You might as well take a guess. My knight's mind is so clever, could he possibly fail to fathom the thoughts of his childhood sweetheart? Oh, please, you cunning woman, with your countless schemes, trying to deceive me? The cold-blooded queen should cease pretending to be a naive girl. It's quite terrifying. Miss, I have no desire for any so-called surprises. Perhaps you should grant the knight his freedom. He yearns to embrace the world. Gumo interjected, steering the conversation. Isn't it getting late? The birthday banquet must be about to commence, he continued, his gaze fixed on Jiang Li's creamy complexion. Overwhelmed by an impulse, he unexpectedly reached out to pinch her cheek. Oh, your little face is rather warm. Ah, Jiang Li exclaimed softly, and after a moment, a hint of playful amusement curled at the corners of her lips, though she masked it well. Indeed, grandmother must be growing anxious. How dare you ambush me, little mo? You've grown quite bold, Jiang Li remarked, her fingers instinctively smoothing her silken silver hair, a faint blush blossoming on her cheeks. For reasons unknown, despite the warmth of the room, Gumo felt a chill run down his spine. Jiang Li placed her empty glass on the tray presented by a servant. intending to lead Gu Mo upstairs, only to be intercepted by a group of elderly gentlemen who cheerfully offered her a glass of red wine, beckoning her aside. Her brows furrowed slightly, a barely perceptible disdain flickering in her expression, yet she proceeded to follow the old men. Gu Mo recognized one among them, a tall figure with kind eyes, the largest real estate developer in Beishue, and indeed the entire empire, Martis. In a past life, he had encountered this man while accompanying Jiang Li through an unknown sea of flowers, an encounter that had ignited her ire. "Brother." A clear voice broke through Gu Mo's reverie, and he turned in surprise to see a charming girl with black hair, a streak of white framing her forehead, weaving her way through the crowd toward him. Xiaoyu, his beloved younger sister, whom he hadn't seen in several years. Xiaoyu. Upon seeing her, Gu Mo felt tears welling up. In his 2 lifetimes, he had rarely cried, yet within this single day, he found himself on the verge of tears twice. Suppressing the overwhelming sense of nostalgia, he hurried over and guided his sister to a nearby sofa. "Geez, could you stop being so narcissistic? It's only been a few days since we last saw each other," Xiaoyu retorted, sitting upright on the sofa, her face displaying unabashed disdain. "What scheme are you plotting? How could you view your brother in such a light?" To Xiaoyu, a few days felt fleeting, yet for him, it had been years. Time stretched painfully. Gu Mo had genuinely missed his dear sister during the period Jiang Li had kept him confined, forbidding him from seeing anyone. "You're being so greasy about it. But honestly, I'm glad to see your reaction," Xiaoyu replied, despite her teasing. "Did the young lady bring you here?" Gu Mo inquired, naturally taking hold of Xiaoyu's hand resting on her lap, feeling no sense of impropriety. "The young lady? Oh, you mean Sister Jiang Li? Yes. She personally came to fetch me. I never expected her house to be so grand, and everyone here seems so interesting," Xiaoyu exclaimed eagerly, surprisingly unbothered by Gu Mo's grip on her hand. Ordinarily, she would have kicked him away in annoyance. Gu Mo had countless words he wished to express, yet they lodged in his throat, leaving him with no choice but to indulge her. "As long as you're happy, just be cautious. The people here are quite complex. Don't let any ill-intentioned individuals deceive you." "Don't worry, brother. I'm already in my first year of high school. Ordinary folks can't fool me." "Please don't treat me like a child," Xiaoyu pouted, producing a neatly wrapped matcha cake from her backpack. "By the way, do you want some? I specially brought this for you." Xiaoyu flashed a sweet smile, revealing her 2 little tiger teeth. She certainly wouldn't mention that it was left over from her visit to the CAF after school. Otherwise, her brother would scold her. A kind-hearted fib. Although her brother had never actually scolded her. Gazing at the matcha cake, Gu Mo nearly lunged to embrace his dear sister. But, considering Jiang Li's increasingly stormy expression nearby, he managed to suppress the impulse. "Wait, Jiang Li. Sister Li. Hello," Xiaoyu greeted with a modest smile. "When did you arrive?" Gu Mo was momentarily taken aback, then smiled brightly. Chapter 7. 3 People, 800 Schemes. "Hello, Xiaoyu." Jiang Li sat beside her, her tone difficult to articulate. "Have you been enjoying yourself?" Xiaoyu, oblivious to Jiang Li's subtle shift in demeanor, nodded enthusiastically. "Yes, Sister Li is so kind to me." She paused, casting a disdainful glance at Gu Mo. "Far better than my stingy brother." "Hey, am I truly so worthless in your eyes?" Gu Mo protested, feeling quite aggrieved. Ignoring his indignation, Xiaoyu and Jiang Li engaged in lively conversation, swiftly turning their attention to Gu Mo and leaving him feeling quite sidelined. Such is the nature of women. Gu Mo thought bitterly as he realized he was still holding Xiaoyu's hand and quickly released it. Feeling the weight of Jiang Li's piercing gaze, he squirmed uncomfortably. After several minutes, they finally concluded their banter. "Xiaoyu, you should go play. Your brother and I have matters to discuss. If you're tired, you can rest in the rooms on the 3rd floor," Jiang Li instructed, beckoning to a few men in black. "You all ensure she is safe. Do not allow her to be harassed by any ruffians." "Then I won't intrude any longer," Xiaoyu said, casting a glance back at Gu Mo, subtly mouthing that Jiang Li seemed a bit upset before she hoisted her bag and walked away. 3 towering bodyguards immediately followed her. "Foolish sister, as if I am oblivious. You truly heed Jiang Li's words. When she tells you to leave, you simply obey? What if you never see your brother again?" Gu Mo chuckled awkwardly, unsure of how to face Jiang Li. Jiang Li's smile was a chilling frost, reminiscent of a December in the northern realms. "You seem to have quite a delightful chat with your sister," she said, her expression darkening. "Why is it that you never converse with me so freely? I am your beloved, dear knight. Is my affection not sufficient?" Gu Mo silently lamented. "Your love is overwhelming, almost suffocating." As Jiang Li's mood darkened, Gu Mo hastily clarified. "It's not like that. Xiaoyu is my sister. It's perfectly normal for a brother to express concern, right? Just as you care for me. Surely you can understand that." "Is it truly comparable?" Jiang Li scoffed. "Oh, mere concern. You likely have ulterior motives." Her voice was slow, ethereal, ringing in Gu Mo's ears. "Then why were you holding Xiaoyu's hand? Do you not spare even your sister? What nonsense are you spouting?" Gu Mo's anxiety escalated. "Please, don't twist it like that. It's simply been so long since I've seen her, and I was just excited. She's my biological sister." He abruptly halted, nearly uttering an inappropriate phrase. He lost his composure, filled with regret for his previous outburst at Jiang Li. I do not indulge in such content, he protested. Jiang Li, with a smile that failed to reach her eyes, forcefully pushed Gu Mo onto the sofa, pressing him down until his breath became labored. The warm scent of wind chimes wafted past his nostrils, and Gumo's body, betraying him, inhaled the fragrant air. Jiang Li leaned closer, her breath, tinged with the aroma of alcohol, brushing against him, her lustrous lips mere inches away. She spoke slowly, her tone imbued with an undeniable authority. From now on, you are not permitted to be alone with any woman, do you understand? Not even your sister. The effects of the alcohol had painted a slight blush on Jiang Li's cheeks. Little Mo, you are quite a handful. Are you so eager to relive your sister's affection? She teased, her fingers gliding over his chest. Unfortunately, there are no such delights here. Do not be disappointed. Your master's room is filled with all manner of them. Gu Mo genuinely feared this woman's obsessive tendencies. But, we have pressing matters, miss. He raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, unable to conjure a better solution. Once the birthday banquet concludes, you may indulge as you wish, and I will remain silent. After uttering this, he shut his eyes, his heart racing, until the weight upon his chest abruptly lifted. Jiang Li straightened, unusually refraining from further teasing him. All right, I shall let you off the hook for now. Gu Mo, eager to flatter, quickly responded. The eldest lady is both beautiful and kind-hearted, so magnanimous. I will remember this for a lifetime. Jiang Li seemed pleased with the compliment, but chose not to respond, instead taking his hand and leading him upstairs. She narrowed her eyes, a playful smirk gracing her lips. I was merely jesting before. You took it quite seriously, little fool. Gu Mo wished to retort, but felt too intimidated to do so. For Jiang Li appeared to relish his discomfort. Do refrain from such jokes in the future, he muttered. Such humor was utterly absurd. How could he possibly harbor feelings for his sister? He was not Haru Shinya, and his sister was certainly not Yao Qiong. The third floor of the castle was eerily silent, devoid of any presence, its stillness almost unsettling. This was the resting area, seemingly accessible only to the Jiang family. Jiang Li first guided Gu Mo to change into indoor attire. Then they traversed a corridor adorned with artistic paintings, arriving at an opulent wooden door at the end. Jiang Li pushed the door open and stepped inside, with Gu Mo following closely behind. The room was styled like a traditional Japanese izakaya. The matriarch, having been influenced by island culture since childhood, held a unique fondness for this aesthetic. Grandmother, I have arrived. In the fragrant room filled with the aroma of tea, an elderly woman seated on a tatami mat looked up, initially frowning as she sought to identify which young member of the Jiang family had entered so rudely. However, upon recognizing Jiang Li, her expression softened, and she warmly beckoned. Ah, it is Li Li. Come in, come in. Gu Mo was taken aback to find that in this lively room, only the elderly lady was savoring her tea. Surely, many had visited before. But had they all been dismissed by her after the celebrations? As the star of today's birthday banquet, why was she not present among the guests? A low table was laden with an abundance of exquisite dishes, all crafted from top-tier ingredients. Come, young man, sit down. The matriarch poured tea for Jiang Li and Gu Mo, regarding Gu Mo with a hint of curiosity. Jiang Li settled cross-legged opposite her. Good day, grandmother. Gu Mo replied politely before taking a seat. So, you are the beloved of Li Li? Quite handsome, I must say. You honor me with your words. Gu Mo responded, aware that despite his humble origins, he fell short of the standards set by the heirs of the Ivis family, and lacked the poise of the noble descendants of the Navy Rock dynasty. Yet, this young man appeared to be quite obedient to Jiang Li, and that alone set him apart from most suitors she had dismissed over the years. It had been many years since a young man of commendable character had captured Jiang Li's attention, and the matriarch had worried that her precious granddaughter might remain alone for eternity. In this competitive age, should Jiang Li choose a man with ulterior motives, it could pose a threat to the family. This young man not only inspired affection in Jiang Li, but also seemed capable of tolerating her peculiar temperament, indicating he possessed qualities worthy of regard. Young man, Li Li has kept her affection for you a secret even from me for so many years. I absolutely cannot let you slip away. The matriarch mused, recalling how Jiang Li had once outsmarted her, always sneaking out to meet him. That settles it. Time waits for no one. Let us choose a propitious day for the two of you to wed. This will silence those old gossips. The matriarch gazed at Gu Mo with increasing fondness, finding him more appealing with each passing moment. His well-maintained complexion bore no wrinkles, revealing a resemblance to Jiang Li. Under the keen scrutiny of these two women, Gu Mo felt no discomfort. The pressure he felt had rendered him expressionless. Taking a deep breath, Gu Mo began to introduce himself. Madam, my name is Gu Mo, Vice President of the Student Union at Jiao University, consistently ranking among the top students. I am diligent and upright, modest and reserved. Even if I may disappoint you, I must express my thoughts. As you can see, I am indeed the beloved of the eldest lady, and I shall forever cherish her. He spoke with determination, vowing to fulfill his responsibilities and ensure Jiang Li's safety. Gu Mo rummaged through his mind for the right words, mustering the courage to speak. Although he felt an unspoken guilt for deceiving her, he saw no alternative. He did not love Jiang Li, His only option was to flee, endlessly, even at the cost of causing pain to others. "Little Emo, you are quite charming," Jiang Li remarked, her smile softening as she observed the debonair man beside her. He looked rather handsome when he took things seriously. "Wait a moment," Jiang Li suddenly recalled. "Little Emo, it seems you did not respond this way in our previous life." Chapter 8. Let the fight begin. Could I be mistaken? Jiang Li pondered, resting her chin on her hand, her expression slightly serious. This could not be mere coincidence. In this life, his demeanor appeared somewhat altered. Was it possible that after being reborn, others would not follow the script of their previous lives? Or had little Emo learned something he should not have known? No, that could not be. Only her mother and grandmother were privy to such matters. Jiang Li chuckled softly. Perhaps she was overthinking it. Gu Emo lifted the porcelain cup to moisten his throat, taking a large sip, only to burn himself on the steaming tea. He stifled a groan, fighting to suppress a cough, his face flushing. Was this just brewed? It's scalding. The heat nearly robbed his tongue of sensation. How is the tea? The matriarch, seemingly aware of his discomfort, inquired with a smile. The tea is excellent. Cough cough. He turned away, unable to hold back a loud cough. Gu Emo had never encountered such floral tea before, completely unaware of its scalding temperature. He felt an overwhelming urge to find a hole to hide in. Yet as his cough subsided, he noted the tea's smoothness and elegance, with a subtle sweetness that revealed its exceptional quality. He rummaged through the lexicon stored in his mind, regurgitating the commercial slogans from a previous television drama. Jiang Li squinted her eyes beside him. Gu Emo placed his cup down, intending to seize the opportunity to speak further, but the old lady preemptively interjected. "My dear Xiao Gu, what you just said might fool my granddaughter, but it certainly won't deceive an old woman like me." The aged matriarch, known as Zhang Yunhe, gestured to silence Gu Emo. Her tone measured. "I shall pose but one question, young man. Are you willing to treat Lily well?" After a moment of silence, her piercing gaze seemed poised to dissect Gu Mo's faade, probing into the depths of his soul. "I wish to hear the truth." It was indeed a challenge to mislead her. The young lady was impeccable in every regard. "Oh, if only your granddaughter could amend her habit of wielding knives to stab others, that would be splendid. By heaven, I assure you, every word I utter is the unvarnished truth, devoid of any fabrication." Gu Emo adjusted his breathing, maintaining an impassive demeanor. "Is that so?" The old lady appeared to see through his deceit. How could a man unacquainted with the shadows of the business world possibly compare with Madame Jiang, who had navigated its treacherous waters for years? He possessed no experience, and in the presence of such a formidable figure, he revealed no hint of trepidation. Was this old woman a psychologist or possessed of mind-reading abilities? How could she discern the falsity of his words? Or perhaps she was entirely oblivious, merely playing a game of deception herself. Gu Emo instinctively averted his gaze. The atmosphere grew heavy with the cessation of dialogue. "Grandmother, what are you trying to do?" Jiang Li, already displeased, broke the awkward silence, her tone sharp. "Xiao Emo is my beloved. Whether he loves or does not love is something I am well aware of. I have countless ways to make him willingly submit." She reached out, gently ruffling Gu Mo's hair. With a resigned sigh, Gu Emo lowered his head, leaning softly against her shoulder. Jiang Li's tone turned icy. "Only I am permitted to bully my knight. Not even grandmother may." Jiang Li fearlessly locked eyes with the old matriarch. The two formidable women stood at an impasse, the silence so palpable one could hear a pin drop. Gu Emo could feel the rapid beating of his heart. The old lady averted her gaze, her eyes dimming slightly as she picked up a piece of fish and sighed. "Very well, if you are unwilling, I shan't interfere. If you desire it, then pursue it. Just ensure you leave no regrets." Stop glaring at the old woman. Eat up. The royal chef's culinary skills await. If you delay, it will grow cold, and the taste will suffer. Jiang Li remained unmoved. "Yes, grandmother. I realize my words were a bit harsh. I know you only wish the best for me. I apologize." "No need, no need. Li, what are you apologizing for?" "It is I who have been overly concerned. This young man is a good person." Gu Emo was thoroughly outmatched, feeling as transparent as glass before the old lady, leaving no secrets to hide. "Grandmother is truly wonderful." Jiang Li smiled faintly before picking up her chopsticks to grab a piece of steamed shrimp. "Xiao Emo, open your mouth." She held the morsel to Gu Mo's lips. He was momentarily lost in her gaze, repeatedly questioning himself. Beneath her feather-like lashes, her crimson pupils gazed unwaveringly at him. "Shall I feed you?" Her tone was laced with a hint of threat this time. Gu Emo quickly opened his mouth to take a bite, the fresh broth quickly saturating his palate. "I have never tasted anything like this," Gu Emo exclaimed. The young lady seemed not to hear his words. She brushed her left hand against his cheek, her cool, shimmering eyes appearing to be veiled in mist. Jiang Li's breath quickened as she slowly rose and positioned herself on his lap, her long legs entwined around his waist. With a playful laugh, she cupped his face and kissed him fiercely. The kiss was fervent, as if she had been waiting for this moment for an eternity. Gu Emo, caught off guard, was pushed back onto the ground, and she effortlessly straddled him, pinning his wrists to the sides. Jiang Li held absolute dominion, her onslaught intensifying. She tasted so sweet. How could her lips be this delightful? The disparity in their strength left Gu Mo unable to resist, allowing her to claim him without restraint. The old lady observed, lost in reminiscence. Li and I were cut from the same cloth in my youth. Whatever we desired, we pursued without hesitation, and upon obtaining it, we often neglected to care for it, leaving it in tatters. I suppose I was too stern with you as a child. Li, you will come to understand that forcing oneself upon another's body only serves to distance their soul from you. Otherwise, your grandfather would not have avoided me so. Haha. Though I say this, young man, I cannot allow you to escape. You must resign yourself to serving Li well. The Jiang family will not treat you poorly. Let me indulge my granddaughter just this once. Finally managed to navigate through that. Outside, a faint, mellow bass reverberated. Yet it seemed incongruous with the words spoken by its owner. This sound shattered the enchanting moment between Gu Mo and Jiang Li, causing her to unexpectedly cease her advance and dismount from him. Gu Mo's attire was left in disarray, and as he lay on the ground, he took a moment to breathe, still a bit dazed from the kiss. Feeling the sting on his lower lip, he couldn't help but recall the encounters from his past life when she had confined him. Once this troubled girl pressed down, she would not relent without a fierce clash. How irritating, the incessant nagging. It was said that such matters were inappropriate, yet they all acted like elderly men, deaf to reason, as if you lot are worthy of her. The voice continued to complain, growing increasingly distinct as footsteps approached, seemingly pausing before the door, before it was abruptly pushed open. A gentle figure appeared before them. Daughter? The old lady smiled softly. Gu Mo, equally astonished, turned to see her, his expression gradually tightening as he involuntarily let out a soft wow. Chapter 9. The Mother's Jest. Gu Mo had thought Jiang Li's beauty was unparalleled, only to discover someone who could rival her. This person, coincidentally, was Jiang Li's mother. Gu Mo recalled where he had seen her before. She was the striking figure who had hosted the event in formal attire. Now, she donned casual homeware. Her upper body was clad in a loose white sweater adorned with stitched brown gingerbread men, while her lower half featured semi-transparent black gauzy trousers, subtly revealing her creamy calves and ankles. On her feet were low-heeled sandals with delicate chains, her rosy feet largely exposed to view. Her eyes sparkled like green crystals. Her cheeks flushed from alcohol, and faint dark circles shadowed her eyes. A blend of maturity and charm, she exuded a lively aura, reminiscent of an older sister who smiles and listens to your ramblings. Jiang Li's mother appeared somewhat younger, had Gu Mo not already known. He might have believed she was a recent college graduate. To summarize in a poetic line, amongst the throngs, your smile captivates, while earthly hues fade to dust. This enchanting lady was none other than Jiang Li's mother, Jiang Nixing. Happy birthday, Mom. Let us skip the formalities. It would only create distance between us. The old lady scoffed. Jiang Nixing, with an air of nonchalance, sauntered over and plopped down beside Gu Mo. Why are you sitting next to me? Gu Mo inquired, casting a puzzled glance her way. A sudden, excruciating pain shot through his left waist. Her nails had dug deeply into his flesh, expressing her dissatisfaction. Truth be told, I have no interest in older women, yet this lady undeniably retains her charm. Please stop pinching me, my dear miss. I cannot be blamed if your mother is simply too stunning for my own good. It's painfully unbearable. Nevertheless, one must extend their blessings. You are my mother. Who else should I address? He added. Sigh, hasn't Dad come yet? Is he still avoiding you? The old lady remained noncommittal. Although the space around the table was not overly cramped, she chose to deliberately ignore Jiang Li's furious glare, positioning herself squarely in the corner where Gu Mo sat. Just a fleeting glance had nearly led to Gu Li twisting the soft flesh at his waist. To his left, he dared not confront Jiang Li's intimidating aura, while to his right, the fragrant presence of Jiang Li's mother enveloped him like a white rose. He remained rigidly focused ahead, only to meet the old lady's penetrating gaze. Pray tell, what discord has arisen among you? Not a word is spoken. Am I truly that old? The old lady stated bluntly. Not at all, dear mother. You remain ever youthful, radiant as ever. Where could you possibly show signs of age? Jiang Nixing smiled apologetically, her tone clearly lacking sincerity. You should move to the other side. Jiang Li glared at her mother, genuinely miffed. Ah, my dear daughter. Why this reaction upon seeing your mother? Yes, I admit I may have neglected you in the past, but must you harbor such animosity towards me? Is it because the gift I brought you is to your disliking? Jiang Nixing feigned a pitiful expression. It's not that. Jiang Li forced a smile, decisively piercing through Jiang Nixing's facade. You are simply too close to him. Jiang Li understood her mother's character all too well and mirrored the old lady's frosty demeanor. Alas, it seems my chatter has become irksome. Jiang Nixing slightly shifted away from Gu Mo. He felt unable to interject, yet he was captivated by their conversation, hoping to slip through unnoticed. Jiang Nixing propped her head on one hand, tilting it playfully towards Gu Mo with a slight smile. Dear son-in-law, want to you introduce yourself? She teased, tousling her ash-gray short hair. You are far more handsome in person than in the photographs. My daughter has indeed made an excellent choice, much like myself. What a compliment, all in one breath. You should eat quickly, the old lady interjected, placing a slice of foie gras on her plate. Oh, I am quite full, mother. I have no appetite. Jiang Nixing's gaze remained fixated on Gu Mo. Jiang Li crossed her chopsticks in a forbidding gesture. If I am not mistaken, you've already conducted your investigation, haven't you? No need to feign ignorance here. He has already introduced himself, Jiang Li replied, tapping her fingers on the table. Her smile laced with malice. Mother, if you are truly in the dark, you might as well inquire with me. Jiang Nixing paused, her piercing gaze momentarily breaking away. Gu Mo felt no relief. The events of the evening had escalated his anger with Jiang Li, particularly just moments ago. It was uncertain whether Jiang Li would confine him once more. His reincarnated self was lamentably unlucky, devoid of any room for maneuver. All he could do was hope that this banquet would swiftly come to a close. An awkward silence ensued. Jiang Li held Gu Mo's hand firmly, while the old lady calmly continued her meal, and the beautiful lady fixated her unwavering gaze on her daughter. You both are so fierce towards me, leaving me with a warm face against a cold backside. How cruel. Jiang Nixing reached into a storage box, retrieving a bottle of fruit wine, popping the tab, and taking a swig. You are far worse. The old lady critiqued her daughter sharply. You are the most insidious one here. Xiaoxing. Even after eating so much, you still have room for alcohol. You truly disregard your health. Are you perhaps addicted to alcohol? The old lady admonished. Huh. Gu Mo, seemingly misfiring a nerve, let out an unintentional chuckle, which drew the attention of all three women. He was startled, hastily attempting to explain, his heart racing. I apologize. I did not mean to laugh. I simply have a low threshold for humor and was momentarily distracted. His voice trailed off, becoming softer, and he felt as though he were on the brink of disaster. Jiang Nixing tilted his chin up with her warm fingers, a playful smile dancing on her lips. I think I understand why Xiao Li is fond of you, she mused. You are quite amusing. Don't you think we would make a fine match? Perhaps you should. Silence. Jiang Li interrupted sharply. All right. Mother was just trying to lighten the mood. Jiang Nixing conceded, belching lightly and lowering her head in defeat. Truly entertaining. Gu Mo could easily discern her jest. This woman was clearly aware of Jiang Li's simmering anger, yet chose to stoke the flames. How unfortunate, indeed. For whom would the fallout be? Please, do not provoke me further. My affections lie solely with the young lady. Such antics will only displease her. Gu Mo spoke earnestly. I promised her that I would not bring her unhappiness, he added. Oh. Jiang Nixing swallowed the lemon-flavored wine, her words vague yet suggestive. My daughter has not wronged you. Has she? She has not caused you any harm? Perhaps. Jiang Nixing's pupils narrowed as she turned to Jiang Li. You did not force him, did you? Everyone makes mistakes. It is through mistakes that one grows and becomes a complete person, Gu Mo interjected gently. The vast majority of individuals carry inherent flaws from birth. What truly matters is the willingness to change those flaws. I believe the young lady is capable of such transformation. Gu Mo had exhausted his compliments, hoping to salvage his image in the eyes of the young lady. He did not wish to express such sentiments, feeling rather nauseated by his own words. At the very least, he hoped to avoid becoming Jiang Li's scapegoat. The old lady furrowed her brow, her gaze towards Gu Mo noticeably shifting. Mr. Gu Mo, you truly possess a silver tongue. Jiang Nixing shook her empty bottle with a chuckle. You are naturally endowed with a face that is pleasing to the eye. Even your manner of speaking reflects this. Do you realize that? Jiang Li's mouth slightly parted, her eyes revealing a complex array of emotions. Fortunately, her earlier thoughts of subjecting Gu Mo to punishment had been considerably alleviated by his few kind words. Chapter 10. The yandere strikes again. Indeed, I shall make him willingly succumb, offering both his body and soul to me. I am the sovereign of his life. My knight. There is no escaping the grasp of the princess. Jiang Li suppressed the mad thoughts swirling in her mind, draining the last of her tea in one gulp. I have resolved to express my intentions to Xiao Mo tonight. Jiang Li stated calmly. That's more like it. You should have done this long ago. Jiang Nixing exclaimed, her voice echoing as if it were a long overdue sentiment. Those old perverts constantly bombard me with questions, while a few shameless ones even attempt to touch me. Oh dear daughter, you have helped your mother evade a significant nuisance. It has been years since I respected your wishes and refrained from orchestrating any so-called matchmaking events. Xiao Li, you are well aware that those disheveled young lords within the royal family covet you yet remain unable to possess you. My mother has been under immense pressure. You know, to help you fend off those suitors is no trifling matter. After she spoke, she shook her finger, then rested her head on the table, utterly disregarding decorum. We, too, are of noble lineage. Speak boldly, for none would dare to lay a finger on you. The old lady nodded in agreement. Young man, you have heard what she said. Pay no heed to those individuals. I understand. Gu Mo hesitated before replying. To express one's feelings is, in truth, merely Jiang Li's unilateral declaration of possession. There is no need for him to intervene. In the previous life, Jiang Li single-handedly dispelled all dissent, including from the relatives of the Jiang family, who dared not object. The Polaris group is not one to offend, save for the Yi family, a clan of assassins covertly supported by the imperial prince. And that Alna is the heir of this assassin family, wielding immense power, surpassing Jiang Li by comparison. The decisive moment has arrived. A hero cannot flee the battlefield. Alma is, indeed, the true turning point of this life. Guillermo ceased his contemplation and slowly turned his gaze toward the silver-haired beauty. The past is the past, and the present is the present. Jiang Li huffed disdainfully, a glint of icy coldness flashing in her eyes. Grandmother, Xiao and I shall take our leave. Outside the castle, the night sky was gently adorned with drifting snowflakes. Guillermo gazed for a moment before letting out a soft sigh. Jiang and I Xing languidly lay across the table, staring vacantly at a black insignia in her hand. Go ahead. I will take care of your mother, the old lady smiled, her eyes concealing unknown sentiments. Jiang Li nodded, and the two rose, opening the door to exit. Guillermo quietly followed Jiang Li, maintaining a respectful distance. Jiang Li walked at a leisurely pace down the desolate corridor, where only the moonlight filtered through the shadows of ancient trees. The howling cold wind and the dull thud of her leather boots against the ground created a solemn symphony. Suddenly, Jiang Li halted, abruptly turning to seize Guillermo's wrist, causing him to stumble. She gradually exerted her strength, pinning the helpless Guillermo against the wall. Her cheeks flushed, akin to frost. What are you doing? To do you? Jiang Li's expression remained impassive, her fingers like unyielding pincers. Hiss, are you trying to choke me? Guillermo gasped, his wrist feeling as though it might fracture. He had anticipated her seeking retribution. Tears of despair threatened to spill. He should not have gazed at her mother in her presence. Xiaomo, have I been too kind to you today? Her fingers tightened suddenly, the immense pain nearly causing Guillermo to crumple to the ground. Her eyes shone with a vibrant crimson, more intense than ever. I truly cannot allow you to run amok. Xiaomo, you are quite ungrateful. Do you find such delight in other women? What do they possess that I lack? Speak. She feigned confusion, inquiring. Alternatively, how about this? I offer you a choice. Would you prefer to be blind or lame? Jiang Li lightly bit her lower lip, her laughter tinged with a sickly sweetness. Must I choose? Guillermo murmured, his voice faltering from pain. How wonderful it would be to remain quietly by my side. What do you find displeasing? Jiang Li leaned closer, resting her head against Guillermo's neck, greedily inhaling his scent. After a moment, she lifted her gaze to meet his. Kneel before me. Jiang Li's voice was soft, yet carried an undeniable authority. Sweat beaded on Guillermo's forehead as her hands, like iron, restrained his movements. He had experienced this scene many times before, believing himself desensitized. How infuriating, to be so easily bullied. With no choice left, he knew that any defiance would lead to immediate education behind closed doors. Gradually, he lowered his body until he was level with her waist. Good boy. That is how it should be. Jiang Li released one hand, affectionately stroking his hair. Guillermo's wrist was turning blue under her grip. Your life belongs to me. There shall only be one woman in your existence. Do not dare to test my patience. I will not. I shall only focus on you. Lili, Guillermo replied, nodding reluctantly, his wrist still aching. Recalling that he had previously resisted with all his might, he realized he had never truly surrendered. Yet, he had been subdued by her twisted methods, ultimately silencing his protests. Each day, he acted like a madman, saying and doing things to please Jiang Li, losing touch with his own body. I advise you to abandon any thoughts regarding her. Jiang Li crouched down, her hands clasped behind his head, her lips brushing against his ear as she whispered, that woman is far more malevolent than I. Her silver hair cascaded over Guillermo's face as she uttered these chilling words. Without a doubt, the woman she referred to was Jiang and Aixing. Guillermo regarded her with an appreciation for beauty, devoid of any ulterior motives. Moreover, as a normal man, is it not natural to admire such beauty? Allow me to share a secret, Xiaomo. You have never heard me mention my father, have you? My father, in photographs, is as handsome and radiant as you. A gentleman of grace and tranquility. Oh, I met him once before his tragic demise, alas. He was so tormented by my mother that he lost all semblance of a man. As Jiang Li recounted this, Guillermo was overtaken by a palpable chill. Jiang Li bit her lip, silent for a moment before softly continuing. So do you understand? Jiang Li's tongue traced along his cheek, pausing at the corner of his mouth, revealing the extent of her mercy toward him. Jiang Li's mercy? This was perhaps the most ludicrous jest he had ever heard. So this is a hereditary affliction of the family. It seems your mother is also a twisted soul. The girl denied Guillermo any opportunity to respond, leaning in to kiss him deeply, her tongue exploring his mouth with abandon. He struggled to push her away, but the pain rendered his arms powerless, and his hands inadvertently grasped the two warm jade ornaments resting upon his chest. This only heightened Jiang Li's excitement. Guillermo felt as though he were on the verge of losing consciousness from her kiss. Brother, Sister Li? A distant voice broke through his thoughts. Chapter 11. The Interrupted Confession. What are you two doing? As the figure clad in a white hoodie drew nearer, Guillermo realized it was Gu Xiaoyu. She clutched a stuffed bear, her mouth agape in astonishment as she observed the two of them. It seems I have arrived at an inopportune moment, she chuckled awkwardly, as if intending to turn and flee. Hey, a heavenly savior. Quickly, my dear sister, you have arrived just in time. Come rescue your brother. This vile woman is about to kiss him into oblivion. Gu Mo cast a desperate glance at Xiao Yu, silently pleading for her help while subtly indicating Jiang Li. Jiang Li, of course, caught wind of Xiao Yu's words. She paid them no mind, continuing to kiss Gu Mo passionately, as if to assert who truly held dominion in this household. The look of surprise on Xiao Yu's face dissipated, replaced by an expression of indescribable indignation. Brother, must you really kiss here? She deliberately lowered her voice, yet her words still resonated clearly in the ears of the three present. She halted a few meters away from Gu Mo, clutching her toy bear even tighter. Noticing Gu Mo's silence, Xiao Yu's gaze fell. This person is truly pathetic. No wonder he has no friends. Ignoring Gu Mo's desperate eyes, Xiao Yu stuck out her tongue at him. The other party disregarded her plea for help and made a face in return. Hardened, fists clenched. How infuriating. Whose sister are you, anyway? In your eyes, Jiang Li is a noble heroine, while your brother is merely an evil goblin capturing the brave maiden, isn't he? Can't you see who is being coerced? Gu Mo was seething with rage, feeling as though smoke was about to billow from his ears, practically wanting to rush over and give her a good beating. He longed to explain, but words failed him. Oh hehe. Xiao Yu seemed to have figured something out. She tiptoed past Gu Mo, flashing a silly smile with her tiger teeth. Sisterly. No, sister-in-law. Oh, if my brother misbehaves, feel free to discipline him. He's quite the troublemaker. Sister-in-law, you must keep a close watch on him. I won't disturb you any longer. I'll head back to sleep. Xiao Yu appeared a tad embarrassed, taking a few steps forward before turning back to ask, Sister-in-law, which room is mine? Jiang Li tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and smiled gently. Xiao Yu, just walk straight ahead, turn left, and it's the first room on your left. Perhaps it was because Xiao Yu had fortuitously mentioned something Jiang Li adored. Or perhaps it was due to the absence of a hypothetical rival, but her tone was extraordinarily tender and considerate, something even Gu Mo rarely heard. Meanwhile, Gu Mo, as the principal victim, lay on the cold floor with an expression of anguish. I swear, one day I shall reclaim every ounce of humiliation I have endured today. After Xiao Yu departed, Jiang Li helped Gu Mo to his feet, and together they descended the stairs. What on earth is that wretched woman trying to pull? At the banquet table in the hall, a heavily made-up young lady admired her manicured nails, casting a disdainful glance at the pink-haired woman beside her. Shoo! We mustn't speak carelessly. The Jiang family is about to announce something significant, and there's surely a reason for us being kept here. Alicia caressed the pet cat on her lap, her gaze following Jiang Li as she approached. In this grand hall, she wouldn't keep us here just to utter trivialities in front of us all. Alicia's tone was inscrutable, yet it was far from flattering. The moment Gu Mo entered her line of sight, her previously nonchalant expression shifted to one of rare seriousness. The gentle-looking, pallid youth was casting his eyes downward, precisely following Jiang Li's footsteps. Gradually, everyone in the hall began to notice the event's protagonist, Jiang Li, who wore a smile and gracefully walked down the red carpet. And behind her was that unfamiliar man. Who was that handsome guy? Whispers of intrigue rippled through the crowd. How did he end up beside the young lady of the Jiang family? An extravagant-looking young man stood up in astonishment, exclaiming, Is he the rumored boyfriend that just dropped from the sky? He exaggeratedly clutched his head in disbelief. Oh no. The object of my admiration for so many years is about to break his vow. Hey, big brother, why don't you come out and say something? This foolish boy fretted to himself, glancing back at the brown-haired man. Stop dreaming, Aaron. She won't be looking for a man. The androgynous-looking young man spoke in a calm tone, yet his previously weary expression vanished in an instant. He had initially doubted the photo sent by his second brother. How do you know she won tea? Perhaps she has suddenly come to her senses after all these years. Maybe she is lonely? I'm not saying this, but that guy looks like a softie. What could Miss Jiang possibly see in him? Be quiet. The brown-haired youth brushed back his sleeves, reprimanding. Aaron timidly retreated to his seat, still somewhat intimidated by his older brother. I refuse to believe she went through all this trouble just to say that. You stay here. I want to see what act she is putting on. As he spoke, the brown-haired man prepared to rise. Olna, don't act impulsively. The venerable white-haired elder in the center of the luxurious leather sofa wrapped his cane on the ground. Have you forgotten the second rule of conduct? Do not let the disputes before your eyes cloud your judgment. He paused momentarily. Forgive me, grandfather. Olna inhaled deeply and returned to his seat, suppressing his anger. I've pursued her for so long, only to inexplicably lose to a bystander. Do you think I'm content with that? Everything has its predetermined course. We simply need to wait. The elder sighed, shaking his head in disappointment. Jiang Li held Gu Mo's hand, crossing the red carpet and leading him step by step onto the podium, where they stood in the most conspicuous position. This scene resembled a solemn and sacred cathedral, with a vast crowd below engaged in prayer, celebrating the newly formed union. It seemed there was no need for Jiang Li to speak, as the audience had already grasped the essence of the event. All right, I apologize for taking up your time today. Jiang Li spoke slowly, yet her words carried an undeniable weight. You wouldn't want to hear me deliver hollow pleasantries, so I shall be frank. A glimmer flickered in Jiang Li's eyes as she turned her gaze aside, lifting the hand that held Gu Mo's. The crowd erupted into a cacophony of objections, voices overlapping in a chaotic uproar. Silence. I am merely stating a fact and do not care for your opinions. Jiang Li stepped forward, unflinchingly gazing down at the crowd. He is my boyfriend and my beloved. His name is Guimo. Her words rang out with conviction. Her signature smile gracing her lips as her gaze swept across the assembly. The crowd realized she was undeniably a madwoman, and few dared to meet her gaze directly. Only a handful of elders furrowed their brows in anger. She leaned closer to Guimo. I adore you, my missing half, my soulmate. So, would you do me the honor of being my most special lover? Jiang Li's crimson eyes sparkled with a dangerous glint. The sentiment behind her words was understood solely by Guimo. What appeared to others as a blissful confession felt to him like a countdown to demise. Indeed, what you say is quite enticing. Guimo clenched his jaw tightly. The expressions of the crowd varied, and just as he gathered the breath to speak, a frigid voice interrupted. Jiang Li, has your mind gone awry? Chapter 12 Alna. Alna could no longer tolerate the unfolding situation, disregarding the admonishments of those around him. He rose and strode purposefully toward the stage. Jiang Li chose to ignore him, lowering her gaze to scrutinize Alna, her eyes reflecting disdain akin to that reserved for a rat scurrying across the street. The visceral aversion was palpable. Guimo considered himself an exceptionally handsome man, and he believed it wholeheartedly. Yet, no matter how exceptional one might be, there will always be those who do not favor him. Do you have an issue? Jiang Li still smiled, though her eyes glinted with frost. Indeed, Jiang Li, I certainly have questions for you. His expression betrayed a barely perceptible grimace. He widened his eyes in astonishment, fixing his gaze upon Jiang Li, his tone unexpectedly calm. So, you have been pretending to be frigid all this time, merely to craft a wedding gown for this commoner. This is the Imperial Capital, your status forbids such juvenile antics. Do you fancy yourself as the protagonist of some fairy tale? He continued. Do you realize how foolish and laughable you are? Let me tell you today. Jiang Li interjected. Alna, I do not require anyone to instruct me on how to conduct my affairs. A peculiar gentleness emerged on Jiang Li's countenance, reminiscent of a malevolent puppet master granting respite to a mouse in a game of hide and seek. I shall grant you 3 seconds to vacate my sight. Alna remained motionless, his expression cold, seemingly resolute in his intent not to relent. He ascended the steps with heavy strides, halting only before Jiang Li. If you wish to claim this boy, you shall be my adversary. A smirk crept onto his lips, his gaze finally imbued with hostility. Alas, the elderly man with white hair averted his gaze, as though too embarrassed to continue observing. How could my elder brother have become such a person? When did he lose his composure like this? I cannot bring him back. Grandfather, why do you remain silent? You must stop him. The occupants of the private booth maintained a near cold-blooded tranquility, with only Aaron displaying palpable anxiety. Ignore him, the silver-haired man remarked indifferently as he sipped his red wine. Your brother's actions are his alone to bear. The elder affectionately ruffled Aaron's hair, smiling as he spoke. Let us see. Aaron, you're 16 this year, aren't you? Not so little anymore. I hope you can learn from this incident and gain some wisdom. Have you forgotten what we are? Sephrellis shook his head with a faint smile. His gray hair darkened further by the orange-white light. Emotions can be fatal for you, and for us as well. I ask you, if one day we are ambushed, and your elder brother and I sacrifice ourselves to hold off the enemy, allowing you to return to the capital with vital information, I will stay behind. I will not leave. You must flee. If you do not, you will surely perish. Only if you carry the intelligence away will our deaths hold significance. We serve the prince. Our lives eternally belong to him. Sephrellis spoke in a low tone, nodding at Aaron. I understand, though in truth, he did not. Aaron stared incredulously at his second brother, feeling as if he hardly recognized him anymore, the brother who had once embraced all. It dawned upon him that his grandfather and second brother's affections were mere facades, all a ruse. Huh, Alna, Jiang Li mused, lifting Gumo's chin with her fingers. In my presence, you resemble a little pup far more than little Imo does. No sooner had she spoken than a flurry of fragrant air swept past. And when Guimo looked again, Alna had collapsed to the floor, clutching his chest. The revelation sent a ripple of gasps through the crowd below. Alicia took a delicate sip of wine, her expression gleefully entertained by the farce. How did you manage that? Alna's previous fury vanished, replaced by a grave demeanor. He reassessed Jiang Li's capabilities, stepping back a few paces. Jiang Li's prowess seemed somewhat excessive. Guimo, having remained passive since the incident began, found himself hoping for a confrontation between Alna and Jiang Li. Instead, the young master had been felled in a single blow. Truly, the ancient Greek deity of obstinacy was at play here. Was it that he faltered before Jiang Li, the heir of a killer clan? Alas, the path of overpowering Jiang Li is now clearly unattainable. How many secrets do you harbor, Jiang Li? Jiang Li paid him no heed, her expression as frigid as ever. If you do not depart, I shall place you on a list of threats, and I will stop at nothing to eliminate you. Alna scoffed. My inability to act against you now does not guarantee I will refrain in the future. Jiang Li, the capital is chaotic. The disappearance of a young lady is hardly remarkable. Remember that. With that, Alna turned and descended the dais, glancing back momentarily as if to issue another threat, but reconsidered and fell silent. TCH. All his prior words were mere fabrications. Should Alna bring this matter before the prince, the likelihood of rejection would be absolute. Well then, a slight unpleasantness has just occurred, but fret not. Jiang Li's gaze softened as it settled on Gu Mo. Promise me, my love. Not just Jiang Li, but the attention of all present converged upon Gu Mo, rendering him utterly uncomfortable. He sensed a distinct change in her demeanor from the past life, whether in her morbid tone or that habitual glint of mischief in her eyes. Gu Mo could surmise her thoughts. Little Mo, should you refuse, the master will sever your limbs and teach you a lesson so severe you won't even be able to rise from bed. Though he had not been dismembered in his previous life, Jiang Li had tormented him to the brink of a breakdown. Those memories were ones he dared not revisit. My lady, I, Gu Mo, wish to refuse. He found the words lodged in his throat, unable to escape. Jiang Li drew closer, her warm breath cascading over his neck. Gu Mo prided himself on not being indecisive, yet before Jiang Li, he could not bring himself to form a judgment. He yearned to distance himself from her madness, to avoid being subjected to her whims. Thus, he resolved to adopt a middle path. I am a genius. This is not capitulation, it is a strategic delay. Very well, my lady, I acquiesce. Gu Mo offered her a gentlemanly smile. I promise to be your beloved. He would agree first, hoping to avoid disturbing the fragile psyche of the madwoman, intending to adapt as circumstances unfolded. Perhaps, in this life, Jiang Li would show mercy and not confine him. Wherever the road leads, there will be a way forward. Gu Mo immediately sensed that half of the gazes directed at him had transformed into hostility, as if they wished to shove him aside and take his place as the object of affection. He understood their sentiments. Jiang Li, while not the highest ranking among the royals, was undoubtedly the most strikingly beautiful. Being adored and envied was only natural. Having agreed, do not think to breach your promise. My love. Jiang Li suddenly enveloped Gu Mo in her embrace, causing his face to collide with her bosom, the intoxicating aroma and unusual softness leaving him momentarily dazed. He had not resisted. Jiang Li tenderly stroked his hair, yet a flicker of doubt crossed her mind. Why was he so different from the last life? Why was she, too, transformed? Chapter 13. Should you fail, you shall be punished. Jiang Li could never fathom that Gu Mo had been reborn. Otherwise, there would have been no need for such convolutions. They could have expedited directly to the bedroom war. Jiang Li's gaze, as gentle as water, radiated compassion. Her fingers caressing Gu Mo's cheek, oblivious to the throng watching this spectacle. All Gu Mo could focus on were her glistening lips and the nefarious intentions they seemed to convey. With so many witnesses, Gu Mo's breath quickened. And so what? Little Mo, I wish for them all to see. You are mine. Jiang Li's sultry breath enveloped him, her body radiating warmth. Gu Mo inhaled her unique fragrance, momentarily wishing to retreat. What was the meaning behind her yearning gaze? He had no doubt that Jiang Li was poised to push him to the ground in an instant. As he felt the heat emanating from her, a rush of blood surged to his head, reddening his face. I sincerely apologize, please forgive me. A voice, both amiable yet commanding, resonated throughout the hall, capturing the attention of all present. My dear Xiaoli has articulated her thoughts quite clearly. Haha. Let this be a favor to this old woman. Everyone may disperse now. Should anyone harbor dissent, I kindly ask you to remain for a more thorough discussion. Thank you. It is Jiang Yunhe, who seems to have arrived some time ago, now assisting Jiang Li in her moment of distress. Please, everyone, take your leave. There is no need to witness my granddaughter's embarrassment. With the host of the birthday banquet issuing a dismissal, the guests began to rise, bowing in farewell. An eerie atmosphere permeated the gathering, as disordered gazes intermingled, and it appeared that scarcely anyone was inclined to offer their blessings for Jiang Li's confession. Elder brother. Aaron called out to Alna, who was retreating into the crowd. There is no need to concern yourself with me. I have come to terms with my situation. Alna replied expressionlessly, the first to vacate his seat and exit. He soon vanished from Aaron's sight. Let him be alone. It may serve to calm that sluggish mind of his. Zyflies patted Aaron's shoulder, a tone of disdain evident in his voice. The disdain for elder brother is not a new sentiment for the second brother. Aaron could only nod in understanding. In his recollections, his elder brother had garnered countless accolades and was heralded as the most astute among their noble peers. The term sluggish bore no association with him. He could not fathom why his elder brother was behaving so unusually. Elder brother had pursued Jiang Li openly for many years, commencing from their childhood. He had faced countless rejections from Jiang Li, yet always brushed them aside with a smile, never once exhibiting the discomposure seen today. Care for a drink? The second brother offered a glass of chilled liquor. Aaron seized the glass of whiskey and downed it in one gulp. Aaron, do keep your eyes peeled. The people here are not mere trifles. Jiang Li's capriciousness has reached such heights that she shall inevitably face the consequences of her whims. We need only wait. Zyflies gestured nonchalantly, his peripheral vision deliberately glancing towards Alicia, the woman who had been utilized by the Hornpro family since childhood as a rival to Jiang Li. Alas, Jiang Li, your plight is even more arduous than mine. I am most intrigued to see how you will navigate this turmoil. Zyflies returned to the present as he departed the hall alongside the elderly gentleman with the white beard. Amidst the bustling figures of the estate's steward and maids, the guests exited in small clusters. Even the few elderly men were sternly glared away by Jiang Yunha. The once bustling space fell silent, devoid of the prior whispers. Young man, you have certainly surprised this old woman. The matron stepped towards the staircase, her sudden remark echoing repeatedly. Guillermo finally extricated himself from Jiang Li's demands, gasping for breath. What do you mean? Guillermo gazed at the old lady with bewilderment, feigning ignorance. Ha ha ha. It's nothing at all. You're quite astute, young man. Jiang Yunha laughed as she ascended to the third floor, leaving behind an almost empty hall. He watched her departure, a glimmer of light igniting in his eyes. I have been reborn, my friend. What a jest. As a reincarnated soul, how could I ever remain shackled beneath another's roof? Do not grow too arrogant. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the young and powerless. My aim has always been to break free from Jiang Li. My choices were merely reluctant compromises dictated by circumstances. Very well, I have convinced myself. What are you thinking about? My beloved Jiang Li prodded Guillermo's cheek. You didn't refuse me. Why did you unexpectedly agree to my request? In my previous life, my actions were quite the failure. Thus I have no intention of futilely imprisoning you. But you'd best pray not to provoke my wrath. It may be difficult to see you kneeling before me willingly, but there is no need to rush. Time is plentiful. We have all the time in the world to proceed slowly. Hehe. What you promised me earlier, are you not intending to fulfill it? Jiang Li grasped his hand and descended from the stage, moving forward step by step, at a leisurely pace. What? That? Guillermo feigned enthusiasm. Well, I'm not in the mood today. I didn't quite catch that. Could you please repeat it, Xiaomo? Jiang Li's smile vanished, as if by magic. Guillermo felt a surge of resentment bubbling within him. Shouldn't she, as a qualified lover, express concern for him and then lead him to rest? Guillermo held no extravagant expectations. He merely wished for Jiang Li to return to her former self. I don't wish to do it. I'm feeling a bit tired. Tired? Allow me to help alleviate that. Jiang Li relentlessly cornered Guillermo against the wall. Xiaomo, you are adorably foolish. I was just lamenting your mischief, and now you have presented yourself to me. Shouldn't lovers understand each other? Guillermo found himself with no choice this evening. Regardless of his deliberations, he must concede to her confession. This would not only leave a favorable impression, but also place him under the protective umbrella of the Jiang family, shielding him from the designs of ill-intentioned individuals, and without alarming any snakes in the grass. To speak honestly, Jiang Li bore some differences from her past self. Precisely what had changed, Guillermo could not quite discern. It was certain, however, that she did not possess the same morbid, intimidating aura as before. Understanding. Jiang Li twirled a strand of hair around her finger, and after a few seconds, she surprisingly stepped back from Guillermo. Is that so? Then, I shall have to truly consider your feelings. Guillermo sensed that something was amiss. She reached beneath her skirt, but instead of retrieving a young girl's intimate garments, she produced a cold, glinting dagger. Oh dear, the irritable sister is far too volatile. Young lady, let us speak calmly and not let anger take hold. Upon seeing the blade, Guillermo immediately withered. Jiang Li leaned closer, her scarlet lips brushing against his left ear, her fragrant breath cascading down with an intoxicating warmth. I delight in disobedient pets. After all, there lies value in conquering them, does there not? Chapter 14, He. Jiang Li toyed with the blade in her hand, tilting her head slightly, her lips curving into a smile. Her icy, stunning visage now bore a deadly grin. Jiang Li conceived a delightful punishment for him, propping herself against the wall as she slowly lifted her left leg. Remove your shoe, she commanded softly. Guillermo, uncertain of her intentions but compelled by the threat of the dagger, complied obediently. He knelt down to remove his boot, revealing a delicate foot, adorned in sheer black stockings. Exposed to the air, Guillermo maintained a position of one hand cradling her calf, the other grasping her ankle. So close. The tips of her dainty toes lingered near Guillermo, less than an apple's distance away. Guillermo wore an expression devoid of emotion. Jiang Li playfully lifted his chin with her toes, relishing in the act. Xiaomo, I adore this expression of yours. This look of being possessed yet utterly helpless. Guillermo remained silent. Jiang Li's blood-red eyes glimmered with a sinister light. This too must come off. You, Guillermo, had no words left to say. Gazing at Guillermo's face, a mix of indignation and reluctant compliance, Jiang Li teased. Your face shows such resistance, yet your body is quite honest. Ah, be careful. Dishonesty may earn you a stab. Guillermo took a deep breath, the fragrance of wind chimes mingling with the delicate scent of the young girl, disrupting his nerves. At this moment, he was subjected to Shun He's reprimand, details omitted. Guillermo was drenched in sweat, his predicament causing him considerable discomfort. He even felt that it would be preferable for Jiang Li to stab him into oblivion. Past experiences had taught him that ignoring the words of the ailing and infatuated could lead to dire consequences. It was too late. During the few minutes of his hesitation, the delicate girl had already grown quite impatient. You are unwilling, She elongated the word you with a teasing inflection. I simply have not yet prepared myself mentally. The sound of slicing through the air echoed. A dagger pressed against his neck, the blade grazing his vulnerable flesh, leaving a thin line of crimson. You certainly enjoy provoking my patience, little Mo. Jiang Li narrowed her eyes, fixating on him as if eager to witness how he would attempt to justify himself. It is often said that those who squint are not to be trusted. At this moment, Guillermo found this adage to ring particularly true. He averted his gaze from the sharp blade, his hands instinctively shielding his torso, paralyzed with fear. A slight movement could very well lead to their fateful parting. Stop. It's just braised ribs. I can cook them myself. If you injure me, who will prepare your meals and give you massages? Guillermo's fingers trembled as he feigned calmness. Jiang Li remained unyielding, her serpent-like gaze locked onto him for what felt like an eternity. Each second stretched painfully, his throat grew parched, and every breath was accompanied by a twinge of pain. Jiang Li tilted her head back and inhaled deeply, as if suppressing some inner turmoil. Ah, she exhaled, the fragrant breeze enveloping Guillermo's face. Be grateful, little Mo. This miss has decided to spare you. For now? Jiang Li tucked the dagger back beneath her skirt, though Guillermo had no idea how she managed to conceal it. Her face bore an expression of reluctance, more persuasive than her contradictory words. He could not fathom Jiang Li's thoughts, but he had narrowly escaped a disaster. This world, it seemed, still held some room for maneuvering. If his memory served him correctly, in a previous life, at this very moment, he had already been confined to the small dark room for rejecting Jiang Li's confession. His demands were not overly high. For him, any deviation from the course of his past life was a success. Are you still hungry? Guillermo inquired, unsure of her destination as he observed the castle's ornate decor. You said you would cook for me, so I ate a little less. I suppose I am somewhat hungry. Jiang Li replied, not bothering to turn around. If it turns out to be unpalatable, you'd better brace yourself for the consequences. Guillermo felt a twinge in his waist and hurriedly added, do not worry. I have never failed in culinary endeavors. Everyone who has tasted my dishes has praised them, but you are the only one who has ever tasted them. After careful consideration, Guillermo abandoned the childish notion of escaping from the first floor. The castle was divided into 3 expansive levels, each vast, with maids wandering about. Not to mention, if he were unfamiliar with the layout, he would likely become lost within its confines. Even if luck favored him, evading detection from the guards patrolling the garden around the clock was an impossibility. The thought of being caught sent a shiver down his spine, conjuring images of certain instruments of torture. Guillermo trembled, unwilling to dwell on such thoughts. He could only place his hopes in Arna now, praying that he had noticed his gestures and glances. If he were inclined to help, perhaps he would wait for him. Upon arriving at the dining hall, despite the late hour, the kitchen remained brightly lit due to the influx of guests that day. Several maids were busy washing dishes, and upon seeing Jiang Li, they paused their tasks, bowing in greeting. No need for such formality. We can be friends, Jiang Li remarked as she led Guillermo along. The maids, hesitant to engage, merely nodded in respectful acknowledgement. All right, you may return to rest. There is no hurry. Jiang Li rarely displayed such concern for others. The young lady had once embodied this warm, yet aloof demeanor. Alas, times had changed, and nothing could return to its former state. The maids exchanged glances, uncertain whether to advance or retreat. It is quite late. Since the young lady has stated there is no issue, you should all go get some sleep. Guillermo leaned against the doorframe, adopting a professional demeanor as he gently nudged one of the nearby ponytailed maids out of the kitchen. He cast a casual glance at the maid, his pupils narrowing before he quickly averted his gaze. Chapter 15, Candlelit Dinner. She is truly beautiful. That figure is quite alluring. So adorable, I would love to pinch it. Ahem, Guillermo clicked his tongue, feeling somewhat exasperated. How could a mere maid possess such charm? Even among the plethora of handsome and beautiful individuals at Gal University, it would not be an exaggeration to say that this maid's beauty could easily qualify her as the belle of the department. TSK. One could certainly do well to seek out a girl with such a cool and graceful demeanor as a girlfriend. Something felt amiss, however. The air had grown colder than before. The surrounding maids, not ordinary individuals themselves, immediately sensed the shift in atmosphere and, muttering their thanks, hastily exited the kitchen. This is bad. The young lady is still here. Guillermo's scalp prickled, and like a withered tree, he stiffly lifted his gaze to Jiang Li. I can already guess what you are thinking, my lecherous knight, Jiang Li said with an innocuous smile. He wanted nothing more than to break her legs. No, I must remain calm. Decisions made in a fit of anger are often misguided. Yet the fury within him simmered, like a volcano on the verge of eruption. Impossible to suppress. Jiang Li despised Guillermo's attention toward any other woman. No. It was merely that the lady's eyes resembled yours. And I glanced a bit longer, Guillermo stammered, desperately hoping to placate Jiang Li and avoid her wrath. By the grace of Father Baradin, the one I love shall always be Li Li. To alleviate her concerns, Guillermo leaned in and pressed a kiss against her lips. Now do you believe me? Is that so? Jiang Li replied with a smile, casting him a sharp glance. If you love me, you must act accordingly. Hehe, little Mo. Your lips are so deft. Are you not planning to employ them in the appropriate manner? She licked the spot where Guillermo had kissed her, the ethereal crimson of her eyes dimming slightly. Creak. Young lady, I am here. A raspy voice announced as Druis pushed the door open, inadvertently interrupting the tender moment. I saw nothing. Please, continue. Druis began to back away, preparing to close the door. Come back, Jiang Li sighed, pinching the bridge of her nose. You have acquired the items, correct? Everything the young lady requested is right here, Druis replied respectfully, stepping into the kitchen. Guillermo noticed that Druis was carrying 2 large bags filled with premium raw ingredients and top-tier seasonings. Druis placed the bags down beside the stove and began to unpack the items one by one. Jiang Li, uninterested in the proceedings, settled into a comfortable chair, crossing her long legs languidly. All right, chef, please commence your performance. Druis stepped back a few paces and stood beside Jiang Li, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on Guillermo. Guillermo cast a cursory glance around, confirming that all the necessary condiments were indeed present and prepared to begin. It had been quite some time since he last cooked, so he could only rely on his instincts now. Does the butler have other matters to attend to? Guillermo inquired, rinsing the onions as he turned to Drusus. I am also feeling quite hungry, Drusus replied with meticulousness. You haven't had your fill either? Guillermo chuckled. I was delayed by some business, young master, Drusus explained, revealing the recent water stains on his suit, indicating he had not been in the castle for a while. Perhaps he had been out procuring these ingredients. Surely, the kitchen must have had sufficient supplies. Why purchase them anew? Guillermo dismissed the thought and selected a chef's knife, beginning to chop the ribs into segments. He placed them in cold water along with ginger, garlic, and scallions to blanch and eliminate any impurities. After a laborious 49 minutes, his culinary endeavor was complete. In order to save time, Guillermo had eliminated all the cumbersome steps, reasoning that it would not significantly affect the flavor. He presented 2 plates of ribs, placing one before Jiang Li and handing the other to Drusus. Guillermo then pulled out a chair and sat across from Jiang Li. You exceeded the time limit, she remarked with a hint of disdain. Her arms crossed on the table, she leaned slightly forward, expressing her dissatisfaction. Is there a stipulated time frame? Guillermo asked in surprise. Suddenly, the chandelier overhead extinguished, plunging the world back into the embrace of night. In the pitch-black darkness, accompanied by a series of crackling sounds, it seemed as if someone had placed something on the table. What is happening? Guillermo questioned, coughing slightly. Drusus lit the candles on the candelabrum one by one with a lighter. In an instant, the dining room was illuminated by flickering candlelight, casting golden shadows that danced around the room. The shadows of the 3 individuals were magnified infinitely in the candlelight. The faint glow of the white candles illuminated their faces. Jiang Li's slightly irate expression was merely inches from him, and due to the insufficient lighting, her lovely features were obscured by shadows, creating an eerie impression. The delicate mist of breath escaping her lips, paired with her blood-red eyes, bore an uncanny resemblance to a vampire with sharpened fangs from an ancient castle. Wow. Guillermo was taken aback and lost his balance, tumbling to the floor. Don't scream like that. Keep it down, Jiang Li admonished, using chopsticks to pick up a piece of rib and pop it into her mouth, her mood lifting considerably from the delicious morsel. This tastes wonderful. Did little Mo make these ribs? How long has it been since I've been late? 3 years. I can scarcely remember. As she chewed the tender meat, her desire to keep Gumazuri close intensified. You were just so close to me. You startled me, Guillermo said as he adjusted himself on the floor. Am I that frightening? Jiang Li teased, a sly smile gracing her lips. You made your master sit here for so long that my backside has gone numb. It's only natural to be startled at times, isn't it? In this relaxed atmosphere, they ought not to dwell on such trivial matters. Little Mo, close your eyes, Jiang Li instructed, gazing at the gentle youth across from her. Why should I close my eyes? Guillermo protested, yet he was unable to defy her command, frowning slightly as he complied. His facial muscles tensed momentarily. Suddenly, he felt warmth upon his lips. Came Jiang Li's melodious sigh, accompanied by the sound of swallowing. Jiang Li had just fed him a piece of rib, her own lips having held it first. Guillermo licked his lips, catching a whiff of an elusive fragrance, the scent of the young lady. Did you taste anything different? She inquired. Well, Guillermo's face flushed slightly as he dabbed at the corner of his mouth with a napkin, jesting, imported delicacies have a unique charm, don't they? Internally, he scoffed, wondering if the difference she referred to was the saliva that coated the morsel. In truth, he did not feel much aversion. He held no physiological repulsion towards Jiang Li. Although she was a capricious and obsessive character, she was simultaneously an unparalleled beauty. Setting aside her eccentricities, she seemed to lack any significant flaws. She was genteel and composed, excelling in both the arts and academics, a veritable prodigy deserving of the title genius. It would be even better with some red wine, Jiang Li mused. Glancing at the pile of bones that had accumulated on the table, she had single-handedly devoured an entire plate of ribs. Is this what you meant by feeling a little hungry? Overindulgence can lead to discomfort, Guillermo cautioned. A mere snack, it's of no consequence. I haven't felt this full in ages. Jiang Li's abdomen showed no sign of distension, as if the food had been consumed by another. Ah, little Mo. I'm feeling a bit tired. Come, accompany me back to my room to sleep, she said, and Mo understood that he would once again serve as her pillow. He extinguished the candles, tidied up, and rose, only then realizing that Drusus had long since left the dining room. He was unaware of precisely when he had vanished. How dirty, Jiang Li remarked as they made their way back to her room, lifting her arm and inhaling lightly. I'll go take a shower first. All right. I'm feeling sleepy, so I'll head back to my room, Mo replied, stifling a yawn. In truth, he too desired a shower. But he could not voice it. Otherwise, Jiang Li would undoubtedly drag him into the bathroom. Do you think it looks good? Jiang Li suddenly asked after a few moments of silence. Yes, it looks good, Mo replied without hesitation, struggling to keep his drowsy eyes open. What is that so white? His gaze was drawn to the revealing neckline of Jiang Li's cardigan. Oh my. This sight dispelled his drowsiness like mist evaporating in the sun. You seem quite fascinated, little Mo. Are you interested in my body? Jiang Li questioned languidly, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Do you want to wash with me? Jiang Li approached without reservation, her soft warmth pressing against his arm. Her eyes were partially concealed beneath her silvery hair, and her delicate lips whispered temptingly near his ear. Come on, come on. Mo could already sense the rising steam, mingling with the scent of rose oil. A gauzy mist danced before his eyes, flowing languidly in a distant realm, yet unseen. The steam wafted through the humid bathroom air, accompanied by the delightful fragrance of shower gel and blooming flowers. White froth cascaded down her slender legs and smooth ankles, eventually dissipating upon the floor. Don't think any further, Mo admonished himself, halting his impractical fantasies. Let us leave it for another time, my lady. I'm quite sleepy. Mo evaded her advances with vague reluctance. You promised your sister before that you would let me do as I please. Jiang Li retreated a few steps, the pressure from her proximity dissipating. I almost forgot. She mused, her figure vanishing around the corner as her soft voice lingered. The debt of gratitude you owe me is becoming quite unmanageable. However, I have more valuable uses for it, so I shall let you off this time. Her voice faded behind the wooden door, becoming indistinct. Mo watched as she entered the bathroom alone, his confusion deepening. What scheme was Jiang Li concocting? Not only had she become more agreeable, but she also refrained from pursuing him this time. Could it be that she intended to slowly ensnare him? That seemed unlikely, given Jiang Li's character. She would never resort to such tedious and drawn-out tactics. She was accustomed to taking what she desired by force, and such dull, prolonged endeavors were unlikely to appeal to her. Mo cast a fleeting glance at the bathroom door before his footsteps faded into the stairwell, returning once more to the grand hall on the first floor. Jiang Li relished indulging in red wine while soaking in the bath, and it would take her no less than half an hour to emerge, a time frame that sufficed for his purposes. As Mo scoured the expanse of the castle's first floor, he found himself disinterested in the peculiar and exquisite decorations adorning the space. Had he truly departed? It had been no less than an hour and a half since everyone else had left. Did Arna possess the leisure for such idleness? After a fruitless search, Mo paused in the corridor, his brow furrowed, observing the scattered snowflakes drifting down outside the window. A faint sound caught his attention, prompting him to turn in surprise. At the end of the corridor, a shadow appeared to be approaching him. I have been waiting here for quite some time, sir, and it has proven worthwhile. Arna's exquisitely sculpted visage bore a subtle smile, his gold-rimmed glasses perched delicately upon his nose, emanating an air of androgynous beauty. Our family's admonitions consist of 4 maxims, which I have heard so often over the years that my ears have nearly calloused. Perhaps I could share them with you. Sir. Arna approached with an elegance that matched the rhythm of his footsteps. Primacy of interests. Personal interests must yield to collective ones. There are no eternal enemies. Only eternal interests. In the face of absolute interests, there are no friends. He sang the family precepts with a melodic cadence, seemingly entranced by their significance. This fellow truly aligns himself with self-interest. Was his previous demeanor merely a facade? The disparity between his earlier and current selves was stark. You clearly harbor no affection for me. Why then do you choose to reveal yourself now? Mo attempted to regain the upper hand. Your instincts are remarkably keen. Yet there exists an old adage in ancient texts. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Arna removed his gloves and extended a hand politely. This is precisely why I have come to this meeting. You do not mind if I refer to her as an enemy, do you? Mo shook his hand, responding with a cordial smile. Well, that is quite civil of you. I do not mind for the moment. You are fond of her. Yet why refer to her as an enemy? I believe that enemies and lovers are not mutually exclusive. Arna's perspective was intriguingly unconventional. Prompting a subtle retort from Mo, Arna sauntered to the window, gesturing for Mo to join him. Sir, you surpass my expectations. I am inclined to consider you a competitor. Rival in love? Mo did not perceive this as a compliment. Surely you jest. You cannot possess such a notion, especially after experiencing what I have. Oh, I would be keen to hear more. Arna smiled warmly. He would not miss the chance to glean insights about Jiang Li. She is a complete madwoman. A madwoman? Arna furrowed his brow slightly. In breed, many are deemed mad. I am curious to know the nature of your meaning. The kind who would carve your flesh and feast upon it. Gumo's unwavering gaze scrutinized Arna, attempting to decipher his inscrutable expression. Arna's eye sharpened, and he clapped his hands in approval. Well then, it appears we share much in common. In contrast to her, you resemble a weary little rabbit, relentlessly pursued by a ravenous wolf, exerting every ounce of cunning yet unable to escape the encirclement. A glint of coldness flickered in Arna's gaze. Yet his smile remained composed as he glanced at his watch. Are there still masters at play? Gumo felt a jolt of surprise. How had he discerned that? I believe my performance was quite sufficient. No, it has nothing to do with his ability to read the room. From the moment I caught your eye, he must have understood everything. 5 minutes remain. Let us delve into the heart of the matter. Arna seized the initiative, steering the conversation. There is another reason I have come to this meeting. Do you know what it is? It must be me. You wish to validate your suspicions, correct? Astute. Whether genuine or feigned, Arna's compliment held a weight. From the moment you entered my field of vision, I sensed something amiss. If you were truly in love with her, your face would betray no hesitation during a lover's confession. Noticing Gumo's silence, Arna became increasingly convinced of his conclusion. It seems my guess was accurate. You indeed do not harbor feelings for Jiang Li. A gentleman does not usurp another's beloved, and this is truly fortuitous, for it spares us both from an undesirable predicament. Your sentiments are quite profound, yet, typically in romantic novels, the intellectually capable, yet deeply affectionate second male lead often meets a dismal fate. Gumo remained expressionless, his gaze fixed on Arna for a moment before speaking. So, Mr. Arna, do you possess a means to assist me? Ah, it is quite simple. You merely need to continue to play the role of her lover. What did you say? Gumo instinctively retorted. Continue to masquerade as her beloved, while I will subtly orchestrate events to ensure she departs from your life permanently. Upon hearing this, Gumo furrowed his brow, inquiring, do you intend to harm her? Although my feelings for her have waned, I would prefer you not to inflict any harm upon her. Jiang Li was a cherished figure from his youth, a radiant moonlight that had cared for him, and he could not bear to see her harmed. Of course not. Arna shook his head innocently. I would never resort to violence against my object of admiration. Moreover, she is my eternal white kite, my beloved. Arna's gaze turned serious as he suppressed the reverie in his eyes. However, accomplishing these tasks will require time, manpower, and a flawless opportunity. As he spoke, Arna gradually stepped closer until their figures overlapped. Is that so? You truly are benevolent. Gumo understood that Arna would not aid him without reason. This arrangement was clearly an imbalanced transaction of interests. What assistance could I possibly provide you? I am certainly not in a position to offer you the benefits you seek. You are mistaken. Benefits come in various forms. Anything advantageous to me can be considered a benefit. Arna turned his head and sighed deeply. Caution is commendable. Yet one must not succumb to excessive suspicion. Mr. Gu, if I did not wish to assist you, I would not squander my precious time conversing with you. Gumo sensed a hint of Arna's annoyance. It was evident he did not fully intend to assist him. Moreover, as things stood, Arna would gain nothing from aiding Gumo in extricating himself from Jiang Li, and would instead invite an array of complications. Arna would not engage in meaningless endeavors. There must be underlying motives unknown to Gumo. By the way, how does he have knowledge of matters pertaining to the imperial aristocracy? A sudden realization struck Gumo. If Arna possessed such information, perhaps he could leverage his own strength to extricate himself from Jiang Li's grasp. Breed was not solely dominated by the Polaris group. If he could find others to provide protection, Jiang Li would be powerless against him. I have another humble request. Arna withdrew his hand from the potted plant and turned, speaking with a measured tone. Now that is more like it. Gumo anticipated this. The eldest daughter of the Jiang family has returned. I presume you are familiar with this exceptionally beautiful lady. Indeed, you are correct. I have encountered her once. What is your inquiry regarding her? Arna's expression brightened with delight. You know Jiang Nixing? That certainly simplifies matters. As far as I am aware, she possesses a cherished item she has held dear for many years. I urge you to procure it for me, Arna stated with directness. Are you out of your mind? Gumo retorted, a grin escaping his lips. I believe I am sufficiently lucid, Arna replied, his smile fading as the pallor of his delicate features was illuminated by the moonlight. By the way, only if you succeed in obtaining that item can our plan commence. There are myriad variables beyond my control in this matter. I require a chance, and you are the most suitable candidate. Gumo's spirits plummeted from the heights to the depths. What is that item? He inquired stiffly. I do not know. Arna shrugged. It is your task to discover. What? Gumo nearly cursed, but managed to restrain himself just in time. You jest, don't you? You expect me to steal something from Jiang Nixing, and you are unaware of what it is. If I am caught, won't I be as good as dead? Gumo cursed inwardly. Do you believe Jiang Nixing would spare me? For me, I am merely negotiating terms with you. Arna pointed at Gumo's chest. For you, this is your sole option. Sir, you have no alternative. I am well aware that you will acquiesce, so why not elevate the stakes a little? Gumo regarded him coolly. This was an utterly impossible task. Should you fail, I shall not bear any repercussions from this endeavor. You are but a pawn, and I have two more like you at my disposal. Arna donned his gloves anew, meticulously brushing off the dust. You've donned the guise of a heavenly long-haired youth. Haven to you? Guillermo resolved to dampen his arrogance. Do not revel too much. If I grow weary of you, I could easily inform Jiang Nixing of our conversation today. At this, Arna's fingers faltered, the icy features of his visage momentarily wavering. He had not anticipated that this common youth would turn the tables and threaten him. Who do you think she would target? Guillermo said gently, feeling a sense of victory. By mere words from your lips? That is something you need not concern yourself with. I possess my own clever stratagem. Guillermo replied with a gentlemanly smile. What clever plan? He had merely concealed a recording phone in his pocket prior to arriving. In a moment of crisis, he could leverage this to threaten Arna. This was Guillermo's trump card. A mutually destructive, self-destructive strategy was something neither Guillermo nor Arna wished to witness. As for why Guillermo refrained from producing the phone, this was no drama. Facing the heir of a notorious assassin family, what if Arna were to kick him down and seize it? Arna scrutinized Guillermo with a subtle gaze for a few seconds before shifting his attention towards the doorway. The item is not difficult to locate. You should be able to spot it at a glance. Upon securing it, make this call. Guillermo furrowed his brow and looked down, only to discover a specially crafted VIP card from the Eve family resting on his chest, inscribed with a phone number. We must ensure everything appears accidental. I trust you comprehend my meaning. Arna vanished into the dimly lit corridor, leaving Guillermo staring blankly at the wall. Splendid. I have lost the second wager entirely. No, that is not entirely accurate. I have lost part of it, but not completely. Guillermo concluded the conversation. With time still on his side, he commenced a meandering stroll down the corridor. Guillermo felt as though Arna was deliberately putting him through trials, yet upon reflection, it seemed improbable. That item must hold significant importance to him. A person like him, who seeks no gain, would not squander time on mere jest at Guillermo's expense. He despised the sensation of being coerced. However, he truly had no alternative. The current situation was beyond his judgment or observation. A merciless assassin heir entangled with a capricious, love-stricken maiden. You are invincible, child. Navigating the treacherous waters amidst such nefarious individuals is indeed a skill. To be asked to steal something treasured by Miss Jiang Nixing leaves me utterly bereft of options. The matriarch and Jiang Li both agree she is wicked. How malevolent must she truly be? Another villainous woman. Yet, I find myself drawn to wicked women. I am not in the wrong. Indeed, not at all. The deranged qualities of the young lady must largely be inherited from her. As for Jiang Li's refined and cool demeanor, it likely stems from her father, whom she has never met. That man must have been exceptional. Regrettably, he fell under the gaze of a love-stricken maiden, destined for a fate akin to mine. Ahem, regardless, I must endeavor to try. If I cannot steal it, then so be it. After all, the young lady has been remarkably accommodating this lifetime, and I shall take it one step at a time. Overthinking serves no purpose. My freedom hinges entirely on the words of the young lady. Chapter 18, Ariane. To be the unfortunate soul ensnared by a powerful and capricious maiden is indeed a plight. Guillermo compelled himself to smile. It is merely the act of theft. A great responsibility has been thrust upon me. Who else but I can undertake it? Although the likelihood of success is virtually nil, despite my ignorance of the item's nature. And the time to execute such a theft is scant. To thieve, one must first ascertain the location of Jiang Nixing's chamber, and who better to know than? Guillermo's gaze fell upon the hastily moving maid not far off, and a rough idea began to form in his mind. Ah, the maid gasped, twisting her foot and tumbling to the ground. Guillermo had feigned ignorance of her presence, and, upon turning the corner, had collided with her, intending to intercept her. A maid working at the Clay Manor would undoubtedly possess the ability to adapt swiftly. Her unperturbed eyes met Guillermo's, revealing a calmness that spoke of extensive experience in high-pressure situations. Ignoring her own discomfort, she respectfully addressed him. Sir, I beg your pardon. It was my inattention that caused this inconvenience, and I deeply regret it. Guillermo's gaze fixated solely on her petite form as she fell. His eyes then traveled upward, taking in the tea-green twin tails cascading over her shoulders, complementing her lithe and serene visage. Oh, is this not the same maid I had previously pushed out of the kitchen? No need to apologize. I am unaccustomed to such formalities. Guillermo dismissed her apology, turning his attention to her. Why are you not resting at this late hour? You appear to have developed dark circles under your eyes. Your health is paramount, after all. Have you been eating well? Guillermo unleashed a barrage of gentle concern, a tactic intended to ease her psychological defenses. The maid, overwhelmed by his sudden kindness, felt her cheeks flush slightly, perhaps taken aback by his unexpected solicitude. In her experience, a mere brush with a guest typically resulted in either scathing reprimands or lewd advances. Even when someone rare did express concern for her, it was often laced with ulterior motives. This young master exhibits true, gentlemanly conduct. Is he akin to the mistress, treating all with kindness and equality? I have completed my tasks and was just about to rest, the maid replied, rubbing her ankle while standing. Perhaps feeling shy as she avoided making eye contact with Guillermo. Observing this, Guillermo felt a twinge of pain. Has she always had to tread so carefully? Are we not alike in this regard? What is your name? Guillermo inquired. My name? You may call me Ariane, she responded. The name is quite lovely, truly melodious. Guillermo chuckled softly. The maid lowered her head, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Hesitantly, she raised her gaze, and for a fleeting moment, their eyes met, his naturally serene, yet melancholic violet orbs. What exquisite eyes! Ariana marveled inwardly. Such amethystic, glass-like eyes. I have never encountered anyone with purple pupils among the multitude. He is truly remarkable. This extraordinary young man inquired once more, Ari, do you know where Jiang Nixing usually conducts her work, or where her room is located? Ari couldn't suppress her curiosity. Well, the lady's room is adjacent to the library on the 3rd floor. She possesses a profound fondness for reading, and I noticed it while cleaning before. This time, it was Guillermo who appeared puzzled. Hadn't Jiang Nixing just returned recently? How did Ari come to know of her literary inclinations? The girl, being of similar age to him, did not seem to have worked in the estate for many years. According to Guillermo's memories from his past life, Jiang Nixing had been away from Breed for over 3 years, during which no one knew of her whereabouts, not even the young mistress. Upon posing this question, Ari's previously flushed cheeks turned pale, returning to a cold demeanor. It seemed she was reluctant to disclose her past. However, being questioned by Guillermo compelled her to speak. I was abandoned by parents burdened with debt, a forsaken orphan. The lady saved my life, rescuing me from the snow and raising me. I have lived here since a tender age, and in gratitude to the lady, I learned how to attend to others, taking on the role of a maid. My benefactor pays me a fair wage and grants me leave. She is truly a wonderful person. Ari recounted, her expression unwavering, casting a brief glance at the delicate snow outside the window. Young master, I am sincerely sorry. I did not expect you to have such a past. Guillermo empathized, recalling his own struggles to maintain a normal life for himself and Xiaoya, juggling multiple jobs. During his holidays, he often found himself falling asleep at 11 o'clock only to rise again at 7 to repeat the exhausting cycle, ultimately seeking Jiang Li's assistance when he could no longer endure such a life. Yet, from this perspective, Jiang Nixing did not seem as malevolent as the rumors suggested. By taking in an orphan, she proved herself to be no cold-hearted individual. However, one must remember that people possess multifaceted natures. One cannot hastily define a person's character based solely on a single outcome. Time was of the essence. Jiang Li would soon finish her bath. By the way, what is the large iron door at the northern corner of the castle for? Guillermo inquired, recalling the chained iron gate he had seen earlier. The northern corner? Oh, that is the entrance to the basement, Ari explained. The basement? Does the castle truly require a basement? What could possibly be concealed down there? Ari chuckled at Guillermo's whimsical thoughts, contemplating, I am not certain. It seems people are not permitted to descend. A few years ago, a group of individuals clad in blue attempted to enter, but were thwarted. The old lady was adamant and quite irate. I rarely see her in such a state. Thank you, Ari. It is no trouble. Addressing young master's concerns is my duty. With the location of Jiang Nixing's room clarified, Guillermo deemed it unnecessary to linger any longer. Guillermo suddenly placed his hands on her shoulders, encouragingly exclaiming, You cannot remain so glum. Cheer up, destined maiden. He uttered this cryptic phrase and waved his hand, soon departing under the maid's somewhat bewildered gaze. As Guillermo pondered his way back to the 3rd floor, he realized he was utterly unaware of which room belonged to Jiang Li. In his previous life, he had been confined in a dark room, oblivious to its location. It seemed he had never visited her quarters. Moreover, Jiang Li had merely escorted him to the old lady's presence, without engaging in the kind of discussions he had tonight. Nor had he ever glimpsed Jiang Nixing's true visage. Guillermo found himself perplexed by this situation, leaning towards the notion that the instability of narrative lines was a consequence of parallel worlds. Any more outlandish thoughts that crept into his mind were swiftly dismissed. Chapter 19, The Emerging Lotus. Guillermo cast a sidelong glance at the fog-laden bathroom door, stepping forward to knock gently. Young mistress. After a moment, the sound of flowing water echoed from within, as though someone had lazily risen from the bath. Do you enjoy flaunting yourself before me? If you persist, I shall drag you in and strip you of your garments, tidying you up. Jiang Li's tone carried a hint of intoxication. She had indeed been drinking. Are you implying you would rather stand outside for such an extended period than join me for a bath? How delightful. Jiang Li finished the last sip of her lime-infused drink, her long legs gracefully exiting the water. Isn't it only right to grant the young mistress some solitude? With your numerous responsibilities, you surely need time to rest. Thus, I refrained from intruding. Guillermo fabricated a lie, his heart steady as he inhaled deeply and continued. I was merely chatting with a classmate. However, I must admit, I eagerly anticipate the opportunity to bathe alongside the young mistress. Quite the charmer, Jiang Li smiled softly. I would like to punish you by making you assist me in dressing. Oh, if only Xiaomao had also been reborn, it would spare me many unnecessary steps. She wrapped herself in a towel, casually drying off before donning a white nightgown that barely concealed her thighs. Hehe, Xiaomao, are you hinting that you missed the sting of the whip? If so, allow me to give you a taste of it first. The knight's duty is to protect the princess. Guillermo intended to evade this line of conversation, unwilling to delve further with Jiang Li on such matters. He had learned the hard way that he would always be the one to suffer. Xiaoma, speak your mind. Have you prepared a room for me? No. You shall share a bed with me. Jiang Li stood before the vanity, methodically brushing her hair, her eyes fixed on the elegant beauty reflected in the mirror. Do you not relish the idea? To the utmost. Guemo attempted to slip away, inquiring, which room shall I use? The one adorned with the evergreen pendant. Then I shall make my way there first. Very well, I shall retire shortly. Please warm my bed in the meantime. Jiang Li's enigmatic smile revealed a row of pristine teeth. Would you care to engage in a master-servant roleplay? No thank you. Guemo felt drowsy, yet his mind unruly conjured vivid images. He knew Jiang Li possessed a penchant for mischief and must firmly decline. If you wish to. Does that not negate the notion of infringement? Jiang Li replied nonchalantly. Guemo felt a chill run down his spine. I shall return. Run along, Xiaoma. Where might you escape to? Jiang Li chuckled mischievously. Upon reaching the door adorned with the pendant, Guemo pushed it open. The young mistress's chamber was predictably immaculate, decorated in a blend of gray and white European style, with everything meticulously arranged, not the work of a maid but of her own hand, including books and figurines. The pale moonlight seemed to drape the room in an ethereal veil. Guemo moved forward, sinking into the long-forgotten softness of the bed, feeling as though he might perish from the overwhelming sensations. He ought not to have disturbed her while she was indulging in a bath. Now, having incited her ire today, it is clear that this woman harbors a formidable sense of vengeance, and she is likely to settle the score in due time. Guemo recalled the words spoken by Jiang Li during their candlelit dinner. I forgot to mention that I have moved all your belongings from the dormitory. From now on, you are only permitted to roam within Jiao University and the manor, understood? Jiang Li's fingers tapped rhythmically on the table as her penetrating gaze fixed upon him. I have taken care of the formalities. You shall reside here from now on, allowing me to keep a close watch over you. His sister, Guemo, still seemed to cling to the hope of leveraging his younger sister's struggles in her first year. I inquired with Xiaoya, and she expressed her desire for independence, stating she does not require that foolish brother's care, Jiang Li remarked. Rest assured, her living expenses are more than sufficient. A weight lifted from his heart. Xiaoya, how ruthless you are, truly a sister with a heart of ice. You are my possession, Xiao Momo, now and forever. Jiang Li displayed a smile reminiscent of a hunter admiring its prey. Do not flee, do not seek any other woman, and do not test my limits. Her tone was casual, as if discussing trivial matters. Only Guemo understood that her words were far from idle chatter. To evade her meant a lifetime of being toyed with at her whim, like a puppet incapable of resistance, ultimately rendered to ruin. The only scarcity at present was opportunity. Whether to refrain from revealing any vulnerabilities before Jiang Li or to seek out Jiang Nixing's hidden treasures, he had but one chance. Should he fail, it could spell doom for him. Why do I lack a system? Guemo mused, propping his arm beneath his head, his gaze drifting toward the silvery moon outside the window. Without a golden finger, without a system, and having been reborn at such a fortuitous moment, he could alter nothing. Had he been reborn to his middle school years, or perhaps to the time he first met Jiang Li in elementary school, he would have surely ensured that Jiang Li kept her distance. He recalled her aversion to chives and durians, her disdain for those who were overly familiar and boisterous, and her desire to be undisturbed while studying. If Guemo merely acted contrary to her preferences, she would swiftly come to despise him, tarnishing any goodwill she had, thereby eliminating future troubles. But what was that? As Gumo's reverie ended, he noticed an unusual cabinet beneath the desk. It stood in stark contrast to the grayish tones of the room, painted a deep crimson, adorned with an array of eyes of varying sizes, each appearing vividly lifelike, sending a wave of oppressive unease through him. It reminded him of the Eye of Cthulhu. Why did Jiang Li keep such a cabinet in her room? Perhaps it could aid me in escaping this yandere. Curiosity, the bane of cats, compelled Guemo to reach out. The cabinet door was unlocked. With a slight exertion, it swung open, and he immediately focused on the contents within. What is this? Contrary to his expectations of discovering secret weapons or sinister research, he found only a mountain of files, neatly encased in document bags, some pages yellowed with age, while others appeared pristine and new. Driven by a spirit of inquiry into the unknown, he extended his hand toward a red document perched atop. Detailed list of forces opposing the Imperial Capital. He picked up another sheet. Assassination mission commissioned by Breed. Target number 1, real estate tycoon Sainlance. First attempt on August 19th, due to inclement weather and inadequate preparation. It ended in failure, resulting in the loss of a key team member, requiring full compensation. Second attempt on September 2nd, the target intercepted our intelligence, was well prepared, and the assassination team was caught off guard, nearly facing total annihilation. The mission failed once more. The middle section was illegible. In the lower right corner of the red paper was a small inscription, Sainlance, deceased. Guemo glanced at the list for merely a few seconds before promptly returning it to its place and closing the cabinet door. Just then, the room door creaked open, and Jiang Li slowly stepped inside, her narrowed eyes fixed intently upon him. Chapter 20. Master, I have yet to comprehend. She was draped in a plush bath towel, her shirt's buttons haphazardly fastened. Her silvery tresses, still damp, allowed droplets of water to cascade gently down her fair neck. Bathed in the sacred moonlight, Jiang Li appeared as if she had emerged from the pages of a myth, a rose goddess whose beauty overshadowed all. Guillermo watched as her long legs approached him with increasing proximity. "Look at you. Your eyes are practically bulging," Jiang Li teased, her laughter light and airy. Her silver hair tumbled freely to her waist, and she playfully held a strand in her hand, observing it with quiet fascination. Guillermo silently reminded himself, "Thank you. I am a disciple of Buddhism, untouched by earthly desires." "Truly splendid," he earnestly complimented, genuinely unable to articulate further. "Am I beautiful? I must admit. I possess a certain charm," she replied, meeting his gaze with eyes that gleamed with an almost predatory allure. Guillermo shivered involuntarily. Her enchanting eyes, reminiscent of a succubus, bore a vividness that was somewhat intimidating. "Hee, Xiao Momo," she chuckled mischievously, winking at him. "Is my appearance appealing to you, young lady?" "You are lovely in every regard." Guillermo inhaled sharply, the delightful fragrance wafting into his nostrils. He could hardly bear the sinister undertone in her laughter, instinctively recoiling. Yet, she possessed an intoxicating aroma. This little reaction did not escape Jiang Li's notice. "Ah, you truly are afraid of me." Guillermo swallowed hard and spoke. "I have already warmed the bed for you." As he spoke, he shifted to make room beside him. Based on his years of understanding Jiang Li, he recognized that she was the type who only responded to gentleness, impervious to hard tactics. It was futile to oppose her. During his previous life, while residing in the Duke's manor, Guillermo often ignored her or scolded her. Regardless of the circumstances, the outcome was consistently his defeat. "Xiaomo, you are doing splendidly. Your presence is truly endearing." Jiang Li's pink lips curled into a cold yet alluring smile. "So, what reward do you desire from me?" She casually brushed her damp hair aside. "Perhaps a day of freedom?" Jiang Li slowly approached the desk and switched on a lamp. "Just speak your wish. Do not be so frightened. I mean you no harm." She then drew the curtains, casting the room into a gentle twilight, leaving only the soft glow of the lamp. Merely observing the silhouette cast upon the wall, one could imagine the stunning beauty that stood before him. Guillermo gazed at Jiang Li, her blend of warmth and cold elegance awakening old fears within him. "I have yet to fully consider my request," he murmured softly. "You are a disciple of Buddhism." The ethereal figure in Guillermo's mind reminded him. "Indeed, the master speaks true." Jiang Li shook her damp silver hair and shot him a teasing smile. "How unfair." Guillermo struggled to close his eyes and meditate. Suddenly, he found himself transported to a realm of fantasy. Is this acceptable?" Guillermo inquired of the elder, standing beside the shimmering waters and willow trees. "Of course it is." The master's voice resonated like thunder, echoing in Guillermo's ears. "Desire is a double-edged sword. How have I instructed you? You must hold firm to your convictions, my boy." Jiang Li climbed onto the bed and nestled beside Guillermo, wrapping her arms around him and burying her face in his embrace. Her hair cascaded over his chest like a waterfall, and the air grew heavy with the intoxicating scent of bellflower. "Master, I am starting to have my doubts," Guillermo urgently questioned the old man. He attempted to rush towards the elder, but no matter how fast he ran, he could only see the old man's back. "Do not doubt, empty your emotions and desires, and persist in stabilizing your mind." The elder's voice, aged and soothing, was like a balm for the soul. "Imagine yourself as an ancient tree, steadfast against the winds and storms." Guillermo struggled to conjure this image, a fine sheen of sweat forming on his forehead. Jiang Li's warmth gradually enveloped his limbs, and she began to trace circles on the back of his hand with her fingers. Guillermo's forehead glistened with perspiration. "This is bad. I can barely hold on, master. Save me, you worthless fool." The elder raised his fan with a flourish, reprimanding him sternly. "Have you forgotten that you are an indomitable golden saint warrior? If you cannot withstand this minor trial, how will you shoulder greater responsibilities in the future? Breathe deeply with me. Inhale." Guillermo prepared to take a refreshing breath, only to collide face first with Jiang Li's soft lips. Jiang Li seized the moment, pressing him down and kissing him. "Master, she's fouling the play by kissing me. Master, I can hardly breathe. Listen to me, child. Do not concern yourself with that woman. Simply empty your thoughts and let your heart cool naturally." Guillermo's heart refused to calm. Stillness felt akin to death. "You are the worst student I have ever had." The elder suddenly erupted in anger. "That woman is a yandere. Do you not value your life, foolish child? Have you truly not learned anything I have taught you? What a travesty. Enough, enough. I should not lose my temper with you. Now, push that woman away." Guillermo found himself firmly pinned beneath Jiang Li, unable to even roll over, let alone push her away. "Could you perhaps impart some useful knowledge?" Guillermo retorted. "Why not explain how a delicate woman possesses such strength?" Silence ensued, as the elder seemed to selectively ignore him. Guillermo felt the weight lift from him, as Jiang Li rose, seemingly to fetch something. "Now's your chance. Get off the bed." Jiang Li used her arms to restrain him in place. Your master was about to speak. "Get lost, you charlatan." Guillermo pointed at the old man, seething with indignation. As the internal battle in his mind came to an end, Guillermo suddenly awakened as if enlightened by a celestial being. No, no. This is bad. I have sent the master away. Behave yourself. Jiang Li's voice was soft yet firm. That old man has caused me great distress. Let us sleep. Guemo forced a smile, but Jiang Li's expression darkened instantly. After a moment of silence, she pinched his neck, her face filled with disdain. Good night. Chapter 21. The mysterious shadow. The following morning, Jiang Li stretched lazily, gazing at him for a moment before rising to leave the room. Guemo had narrowly escaped a calamity. The yandere, ruining my mind and spirit, invading my thoughts. He climbed out of bed and, after washing up, had barely collected himself when there was a firm knock at the door. Young Master Gu, I am the head maid of the manor. Under the orders of the steward, do you require any assistance today? The familiar voice from outside the door was somewhat melodic. Thank you, but no, I do not need any care, Guemo replied, as he had plans to investigate Jiang and Xing's room without being followed. Well, after a brief pause, the voice continued. All right, should you need anything, do not hesitate to call. I will be in the service room on the first floor. By the way, would you like breakfast? The maid added. I would like that. Guemo approached and opened the door, revealing a pale, indifferent face. It's you, young master? Both were taken aback as the ponytailed maid regained her composure and spoke first. You are indeed young Master Gu. I received a confession from the young lady at the reception. Do you not recognize me? Guemo retorted. In response, the maid replied. I was out running errands yesterday afternoon and did not see it. We seem to have a connection, Guemo chuckled, but remembering Jiang Li's words from the previous day, he found his smile faltering. He had intended to express concern, especially since Ailey's complexion seemed particularly poor, the dark circles under her eyes more pronounced than the night before. It was unlikely that her work would cause such distress. She must have been troubled by something. Guemo accepted the breakfast tray from the maid and concocted a ruse to shift the focus of their conversation. Lowering his voice, he whispered, Do you know what I saw last night? Ailey's demeanor shifted to one of anxiety. I didn't see it clearly, as it was too distant. But I did catch sight of a shadowy figure sneaking about, resembling a thief. Judging by his physique, it appeared to be a man. It's possible there is a burglar among us. You all should be vigilant. Someone capable of entering the castle is certainly no ordinary thief. Perhaps he is the elusive phantom duck. Guemo spun this tale, aiming to create an atmosphere of tension, drawing the castle's inhabitants' attention to this non-existent specter. This would facilitate his approach to Jiang and Xing's room without drawing suspicion. Even if it turned out that there was no such person, he could always claim he had misseen. Ailey's expression darkened further upon hearing this. You saw it too? What did you witness? Guemo nearly spat out his coffee at this revelation. He didn't harm you, did he? Not at all. Guemo forced the coffee down. Huh, could there really be such a person? Did you see him last night? Yes, young master. In fact, it wasn't he just last night. That wretched fellow has been appearing intermittently for nearly half a month. Ailey lamented. Perhaps due to Gumo's approachable demeanor, she felt compelled to confide in him. We have tried countless methods to catch him, but even the guards patrolling the garden have not noticed anything amiss. Yet he continues to infiltrate. Does he possess some mysterious ability? Ailey clearly had watched Phantom Duck as well. The old lady has been quite displeased lately. If this continues, I will surely be in trouble. Trouble? Guemo frowned. Deductions from my wages. Is that all? I thought it was something serious. Young master, wage deductions are quite severe. My poor complexion is entirely due to him. Ailey lamented, touching her cheek. Girls are typically very conscious of their appearance. After all, no one wishes to bear the burden of a haggard and pallid visage. Well, at least he hasn't stolen anything valuable or harmed anyone. Haha, what a delightful conversation. A cold snort interrupted from a distance. Crisis. Guemo and Ailey turned stiffly. He felt the air he inhaled grow frigid. Had Jiang Li overheard their discussion? Miss, I was merely inquiring about a few matters. I sincerely apologize, miss. Ailey lowered her head, fear etched across her face. TSK, have you so easily forgotten? Jiang Li said to Guemo, slowly approaching Ailey. Ailey trembled, her hands quaking in fear. Do not blame me. I am powerless to change this. Guemo stood still, holding a tray, resembling a schoolboy reprimanded by his teacher. Well, I did say we are friends. Jiang Li leaned down, gazing gently at Ailey. No next time. Ailey nodded vigorously, and upon receiving this assurance, promptly vacated the scene. Casting a furtive glance at Guemo, as if to convey a message of why is she like this, Jiang Li turned towards the dazed Guemo. I realize I simply cannot afford to be kind to you, she remarked with a bemused smile. You fool, what on earth are you thinking? Do you feel compelled to engage every girl you encounter in conversation? How utterly foolish. It's not me. Gumo's face flushed a deep shade of green, his hands trembling as he held the tray. Help. She snatched the coffee from his hands, a mischievous smile playing at the corners of her mouth. After taking a sip of the coffee without swallowing, she audibly swished it around her mouth for a good 10 seconds, exhibiting a rather mischievous demeanor. Like a bully, Jiang Li pushed Guemo against the doorframe, tilting his chin upwards, her intentions unmistakably clear. Does coffee taste better this way? Guemo could hardly bear such an outrageous method. He wished to refuse, but lacked the courage to voice it. Jiang Li huffed, pressing her soft lips near his mouth, her cheeks slightly puffed, appearing somewhat endearing. All right then, With a gritted jaw and closed eyes, I shall drink as a toast. Guillermo reluctantly opened his mouth, and Jiang Li kissed him fervently. Moments later, she asked with a satisfied smile, was it good? Yes, it was good. But I'm hungry. Let us eat first. Guillermo deftly shifted the topic. To declare it unpleasant would surely result in Jiang Li's wrath, while admitting it was delightful would compel the devil to make him finish the entire cup. Jiang Li sighed, her expression turning a tad serious. I have matters to attend to today and may not return until evening. I won't have time to accompany you. All right, but remember, do not seek out other women at school, especially not the student council president or anyone of that ilk. Guillermo sensed a hint of menace in her gaze, a feeling that perhaps she harbored intentions towards AI Li. He did not consider himself overly sentimental, yet he could not bear to exacerbate AI Li's already unfortunate situation. Guillermo was acutely aware of Jiang Li's past afflictions, although she had become significantly more stable after her rebirth. The sight of him with other women remained her absolute breaking point. If his actions were to bring AI Li undue suffering, Guillermo knew he would find it impossible to sleep that night. Moreover, why did she mention the student council president? His heart raced. Was it not Jia who held that position? What was she implying? Chapter 22. I am entering. Heh. Jiang Li continued, unwavering. I know what you're thinking. Do not indulge in foolishness while I'm away. You understand my meaning, do you not? Her crimson eyes suddenly glimmered brightly as she placed a finger on her lower lip, her expression softening. Other women who treat you well are merely deceiving you. Little MOMO, but I am different. I am acutely aware of your every move. Therefore, do not provoke me, or I shall make your existence unbearable. The final words, though not thunderous, sent a chill of cold sweat cascading down Guillermo's back. Not at all. I adore ladies of high standing. Guillermo attempted to ease the tension with a relaxed smile. With such a beauty by my side, what more could I desire? You had better mean that. At 10:30 in the morning, Guillermo sat on a pearwood bench in the expansive library, biding his time. Though fear gripped him, he was resolute in not forgetting the task at hand. Whether he could free himself from the clutches of the obsessive was contingent upon this endeavor. He could not believe Jiang Li would truly know what he was up to. After all, he bore no listening devices, rendering her knowledge impossible. Jiang Li had long since adopted such tactics, purely to intimidate him into compliance. Sighing, he glanced at the book cover, Astronomy and the 12 Arcane Masters. He promptly set aside the incomprehensible tome, exhaling a deep breath. Guillermo had sat there for 2.5 hours, now acutely aware of the arduousness of obtaining the item he sought. Firstly, he knew precisely what it was, which made devising a plan impossible. Secondly, he had no legitimate reason to approach or enter Jiang and Aishing's room. As this realization dawned upon him, Guillermo's frustration intensified. Was she truly a fool? It was nearly 11 o'clock, and she remained asleep. Such opportunities were scarce. He had hoped for some success, while Jiang Li was absent. Yet half the day had elapsed without any progress. Guillermo had lingered outside, unable to even gain entry. Since the library was merely a wall's breadth from Jiang and Aishing's room, he had chosen a corner nearest to her door, ensuring he could swiftly discern when she would emerge. To his dismay, she slumbered until 11 without stirring, leaving Guillermo's backside numb from sitting too long. During this interval, he browsed Jia University's campus network, only to discover that his affectionate interaction with Jiang Li from the previous day had been photographed and splashed across the internet, currently dominating the trending charts. The fervor in the comment section rivaled that of a bustling marketplace. Classmate A commented, "Isn't this a miracle? Which wealthy young master possesses such prowess to have captured the heart of the illustrious Jiang?" In response to classmate A, "Captured? Not necessarily. I witnessed with my own eyes Jiang approaching him yesterday, exuding warmth. I would believe she was pursuing that lad." Classmate B chimed in, "Enough of the noise. I am the person in question, and I can attest it was the young lady who pursued me. Grateful to my educators, my parents, and to the goddess Jiang for this honor bestowed upon me. To those who mock me, enjoy your bitterness." In response to classmate B, the scene was rather peculiar. "You think you're worthy of being pursued by Jiang?" Classmate C remarked, "I know this fellow. He is merely an ordinary commoner, devoid of any title. He is only slightly handsome. What right does he have? Why not me? I am far more dapper." In response to classmate C, all right. Clearly just a game for you." Classmate D expressed, "I wish to consume Jiang's socks. What shall I do?" In response to classmate D, "How outrageous. Yet I share the sentiment." Classmate E concluded, "Alas, one of the 3 ice beauties of Jia is about to fade. Additionally, Bikaton Libe is an outstanding basketball player." In response to classmate E, "Who asked you?" Guillermo exited the comment section, only to find his social media account inundated with 99 friend requests overnight, alongside over 300 private messages. He casually clicked on one message. "You think you deserve to be pursued by the young lady Jiang? If I see you at school, I won't hesitate to give you a makeover. Be smart and send me 5,000. I have already opened your box. If you refuse, I will expose your information to the student council and share it with the entire school, letting them punish you." "Wrong, bro. I truly erred. I beg for your mercy. Please don't send anyone to beat me." Huh. Guillermo let out a short laugh. Without a shred of doubt, this matter must have been orchestrated by the charming Knight Senior. After all, her lineage traces back to the once noble breed family, although her influence has waned. Dealing with an ordinary student should pose no challenge for her. Knight Yusi must be seething with anger over this incident, as this unfortunate fellow has unwittingly walked right into the line of fire. Knight Sr. is certainly not someone to be trifled with. In their previous life, during the fierce rivalry between Jiang Li and Knight Sr., the latter nearly managed to turn the tables on Jiang Li. At that time, Guillermo found himself on the receiving end of a beating, restrained on the floor, helplessly observing the clash between the two women. Subsequently, a blinding flash of light erupted, and he was left drenched in the splattered blood, which obscured his vision. To be candid, had it not been for Jiang Li's interference, he might have genuinely developed feelings for Knight Sr. She embodies the quintessential femme fatale. Being in her presence would leave Guillermo feeling both teased and tormented. Yet, after a few days without seeing her, he finds himself irresistibly drawn to seek her out. It feels as though I have become akin to a dog. Guillermo switched off his phone, revealing a serene and composed face on the screen. Jealousy is a transformative force. Just as he tucked his phone back into his pocket, he heard the sound of a door opening next door. Gumi perked up his ears, attentively listening to Jiang Nixing's languid voice, which seemed to engage in a brief conversation at the threshold before the door closed and their footsteps gradually faded away. To be prudent, he listened for a few more minutes, ensuring no one else was present, before he pushed open the library doors and stepped outside. Guillermo tentatively rapped on Jiang Nixing's door, receiving no response. She must have left. He turned the doorknob and entered, closing the door behind him, only to be momentarily stunned by the sight before him. My word, what a mess. The room was in utter disarray. Empty cans carelessly strewn across the floor. An abundance of books cluttering the space, making it nearly impossible to navigate. The air was thick with a bizarre mix of alcohol and the sweet scent of milk. Various snack wrappers littered the corners, and as he glanced at the bedside table, he snagged a piece of white chocolate from a small bag and took a bite. His gaze shifted to the bed, where a piece of white lace lingerie lay amidst the disheveled bedding. Jiang Nixing certainly harbors grand ambitions. Quite substantial indeed. That size must be a D cup. It turns out she possesses quite the allure. Chapter 23, A Glorious Failure. No. I must be under the influence of a second personality within my brain. Guillermo rapidly scanned the room, initially finding nothing of value. Arna had suggested that the item would be conspicuous. Why hadn't he spotted it? Beyond cigarette butts, empty bottles, and crumpled paper, was there anything else here? A beauty like Jiang Nixing, with such striking looks, did not seem like the type to inhabit a room resembling a garbage dump. Guillermo donned the gloves he had prepared in advance and began to search carefully. He rifled through the disorganized documents on the desk, pulled open the drawers beside the desk one by one, and even shone his flashlight beneath the bed. Internally, Guillermo grappled with immense pressure, uncertain whether Jiang Nixing might unexpectedly return. Finding nothing of interest, he glanced at his watch. 5 minutes had already elapsed. He hesitated, debating whether to exit now. Yet this opportunity would not present itself again for a month. What if Jiang Nixing returned just as he was leaving? Taking a deep breath, he felt the familiar pain from the injuries Jiang Li had inflicted the previous night. He rolled up his sleeves to reveal a series of bruises and a row of still swollen bite marks. Guillermo paid them little mind, letting his sleeves fall back down as he continued his search. Why is it that there is nothing here? Guillermo, refusing to yield to superstition, opened the wardrobe, revealing an array of high-end dresses he had only seen online. There was nothing else. Well, the timing is still favorable. I just finished eating. Perhaps I shall return in about 2 hours. What was that sound? Guillermo's heart raced. How frustrating. If only he had left a minute earlier, he wouldn't be facing this predicament. He felt a tingling sensation all over. At this point, leaving would surely be too late. He glanced around, then swiftly dove into the wardrobe. A wave of rich pomegranate perfume enveloped him. Rather than being overpowering, it was delightfully fragrant. Thankfully, he had returned everything to its original place. Guillermo adjusted his breathing, forcing himself to remain calm. The door swung open, and Jiang Nixing entered the bedroom, making a beeline for the desk, where she bent over the computer to modify some files. You know, I find him quite adorable, she remarked. Ah, yes. It's a pity my daughter despises me. Jiang Nixing seemed to catch wind of something, her tone growing progressively colder. I've been like this since he died. Nothing has changed. My good son-in-law is quite afraid of my daughter. There should be no issues. A chuckle escaped her lips. He isn't unpleasant at all. That laughter bore an uncanny resemblance to the young lady's. That won't do. My good son-in-law is of great utility. I cannot allow him to take risks. Jiang Nixing issued a few more instructions before hanging up the phone. My utility? Allow me to take risks? Guillermo had no time to ponder this, for he was met with a far more perilous sight. Jiang Nixing closed the computer, rising and heading toward the wardrobe, seemingly intent on changing her clothes. Please don't come over. The tall figure in his line of sight grew clearer, the distance between them diminishing with each step. She is so tall. Guillermo felt she was barely half a head shorter than him. Fortunately, the room was spacious enough that Jiang Nixing wouldn't be able to simply reach out and pull open the wardrobe door. In desperation, he wished he could invoke a time-stopping spell to escape, But this was reality, and his desire to flee was thwarted. Their gazes briefly crossed. Those emerald eyes like works of art meeting his for a fleeting moment before diverting. Did she see me? Guillermo sensed a hint of mischief in her gaze, unsure if he was imagining it. As her stunning face drew closer, he felt a wave of impending doom wash over him. Her hand lifted, and in despair, Guillermo shut his eyes. Just before she pulled open the wardrobe door, she paused, muttering to herself, "Oh dear, I forgot that." She retracted her hand in a dramatic fashion, leaving the room under Guillermo's watchful gaze. Has she left? His initial endeavor had nearly ended in failure. Yet fortune smiled upon Guillermo, allowing him to escape this close call. He emerged from the wardrobe, reassessing the chaotic room, and resumed his search. Surviving a dire situation often brings unexpected blessings. He had just heard a crucial piece of information. Jiang Nixing would not be returning to this room anytime soon. If not now, then when? So, this is your reason for barging into my room? The sound of her breathing was unmistakably clear. Jiang Nixing's cold gaze fixed upon him, her expression inscrutable, yet tinged with a hint of mockery. It was as if she anticipated Guillermo's next move. Guillermo sat stiffly on the stool, separated from her by a wooden table, each of them occupying opposite sides. She crossed her legs, resting her chin on one hand, patiently inquiring, "What do you have to say for yourself?" "I did nothing. I was merely curious," he replied, maintaining his composure. Guillermo realized that no matter what justification he offered, none would hold water. He indeed had no valid reason for being in Jiang Nixing's room, caught red-handed rifling through her desk. Was this how my life was destined to end? No, I refuse to accept such a fate. I have scarcely lived a single day. Are you now telling me that I must die? I sought to avoid a deranged obsession. What crime have I committed? My lady, dear lady, your family has been far from unkind to me, taking turns to torment me. I am truly honored beyond measure. You mustn't say, she murmured, gently brushing her fingers across Guillermo's cheek, a faint smile playing on her lips, that you harbor any interest in me, particularly of a romantic nature. Suddenly, Guillermo felt a strange flicker before his eyes, as if something within his mind was slipping away uncontrollably. Indeed, he found himself admitting, I am genuinely interested in you. What am I saying? He chastised himself inwardly. Silence yourself, he urged, his heart racing. It is only natural to feel a spark. Guillermo appeared as though he had been possessed, continuing to divulge even more explosive truths. By the way, I may have sneaked a glance at your computer. Despite it being locked, unfazed, Guillermo smiled defiantly. Perhaps aware of the impending calamity, he found solace in the moment. Jiang Nixing listened in silence, her expression betraying no hint of emotion. As time slipped by, only the ticking of the clock on the wall filled the air. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Her demeanor remained composed as she leaned closer to Guillermo. Are these your true thoughts? Yes, he replied, realizing he felt as if he were under a spell, his words flowing without restraint. He struggled to reclaim his autonomy. She leaned in closer, her crimson lips brushing against his ear as she whispered, heed my words, and I might grant you a chance at survival. Chapter 24, Dreamscape. After speaking, Jiang Nixing remained still, her lips lingering at his ear. Very well, I acquiesce. Guillermo replied almost immediately, appearing oddly relaxed. Do you desire some form of acknowledgement from me? He countered. Two seemingly deranged minds appeared to compete in darkness. No need. Jiang Nixing finally withdrew, her gem-like green eyes gazing innocently at him. Her gaze was genuinely gentle, devoid of even the slightest trace of emotion. Unlike Jiang Li, who harbored a sincere yet twisted affection, Jiang Nixing resembled a hollow, unfathomable abyss. A single glance could render one utterly consumed and frozen. She had been masquerading all along. She was, in truth, a veritable cold-blooded monster. Now, I shall pose a few questions to ascertain whether you are worthy of being a well-behaved dog. Jiang Nixing produced a notepad seemingly from thin air, her slender fingers poised with a pen to record his responses. Ask away, Guillermo, teetering on the brink of madness, replied. If someone wronged you, would you seek revenge? When will the cycle of vengeance cease? It is better to resolve animosities than to deepen them. Do you cherish freedom? In this world, I am the one who cherishes it most. What of Jiang Li? Do you hold any affection for her? None. She makes me uncomfortable. I once adored her, for she treated me with unparalleled kindness, but alas, she has since changed. Once you devise a plan, do you execute it immediately? It depends on my mood, and of course, the gravity of the situation. Do you have a taste for exquisite cuisine? I have never cared much for such things. What are your hobbies? Drawing, it brings me joy. Would you feel overwhelming guilt for taking a life? Indeed, I would not harm any innocent person. Do you possess a sense of justice? I may feel it today, yet it could vanish tomorrow. I am uncertain even of myself. The notepad snapped shut. The dialogue ended, both parties maintaining an unyielding composure throughout. Jiang Nixing's expression remained serene, while Guillermo appeared indifferent. He felt detached from it all. Even if he were to remain by Jiang Li's side for eternity, he would not offer much resistance. Jiang Li's current existence was far superior. Should she revert to her former self, Guillermo would have no further actions to undertake. Indeed, why would that wretched woman, Jiang Li, not grant him a reprieve? It was truly infuriating treating him as a mere plaything while professing eternal care for him. Your character is peculiar, akin to that of an idealistic madman. She raised the pen to measure against his nose. Is this all? Is that the extent of your inquiries? Jiang Nixing smiled in agreement. Indeed, all criteria are met. I am sincere, Guillermo declared, tapping his chest. I once entertained thoughts of forsaking the world for a single individual. In any case, as long as you do not kill me, I wish to continue living. And what is your rationale? Guillermo locked eyes with her, longing to provoke the perpetual blankness of her expression. Is it necessary to have a reason to live? What am I striving for? I simply refuse to die. He arched an eyebrow. Well, that is a sufficient rationale. Jiang Nixing reclined leisurely against the back of her chair, casually placing her legs upon Guillermo's lap. Are you truly loyal? I will be loyal if you treat me well. Guillermo found himself unable to fabricate lies. No secrets remained hidden in his mind. He had no intention of deceiving her. What constitutes treating you well? His gaze drifted to her chest, a smile creeping onto his lips. Allow me to nuzzle a bit. The ropes binding Guillermo loosened, and before he could comprehend it, he collapsed into Jiang Nixing's embrace, his face landing against her bosom. It felt astonishingly soft. Is this sufficient? Jiang Nixing's mechanical gaze fell upon him. Sufficient indeed. That is all I desire. Guillermo wrapped his arms around Jiang Nixing, greedily inhaling her scent. It seems you are not as lascivious as I presumed. Is that so? Perhaps. I do indulge in fantasies when boredom strikes, yet I am a person of principles. Jiang Nixing tenderly stroked his head. Would you sacrifice yourself to save me? Guillermo tilted his head back to meet her gaze. Am I truly that cheap? Jiang Nixing shook her head. Can you read minds? Guillermo exclaimed involuntarily. I harbor many secrets, predestined from the moment of my birth. Even I am uncertain of some. Jiang Nixing tucked the pen into her blouse pocket. Mystique is enhanced by a touch of enigma in everyone, enhancing our allure. Thus, refrain from inquiring further. Let this be our tacit understanding. Guillermo scrutinized her skeptically for several moments. Jiang Nixing displayed no hint of surprise, as if she had anticipated Guillermo's reaction all along. The temperature in the room plummeted sharply, rendering him uncomfortable, as though his veins were freezing. The once black interrogation room transformed into a crimson nightmare, the corners filled with nameless skeletal remains. There was no door for entry or exit in this room. The scene before Guillermo's eyes flickered like an old black and white television, static crackling incessantly. I have been far too lenient with you. Jiang Nixing's infuriatingly serene visage remained unyielding, resembling a meticulously carved statue. Guillermo's terror intertwined with a flicker of rationality. He was acutely aware of the madness he had just uttered, words he would never dare to speak in a lucid state. The scene faded to black as he coughed up blood, collapsing at Jiang Nixing's feet. Chapter 25, Dream On. Where am I? Why am I conscious yet unable to move my body? How unfair. The lady has chosen a remarkably handsome and gentle companion. What? Are you pining for the lady's beloved? You are audacious. Besides, do you not have a boyfriend of your own? Do not mention him. He is utterly useless, earning less in a month than I do. And he does not even meet my standards of aesthetics. Ah, it seems you're rather excited, speaking in such a grandiloquent manner. Spare the pretense, old woman. Who are you calling an old woman? Just leave me be. Haha, if I had such an adorable boyfriend, I would surely cherish him. Enough. You're simply lusting after his physique. The young lady is returning soon, and dinner remains unprepared. Off you go. The voices of the two women gradually faded away. Guillermo suddenly opened his eyes, the bright light blinding him momentarily. Instinctively, he raised his hand to shield himself from the glaring illumination. After a few seconds of disorientation, his vision cleared, revealing that he was lying on the floor, an empty cocktail bottle standing beside him. He was still in Jiang Nixing's room, and outside the open window. The sun was slowly descending at dusk, casting a dim and lonely hue across the world. A splitting headache assailed him. Guillermo staggered to his feet, feeling an unusual weariness, akin to having pulled 2 consecutive night shifts. I was not discovered. Jiang Nixing was merely a dream, yet it felt excessively real. Despite the knowledge that it was merely a dream, Guillermo was drenched in cold sweat, as though he had just emerged from water. Did I fall asleep? How could I have dozed off? Was I that fatigued? It appeared Jiang Nixing had not returned at all. These questions did not linger long in Guillermo's mind. Time was of the essence, and today had yielded no results. He knew it was time to conclude his efforts. He never harbored much hope. Even if he did find it easily, how could he take it away without being discovered? Perhaps Jiang Nixing had not placed it in her room at all. It might be hidden in a secret corner unknown to anyone. In that case, Guillermo would have no chance of locating it. He opened a crack in the door and slipped out of Jiang Nixing's room, making his way directly to the bathroom. Once inside, he turned on the shower. The cascading water from above invigorated him, prompting memories of that dream to resurface. Jiang Nixing, she actually wants me to be her dog. In the dream, Jiang Nixing's demeanor was unmistakably serious, conveying a sense of formality in her every word. Moreover, this dog was not in the traditional sense. Guillermo perceived it as a tool for executing commands. Fortunately, this wicked woman was merely a figment of my imagination. Had such a fantastical event transpired in reality? Even his imagination could not fathom the ensuing narrative. Indeed, the young lady was also a variable. Her torment of Gu Mo stemmed entirely from her affection. The scene at the old lady's birthday banquet had clearly illustrated the discord between Jiang Li and her mother. Analyzing Jiang Nixing's words, it was evident that she valued familial bonds and was striving to mend her relationship with Jiang Li. After much contemplation, Gu Mo reasoned that Jiang Nixing would not genuinely harm him, for Jiang Li would never consent to such a thing. Jiang Li had proclaimed that her lover could only be bullied by her. Sigh. Are these two women balancing each other out for my sake? It feels terribly burdensome. Suddenly, the phone rang. Gu Mo wiped his hand on the towel and answered. Hello, who is this? He inquired casually. What did you say? Have the audacity to repeat that, came an irate voice from the other end. Oh, it's you, President. My apologies, I was in the shower and missed your call. What brings you here? Gu Mo wondered if President Yi was calling to seek retribution. Please spare me. I truly lack the energy to deal with you all coming at me one after another. Is Xiao Mo taking a shower? How delightful. Would you care to send a photo? Night UCI chuckled lightly at her own suggestion. That's too much, President. Are you refusing me? This cunning she-wolf has donned a different guise, she teased. Xiao Mo, have you forgotten that I hold a significant leverage over you? You wouldn't want that matter to become public knowledge, would you? Night UC's words were laden with menace, as if daring him to refuse her. Humph. If you irritate me, I cannot guarantee what might occur next, so it would be wise to comply. Gu Mo felt a sense of numbness. What exactly do you want, President? Is it amusing to bully me? He bit out, his teeth clenched. Of course, it's amusing. Teasing Xiao Mo is one of my few sources of entertainment, Night UCI replied, a smile playing on her lips. Damn it. If anyone were to learn of that leverage, it would spell disaster, especially in the hands of Night UCI. Speak, then. As long as you keep that matter under wraps, I shall comply. Night UCI seemed to have regained her cheerfulness after winning yet another round against Gu Mo. Xiao Mo, did you know you've become quite the celebrity? Her tone shifted to one of mock dismay. Seeing you cozy up with that woman pierces my heart. I can only numb myself with alcohol, and I can hardly bear to look at those photos anymore. Have you forgotten our time together? Can you truly abandon your old friend for her? That preamble was a bit excessive, Gu Mo interjected, interrupting her spiel. Cunning Night UCI. Between that woman and me, who is more beautiful? How candid of you this time, Gu Mo scoffed. Speak. Night UCI is the most beautiful, she replied teasingly. Oh, I am utterly captivated by your sister. Though I know you are merely flattering me, Xiao Mo, I cannot help but feel touched. Night UCI rose from the sofa, walked to the kitchen, and retrieved a can of juice. It's nothing serious, really. I'm just displeased to see you together with that woman. As she took a sip of juice, she began washing tomatoes at the sink. Remember to drop by the student council sometime. I'm looking forward to seeing you. If you don't come, I might just have to seek you out myself. Of course, how could I dare stand up the president? Gu Mo chuckled, knowing that if he were to sneak away to meet Night UCI behind Jiang Li's back, the three of them would soon find themselves in a predicament. Well, that's good. Be good, and remember to send me a photo of you in the shower, Night UCI said gently before hanging up. That certainly bodes ill. Gu Mo turned off the faucet, sighed, and grabbed a towel to dry himself. He knew he could not go. He was all too aware of how President Night UCI would treat him, the last time he inadvertently provoked her. She had tenderly gifted him a night he would never forget. In some respects, this woman was more perilous than Jiang Li. No, I cannot go. And as for that shower photo, she can dream on. What happened to your face? At the dinner table, Jiang Li scrutinized Gu Mo's visage, inquiring. Did your mistress treat you too harshly? If it hurts next time, be sure to tell me. I assure you, the young lady is very gentle with me. My face is perfectly fine, haha, Gu Mo replied, confident in his appearance. Half an hour earlier, he had assessed his face in the bathroom mirror, from any angle. His features exuded an elegant, yet sharp handsomeness typical of a refined youth. Is your spirit really that poor? Jiang Li chuckled lightly. A night so fragile. It crumbles at a mere touch. What do you mean? Gu Mo was perplexed. It was as if to corroborate Jiang Li's words. Gu Mo suddenly felt a wave of dizziness, the objects in his field of vision overlapping with several layers of distortion. Chapter 26. Is the young lady suspicious of me? My physical condition is not as poor as you might think. Indeed, Xiaomomo seems to possess considerable strength, Jiang Li remarked, setting down her chopsticks and gazing at him with a playful smile. Yet, there was something distinctly different in her expression today. Are you concealing something from me? Jiang Li suddenly inquired. Gu Mo, caught mid-bite of the braised meat, nearly choked on the broth. Could it be her ominous intuition? Surely, this woman couldn't possibly know something. Jiang Li had always been fiercely possessive, yearning to comprehend every facet of his life, keeping it firmly within her grasp. Naturally, any secrecy on Gu Mo's part would arouse her suspicions. The possessive nature of a yandere would have her wishing to keep him close, not allowing a single moment to slip away. The mere sight of him obediently complying would greatly satisfy her desires for domination and possession. Therefore, Gu Mo had to ensure he did not appear guilty. Should she sense any irregularity, his escape plan would likely meet an untimely end. He could not afford to slip up. He focused intently on Jiang Li's eyes, compelling himself to maintain their gaze. His purple irises were calm and gentle, I assure you, I will share any matters of significance with you. Presently, I need not worry about my studies or the struggles of daily life, all thanks to you, my lady. If you did not care for me, where would I acquire such comforts? You are both my benefactor and my beloved. What reason would I have to withhold my thoughts from you? Guillermo leaned in closer, whispering in her ear, my feelings for you remain unwavering. And I harbor no secrets that I would refuse to share. Jiang Li's demeanor seemed to lighten somewhat. Now, regarding the frequent targeting I endure from competitors, do you possess any insights? She inquired, sipping her red wine while casting a keen gaze at Guillermo, seeking to unearth some hidden truth within his eyes. Do you believe I possess such capabilities? Guillermo replied, astonished. Oh no, I merely wish to inquire, she chuckled, pulling a plate of stir-fried bitter melon closer. Why is your reaction so extreme? Her voice was ethereal, seemingly able to resonate directly within Guillermo's heart. After a brief pause, she continued, I am not so easily deceived. Those who lie must swallow 1,000 needles. Jiang Li picked up a slice of bitter melon. Oh. Guillermo was uncertain of her intentions and had no choice but to comply. He had grown accustomed to the unpredictable nature of Jiang Li. She never concealed her thoughts when in his presence. Typically, she would act on a good idea without hesitation. Stop, stop, stop. This is unbearable, Guillermo exclaimed after consuming 5 slices, unable to endure the bitterness any longer. What variety is this? It's as bitter as traditional Chinese medicine. Suddenly, Jiang Li burst into laughter, her refined giggles sending chills down Guillermo's spine. If you remain silent, I shall make you finish this entire plate, and then I will slice open your abdomen, extracting the remnants and forcing you to consume them anew. What a bizarre proposition. She planted a kiss on his cheek, leaving a vivid lipstick mark. This is inconceivable, Guillermo thought, inhaling deeply, his mind racing with astonishment. He had evaded all the maids and butlers throughout the day, and there were no surveillance cameras in the hallway to capture his movements. For added security, he had even locked the door to Jiang Nixing's room from the inside while rummaging through it. By all logical deductions, there was no way Jiang Li could discover his whereabouts, unless, of course, a tracking device was implanted within him. However, Guillermo was certain that Jiang Li had not yet resorted to such measures in this lifetime. After meticulous analysis, Guillermo arrived at a singular conclusion. It was far too contrived. This yandere was scheming, and she herself was oblivious to what Guillermo had truly done. She sought to instill fear within him, hoping he would confess. Humph, perhaps this tactic might work on others, but for one who knows her so well, it would be considerably less effective. Heaven bears witness, I have done nothing wrong. Guillermo feigned a wounded sigh. Do you not trust me either? What has happened to the trust between us? In an effort to divert the conversation, he jested. Also, could you perhaps restrain yourself and be gentler? My arm feels as though it may be broken. Jiang Li placed her chopsticks back on the table, a trace of disappointment etched across her features. Xiaomo, wouldn't it be so delightful if you made a mistake? I long to carve my marks upon you. Why deny me this opportunity? You are far more innocent than I anticipated. Shouldn't you be resisting with all your might and uttering a word in protest? Are you truly the same person from my past life as you are now? Perhaps it is best to let it be. After all, she had already dealt with him quite severely the previous night, and another round would likely leave him bedridden. Heh. I truly wish to slice open your skin and savor the blood that flows forth, sip by sip. Restraint? Jiang Li murmured. Guillermo replied with utmost seriousness. If you do not exercise restraint, I shall inevitably find myself maimed one day. If one were to describe Jiang Li's deranged fervor, it would be akin to a beast, brimming with passion and desire. Jiang Li gazed at him, a chilling smile gracing her lips. You are remarkably fragile. How unfortunate. I sincerely apologize, my knight. I find myself unable to restrain. Jiang Li playfully beckoned with her finger. I haven't harmed you, so I am already exhibiting considerable restraint. Jiang Li seemed inclined to let the previous inquiry rest, appearing to accept Guillermo's assurances. With a delicate smile, she poked his cheek and declared, I expect to see it in 2 days. Should it vanish, I shall remind you just how entertaining the game of surgical knives can be. Guillermo felt a shiver run down his spine at the mention of that term. Jiang Li's games were increasingly brutal, typically culminating in Guillermo being left with numerous wounds. Such games were ones he never wished to partake in again. In his past life, he had lost his right eye to one of those horrific games. If it were still intact, then how about this? I shall grant you a day of freedom, allowing you to go wherever you please. Are you serious, my lady? Guillermo asked incredulously. For the first time in days, his sorrow and anger were replaced by a flicker of joy. He could step outside and breathe fresh air. I promise, my word is unwavering. Jiang Li pronounced each word with conviction. Just 2 days, 48 hours, 2,880 minutes. Neither exceptionally long nor particularly short. Even if you do not receive a reward for your success, you cannot erase that kiss mark. Just the thought of that surgical knife game is enough to make me dreadfully uneasy. Should fortune not favor me, I might find myself losing additional parts. I absolutely do not wish to play. Can I choose the timing myself? Guillermo inquired. Of course. You are free to select at your leisure, Jiang Li generously replied. As night fell, Guillermo, gazing at the serene visage of the beauty beside him, found no peace to admire her. He had slumbered deeply during the day, yet come nightfall, his nerves were unusually heightened, rendering him unable to find rest. The unresolved mysteries plagued him. Why did Jiang Nixing leave just before opening the cabinet? Why did he faint? What was the significance of Jiang Nixing appearing in his dreams? Why was that dream so bizarre, yet so vividly real? Furthermore, the timing of his fainting was troubling. He had slept at least 6 hours, and during that period, Jiang Nixing had not returned. Such coincidences felt disturbingly orchestrated. Yet, he could find no evidence to support any conjectures. The dream was his own creation, and he could not attribute it to anyone else. If Jiang Nixing had truly discovered him hidden within the wardrobe, she would have immediately dragged him out. It made no sense for her to feign leaving. As long as it remains undisclosed, let us reserve these thoughts for the future. All he needs to do is to procure the items, and the rest is of no concern to him. Jiang Li let out a soft whimper, turning over to embrace him tightly, her leg pressing restlessly against him. At this moment, Guo Li was but a step away from her embrace. He focused his attention on her, scrutinizing the delicate features of her face. Jiang Li's long eyelashes fluttered gently, quivering slightly with her breath. And her once aloof beauty now radiated a warmth that was absent when she was awake. Her breath caressed Gumo's face, and the fierce demeanor she usually bore had vanished, leaving only the gentle grace of a young girl. How wonderful it would be if she remained this way, quiet and endearing. If you were not so emotionally fragile, perhaps I would have fallen for you. A pang of pain surged within Gumo's heart. Jiang Li, do you know? Ever since elementary school, I would sneak glances at you during class, neglecting the lesson, my gaze fixed on you for an entire period. After school, I would skip along behind you, never inquiring about your destination, simply enjoying the thrill of following you. Time spent in the company of one you cherish never feels lengthy. I wished for those moments to linger, yet they always slipped away in the blink of an eye. You have grown so much now, Jiang Li. You were not like this before. I long for that charming yet composed older sister who would patiently explain problems to me and buy me snacks. Alas, those days are irretrievable. Chapter 27. What does Miss Jiang mean? I have not reincarnated to a decade ago, nor can I prevent you from becoming emotionally unstable. What transpired to transform you into this? Is it because of me? Gumo's nose was met once again with an unusual softness as Jiang Li pulled him into her embrace. Facial cleanser. He had already experienced that in a dream earlier. To be honest, Jiang Nixing's experience was somewhat superior, as she was more mature. Moreover, in the dream, Guo felt an inexplicable sense of unfulfilled desire. He yawned, his vision blurring as he glanced at the embedded lamp. He could not recall when he dozed off, only that upon awakening, he found himself in a room with a figure changing clothes. You're awake, Jiang Li remarked, applying lip gloss in front of the mirror. Noticing his wakefulness, she added, you're up quite early. Guo squinted, there are matters to resolve at school. Jiang Li finished applying her gloss and began tying her hair into a ponytail. He felt something at his chin and absent-mindedly reached for it. It was a gradient black silk. If you want it, go ahead and use it, Jiang Li said with a mischievous smile. It's been a while since I've accompanied you. If you feel lonely, you can use this to alleviate it. Don't worry about its freshness, I just changed it yesterday. I am not that kind of person, Guo thought, wishing fervently that she did not harbor such intentions. Xiao, I feel rather guilty, as we have been somewhat distant these past few days and have not truly cherished you. Look at my hands. Guo rolled up his sleeves to reveal his bruised arms. This is how you show your affection? Indeed, these are the marks I leave as your lover. Jiang Li smiled at Guo, donned her shoes, and opened the door. If you find this insufficient, I can certainly devise more ways to express it. I believe these methods are ample, Guo replied as he watched her leave the room, his anxious heart finally at ease. After breakfast, Guo returned to the familiar library, but this time he resolved to take the initiative. He had devised a reason to approach Jiang Nixing. Just as he prepared to knock on the door, his fingers suddenly froze. After much hesitation, he retracted his hand. Hello, with Christmas approaching, I was wondering if the young lady had anything she particularly desired, so I could procure a gift for her. That rationale seemed rather flimsy. I am troubled by a certain classmate and would like to seek your advice on a solution. That too was inadequate. It sounded too contrived. Might I inquire if the young lady's cruel disposition is inherited from you? That would be courting disaster. Guo nearly chuckled at his own absurdity. What an array of ridiculous excuses. Just a few hours prior, he had felt confident in their perfection. I noticed a passage in the castle leading to the basement. I inquired with the young lady, but she remained silent. Could you enlighten me on the purpose of that area? Ah, that seems somewhat plausible. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. My apologies, Miss Jiang Nixing. I must enter. With a soft click, the door swung open. Jiang Nixing, yawning, immediately spotted Guo standing at the threshold and inquired with curiosity, Mr. Guo, what brings you here? Are you troubled by something? Once again facing her, Gumo's mind went blank, as if he had forgotten everything he had intended to say. Why the silence? Do you perhaps harbor unspoken concerns? Fear not, speak freely. If you encounter difficulties, I shall assist you. Her languid voice flowed gently into Gumo's ears. Or do you wish to discuss matters you cannot share with Li and have come to seek my counsel instead? I do have something I wish to ask you. Guillemot was momentarily at a loss, his mouth agape like a mute, unable to articulate a single coherent sentence. Jiang and Xing nodded thoughtfully, her smile radiant and open. Why don't we have a chat? I happen to have something to discuss with you as well. She gestured for Guillemot to enter. It's a bit messy in here. I didn't bother tidying up, so please excuse the disorder. Another yawn escaped her lips as she turned back into the room. Guillemot followed her inside, shutting the door behind him. It was the same chaotic yet fragrant room. She plopped down onto the sofa by the computer desk, leaving Guillemot no choice but to pull up a chair opposite her. Jiang and Xing's soothing, animal-like gaze made him feel as if he were sitting on needles, as she sat poised on the cushion, seemingly waiting for Guillemot to speak. He swallowed hard, pondering how to begin. She was certainly not someone easy to deceive. Extracting useful information from her with his current abilities felt overwhelmingly challenging. Moreover, her formidable aura suffocated him, making their shared space feel torturous. Mr. Guillemot, feel free to ask anything, Jiang and Xing said, unwrapping a mint candy and letting it dissolve in her mouth with a gentle remark. Why is it so hot? Guillemot felt his face flush. He took a moment to regain his composure, exhaling slowly as he attempted to inquire casually. How should I address you? What was it you wanted to say at the beginning of that last sentence? Jiang and Xing smiled, appearing to others as a quintessentially sunny and gentle older sister. Guillemot wished he could slap himself. He was so nervous that he had forgotten the basic conversational skills he usually possessed. Achoo. He sneezed suddenly. Though it was feigned, he understood that he must avoid calling her auntie at all costs, instinctively aware that it would lead to dire consequences. Guillemot felt his face burning. It would not be surprising if steam began to rise from his head. How awkward. How had things unfolded in such a manner? You are truly adorable, Jiang and Xing teased, her eyes narrowing mischievously. However, rather than auntie, I must admit I prefer to hear you call me sister. The final words carried a subtle undertone of menace. Guillemot wished he could dig a pit and bury himself. In just a few fleeting minutes, he had lost a lifetime's worth of dignity, nearly laughing foolishly at himself. Since you are reluctant to speak, I shall take the initiative. Jiang Nixing's gaze shifted to one of casual indifference. I am aware that you harbor grievances. As your elder sister, I have watched you grow from a distance since childhood, and I dare say I am one of the few who truly understand you. To the point, my daughter certainly possesses many infuriating traits. Yet her affection for you is genuine. Her methods may be rather unconventional. Perhaps I am a bit peculiar myself. Jiang Nixing cleared her throat and tore open a bag of potato chips. Ahem, let us refrain from discussing mundane matters, lest we find ourselves ensnared in endless chatter. Recently, unrest has stirred within the confines of the Clay Manor. There may be a long-standing enemy spy among the maids, who have been collaborating with external forces to infiltrate the castle over the past fortnight. Although they have yet to execute any destructive actions, I cannot allow them to wreak havoc under my very nose. Her expression bore no trace of concern regarding the situation. I comprehend the reasoning. But what does my sister intend by sharing this with me? Guillemot began to grasp the unfolding circumstances. Chapter 28. No hobbies? Let us refer to that shadow as Little Black. To cut to the chase, for the past fortnight, a maid has been aiding Little Black in his clandestine endeavors, which has allowed him to infiltrate Clay Manor repeatedly without being apprehended. It is not due to any extraordinary abilities on his part. As for the maid and Little Black's intentions, Guillemot could not ascertain fully, yet he was certain that these two individuals were inextricably linked to him. Jiang Nixing would not investigate me, would she? Could it be that I might be of assistance? Guillemot feigned ignorance. Indeed, according to my reports, the two may very well have clandestine ties with Mr. Guillemot. Jiang Nixing stretched her body, her piercing gaze fixed intently upon Guillemot, as if she could see through him. The atmosphere grew oppressive, a weighty stone pressing upon Guillemot's chest, rendering him breathless. If there truly is such a connection, I hope my dear son-in-law can provide me with a reasonable explanation. We do not wish to wrong any innocent party, do we? You would do well to divulge the identities of these two, and I shall refrain from taking further action against you. The choice is yours. Would you prefer to redeem yourself or exacerbate your predicament? Guillemot was in a state of frantic urgency, yet words eluded him. He forced his mouth open, desperate to defend himself. While he had indeed been in contact with Arna, when had he ever met this Little Black? He had been entirely unaware of Little Black's existence until he had inadvertently learned of him from Hehe Li. As for the maid, he had never even heard of her. This was an unjust accusation. His silence would be construed as acquiescence. I apologize for disappointing you, Miss Jiang. Guillemot refrained from addressing her as sister, adopting a serious demeanor. There was no room for levity at this juncture. I have never encountered either of them. Should Miss Jiang insist that I have, then I kindly request you present your evidence. It is quite vexing. My dear son-in-law is remarkably obstinate, refusing to relent until faced with undeniable proof. Jiang Nixing exaggeratedly sighed. Very well, my dear, the night before last, you ventured alone to the first floor and lingered there for approximately 20 minutes. Pray tell, what were you engaged in during that time? Thump, thump. The rapid beating of Guillemot's heart betrayed his anxiety and fear. How could she possibly know this? On the bright side, the current predicament was not entirely disadvantageous for Guillemot. The manner in which she posed her inquiry indicated that she possessed only a vague understanding. She was aware that Guillermo had descended, but she was oblivious to what transpired during that period. Now, he required an excuse to obfuscate the truth. I did venture to the first floor, but it was not as you presume, Miss Jiang. I was not there to rendezvous with a spy. Guillermo suppressed his mounting anxiety, adopting a tone of factual narration. During my stroll through the castle, I inadvertently discovered a staircase leading to the basement. Though the access was barred by a locked chain, I intended to inquire about what lay below. Guillermo silently thanked his past self for being inquisitive, as it had inadvertently become his lifeline today. Thus, while the young lady was occupied with her bath, I approached a maid to inquire about it. Guillermo gazed earnestly at Jiang Nixing. Ah, how fitting that expression is. She resembled the Jiang Nixing from his dreams to an uncanny degree, as gentle as a machine. Is that so? It appears I have misjudged Mr. Guillermo, then. Jiang Nixing leaned forward, a delightful fragrance of jasmine enveloping him as her lips brushed against his flushed ear, whispering seductively. Her tone was intoxicating, her beauty captivating. You have performed admirably, Mr. Guillermo. Noticing Guillermo's stunned silence, Jiang Nixing offered a languid smile. Has your soul been ensnared? Surely not. Guillermo mumbled softly, still haunted by residual trepidation. He endeavored to mask his expression, yet his emotions remained tumultuous, for the sensations Jiang Nixing had evoked in those fleeting moments mirrored those of the woman from his dreams. Ahem, I am satisfied now. It is your turn. Jiang Nixing reclined on the sofa once more, the oppressive atmosphere lifting, granting Guillermo a moment to breathe. In truth, it matters not if you know a bit more about me. Jiang Nixing took a bite of a potato chip. Sister, Guillermo faltered momentarily. Do you have any hobbies or leisure activities? Guillermo had yet to formulate a response, but time was of the essence. He broached the subject indirectly. Why would my dear son-in-law inquire about such personal matters? Jiang Nixing's expression revealed no resistance to his questioning. I have heard rumors suggesting you harbor numerous secrets, prompting me to ponder what a corporate leader such as yourself engages in daily. After much contemplation, I deemed this a more courteous inquiry. Guillermo spoke with an unruffled demeanor. After all, we are family. Is it not reasonable to know a bit more about one another? Jiang Nixing set down the bag of chips, her smile patient. So, this is what you wish to ask. Curiosity. Alas, I fear I may disappoint my little admirer. Jiang Nixing pushed the bag of chips toward Guillermo, stating nonchalantly, I have no personal hobbies. Guillermo cast a glance at the chips, hesitating briefly before reaching for one. Does smoking and drinking count as hobbies? Jiang Nixing sat cross-legged on the sofa, feigning patience. She wore no coverings upon her smooth legs. Clad only in black lace denim, she appeared entirely unconcerned regarding Guillermo's gaze. Harmful to health, best to avoid it, she advised. The brilliant sunlight streamed through the window, casting shadows on her profile. Upon hearing this, Jiang Nixing's eyes dimmed slightly, and she squeezed the candy in her hand. A vague smile graced her lips. Such a pity. Jiang Nixing did not grant Guillermo the opportunity to respond, seamlessly continuing, You cannot be merely asking this, can you? She had no hobbies. Guillermo found himself at a loss for how to proceed with further inquiries. To ask too directly would reveal ulterior motives, which could lead to exposure. What of your leisure activities? Guillermo pressed on, unwilling to concede. Leisure activities, she sniffled softly and exhaled gently. You probably wouldn't be interested. If you are truly curious, I could take you to see for yourself. Guillermo felt an ominous premonition creeping in. I have no more questions. I cannot occupy my sister's time for too long, as it may tire her out. Therefore, I shall take my leave first. Guillermo stood up to bid farewell. Goodbye. Xiaomo, I will find time to play with you. But my daughter is not allowed to. It is truly regrettable. I still wish to accompany you in some interesting activities. Jiang Nixing winked at him, suggesting something thrilling for his youthful spirit. Chapter 29, It is truly you. What thrilling activities are you referring to? Sister, you hardly seem like someone with an internet addiction. TSK, it wouldn't be a real-life game, would it? Guillermo walked dejectedly down the corridor, feeling helpless over his lack of success. What a hassle. This woman is far too intelligent for me to handle. In this lifetime, the young lady has treated him decently. Guillermo stared blankly at an oil painting on the wall and sighed. I shall attempt once more. If that fails, I might as well surrender to her whims. Her character has improved considerably in this life. At least she would no longer engage in foolish acts born of love and hatred. Jiang Li, please be a bit harsher with me, otherwise, my nature may lead me to harbor hopes again. He picked up his phone to examine the lip imprint on his profile. It was still there. It had been 2 days since he last attended school, although he had taken leave in advance. Perhaps I should return to school for a visit. He still believed that attending classes occasionally would be beneficial. His phone rang, and upon seeing it was Wu AI, he answered. Hey Guillermo, have you vanished from the face of the earth? I sent you messages, and you didn't respond. Have you lost your affection for me? Wu AI's voice sounded equally despondent. I miss you, old Gugu. Come and keep me company, will you? How annoying. I do not wish to indulge in your theatrics. Speak plainly. You're so heartless. Sigh, my friend, I have actually suffered a heartbreak. That woman deceived me for so many years, promising to let go. And now she has done just that. She does not cherish the time we shared, yet I still do. I bought her numerous gifts over these past few days, and she has not returned a single one, all the while claiming she is slow to warm up and wants to test me. What a great deceiver. Listening to Wu Ai's increasingly dramatic lament, Gu Mo could not help but interrupt him. You know, my friend, Jelish, she studied your behavioral patterns for an entire month to portray the clown convincingly in the film. Stop pretending, will you? A month is quite a stretch of youth for you. Do you think I don't know how stingy you are? You actually spent money on gifts for someone? You rascal. On the other end, Wu Ai's voice faltered. A month ISNT time. Come keep me company. I've already sent you the address. If you don't come, I'll haunt you in your dreams. Moreover, are you not planning to earn any credits? You've been skipping classes for several days now. Stop urging me. It feels like a death sentence. I am on my way, Gu Mo replied. Don't hang up, don't hang up. Wu Ai pleaded anxiously. Finish your sentence. Forgive my impertinence, dear friend, but do you not concede that the pure and beautiful goddess-eyed Lyra possesses unparalleled beauty? Whose pure night is this? I do not play Starry Skies, thank you. Gu Mo hung up the phone. He took a taxi directly to Gyre University, during which he contemplated fleeing several times but managed to suppress the urge. He could not escape. If he did, Jiang Li would certainly catch him again, and he would never have a chance to run away for the rest of his life. He might even end up with a broken leg or something worse. Upon arrival, Gu Mo paid the fare, took care of his affairs over the past few days, and attended classes for the entire afternoon. As dusk fell, he rose to leave the teaching building and took a taxi to a hot pot restaurant, following the location provided by Wu Ai. Passing through a row of intricately carved screens, he ascended to the second floor and pushed open the door to room 6, where Wu Ai was comfortably seated on a dark leather sofa, cooking lamb slices. To his utter astonishment, a person he never expected was also present. Night Rain Ci. What is she doing here? Panic surged within him. He wondered if he could simply walk away. He recalled Knight Senior's grappling techniques and discarded the notion of escape. A hero cannot flee in the face of adversity. Ah, Xiao Mo, you've arrived. Night Rain Ci set down her glass and greeted him with a mischievous smile. Her tone indicated that she did not intend to make things easy for Gu Mo. Hello, President. Gu Mo replied with a strained smile. It was evident that his drinking companion and president had dressed meticulously for this meeting. She wore a light, gray checkered knitted sweater that draped down to her thighs, layered beneath a long black plush coat. Her nude stockings clung to her shapely legs, while pure white cotton socks extended to her calves, and she donned brown leather shoes. The innocent yet alluring ensemble harmonized unexpectedly with her demeanor, cool and gentle, both beautiful and enticing. Her delicate face bore an air of unapproachability, untouched by makeup, yet exuding an innate allure that made her seem distant. Come over. Why are you just standing there like a fool? Wu Ai waved his hand, calling out. There were empty seats beside both of them, but out of politeness and reverence, Gu Mo chose to sit beside Wu Ai. Night Rain Ci is hardly familiar with me in this life, Gu Mo thought to himself. She is merely a villain who has leverage over me and uses it to threaten me. Humph, how dreadful. Every time he visited the student council, he had to toil for her, as she dumped all the tedious tasks on him, treating him like a slave with no rights. Noticing Gu Mo did not sit beside her, a trace of imperceptible disappointment crossed Night Rain Ci's face. You haven't been waiting long, have you? Gu Mo removed the scarf draped over his shoulders and placed it on his lap. Waiting? Acting all high and mighty. We had no intention of waiting for you at all, Wu Ai remarked, tossing a slice of lamb into the sauce before savoring it. President, please enjoy your meal. Gu Mo ignored Wu Ai and, with a sycophantic smile, served her several slices of cooked lamb. In truth, his president was full of flaws, lazy, procrastinating, disliking social interactions, and possessing an excessively proud personality. Moreover, she was naturally aloof and taciturn. If one did not engage her in conversation during a meal, she could render the gathering utterly silent until it concluded. No wonder she had no friends at all. Stop being so stingy with your words. I've shared countless embarrassing tales about old Gu, and my mouth is parched. You haven't said a word except to nod, Wu Ai exclaimed, eager to bond with the beauty. Thank you. Night Rain Ci finally turned her dark eyes toward Wu Ai, offering a gentle smile that felt like a breath of spring. Wu Ai was momentarily stunned, captivated by her smile. Gu Mo recognized that she was merely being courteous due to his presence. No need to be polite. Mutual assistance among classmates is only natural. Wu Ai regained his composure, his face turning a rare shade of red. Observing that Knight Senior's glass was empty, Gu Mo wore a fawning smile and nervously refilled it. Ah, you, a grown man, are so timid. How troublesome, knowing you wouldn't come to find me. I had no choice but to run errands to locate your classmates. Xiao Mo, oh Xiao Mo, the reason I summoned you here is for something of utmost importance. Night Rain Ci's playful gaze returned to the gentle youth, her eyes unconsciously softening. I wish to know if you, like me, have been reincarnated. In my previous life, I made a grave error. Otherwise, the one who survived in the end would have been me. Jiang Li, do not even think about snatching him away this time. Since heaven has granted me this opportunity, I shall not allow it to silently slip through my fingers and depart from me. I will kill you, Jiang Li. I adore him, he is mine. Chapter 30. Sister Yi, do you expect it to be free? Gu Mo remained oblivious to the inner turmoil of Yi. He glanced at Wu Ai, who was devouring his food like a starving wretch, and felt he did not require consolation. Thus, he shifted his gaze toward Yi. Calculating the time in his mind, he donned a courteous smile and inquired, Sister Yi, do you need something from me? Gu Mo could surmise the reason behind Yi's summons, mostly pertaining to matters concerning the student council. Or perhaps she was simply feeling melancholic and sought his company to drown her sorrows in drink. As for Wu Ai's heartbreak, that was merely a coincidence. Indeed, Yi replied, sipping her fruit wine. Gu Mo awaited her to elaborate, but as half a minute elapsed, she showed no inclination to speak further. Is this a show of intimidation? Did the president summon me for a favor? Gu Mo stated stiffly. Deep down, he was reluctant to confront her. After all, in a past life, he had indirectly caused her demise, leaving him with a sense of guilt that rendered him unable to face her. Upon entering the room and laying eyes on Yi, he had the immediate urge to turn and flee. The longer he remained in her presence, the more discomfort he felt. Yet, when Gu Mo beheld Yi's sorrowful and pitiable visage, his heart ached, compelling him to stay. It's not a favor. I merely wish for you to accompany me for a chat, Yi said, shedding her coat, revealing her voluptuous waist and curvaceous form. Humph, red-haired vixen. I shan't pay you any heed, he stammered, attempting to evade her penetrating gaze. Haha, I've been quite busy these past few days and lack the time. Why is that, Xiaomo? Is it because of that woman? Yi queried, belching slightly from the wine. Gu Mo chose not to respond. She doesn't allow you to see me, does she? Yi's calm, dark eyes locked onto Gu Mo's. How do you know? Gu Mo's brief flicker of shock did not escape Yi's keen observation. You're not developing feelings for this fellow, are you? Wu Ai's voice interjected, his tone ambiguous. Gu Mo shot him a warning glance to keep silent, and continued, My girlfriend has a peculiar temperament, he bluntly stated. Attempting to ward off Yi. To describe it, she dislikes anyone touching her belongings. She might resort to violence. Oh, is that so? But I, too, harbor a dislike, President. I'm not finished with my fun yet, Xiaomo, so don't even think about leaving. Yi replied with a mysterious smile. Gu Mo's smile stiffened. Don't you claim to dislike socializing? You insist you have no interest in handsome men? Being pursued by two formidable women was excruciating. Gu Mo vividly recalled the school's welcome party when he first met Yi, where a striking but seemingly flirtatious blonde senior had attempted to obtain her contact information. This blonde, boasting an eloquence that bordered on the artful, had vainly persisted for over 5 minutes. Most girls might have succumbed, but this was Yi. The blonde had encountered a worthy opponent. The conclusion was that Yi had not even spared him a glance. Get lost, was the sole phrase she uttered to the blonde. Yi's lips curled into a smile. I wish to kiss you. Gu Mo was taken aback by her statement. Yi never jested and possessed not a shred of humor. She rose, approached him, seized his wrist, and forcefully pushed him back against the couch, her body pressing against his. A delightful fragrance enveloped him as their lips met. Gu Mo realized he was utterly powerless, her grip on his wrists unyielding, leaving him no room for resistance. Wu Ai's eyes widened as he witnessed the two locked in an impassioned kiss, his food falling from his mouth in disbelief. What kind of surreal twist is this? Just after a breakup, and I have to witness this. Does the school belle possess a system that empowers her through kissing handsome men? If only she would kiss me instead. What makes this scoundrel better than I? Gu Mo passively surrendered to the fervent kiss, feeling her soft body pressed against him. Contrary to her usual icy demeanor, her lips were warm and tender, imbued with the fragrance of green tea and femininity, making the kiss exceedingly pleasurable. How fierce! This onslaught surpassed even that of a highborn lady. With Jiang Li, Gu Mo had at least some room to maneuver, but with Yi, he could only describe himself as utterly defeated. Yi was undeniably a formidable presence. The unusual sensation against his chest rendered him hesitant to make any sudden moves, his thoughts pleading for the kiss to end swiftly. He felt guilty, fearing that Jiang Li might discover he had kissed another woman. He was not particularly bold. It was only a matter of time before the truth came to light. Yet, he longed for just a moment longer, for such an opportunity to be kissed by the school belle was rare, something he had not experienced in his previous life. Even when her lips drew blood, Gu Mo did not significantly resist. Yi was intoxicatingly fragrant. This is quite troubling. I assent it, Xiaomo. You show no resistance, enjoying kissing that woman, don't you? Jiang Li's voice, reminiscent of a demon's whisper, echoed in Gu Mo's ear. Oh, indeed it was pleasurable. She truly knows how to kiss. Can I witness the moments you shared with her? Beneath the flickering candlelight, Jiang Li appeared to hold a glimmering knife. Little slave, you are truly disobedient. I shall mar your lips, for you have used them to kiss another woman. This atmosphere of ambiguous intoxication was abruptly shattered by her words. Gu Mo gasped, his heart skipping a beat. No. He strained to sit upright, seizing the opportunity to push Yi off him while she was distracted. Calm down for a moment, Guillermo stammered, his face flushed like a ripe cherry. Panting heavily. How can you expect me to calm down? Yuci straightened, her delicate features flushed, and she languidly licked her lips, as if still yearning for more. Is this your essence? In my past life, I never managed to kiss you until my dying day. How can I calm down? I just fulfilled my wish. Yet I am unsatisfied. I do not wish to share you with anyone. I want you entirely for myself. In my 19 years of existence, you are the first who has not labeled me a calamity and has willingly treated me to a meal, despite your own lack of funds. Yuci cast her gaze downward, her fingers clenching helplessly. A soft curse slipped from her lips as she pointed at Guillermo's heart. Xiaomo. It beats quite rapidly, doesn't it? Gazing into her tender eyes, Guillermo struggled to steady his breath. But the unique fragrance of Yuci only stirred his emotions further. That doesn't signify anything. If I were to kiss old Wu, my heart would race even faster than now. Guillermo, still shaken, distanced himself from the president by more than a meter. He steadied his breath, then summoned the courage to accuse her. If I am not mistaken, this is the president's first kiss. Chapter 31. Sister, please no. President, have you lost your mind? This is inappropriate. Where is your dignity and grace as the school belle? This behavior does not align with your persona. Yuci remained unfazed. First kiss. Indeed. I have bestowed such a precious gift upon you. Are you not grateful for the great benevolence of the president? Enough already. You two are going too far. Wu Ai exclaimed in exasperation. Yuci hesitated, casting a glance at Wu Ai before elegantly seating herself beside Guillermo. Hey, wait a minute, sister. So you're aware that he has a girlfriend? Wu Ai, with a toothpick clenched between her teeth, remarked with jealousy, attempting to sow discord between the two. His girlfriend is his childhood sweetheart. Indeed. She hails from a distinguished family. So do I. You knew all along. Wu Ai's tone shifted to one of grave respect. She was well aware of the Gu family's background, and such actions were tantamount to undermining their relationship. He hasn't deceived you. His girlfriend is not someone to be trifled with, Wu Ai said incredulously. Haha, so what? Yuci scoffed, her tone resolute and unwavering. Guillermo, whose hand she held, wished to interject, but found himself at a loss for words. You're mistaken. Jiang Li is not someone we can contend with. You're leading me straight into her territory, and we'll both end up in ruins. I cannot linger here for too long. Noticing that they had nearly finished their meal, Guillermo declared. Yuci tightened her grip, her fingers resolute. Let us go. I'll take you somewhere. You must not refuse me. Her request left no room for denial. Her gaze narrowing as she fixed her eyes on Guillermo. Not going. A fist was placed firmly under Guillermo's chin. Fine, I'll go. Guillermo, though irritated, felt a sense of familiarity with this feeling. Hey, are you really leaving your heartbroken friend behind? I remember you're not one to forget your friends for the sake of beauty, Wu Ai chided. Thanks for the invitation. My life is more important. Guillermo muttered softly as Yuci pulled him away from the private room. Good for nothing. You can't even handle a woman. Wu Ai's voice faded amidst the crowd. Where are you taking me? Guillermo inquired, standing in the snowy street outside the commercial district, idly shaping a snowball. The surroundings were a whirlwind of opulence and shimmering lights. Yuci remained silent, beckoning him forward with a finger, striding ahead against the biting wind. Guillermo tossed the snowball to the ground, confused, and followed her. Where exactly are we going? Aren't you going to tell me? We're heading to a place with beautiful scenery. Scenery? A snack street, a murder mystery game, or a night amusement park. None of these seems suitable for the president. Guillermo ceased his inquiries and walked silently beside her. Noting her demeanor suggested she had no intention of divulging further details. Although he had been mysteriously invited by the president, Guillermo felt no joy. He had sneaked out to accompany Wu Ai for hot pot, strictly speaking, against the wishes of the young lady who forbade him from spending the night outside. I'm really in trouble if I don't return promptly. The young lady will be furious. By 9:20 p.m., he had to be back at the Clay Manor by 10 at the latest. Unable to best the night senior, he was certain she wouldn't outrun him either. As they walked, Guillermo sensed something amiss until they halted before a towering, luxurious building. The Quinn Hotel? Guillermo frowned. Indeed, Yuci replied, a sly smile gracing her lips. What do you intend to do? Guillermo swallowed hard, expressing his distaste. Behave yourself. I have something serious to discuss. Yuci's expression suddenly turned grave. You're unwell. Guillermo, undeterred, turned on his heel to leave. But Yuci swiftly extended her leg to trip him, forcefully gripping his wrist and pulling him back. Pain shot through his wrist. Guillermo attempted to break free. Yet before he could comprehend her swift movements, he felt a sharp pain at his joint, causing him to kneel. His arm was firmly twisted by Yuci. I'm not going anywhere. Be gentler. Humph. She grasped his wrist, compelling him into the hotel and leading him to the front desk to check in. This doesn't concern me, Guillermo reassured himself, thinking that if anything scandalous were to occur tonight, it wouldn't be of his own volition. Passing a row of exquisite wooden reception tables, they arrived at the counter. Please present your ID. The attendant glanced down at their guest information and addressed them. I didn't bring my ID, Guillermo replied with utmost seriousness. Oh, come now, sir. You and your girlfriend are already here. Surely you wouldn't forget your ID? The attendant chuckled, lifting her gaze. She was taken aback by their striking appearances, a perfect pair of lovebirds. Heiress mine. Yi Yusi placed her ID on the counter and turned to Gu Mo. You brought yours, right? Hurry up. Fine, Gu Mo acquiesced, presenting his ID. They completed the check-in process and proceeded to their designated room. Gu Mo first washed his face in the bathroom, then splashed cold water on his neck, finally regaining his composure. All right, if you have something to say, just say it. He leaned awkwardly against the doorframe. Yi Yusi smiled softly, her lips parting gently. Come here. Let me have a good look at you. Gu Mo longed to escape this predicament, yet his legs felt rooted to the spot. Knight Senior wouldn't allow him to flee, nor could he overpower her. I'm serious. Come here. He approached the bedside, torn between whether to sit down. Yi Yusi walked over, drawing the curtains, and under Gu Mo's watchful gaze, she removed her outer garment, tossing it onto a chair. She raised her eyes, meeting Gu Mo's unflinching demeanor. Do you truly have no means to deal with her? Yi Yusi inquired. Gu Mo was taken aback by her question, momentarily stunned. What means? A way to escape her? He yawned, pulling up a chair to sit across from her, contemplating. Should I say I do or don't? Be honest, Yi Yusi urged, her tone devoid of jest. The Eve family, my solutions lie with them. The Jiang family seems to possess a certain secret about them. I intend to act as a middleman, tasked with returning this secret to its rightful owner. Afterward, they'll be able to rescue me from this predicament. Yi Yusi listened intently, then suddenly asked, do you know who they are? They are my only lifeline. I have no other options, Gu Mo replied. That guy promised he wouldn't deceive me, and there is no reason for him to do so. Yi Yusi, worried, gently touched his cheek. Those who wish you harm are everywhere. Only I am genuinely concerned for your well-being. Gu Mo. Chapter 32. What did you say? How are you as wicked as she is? Do not speak of other women in my presence. Yi Yusi flicked Gu Mo on the forehead. Hey, do you really want to hear it? Gu Mo protested, clutching his forehead in indignation as he glared at her. Yi Yusi pressed her lips together, her expression growing increasingly frigid. Consider it my wish. You have wishes? Of course. What do you take me for? Gu Mo gazed at her pitifully beautiful face, feeling a pang of sympathy. It has always been difficult for heroes to resist the charms of beautiful women, he mused, even though he was no hero. Perhaps one day. Have you had enough of this? Gu Mo took a deep breath and stated plainly, stop throwing a tantrum. Yi Yusi affectionately ruffled his hair. He remained clear-headed, unperturbed. Xiao Mo, don't even think about leaving. The delicate features of Yi Yusi were partially obscured by her flowing hair, rendering her allure both elusive and tantalizing. All right, Gu Mo said, stretching his arms as he rose to sit beside her, maintaining a respectful distance. An unsettling feeling lingered within him. Something about today felt amiss. President, you've had a bit too much to drink. Once you sober up tomorrow, you'll undoubtedly regret the foolishness of today's actions. Gu Mo intended to soothe her emotions, yet his words had the opposite effect. Yi Shuejia's smile softened further. Thank you, Xiao Mo, for the reminder. If I hadn't spoken up today, I would indeed regret it upon waking tomorrow. She disregarded Gu Mo's reluctance. It seems you've been taught quite well. Bringing you here was merely a means to an end, not the ultimate goal, Yi Yusi remarked, her previous intoxication evaporating in an instant. Well, President, your acting skills are commendable. Even you were deceived, she continued with a playful tone. I assure you, I am not the least bit inebriated. Really, Xiao Mo, do you underestimate my alcohol tolerance? Gu Mo suddenly recalled that it was impossible for Yi Shuejia to be intoxicated. Your objective? He queried, sensing an unsettling shift in the atmosphere, his brow furrowing in concern. Do you suggest I open the window? If you don't mind. Gu Mo approached and opened the window, letting in the biting cold wind, which swiftly dissipated the ambiguous thoughts swirling in his mind. Truth be told, I can surmise that Yi Shuejia does not strike me as a frivolous person. Gu Mo scratched his head, returning to sit beside Yi Yusi. She extinguished the lights in the room, plunging it into darkness. From their vantage point, they could behold the vibrant spectacle of the commercial street below. With neon lights dancing among the skyscrapers, the distant sound of honking cars faintly echoing through the night. Today, I sought you out to confirm a matter of great significance. However, after our interactions, I believe I have already reached a conclusion. Yi Yusi spoke with an unexpected gravity, resembling a meticulous superior. Xiao Mo, the president will not harm you. You must speak the truth to me. Very well, ask away, Gu Mo replied, maintaining a calm demeanor. Yi Yusi tucked her hair behind her ear, leaning in close, her voice a whisper like an ethereal specter. Were you killed by Jiang Li in your previous life? You have been reborn, haven't you? Time seemed to come to a standstill as Gu Mo stared, wide-eyed, in disbelief. President, what did you just say? How could she possibly know of my rebirth? The implications of her question struck him. Did it mean that she too had experienced a rebirth? A cold, elegant visage flashed through his mind, Jiang Li. If he had been reborn, and Yi Shuejia had as well, it stood to reason that Jiang Li would have also returned. No wonder her demeanor this time was so uncharacteristically gentle and restrained towards Gu Mo. It was all due to the phenomenon of rebirth. Thus, All previous oddities began to make sense. It was not a chaotic distortion of timelines, but rather the two of them had been reborn, each mistakenly believing the other had not. This misapprehension explained the discrepancies in their actions, inconsistent with memories from their former lives. Well, seeing your adorable expression, I already know the answer, she continued. Do you know how I discovered this? Initially, I thought I was the only one who had been reborn. After all, having multiple people reborn in the same world seems rather fantastical. However, my suspicions only arose this afternoon. Don't rush me. Listen to my reasoning. If you had not been reborn, you would not have appeared at school today. In your previous life, you should have been confined by your girlfriend. But since you were not imprisoned, it implies that something went awry on Jiang Li's end. And the most probable explanation for this is that she too has been reborn. Otherwise, she would have had no reason to let you go. So I thought, if that wretched woman Jiang Li has been reborn, is it possible that you have as well? But I was uncertain. So I reached out to your friend and arranged a meeting with you. I observed your behavior tonight and concluded that you indeed have been reborn. Yiyusi took a breath, pausing for a moment before continuing. So, in this life, do you have the confidence to join me in defeating that woman and returning to our sister? I'm sorry, but I have my own plans, Guillermo declined, knowing he had to refuse. The variables were far too numerous. Should his rebirth be discovered by the young lady, she would likely no longer exhibit the same patience. Moreover, with Jiang Li also having returned, she would undoubtedly be preparing for any potential crises. She held the reins of the Breed Dragonhead Group, and her extensive network throughout the empire rendered any resistance from Gumo futile. His only hope lay in leveraging Alna's vast influence to counter Jiang Li and Polaris. Do you not trust me? Trust? Huh. Are you contemplating seeking out Jiang Li to eliminate her? Well, that's broadly accurate, he admitted. No, you cannot kill her. Yiyusi's expression turned to one of astonishment for a brief moment. Do you comprehend the gravity of what you were saying? It seemed she had not anticipated Gumo's outright rejection. I do not expect you to understand my feelings. However, it was the young lady who granted me a second chance at life. She once cared for both me and Xiao Yu with such tenderness. Hence I do not wish to harm her. Guillermo murmured, averting his gaze. You cannot kill her. Her backing is beyond our imagination. To challenge her would be akin to an ant shaking a tree. But fret not, President. I shall find a way to escape. Yiyusi remained silent for a while, biting her lip in frustration before finally sighing in resignation. Very well, she lamented, her demeanor that of a solitary hero, a role her sister would not command. You speak of her formidable influence. How do you intend to flee then? Sigh, you've left me without the heart to tease you. No need for that, he retorted, feeling exasperated. It's so vexing. Why must we all be reborn? The throbbing in his head intensified, more so than before. Guillermo pulled out his phone, opening a chat app to send some evasive messages to Jiang Li, only to find she had already sent him several voice messages. A chill ran down his spine as he steeled himself to listen to one of them. Jiang Li's voice, deep and soothing like a serene abyss, echoed softly. You seem to be enjoying yourself so much that you've almost forgotten about me. I hope you don't remain this happy for too long, otherwise, I shall find myself quite displeased. I wish to see you cry. Guillermo covered his face, unable to bear any more. With a soft click, the bathroom door closed, and the sound of the shower filled the air. Guillermo turned his gaze, wondering if Yishuegia was taking a bath. He quickly redirected his attention and called out. President, please don't act impulsively in a moment of passion. I want tea. For now, I shall rely on you, Yiyusi replied gently. Xiaomo, I cannot disclose to you that a grand conspiracy is brewing within Breed. If you insist on escaping from that woman, you will become one of the main instigators of this plot. Yet, you must do so now. Very well, I cannot remain here any longer. I shall take my leave. The youth responded with a feigned lightheartedness. Are you truly leaving now? Don't act foolishly, Guillermo retorted. He stepped outside the hotel and hailed a taxi waiting by the curb. Oh, it's you, young man, the taxi driver remarked, glancing at Guillermo through the rearview mirror. You've seen me? Guillermo inquired. I saw you enter with a young lady, and now you come out alone. The driver implied, his unspoken thoughts hanging heavily in the air. Indeed, it is precisely as you surmised. Guillermo averted his gaze, disinclined to provide an explanation. The middle-aged man, taken aback, turned his head to look at him. What are you staring at? Drive your car, Guillermo retorted. Hey, you rascal. You didn't even tell me the address. Clay Manor. The man's expression shifted to one of greater astonishment. So, you're a member of the aristocracy, young man. Another glance from him felt akin to having one's eyes plucked out. Guillermo, feeling irked, issued a veiled threat. The driver, with a peculiar groan, started the engine and set off. Chapter 33, Prestige and Intimidation. Perhaps Guillermo's words had unnerved the driver, for he remained silent throughout the journey, occasionally sneaking glances at Guillermo through the rearview mirror. Guillermo leaned against the window, his demeanor languid and lifeless. Not long ago, he had advised Ai Li against such despondency. Alas, Jiang Li has returned. My current circumstances are exceedingly dire. Besieged by the treacherous trio of the Jiang family above and the former president of the aristocratic student council, Yuci below. Yet, their scheming is solely to vie for my favor? What a melodramatic tale of the elite. Upon reflection, Jiang Li's resurrection is, in fact, a double-edged sword. Post-rebirth, she has been indulgent towards Guemo. As long as he conceals his own resurrection from her, she is unlikely to commit any outrageous acts. Guemo mused quietly. Nonetheless, this does not alter the course. He would proceed as planned. Upon arriving, he alighted from the vehicle, and as he opened the door, a bone-chilling wind rushed in to greet him. The night was as dark as ink, ominous clouds loomed overhead, and snowflakes drifted down, gradually intensifying. Why are there so many cars parked outside? Guemo, avoiding the wind, stepped through the manor's entrance and caught sight of a large crowd gathered in the garden. There were maids, butlers, and several men in suits, along with a few unfamiliar figures clad in blue trench coats. What has transpired? He hastened to approach one of the men on the periphery, feigning the demeanor of a wealthy young heir. What are you all doing here? The man turned with impatience. But upon recognizing Guemo, his eyes darted around before he donned a smile. Ah, you've arrived just in time for a major scoop. By tomorrow, I reckon this will be front-page news in Breed. Major scoop? The refined man seemed to revel in the unfolding drama. Of course, it's big news. Just look at where we are, Clay Manor. A death here is undeniably significant. Gumo's heart skipped a beat, and he attempted to push his way into the crowd, only to be yanked back by the refined man. Hey, you really shouldn't go over there. It's rather gruesome. I assure you, after witnessing it, you won't be able to eat for 3 days. The refined man grimaced. They had their head blown off. Damn it, just a glance made me feel nauseous. Desperately, Guemo grasped the man's arm and asked, who died? Unclear. However, I heard that the deceased was a formidable assassin. An escaped first-degree fugitive who was shot while fleeing the castle, the man replied. By the way, who are you? Guemo cleared his throat. A distant relative of the Jiang family. Don't fool me. The refined man arched an eyebrow, deciding not to pursue further inquiries. Anyone who can enter Clay Manor is certainly not a commoner. As the two conversed, numerous reporters struggled to push through the crowd, rushing towards the scene of the incident. News must have leaked. Otherwise, the journalists wouldn't have arrived so swiftly, the refined man mused. Guemo's anxious heart settled. Xiao He is dead. This shouldn't be. Based on his patterns of movement over the past few days, the people of Clay Manor should not have been able to apprehend him, especially with a maid as his insider. Who could have orchestrated this? Could it be her? A woman's face gradually surfaced in Guemo's mind. Jiang Li. Do you know the deceased man? Was he sent by your enemies to carry out an assassination in the castle? What do you have to say about his death in the garden? In the heart of the crowd, reporters bombarded Jiang Yunhe with questions, their saliva flying as their microphones nearly poked the old lady's mouth. Jiang Yunhe, hands clasped behind her back, wore a pale face and remained mute in the face of their inquiries. Seeing her silence, the reporters intensified their questioning. Why are you not speaking? Is it that your voice has failed you? Was he an assassin sent by a rival of the Polaris group? Was he killed by your subordinates? Or is there more to the story? Direct your questions to me. My mother is elderly. With so many of you surrounding her, you might provoke her ire. At this, the crowd fell silent, stepping aside to make way for the newcomer. The once chaotic atmosphere transformed into an instant hush. The only sound that remained was the winter wind rustling through the fabric of their coats. Jiang Li, fingers interlaced before her, bore an expression of calm indifference. Beside her stood 2 tall figures clad in black, shielding her with an umbrella as they walked slowly through the snow. Jiang Li's gaze swept over the gathered crowd, and wherever her eyes landed, tension rippled through the onlookers. Even the zealous reporters instinctively fell silent. Are you not going to ask any questions? Jiang Li feigned innocence. Miss Jiang, I have inquiries. The leader of the men in blue trench coats stepped forward, standing before Jiang Li. She regarded him with curiosity. Upon closer inspection, one might notice the flush of his ears beneath his unkempt beard. The man introduced himself. We are from the Royal Rottweiler Arbitration Department. I am Gonzalez, the direct commander of the St. Lorenzo district. Perhaps buoyed by his title, he stood taller, casting aside his cigarette with an air of authority. What in the world are these Rottweilers doing here? The refined man murmured in confusion. Gonzalez raised a small notebook, furrowing his brow as he posed his question. What has Conant been doing at Clay Manor for the past half-month? His scarred eyes narrowed. I do not know, Jiang Li replied, standing on her toes slightly. Fine. Gonzalez's glare was menacing. Why was Conant secretly active at Clay Manor for half a month? I do not know, Jiang Li exhaled nonchalantly. A sudden gust of icy wind swept through the air, prompting the crowd to tighten their coats. Large snowflakes landed in the palm of Jiang Li's outstretched hand, gradually melting with time. Then, Miss Jiang, what was your motive for killing Conant? Gonzalez's brow furrowed deeply. Do you know how crucial he was to our organization? At this proclamation, gasps rippled through the crowd. I did not kill him, Jiang Li replied, casting a disinterested glance at Conant's lifeless body on the ground. Miss Jiang, do not presume that we are powerless against you, Gonzalez retorted angrily. Feigning ignorance is a tactic everyone can employ, but not everyone can maintain it indefinitely. Conant died from a direct gunshot to the head, and we found this bullet in his body. Gonzalez gestured to an agent behind him, who produced an evidence bag. This type of bullet is custom-made for the Polaris group, exclusively for its family members. He enunciated each word with deliberate gravity. That does not prove anything, Jiang and Xing replied, her expression impassive. Chapter 34. The most powerful woman in breed. We shall present to you an answer you may not wish to hear. Gonzalez uttered a chilling remark, habitually licking his fingers with his tongue as he turned a page in the notebook. Who is the chief steward? He called out loudly. Greetings, esteemed sir. I am the chief steward, Drew responded with deference. Gonzalez appeared somewhat appeased by this, his stern expression softening considerably. Have all the staff in the castle assembled? Indeed. Every last one. Well, among you, who has had any communication or encounters with Conant? A stir swept through the crowd, the commotion lingering for several minutes. Yet none seemed inclined to answer Gonzalez's inquiry. Concealing crucial evidence is a grave offense. I urge anyone with knowledge to step forward now. We pledge to provide a fair and just resolution. Gonzalez's hoarse voice resonated across the assembly. Jiang Nixing, seemingly unfazed, removed her white glove from her left hand and snapped her fingers. It is I. Her solitary, chilling voice trembled under the astonished gazes of countless onlookers. Ellie emerged from the throng. Her slight figure seemed so out of place in this setting. Ellie? Gumo's eyes widened in disbelief, suspecting he might be mistaken. Why is she stepping forward? Could it be she is the co-conspirator? Yet upon reflection, there were indeed clues to consider. The other maids in the castle, apart from Ellie, appeared quite well, while only Ellie herself bore a pallid complexion. Was her one appearance a result of clandestine meetings with Conant? As an orphan, she had been raised in Claim Manor, receiving adequate remuneration for her labor. She had no reason to engage in such treachery. Gumo believed she was not an evildoer. And at that moment, he fervently wished for the true spy to be someone else. One Conant, one Ellie. What connection could these two possibly share? What is your name? Gonzalez scoffed. Eliana Belk. Miss Jiang, and Miss Ellie, you both shall accompany me. The rest we shall discuss at the station. The bearded man nodded at several individuals clad in blue coats, who promptly entered a police vehicle. Ellie, desolate and forlorn, scanned the surroundings. Her hands clenched tightly against her chest, as if seeking a familiar face amidst the crowd, nervously glancing back as she walked. Gumo's gaze met hers several times, only to diverge again. Was she searching for me? Do not flatter yourself. How well do you know her? It is improbable she is looking for you, Gumo thought, feeling a pang of sympathy, yet at a loss for words. Since Ellie did not refute the accusation, it served as confirmation that she was indeed an accomplice to Conant's infiltration of the castle. Please, proceed. The young man dared not meet Jiang Nixing's eyes, his tone laced with tension. Jiang Nixing made no objection and followed the young man into the police vehicle, after which 3 cars flashing white lights swiftly departed the scene. Conant's body was also taken away, and the personnel from the Rowler Arbitration Department showed no inclination to preserve the crime scene. Perhaps they were already well aware of who the perpetrator was. No sooner had Jiang Nixing departed than the crowd resumed their hushed whispers. Jiang Yun showed no intention of dispersing the throng. She did not even glance at the reporters as she turned to leave. The 2 bodyguards in top hats who had followed Jiang Nixing quickly rushed to assist her. The reporters, eager to follow, were halted by the steward. Though they had gained no substantial information, they were all abuzz with excitement over the tantalizing news. With such a captivating story, they needed little else. The camaraderie that had just prevailed among them shattered in an instant, replaced by animosity in their gazes. This meant that the one who could craft the swiftest news article would seize the opportunity for promotion, perhaps even igniting a sensational fire. The reporters clambered into their vehicles, streaming out in a frenzy. Do you understand why that bearded man posed such questions? It is clearly a power struggle within the aristocracy. It is only fitting he inquires thus, a refined man remarked to Gumo, adjusting his glasses. You are not alone in this sentiment. I too find him rather unprofessional, akin to a mere opportunist. What leads you to that conclusion? Did you not hear the inquiries from that bearded man? They bore no relevance to the case whatsoever. To put it bluntly, I believe it is a conflict between 2 great families. The unfortunate soul who was shot dead is merely one of the casualties in their struggle. The refined man, braving the blinding snow, spoke with fervor. Pray, this is Clay Manor, the domain of the Jiang family. Do you comprehend the true nature of Miss Jiang? She is formidable. Is she not just an aristocrat with some talent? Gumo feigned ignorance, as his understanding of Jiang Nixing remained vague. Gumo could sense fragments of information, piecing together the perspectives of those around her. Jiang Nixing was certainly not as carefree as she appeared. She might be donning multiple masks, and what Gumo had witnessed was but a mere glimpse of the iceberg. You are mistaken, gravely so. It is not merely a matter of having some skill. Her capabilities are extraordinary, indeed. She is one of the legendary figures in breed. It is said that the Polaris Group owes its current success to none other than that genius strategist, Miss Jiang. Is Jiang Nixing truly that remarkable? Gumo's gaze rose to meet the refined man, who had genuinely astonished him. You witnessed that scene. The moment Miss Jiang arrived, this rabble fell silent. Does that not showcase her prowess? The Rowler Arbitration Department holds considerable power. They are well accustomed to making decisions post facto. Why then do they treat Miss Jiang with such deference? This is the reputation she has cultivated in Breed, regardless of who approaches. Even royal lineages must first address her as Miss Jiang in respect. The refined man brushed the snow from his collar, placing a hand on Gumo's shoulder with a serious expression. In Breed, Miss Jiang ranks foremost on the list of individuals one should not provoke. To put it bluntly, the Rowler Arbitration Execution Department, at her command, they must all serve her. Gumo felt increasingly astounded. She could even mobilize the Imperial Special Operations Forces? Is this the power of a financial conglomerate? I say no more, my friend. Remember, do not cross Polaris. Otherwise, you may never learn who it was that brought about your demise. The refined man turned and ventured into the swirling snow. Gumo, for a moment, felt as if he had stumbled into a grave misstep, soon enveloped by a sense of helplessness. He wearily blinked. Had he not been treading a razor's edge these past few days? If Jiang Nixing were indeed as the refined man described, then even 9 lives would not suffice for Gumo to navigate this perilous game. That said, he had already pledged to Arna, leaving him with no other choice. He sought his own future freedom. Ahead lay an endless tempest and thorns, while behind lurked the abyss of death. 9 lives or none, he must forge ahead. Young master. Someone seemed to be calling out to Gumo. Drew, with eyes sharp as an eagle's, quickly located Gumo within the crowd. He approached Gumo and spoke rapidly. If you have any questions, please proceed to the office on the left side of the second-floor corridor. There you shall find your answers. Drew's gaze seemed evasive for some reason, and after delivering his message, he hurriedly vanished into the storm. I have become a lone hero, have I not? Gumo murmured to himself. Gumo ascended to the second-floor corridor, following the words of Drew. He stood before the office on the left, raised his hand, and gently knocked on the door. Is anyone there? Chapter 35, The Yandere's Fury. Come in. Upon receiving permission, Gumo pushed the door open, only to freeze at the threshold. Jiang Li continued reviewing documents without even lifting her head, her tone flat as she said, if you have questions, ask quickly, before my good mood dissipates. The moment I see you, my irritation begins to simmer. He cautiously pulled out the chair in front of the desk and sat down, feigning casual conversation. Why don't you turn on the lights? Just a candle? Aren't you afraid of straining your eyes? Did I invite you to sit? Gumo was taken aback and immediately stood up. Sit. Gumo complied once more, yet felt an uncomfortable sensation as if something was jabbing into him. What was the purpose of Khan not infiltrating the claim manor? Since Jiang Li had broached the subject, it would seem remiss not to inquire, especially given the multitude of questions swirling in his mind, to provide information for his benefactor. However, I am unclear about the specifics of his investigation. Is this a conflict between 2 major factions? Of course, it is not in my nature to suffer losses without recompense. The Jiang family will return the favor in kind. And what of Eli's motives? TSK. Her intentions are quite simple. She merely seeks to provide cover for Khan, allowing him to slip into the castle unnoticed. Why would she do such a thing? Her judgment faltered, and she was deceived. Khan ensnared her with his charm. Teenage girls often harbor such fantasies. And Khan happened to fulfill her whimsical notions of the enigmatic hero of the night. In a way, it is a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. Eli is not a bad person. What are you altering? Gumo flipped through the chaotic documents in the box. Are you going to assist me with revisions? Jiang Li exhaled in displeasure. Gumo cleared his throat. Is Khan's death related to your mother? Gumo carefully selected his words, ultimately settling on this inquiry. Yes, Jiang Nixing is no virtuous individual. It could be said she orchestrated the act, although her hands remain unstained. She would never sully herself with such deeds. She employs others for that. Then why did they choose to infiltrate a fortnight ago? That was precisely when she returned. This matter was specifically aimed at her. At this point, the entire situation became crystal clear. Jiang Nixing had returned to Breed 2 weeks ago, upon her arrival. Her adversaries dispatched Khan to gather certain intelligence about her, with Khan simultaneously ensnaring Eli to keep watch. Thus, 2 weeks passed, and Jiang Nixing became aware of the situation, secretly devising a plan, with today marking the culmination of that scheme. Jiang Nixing had eliminated Gumo as a suspect, as he was entirely uninvolved in this affair. He did not recognize Khan at all, nor did he know who was opposing Jiang Nixing. The only unfortunate aspect was Eli. After years of working in the castle, she ended up being tarnished by this incident. Have you finished your inquiries? Jiang Li set down her pen. Is there something else, Miss Jiang? Gumo felt an ominous premonition. Of course, there is, darling. Go and fetch that item. Jiang Li's lips curled into a sinister smile as she pointed with her chin towards a glass display case. Gumo's expression turned fearful as he rose to comply. All right. He placed the wooden box onto the desk. Jiang Li removed her rimless glasses, meticulously cleaning the lenses as she spoke lightly. Don't you have anything to say to me? What should I say? Gumo sensed the tension in the air, leaning towards the door, ready to flee at a moment's notice. Close the door. Do you think this is a place you can enter and exit at will? Gumo dejectedly approached the door to close it, then returned to his seat obediently. When I am in a foul mood, I do not appreciate clever antics from others. She returned her glasses to the case and opened the wooden box to reveal its contents. Now, little Mo, I am seething with rage. Can you explain why that is? The flickering flames of the fireplace cast a glow upon Jiang Li's elegant, yet terrifying visage. The yandere lady truly was incensed. Let us play a game. I shall ask you questions, and you will provide answers. For each truth you speak, I will grant you a point. For each lie, I shall deduct one. Let us see how many points you can accumulate. How could I possibly lie to you? Gumo's lips felt parched as he avoided Jiang Li's penetrating gaze. You little fibber, the words you utter are so disingenuous that even you do not believe them. You must be quite curious how I know all this. Jiang Li stepped away from the desk, slowly striding towards Gumo, towering over him. I know everything about you. Jiang Li's knife-like fingertips grazed his neck, leaving shallow, crimson trails. Do not regard me with such mournful eyes, little Mo, as if I were some villain. Her crimson irises burned hotter than the flames behind her, searing Gumo's heart. I have treated you well, providing you with fine food and drink, granting you ample freedom, never chaining you with shackles or iron bonds. You should be grateful to me. Jiang Li beamed down at him, her gaze filled with delight as she reveled in his palpable fear. And this is how you repay my kindness? Have you been cozying up to some beauty? Jiang Li feigned fanning herself as if to dismiss the scent lingering in the air. The stench on you is her doing, isn't it? Gumo inhaled deeply, catching the scent of the night senior lingering on his clothes, the aroma so deeply embedded that he could hardly believe it. He thought the strong winds had cleared it away long ago. Faced with Jiang Li in this state, Gumo found himself unable to articulate a coherent response. I went to eat hot pot with Wu Ai. The scent on my clothes is from the waitress. Is that so? A waitress, you say? And you were caught lip-locking with that waitress, weren't you? Gumo was met with a piercing glare. Such a kiss makes me envious. I haven't even questioned you. Yet you were so eager to deceive me. Do you take me for a mere child? Jiang Li's previously playful smile vanished, replaced by a cold demeanor. You want me to help you with a little physical hypnosis, don't you? Am I right? Chapter 36. Eyes closed, the world reboots. The blade pierced his skin, tearing flesh and drawing blood. The excruciating pain electrified every fiber of his being, the crimson liquid quickly staining his shirt, leaving a jagged, ghastly mark. The agony was unbearable. Gumo clenched his teeth, stifling any sound. Should he cry out, the consequence would be far worse. How could she know so much? It was merely a slight delay in my return. There was no need for such drastic measures against me. No, with her yandere tendencies, such behavior was hardly surprising. The blood seemed to awaken something deep within her psyche, and Jiang Li's complexion flushed unnaturally as she delicately licked the blood from the jagged edge of the wound. Gumo braced himself, sitting upright once more, his tone laced with disdain and sarcasm. Futile, you lunatic. Jiang Li shed her outer garments, revealing a form-fitting black dress that accentuated her alluring figure, the flickering candlelight enhancing her captivating beauty. Is that so? Her voice betrayed no hint of emotion. Why, I have loved you so deeply, and you even accepted my confession. Jiang Li's hand, gripping the knife, trembled slightly as she succumbed to profound self-doubt. Why? Must you flirt with other women? As she spoke, her expression shattered into a grimace, punctuated by a few bitter laughs. Gumo furrowed his brow, gazing intently at her, his lips twitching but remaining silent. In this situation, any explanation he offered would be futile. Allowing her to vent her madness alone seemed the wisest course of action. After all, Gumo was indeed powerless at this moment. If he were to merely retaliate verbally against Jiang Li, it would only serve as a fleeting release for him, yielding no tangible benefits. Perhaps he would even suffer a broken leg, or worse. Exactly, that pitiful expression of yours is the most obedient. How adorable. Jiang Li lifted Gumo's chin. Do you wish to cry? Don't even dream of it. But I do wish to, she continued. I want to torment little Mo and see him weep. The blade once again pierced his skin, causing him to cough in pain. Gumo could no longer utter a sound. His cries fell on deaf ears. If this continued, he might genuinely weep due to physiological distress. For the pain inflicted by the knife was excruciating, a torture beyond human endurance. The more you cry, the better. Perhaps I'll let you off lightly if I am pleased. She traced her finger slowly over the wound on Gumo's chest, her nails deliberately digging in. You must bear the consequences yourself. Even breathing felt like a drain on his strength. Gumo's vision blurred, Jiang Li's figure wavering in and out of focus. Blood seeped through his shirt, staining it crimson. Darkness began to encroach upon his sight. Are you not bored? He retorted, suppressing his rage. Jiang Li pinched his left cheek, her voice dripping with a devilish whisper. You still have the energy to talk back. It seems I haven't hurt you enough. Gumo felt the world slipping away, his body alien and unresponsive, the pain gradually dulling. As his eyes rolled back, he succumbed to unconsciousness. The next day at noon, Gumo finally awoke. He lay supine on Jiang Li's large bed. Struggling to open his eyes, he immediately spotted Jiang Li sitting at the edge of the bed. Cough, cough, cough. He erupted into a fit of harsh coughs, his weakened gaze still reflecting terror. You've just been bandaged, don't move around too much. Rest well, Jiang Li said, her eyes cast down as she peeled an orange. Upon noticing he was awake, she looked up, her gaze a mixture of concern and lingering anger. Gumo found himself unwilling to meet her eyes. I lost my composure last night. I truly apologize. Though she offered an apology, there was no trace of sincerity in her voice. It was clear she had no intention of genuinely atoning for her actions. I played a game of do de jus with the King of Hell last night. The Polaris Group is fully capable of bringing the best medical team to treat Breed. To be honest, Guillermo, it would be difficult for you to even die. Stop joking, Jiang Li said, pinching his cheek. You are too delicate. You fainted after just a few hits. Guillermo stared at her in shock, unable to believe what he was hearing. Anyone would faint if a knife were to slice them. Little Mo, I grew anxious. Jiang Li paused, her movements halting. I do not wish to treat you in this manner, but you have deceived me time and again. I swear I will make you understand the cost. I hope you won't hold it against me. This was not my intention. Such a clumsy apology. The pain coursing through Guillermo's body constantly reminded him not to forget this woman's atrocities against him. Would you like something to drink? She asked, retrieving a bowl of hot porridge from the table. Yes, Guillermo replied, his mouth parched as if he had been in a desert for days. Desperately needing to quench his thirst, Jiang Li picked up the bowl and blew on it before taking a sip herself. Hey, Guillermo exclaimed, a hint of irritation in his voice. She did not rush to swallow but instead glanced at him with an inscrutable expression. After holding the porridge in her mouth for several seconds, she leaned down and fed it to him mouth to mouth. Her delicate, soft tongue brushed against his lips, a sensation that was truly indescribable. Though plain rice porridge had no flavor, Guillermo detected a hint of sweetness. Is it delicious? Jiang Li asked, her tone laced with a hint of vindictiveness. Uh-huh, Guillermo replied, feeling somewhat disgusted yet mechanically swallowing it down. Do you want me to feed you until it's finished? That won't be necessary. I can manage myself. Just flesh wounds. Take care of yourself. Now that you are awake, I can leave. Jiang Li stuffed an orange into his hand and stood up. Halfway to the door, she glanced back. Remember to think of me, haha. With that, the door closed behind her. Ouch. Guillermo grimaced as he struggled to sit up, the pain threatening to tear his soul apart. Resigned, he lay back down. What pained him was not merely that Jiang Li had struck him. Rather, it was the realization that he could not get out of bed. He gritted his teeth, forcing himself to sit up, pulling back the covers. He discovered that his shirt had been removed, replaced by extensive bandaging. Not a single good piece of flesh was visible. Even the slightest movement sent waves of pain coursing through him. In this condition, he was utterly incapable of stealing anything. It would be better to remain unconscious for a few more days until his wounds healed, rather than sitting idly on the bed, confused and clueless. Achieving his goals felt like a distant dream. His phone chimed with a message notification. With great effort, he reached for his phone and opened the message. The tragic incident at the Clay Manor has unfolded, and the Polaris Group has committed such acts for profit. The bold, eye-catching headline greeted him. Just as the reporters had claimed, it had indeed become major news, dominating the search rankings with over 5 million hits. Guillermo frowned as he continued reading. I was the first to arrive at the crime scene and immediately laid eyes on the shocking corpse lying on the stone slab. Upon inquiry, I discovered that this person was named Connaught, a level 1 wanted criminal that the arbitration department was actively pursuing. Accompanying the text was a pixelated image. Chapter 37, Substantial Progress. Why did Connaught meet a gruesome end at Clay Manor? Who fired the fatal shot, and who attempted to conceal the body? Why does the leader of the Polaris Group remain silent despite knowing everything? Just how heartless are they in their pursuit of profit? What secrets do Jiang Yun and her silence hide? Stay tuned, as we will unveil everything shortly. Guillermo sighed. For the sake of sensationalism, this reporter was resorting to absurd reasoning, willing to go to any lengths for fame. The most common tactic was to produce filler articles, capable of generating 30,000 repetitive words, yet failing to get to the crux of the matter, leaving readers confused about the true message. This was even worse, reaching a level of distortion of the facts. It is all about money. It was evident that the Polaris Group had offended some powerful figure in their quest for profit, leading this figure to send the assassin Connaught as a dagger, aiming to eliminate a key leader of the Jiang family. However, due to various uncontrollable factors, the attempt had failed, resulting in Connaught being shot dead in the garden. On the night of the incident, Jiang Yun and the very strange Guillermo were present. Guillermo put down his phone, his expression dark. This reporter's imagination was far too rich. The true answer was known to perhaps no more than 5 individuals. This journalist was purely spewing nonsense. After all, the old lady had said nothing at the time, leaving the reporters with no means of knowing. 3 whole days passed. Guillermo lay in bed for 3 days straight, only able to get out of bed on the 4th day. His body remained stiff and unresponsive, but he was able to jog and walk without issue. Along the way, he even managed to make a phone call filled with paternal concern to Wu AI. Did you tell the young lady about this? What are you talking about? Wu AI replied, sounding as if she were brushing her teeth. I implore you, cease your pretense. How could Jiang Li possibly be aware of my kiss with Sister Yi? Bah, you rascal, you monopolize all the good fortune. You are fully aware of my heartbreak. Yet you dare to kiss in front of me, and with the campus beauty at that. And you even sneak kisses behind Sister Li's back. Wu AI spat out a mouthful of foamy water. If I do not report you, it would be a travesty against the heavens. You, hiding outside with your childhood sweetheart like a scoundrel. I am witnessing your infidelity firsthand. My eyes may be of no use, but they could be donated to someone in need. Gumo's injury throbbed with pain from his fury. Me, seeking a mistress? Which of your eyes has beheld such a thing? Did I ever take the initiative? It was Sister Yi who kissed me of her own accord. Are you not aware? How absurd. You, a grown man, cannot even push a woman away when she forcefully kisses you? Truly pathetic. You merely wish to take advantage while pretending to be innocent. I have always said you are of such ilk, forever ensnared in the grasp of women. You dare to curse me? Oh, I have sinned. May the heavens punish me. Not some simpleton like you. You are correct in your assertions. Each has their own rationale. Do not jest, old Gu. I can almost envision your foolish visage through the screen. Sister Li will undoubtedly make you pay. Did you receive a sound thrashing? Gumo felt his composure shatter. Gnash your teeth all you want. One day, your gluttony will surely be your undoing. In a fit of rage, Gumo hung up the phone and cast his device aside. Once he regained his composure, he retrieved Arna's VIP card, yearning to dial the number inscribed upon it to inquire about their next steps. Over the past few days, Gumo had contemplated numerous strategies, painstakingly discerning Jiang Li patterns of movement. She spent most of her time away from the estate, only returning at night to rest. Yet what of it? I remain oblivious as to the location of that object. The slanting rays of the setting sun streamed through the window, illuminating the serene features of the young man, casting an air of solitude upon him. The dimness within the room, washed in the golden hues of dusk, bore no semblance to the colorless depths of his violet eyes. Gumo bit into an apple, meticulously sifting through his memories, searching for any overlooked details. There were no clues within the room. Jiang Li possessed a husband who had passed away many years ago. Suddenly, a spark ignited in Gumo's mind. That object was never within the room. He had erred in direction. Could it be that Jiang Li carried it with her at all times? Indeed, having cherished it for so long, she had no reason to leave it behind. His heart leaped unexpectedly. He finally recalled the item he had forgotten that fateful night when Jiang Li confessed her feelings for him. As he departed the old lady's chamber, he had noticed Jiang Li fiddling with something in the corner of his eye. Yes, that must be it. A wave of immense joy surged through Gumo's heart. All his efforts over these past days had not been in vain, for he had finally unearthed a valuable lead. Alas, in his excitement, he had inadvertently strained his still healing wound. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, he felt as though he had not wasted his days in that room. Tap, tap, tap. A knock echoed at the door. Young master, may I come in? The cool, familiar voice stirred recognition within him. Could it be Li? Gumo hurried to open the door. It was indeed Li. Her complexion markedly improved since that night, smiling gently. Are you hungry, young master? I knew you would be fine. It seems they are not as heartless as I thought. They haven't mistreated you, have they? A hint of melancholy tinged Li's tone. I am perfectly fine, Li. I was unaware that Xiao Nan was a wanted criminal. He appeared so humble and polite that I let him in. Li's hands tightly clutched the hem of her dress. I have failed the mistress. How shall she regard me now? I do not wish to be cast out. She would not cast you away. Gumo withdrew his hand from Li's shoulder, surveying her carefully. Because you still hold value, he stated solemnly. Li seemed unconcerned by his words. Her previously cold demeanor now brightened with a gentle smile. I hope I remain of use. As long as the mistress does not expel me, I will never again make such a grave error. Suddenly, a series of bells chimed. Li lifted the hem of her white maid's dress with both hands, gently leaning forward to ask, Young master, are you hungry? A little, Gumo replied, feeling his spirits lift at her presence. After dinner, Jiang Li assisted him back to his room. Does it still hurt? Much better. Jiang Li lowered her head, obscuring her expression from view. Humans are truly fragile, she spoke slowly. Indeed, humans are fragile. Sometimes a mere fall can lead to death. Gumo was puzzled by her sudden statement. Every night I lie beside you, holding your hand, yet I cannot embrace you. Can you comprehend my feelings? Jiang Li approached the window, leaning against the sill as she gazed at the snowy garden. It is as if you are a beam of light. I can grasp that light, but upon opening my palm, I find nothing but the abyss of darkness. Gumo regarded her somewhat desolate silhouette, yet within him swirled only resentment and fear. I merely wish for her to vanish from my life, to never return. If I cannot seize the light, then I shall compel it to illuminate my path. Jiang Li turned to face him, her red lips brushing against his ear as she spoke with elegance. Xiaomo, surrender to me, and I shall bestow upon you the most exquisite affection. I long to hear you call me your beloved from the depths of your heart, rather than cloak me with laughable lies. Chapter 38, the CAF. She pushed Gumo onto the bed, her soft lips enveloping him, granting him the suffocating kiss unique to a lady of noble birth. Silver strands cascaded over Gumo's cheek. A slight shift of his gaze revealed a stark contrast created by the constriction of her lingerie, delineating a clear divide against the backdrop of her pristine complexion. Heat seemed to rise, rendering Gumo somewhat breathless beneath her kiss. She smiled sweetly, her eyes shimmering with a tender light. Jiang Li pressed closer, and Gumo strained to push her away, but to no avail. Stop. Do not allow that woman to deceive you. The unmistakable aged voice echoed within the depths of Gu Mo's consciousness once more. His mind remained remarkably clear. However, he had no choice but to passively indulge in the moment. Wretched disciple, you are committing a crime. Has the last lesson not awakened you? She is weaving a cage for you, waiting for the day you willingly leap into it. Master, I was the one who was pushed down both times. What could I do? No lies here. But you, wretched disciple, have you ever truly resisted? Humph. Have you ever attempted to defy her? Hey, master, in my past life, I constantly resisted, and what was the outcome? I was stabbed to death by a self-destructive yandere. Gu Mo finally caught a glimpse of the elder's visage. Still isolated beneath the sprawling willow, stroking the tuft of goat's beard on his chin as he scrutinized Gu Mo. His face was stern, devoid of mirth, evoking memories of his mother. Child, do you trust your master? My master would never speak falsehoods. Gu Mo clasped his hands in reverence. A teachable child indeed. Listen to me, disciple. Rest assured, that woman shall no longer threaten your life in this lifetime. What do you mean, master? Humph. As I have said, that woman, having lost you once, shall not become a lost soulmate again. She is clever and will not repeat the same mistake. Waiting, time shall reveal to you the turning point and also affirm the determination of certain individuals. Yet, I am already aware of this. The following day, Sunday, utilizing the day of freedom exchanged from Jiang Li, he found himself seated in a CAF with Xiao Yu, unable to suppress the lingering recollections of the old man's words. Jiang Li had crafted a radiant trap, which now lured me to tread further into its depths. She had lost me once. But that was a matter of a previous life, although she too has been reborn. Her incessant and morbid possessiveness will only breed further aversion in Gu Mo. If she desires his genuine compliance, she cannot once again resort to coercion and confinement. Brother, I'm talking to you. Xiao Yu waved her hand impatiently in front of Gu Mo's eyes. Startled, he took a sip of his coffee. Are you missing your brother? Stop being so vain. Do you really think you possess such charm? Ugh, don't look at me with that nauseating gaze. It's utterly revolting. Xiao Yu rolled her eyes, her tone dripping with disdain. To make my sister so disgusted, I must truly be a failure as a brother. Gu Mo feigned a sorrowful expression, covering his face with his hands. You're a good brother, don't be so self-deprecating. Xiao Yu turned her gaze to the window, unable to bear his despondent demeanor. After a brief silence, Gu Mo abruptly interjected with an ill-timed remark. Xiao Yu, my dear sister, you will support your brother, won't you? If worst comes to worst, you could at least offer me some advice. Huh, support what? First, tell me what you plan to do. Xiao Yu, bewildered, cut a piece of matcha cake and began to eat, utterly unconvinced that Gu Mo would engage in anything serious. I enjoy this, so I'll be direct. What method should I employ to stealthily acquire something from a girl without her knowledge? Ahem. Xiao Yu seemed to choke on her cake, quickly taking a sip of her latte to clear her throat. What did you say? Brother, are you feeling ill? I'm your sister. If you're unwell, we should go to the hospital for proper treatment. She reached out, placing her small hand on his forehead, her expression filled with concern. Brother, you mustn't hide anything from me. What you're contemplating is illegal. Gu Mo observed Xiao Yu's usually vibrant face, noticing the genuine worry in her large eyes. If this continues, I might truly lose my mind. So, Xiao Yu, do you have any ideas? Gu Mo was, in truth, seeking a form of psychological comfort. Absolutely not. Xiao Yu crossed her arms defiantly over her chest, exhaling sharply before continuing. This is a matter of principle. I won't allow you to engage in such disgraceful acts. Wow. If you get caught stealing, I refuse to see you at the police station. Brother, I can't even imagine what you intend to steal. Can't you just tell me directly? Xiao Yu leaned back suddenly, covering her mouth with her small hand. You're not planning to steal someone else's underwear, are you? Her voice was quite loud, drawing the attention of other patrons in the CAF. Keep it down. I don't want to gain notoriety in such a manner. Then don't do it, you foolish brother. You're such a hypocritical prude. That's just you, Gu Mo retorted, rolling his eyes and shaking his head as though he hadn't heard the disparaging remarks. Stubborn as ever, he muttered quietly. Who's being stubborn? Hypocritical indeed. Stealing underwear. How could you even think of that? Gu Mo snatched the unfinished piece of cake from Xiao Yu's hand, holding it aloft. Give that back. Ignoring her protests, Gu Mo continued in a lowered voice. Oh, but with your sisterly, such a stunning beauty beside me, why would I need to steal underwear? Can't I simply take hers? Perverted. Just shut up. Xiao Yu leaned forward to reclaim the cake, while Gu Mo leaned back to evade her efforts. Apologize to your brother. Apologize to this pervert? In your dreams. Seeing she could not retrieve it, Xiao Yu began to tickle Gu Mo's sides. Huh, you're cheating. Gu Mo erupted into laughter as he squirmed, giving Xiao Yu the opportunity to snatch the cake back. Meow. A Persian cat leapt onto Xiao Yu's lap, purring contentedly as it nestled comfortably between her legs. Does it know you? Gu Mo stared intently at the cat, which regarded him with equal disdain, as if to say, my graceful presence is not something a commoner like you can behold. Sunlight filtered through the slats of the blinds, casting a gentle glow upon Xiao Yu's delicate face. She lowered her gaze to stroke the cat's head, the scene tranquil and harmonious, the feline purring in agreement. Yes, Orange and I are good friends. Chapter 39, idol singer? Meow? The Persian cat meowed again. I've been coming to this CAF for over 2 years. We've known each other since then. Xiao Yu tapped her spoon lightly against the rim of her cup, taking a sip of her latte, her gaze softening in a way she never exhibited towards Guemo. No wonder. Guemo downed his coffee in one gulp. How rude. Xiao Yu frowned in disapproval. Meow? Hey, you too, enough already. Guemo set down his cup, feeling increasingly anxious. I'm not a nobleman, nor do I possess the grace and etiquette of one. Sticking to outdated norms is truly a hassle. Humph, that's just being impolite. Xiao Yu, didn't you have something to tell me earlier? Xiao Yu paused. Her hand stilled in its caress of the cat. She recalled the words of her homeroom teacher, who had expressed support for her. What would her brother think of it? Brother, how much do you know about music? I don't know much about music. Why do you ask? Are you planning to study music? Well, don't you think music aligns well with my artistic temperament? Xiao Yu said proudly, puffing out her slightly underdeveloped chest. Every time I watch a musical, I fantasize about being on stage myself, to perform a magnificent piece for the audience, receiving their applause. What an incredible experience that would be. Xiao Yu gazed skyward, her eyes filled with longing and dreams. Artistic Xiao Yu, I must say something unflattering. You don't seem particularly suited for the artistic path. Guemo pondered, resting his chin on his hand. From his years of knowing his sister, it was evident that Xiao Yu did not fit the mold of an artsy girl. She was bright, lively, cheerful, and in Guemo's view, his lovely sister was more suited to debut as a national idol, born to stand in the spotlight. After all, not everyone possesses a smile as healing and warm as Xiao Yu's. Unfortunately, Xiao Yu refused to share that adorable smile with her brother. When we were younger, you used to cling to me so much that you'd even follow me to the bathroom. Guemo glanced at his watch, estimating the time. In my opinion, perhaps you should consider a different direction. Are you interested in becoming an idol singer? Somewhat. I've been to an idol heiress concert before. The atmosphere was spectacular, with throngs of people cheering for one person on stage. I want to be that person. That's great. Being an idol singer doesn't conflict with music. If you enjoy it, go after it. Your brother will always support you. After all, your sister Li is wealthy and influential. With her connections, arranging a position for you in an entertainment company would be a breeze. Brother, you're heading to school now, right? You have plans to meet friends for a gathering this afternoon, so I won't delay you. Pursuing your dreams is always worthwhile. Yes, I will. Xiao Yu called after Guemo as he walked away. In the afternoon, at a pharmacy in the Saint Laurent district. Are you certain this is what you want? The pharmacy staff inquired for the third time. Yes, Guemo replied repeatedly. You must take less of this. A larger dosage could be fatal. Don't do anything foolish at such a young age. I am quite healthy, thank you. Guemo paid for the items and accepted the plastic bag containing the pills. Just half a pill at a time will suffice for a good night's sleep, the attendant cautioned with concern. After leaving the pharmacy, Guemo opened his phone's map to search for his next destination. I still need one more item. Where can I find it? After a prolonged search, he finally pinpointed his target to a remote suburb. Upon alighting from the taxi, he was greeted by a landscape of overgrown weeds and dilapidated wooden houses. Surprised that such desolation existed in St. Lorenzo district. Bark, bark. A stray dog nearby followed him, barking insistently, but Guemo paid it no mind and continued onward. He arrived at the entrance of a small factory, knocked firmly on the gate, and waited approximately 5 minutes before a middle-aged man, with a dirty apron tied around his waist, opened the iron gate. What do you want? The man's gaze was wary. I'm here to purchase something. I sent a message in advance, Guemo replied, his tone even. Is that so? The man scrutinized him unfavorably. Ah, you are that one. Come in. The middle-aged man stepped aside, shutting the iron gate behind Guemo as he entered. The man led Guemo to a small storage room, unlocked the door, and pushed it open. Dust filled the air, and the warehouse was devoid of light. You've come at an opportune moment. We've sold out of the least potent options. This is all that is left. Do you want it? The middle-aged man's voice was gravelly as he pulled out a box from within the warehouse. Yes, give me 5, Guemo replied in a low voice. All right, take care. Guemo nodded and stepped out of the warehouse, while the man furrowed his brow, watching the retreating figure of the young man with a look of astonishment. As twilight fell, Guemo stood outside a manor, inhaling deeply several times, his emotions in turmoil. The distant pink hues of the sunset cast their glow over the city's horizon, bestowing a desolate elegy upon the world. He could think of no better course of action and was left with this desperate measure. Hopefully, everything will go smoothly. 3 days passed, and Guemo had yet to seize an opportunity. Jiang Li had not returned to the manor during this period, and even the young lady was seldom seen. By day, he attended classes at school, and by night, he loitered outside Jiang Li's room, waiting for the right moment. Everything seemed prepared, yet on the third night, while recalling the intricacies of his plan, he suddenly recognized a critical flaw. This loophole had the potential to completely dismantle his scheme, and he had been oblivious to it all along. Even if Guemo succeeded in stealing the items Jiang Li cherished during the night, she would undoubtedly discover their absence the following day. Given her capabilities, it was impossible for her not to ascertain who was responsible for the theft. What was Guemo to do? Would anyone here protect him? Would Jiang Li confront her mother on his behalf? Perhaps she would. For Jiang Li's morbid possessiveness was enough to spur her into a standoff with her mother for Gumo's safety. Yet, he desired to leave alone, wishing to avoid entanglements of such chaotic proportions. However, if he chose not to steal, he would be condemned to a lifetime within this manor. He had tasted the bitterness of being under the young lady's control in his previous life, and he could not allow history to repeat itself in this one. Jiang Li's abilities far surpassed his own. Succumbing to her twisted affection made the prospect of escape nearly impossible. Murdering Jiang Li was but a pipe dream. The disparity in their strength was vast, and the power of her family's influence loomed large. Even if fortune favored him and he managed to eliminate her, he too would meet his demise. The situation appeared to have reached an impasse. Chapter 40. Jiang Nixing's monologue. Mr. Guillemot, what are you doing at my door? A gentle voice wafted into his ear from behind. Guillemot jumped, startled, turning around in surprise. He hadn't even noticed when Jiang Nixing had arrived. Does she walk without making a sound? I suppose it is better if I continue to address you as Miss Jiang, as it seems more fitting for our relationship. Guillemot responded, attempting to steer the conversation away from perilous waters. That's merely a formal address. No, it's inappropriate and too distant. You should call me sister. Jiang Nixing replied, smiling for a brief moment, her eyes shimmering under the white light. She treated everything with kindness, yet none could penetrate her heart. You still haven't answered my previous question, she reminded him. Guillemot had anticipated this and spoke naturally. What I truly wish to inquire is, sister, did you indeed kill Auntie? You seem so beautiful and kind-hearted. It's hard to believe you would do such a thing. Guillemot feigned a tone of earnest curiosity regarding the matter. Pride, laziness, gluttony, envy, lust, anger, and greed, the 7 deadly sins of humanity. If one day you come to understand these, you will comprehend why I acted as I did. I am an anomaly. Jiang Nixing leaned closer, whispering near his neck, her breath warm against his skin. Let me tell you, I am indifferent to joy and sorrow, inherently cold. Those who truly know me maintain their distance. However, Mr. Gu, you are quite different. You are the first to understand my nature and go to great lengths to approach me. She took Guillemot's right hand, gently placing it over her heart. It beats faster each time I see you. You are like the last drop of fresh water in a desert, flowing within my parched soul. You bear a striking resemblance to him. Little Lily certainly has good taste, she chuckled. Guillemot's hand stiffened, making a conscious effort to avoid touching her soft chest. Sister, please don't. Are you averse to the idea of a virgin? This has nothing to do with that. I merely feel it is quite impolite to casually touch an elder's chest. Guillemot spoke the truth, knowing that deceit would not fool Jiang Nixing. It's my fault for being impulsive. I merely wish to relive the sensations of a decade ago, that youthful exhilaration. Jiang Nixing released Guillemot's hand and produced a box of lady cigarettes and a lighter from her pocket. Will it choke you? No, please, go ahead. Guillemot watched her exhale a plume of smoke, curiosity peaking within him. I have another question regarding some rumors about you. Are they true? I would prefer to hear your answer, sister. Someone spoke to you about it, didn't they? Jiang Nixing conceded openly. I am indeed that person, vengeful, a genius in business. Ruthless and shrewd, all that and more. Though it's not as exaggerated as it sounds. The legend surrounding me began when I accomplished something that shocked the royal family many years ago, stirring up quite the tempest among the nobility, a significant affair. Yet it ultimately fizzled out. Due to some intricately complicated entanglements, a portion of the nobility aligned with me, offering their counsel. I found myself at the epicenter of turmoil, forced to act. After the bloodshed among the aristocrats, fortune still favored my side. As the saying goes, evil cannot triumph over good. Everyone believed I resolved that incident, achieving what they deemed impossible, emerging unscathed back into public view, which certainly warranted a legend. Coupled with my business accomplishments over the years, my story spread throughout Breed. Over time, the tales became increasingly embellished, containing elements I myself had never heard of. Jiang Nixing concluded, extinguishing her cigarette in a flower bed. How is it that you have also fallen under my spell? Upon witnessing Guillemot's stunned silence, a playful glint danced in her verdant eyes. Would you care to join me inside for a while? It won't take too long. I presume this is not the kind of companionship I had in mind. Ah, this is rather inappropriate. I never expected you to be so open-minded, able to utter such jest. It borders on the risque. Having grown accustomed to facing adversity alone, the feeling of solitude has long enveloped me like a shadow. As you might guess, I have no one to chatter with in my daily life. Jiang Nixing teased him with a slight curve of her lips, reminiscent of an enchanting fox spirit. If you don't mind, then neither do I. Oh, but my daughter would certainly mind. Such actions would surely displease her. She truly harbors a dislike for me, displaying a perpetual frown upon seeing me. And I cannot fathom why she feels such aversion. Xiaoye is no different. As her older brother, I have never wronged her, yet with each passing year, her disdain for me only grows. In her childhood, she clamored to share a bed with me, but now she scarcely speaks to me, as if I were her sworn enemy. Guillemot smiled in understanding. My sister is much the same. However, perhaps it is best to refrain from such things. One must cherish oneself. Are you truly that afraid of me? You have navigated the bustling marketplace for many years, witnessing countless events and outcomes, while I remain a sheltered flower, untouched by the world. This is a matter of respect, Gu Mo replied with a diplomatic demeanor. Heh, you possess quite the charm. Jiang Nixing's lips curled slightly. Call me mother, if you would. It is my personal request. What does this imply? Mother. Gu Mo spoke without hesitation, recognizing no harm in uttering the term. Moreover, he felt no aversion to it. Gu Mo discreetly cast a glance at her bosom. In terms of proportions, she would indeed make a fine mother. It has been many years since I've heard that. It brings back fond memories. Jiang Nixing smiled gently at Gu Mo, and in the fleeting moment before she closed the door, he sensed a hint of solitude. Jiang Nixing is truly kind, at least to me. I remain puzzled by her remarkable patience towards me. But alas, I must be unkind to you, for your daughter has left my shoulder aching. Will we ultimately become adversaries? Will we clash over certain matters? That day will not arrive too slowly. It is indeed torturous, as I find myself devoid of motivation. I wish to retreat into a quiet corner and observe everything from afar. If only I could duplicate myself, allowing another version of me to navigate these tribulations. Such bravery is desperately needed, yet the path ahead is fraught with peril, and I possess no leverage to traverse it. After gazing at the firmly closed door for a prolonged moment, Gu Mo finally departed. Chapter 41, Arna's Prayer. The following day, Gu Mo remained inactive, despite having confidence in his ability to pilfer the item. Fine. I confess this plan is a mere farce, so ludicrous that even those deep in slumber would awaken with laughter upon hearing it. Moreover, it is easily discoverable. The phone rang, revealing an unfamiliar number. Gu Mo answered. Hello, good day. He sipped his coffee, wondering who might be calling at this hour. Ah, the refreshing air. A deep breath from a man followed. What a splendidly delightful afternoon, my old friend. It has been quite some time. Do you still remember me? The sultry voice on the other end provoked his ire. You may harbor grievances against me, yet we have a gentleman's agreement, one governed by mutual consent. I shall not entertain your complaints. If your powers of observation were sharper, you would marvel at the myriad troubles besieging the Polaris group. As dissenting voices within the system grow louder. What? Could it be that you are the one orchestrating this chaos? I believe this is the scenario we both wished for. A gentleman's word is as binding as a chariot's reins. I have already commenced fulfilling my promise. And you? After all these days, what progress have you made? Gu Mo let out a cold laugh, seething with frustration. Still making an effort. Mr. Arna, if you are merely here to mock me, I will hang up at once. Ah, a complaint tinged with anger. It seems you have reached an impasse. You ought to praise me, for I come bearing news as sweet as spring rain. With your intellect, you should recognize Jiang Nixing's capabilities. She effortlessly ensnared Connaught. Alas, I lament his demise and comprehend that Jiang Nixing seeks to intimidate the forces behind Connaught. Get to the point. I have no interest in that Connaught, Gu Mo declared, rising from his seat in the restaurant. Sir, I am not jesting. Arna's tone grew increasingly frigid, adopting a serious demeanor. I have lost 2 valuable assets and currently lack the means to counter Jiang Nixing. She is suppressing the opposition within the group, rendering our position quite precarious. What are you insinuating? How does this pertain to my predicament? 2 valuable assets? Gu Mo felt a jolt of realization, his eyes widening. You mean Connaught and Ailey were your people? Indeed, I nurtured them with care, yet they repaid me with a grand and foolish failure. Moreover, Ailey has betrayed me, no longer willing to act as my informant. However, while they may not have completed their mission, they did furnish me with tidings that align with my expectations. Arna removed his sunglasses and sat up in the beach chair. It is hard to fathom that this peculiar individual would seek the winter winds at the seaside. According to Connaught's reconnaissance over the past fortnight, Jiang Nixing possesses a black insignia. That is what you must steal. That aligns with my suspicions. So is this all you wish to disclose? Gu Mo retorted in a tone mirroring Arna's. Do you believe this information will benefit our situation? Of course, it is more than that. I have no interest in hoarding her insignia. I require it to validate a matter. I only need 4 hours, just 4 hours, after which you can quietly return the insignia. In a sense, Mr. Gu, our objectives are aligned. Gu Mo fell silent, as if he had unearthed a formidable confrontation. Arna had set his sights on Jiang Nixing the day she returned, and though her ultimate aim remained unclear, Gu Mo could ascertain one truth. Arna and his family were engaged in a commercial struggle against the Polaris group, and Arna's assistance to Gu Mo was merely incidental. The marketplace is a battlefield, especially for someone like Arna, whose motives are driven solely by profit. In truth, Arna's intentions were expressed quite plainly. Gu Mo desired to escape Jiang Li's grasp, while Arna sought to utterly dismantle the Polaris group, ensuring the Jiang family would be left in ruin. The covert conflict between Arna and Jiang Nixing created a delicate balance, and he needed Gu Mo to act as a pawn to disrupt this equilibrium. Thus, I find myself aiding Arna in suppressing the Jiang family. Gu Mo wrestled with his sentimental tendencies. Had matters escalated to this extent, was there truly no better resolution? He harbored no desire to oppress anyone, nor to subdue Jiang Li and her kin. At the core, the young lady was not a villain, merely possessing a rather unique approach to love. The young lady would never relinquish him. When faced with a choice between the interests of the conglomerate and Gu Mo, her love would compel her to choose Gu Mo without hesitation. Gu Mo now stood at the precipice of a life-altering decision. After a prolonged silence, he finally responded. I am sorry, Jiang Li. Can you truly challenge Jiang Nixing in the business realm? I regret to say, I cannot. I am no match for her. Not even my grandfather is, he lamented. Otherwise, I wouldn't be embroiled in this chaotic mess today. Alna took a sip of rum and continued. Our strength lies in the element of surprise. If Jiang Nixing senses anything amiss, all our efforts will come to naught. Hey, don't you have feelings for Jiang Li? Is this how you express your affection? Gu Mo interjected abruptly. Oh, I regard her as a precious gem, while she sees me as a mere worm in the gutter. I understand that I have wronged her, but I must first bring her down from her pedestal to better cherish and protect her. Gu Mo was rendered speechless by this. I am a civilized person and abhor violence. To prevail on the chessboard, I still require your assistance, Mr. Gu. If our business offensive against the Eve family succeeds, I assure you, you shall enjoy boundless wealth and honor. Wealth and honor do not concern me, but I shall strive to seize that plaque, Gu Mo thought, feeling a sense of assurance in his plan, which seemed to hold some promise. I admire your spirit of freedom. Mr. Gu, Jiang Nixing will return to the manor tonight. Such opportunities are rare, and the longer we delay, the more unfavorable it becomes for us. According to my predictions, she will return to the manor less frequently after tonight to avoid prolonged complications. Therefore, we must conclude everything tonight, allowing the actors on stage to take their final bows. As for the plaque, I have a well-crafted plan in place, but I would first like to hear your thoughts. Gu Mo struggled to articulate a coherent response. His mind racing. Jiang Nixing had been so generous and forgiving towards him, and yet he felt compelled to repay her kindness with resentment. He wished to linger in her embrace a while longer, for her warmth was comforting. As for me, I've devised a plan. I have procured a box of sleeping pills and an odorless, colorless incense that induces drowsiness. Tonight, she will be able to sleep soundly. Once she has succumbed to slumber, I shall retrieve the plaque and return it once the time is right. Chapter 42. The Invitation to the Evening Banquet. Mr. Gu, I shall await your good news. Until we meet again, Alna said, listening intently without voicing any objections, seemingly in agreement with this rather flawed plan. With a soft beep, the call ended. And Gu Mo took a deep breath. The afternoon unfolded as usual, and after attending classes, Gu Mo returned to the Clay Manor before dinner. Welcome back, little Mo. Jiang Li greeted him, appearing to have awaited his return for some time, perched elegantly on the sofa with her legs crossed. Unbeknownst to him, she wore a splendid and sophisticated evening gown, her petite feet adorned with shimmering silver high heels. Her silken silver hair was pinned at the nape of her neck, cascading freely down her slender waist. Like a rare flower on a lofty peak, she resembled a delicate white rose, now smiling gently at him. In that moment, Gu Mo felt a sense of unreality. Is the young lady so beautifully adorned for some significant banquet? He asked with a smile. A banquet? I wouldn't wear such attire for a mere event, Jiang Li replied lightly as she approached him. It is for you, my love. Have you been feeling cooped up at home these past few days? She reached out a delicate finger to touch the corner of Gu Mo's eye. Is there anywhere you wish to go, or any delicacies you desire? I can take you. Only tonight. Mind you, once the time has passed, it will no longer be an option. Gu Mo took her slender hand, feeling a gradual alleviation of his unease. As for me, I shall defer to the young lady's wishes. Having grown up in Breed, he had visited most amusement venues and had no particular place in mind. How obedient. Then Enliza should be a delightful location, perfect for us to reminisce. Jiang Li's crimson eyes glinted with a hint of mischief. On that misty night, they arrived at the Enliza Royal Hotel. As the most costly edifice in the St. Lorenzo district, it bore the architect's finest design inspirations and the empire's highest technological standards. The royal insignia hung quietly at the center of the building. The Enliza Tower boasted opulent decor, unparalleled service quality, and top-tier chefs from the capital. Only the wealthiest merchants or royalty could grace this establishment, designed specifically for the upper echelons of society. At a European-style table adorned with white silk, Gu Mo gazed out at the myriad of lights twinkling beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows. The ambient lighting was dim, with the only illumination coming from the colorful neon lights overhead, creating an intoxicating atmosphere. Despite being a local, he had never encountered such lavish grandeur. Even the subtly cyberpunk-styled glass elevator left him in awe. Young lady, you must have made your choice long ago, did you not? Gu Mo mused, doubting that such a prime, window-side table could be acquired without a reservation. Indeed, I secured a reservation early on. However, that does not preclude me from inquiring about your preferences. As your host, I still do not fully grasp which ambience pleases you, Jiang Li said, swirling her glass of red wine, her gaze unwaveringly fixed upon him. Out of sheer willingness, little Mo, acquiring your body is not my desire. I seek your soul to willingly surrender as well. Your little schemes cannot escape my notice. I have stated it before. You shall remain confined within the radiant cage I have prepared for you throughout your life. Your yearning for freedom is merely a result of your current circumstances. When the day truly arrives, I wonder if you will still find such freedom as delightful. The dove cherishes the blue sky, yet I shall allow it to soar freely in a forest that belongs solely to me. Guillermo inhaled the unique floral fragrance that Jiang Li exuded, deliberately averting his gaze from her. A waiter approached with a cart, methodically serving the ordered dishes before silently retreating, wishing them a pleasant dining experience. I relish the desolation that envelopes the twilight, Guillermo remarked, as well as the exquisite aesthetics of ancient water pavilions. I also adore the cyberpunk architectural style. Is that peculiar? After all, the contrast among these preferences is significant. Jiang Li cut a piece of steak and placed it in her mouth, contemplating her beloved for a moment before responding calmly. Isn't it true that those who love to paint often find themselves sentimental? I am uncertain. Perhaps I am the only one who is so melancholic. Guillermo, not particularly fond of alcohol, speared a piece of beef brisket with his fork. Both maintained decorum during their meal, neither engaging in boisterous behavior, which rendered silence an easy occurrence. Guillermo found himself missing Xiaoyu. My dear sister is quite remarkable. She can converse endlessly with anyone. Truly a social butterfly at school. She has not earned that title without merit. I, on the other hand, am not so loquacious, and my temper is mild. I am easily bullied by someone like you, Sister Li. Is that so? Jiang Li's beautiful eyes narrowed, skepticism evident in her expression. She elegantly twirled a forkful of pepper pasta before savoring it. I recall you were never one to sigh and lament, little Mo. You have always been quite optimistic. I cannot very well frown in front of the young lady, can I? Guillermo took a bite of steak. That would invite trouble, wouldn't it? During his second year of high school, he, unable to tolerate Jiang Li's domineering nature any longer, sought an isolated place to engage in a fair contest with her. At that time, he had ample experience in physical confrontations and was confident in his combat prowess. However, he was ultimately soundly defeated by her. Oh, so you are deceiving me. Guillermo suddenly felt a chill, a frigid sensation that pierced through the warm air of the room, reaching into his very soul. The twisted reasoning of the yandere is indeed peculiar. I am merely attempting to present my best self to the young lady. No, in my presence. You need only reveal your true self, Jiang Li replied with a subtle smile, her expression uncharacteristically tinged with disappointment. Another lie? I shall remember this grievance. Guillermo felt a flush of embarrassment, unsure how to respond, and thus changed the subject. Well, I tend to remember both the kindness and malice shown to me by others, all while maintaining a facade of indifference, appearing aloof and unapproachable. Over the years, I have not improved in the least. With me by your side, that is sufficient. I shall protect you from harm. Jiang Li's gaze sharpened as she crossed her legs, settling into a more comfortable position before smiling gently. How do you perceive my feelings toward you? Here it comes, yet another perilous inquiry. In his past life, he had failed to adequately address this question, resulting in Jiang Li dragging him into a dark room for an extended education, allowing him to truly grasp the essence of her yandere affection. Excellent. Quite commendable. He knew he could not utter such superficial pleasantries, as the young lady was clearly seeking a more nuanced evaluation. Jiang Li lightly nudged his calf, seemingly urging him to respond swiftly. The time for testing his verbal prowess had arrived. Guillermo resolved to appeal to sentiment. You accompany me to school on rainy days. Prepare meals for me upon my return, assist me with my studies, and even purchased a house for me without demanding any recompense. Before revealing her yandere tendencies, the young lady had treated Guillermo in such a manner, often spending her free time playing games, cooking, and engaging in playful antics with him. She had once been a remarkably warm and gentle girl. Although she remained so now, her disdain for all men, save Guillermo, persisted. Perhaps she did not harbor a dislike for Druce. Oh my, does this mean I have been living off your generosity? Living off her generosity, albeit under the coercive influence of a yandere. Jiang Li's cheeks flushed with a hint of crimson, her hidden red eyes, now vividly stained by the effects of alcohol, gleamed brightly. Is it truly so bad to be nurtured by a beauty such as me? Many would covet such a fortune. Indeed, Guillermo feigned agreement. He cast a glance at the bottle of Pular red wine, which was now nearly half empty. Perhaps you should refrain from drinking. Overindulgence is unwise. Guillermo gently advised. Unwise? I intend to drink. If you prevent me, I shall impose a punishment upon you. Jiang Li, lacking the alcohol tolerance of Knight Senior, had consumed half a bottle and was now teetering on the brink of inebriation. Knight Senior's remarkable capacity for liquor was truly extraordinary. She remained unaffected even after multiple drinks, while Guillermo had to excuse himself to the restroom thrice after just one. Jiang Li brushed aside the hair that obscured her mouth, smiling softly. I simply adore you. You are meant to accompany me throughout my life. Therefore, Xiao Momo, if there are any shortcomings in my behavior, do not hesitate to voice them. Rest assured, I shall not harm you. Guillermo dared not speak out. His wounds had yet to fully heal. He casually remarked, in my eyes, the young lady is utterly flawless. You are deceiving me again. Sigh, when will you speak the truth? My heart is weary. If only Xiao Momo could self-heal, then I could treat him however I wished without fear of causing harm. Come closer, Jiang Li commanded. Do you wish to shower me with affection? Guillermo, quick to respond, retorted. What is there to fear? I would not consume you. Perhaps due to her intoxication, Her voice took on a sticky, languorous quality as she tucked a strand of silver hair behind her ear, gazing at Guillermo with a smile. Her warm, deep eyes were brimming with affection, as if they could overflow with emotion. As Guillermo settled into the chair beside her, Jiang Li leaned closer, whispering some suggestive words into his ear. Guillermo took a steadying breath, remaining unaffected by her advances. The fabric of her clothing pressed against his arm, a burdensome weight. The intoxicating scent of bellflowers enveloped him. Jiang Li wrapped her arms around Guillermo, beginning to caress his waist with abandon. As her fingers roamed, Guillermo felt an indescribable sensation wash over him. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Li had already perched herself upon his lap, occupying a rather intimate position, close enough for him to feel her warm breath. Not interested. Do not deceive yourself. You genuinely wish to hear this, do you not? However, out of a sense of masculine pride, you hesitate to voice your desires. Perhaps if I approached it from a different angle, you would comprehend. Xiao Momo, would you prefer to make a request of me, or should I take the initiative? I assure you, I am not a threat. I am merely indulging in some playful banter. Hurry, before I change my mind, beseech me. Guillermo's mental defenses remained steadfast. This tactic could easily persuade even the most stoic of monks. Yet, he resolutely declined. Jiang Li exclaimed inexplicably. Guillermo felt a cold sweat break out as he maintained a stoic expression. Why was she so adept at this? Is it pleasant to hear? Jiang Li's breath, heavy with the scent of alcohol, brushed against his cheek, causing his left cheek to flush. Yes, you are correct. Guillermo inhaled deeply after enduring her devilish murmurs. He gradually regained his composure, seizing the opportunity to cool his heated body. Ahem. Jiang Li sighed, loosening her hold on Guillermo. What has happened? I seem to have overindulged and feel the urge to vomit, she dry heaved. Guillermo quickly waved over a waiter. Hello? My girlfriend has had too much to drink. Where's the restroom? Right this way, sir, the waiter kindly responded, handing Guillermo a towel and leading him through a corridor adorned with holographic projections to the entrance of a room. Inside is the restroom. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to summon me, the waiter said, bowing slightly before departing politely. Where have you brought me? Xiao Momo, if you dare to take advantage of my weakness, I shall not forgive you. With her high attack and defense, Guillermo found himself utterly powerless. What are you thinking? I am not that kind of person. Guillermo shook his head, holding the tipsy Jiang Li in his arms. He had turned down Knight Senior's advances. How could he possibly yield to Jiang Li? Jiang Li retched again, seemingly unable to contain herself. Guillermo, feeling helpless, murmured a prayer and steeled himself to push open the door to the ladies' restroom. Fortunately, there was no one inside at that moment. Otherwise, the explanations would have been quite troublesome. As soon as Jiang Li approached the toilet, she succumbed to her nausea. And Guillermo, unable to bear the sight, turned his gaze to the night view outside the window. Snowflakes drifted gently through the air, and from this vantage point, the cars on the ground appeared as distant, blurred points of light. Sigh, this restroom is even more luxurious than my home. Observing Jiang Li in her state of distress, he could not help but feel a twinge of pity for her fragile condition. It was only natural to feel unwell after excessive drinking. One simply had to expel it all. Guillermo refrained from uttering words that might exacerbate her discomfort, believing it more prudent to offer gentle support. After tidying herself, Jiang Li approached the sink to wash her face, and Guillermo handed her a towel for drying. She lifted her gaze to the mirror, where her reflection, imbued with a certain allure, stared back at her. This is unlike me. I've never been in such a state before. Little Mo, did you have a hand in this? Just look at how much you've consumed, she teased, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Oh, come now, it's an exaggeration. You're not experiencing morning sickness, Guillermo replied with a gentle smile, but the moment the words left his lips, his expression froze in realization. What am I saying? The atmosphere seemed to chill substantially. Ah, so this is your true sentiment, little Mo, Jiang Li said, her hand playfully ruffling Guillermo's hair, the oppressive aura surrounding her intensifying palpably. Ah, I was mistaken, Guillermo conceded, surrendering to her whims. I am quite obedient. I would never speak ill of a young lady. Chapter 44, Testing the Cadre? In truth, Guillermo was not as fearful as he pretended to be. He simply needed to project such trepidation in front of the delicate, yet dangerous Jiang Li. If he appeared unfazed, she would surely show him what true fear felt like. This is the ladies' restroom. I assent it. If I hadn't brought you in, you would have ended up expelling your stomach's contents outside, wouldn't you? Jiang Li remarked, a hint of mischief in her voice. Have you finished eating? You're not hungry anymore. Guillermo inquired, surprised as he lingered at the restroom's entrance. His appetite still piqued by the delectable dishes he had yet to savor. Too much to drink leaves one without an appetite. Let us return to rest, Jiang Li said, guiding him along the plush corridor. As they stepped into the elevator, Jiang Li pressed the button for the 20th floor. What is the purpose of going there? Guillermo asked, noticing the enigmatic smile playing at the corners of her lips. Surely, she ought to head to the first floor. Where else but to sleep? Jiang Li responded, turning to wink at him, her cheeks flushed and undeniably charming. Sleeping on the 20th floor? Very well, Guillermo replied, initially relieved. But his heart sank anew. Why not return? We've got a package deal. I'm quite satisfied with the service at this hotel. Perhaps it's due to my status that they treat me with such deference. This night has cost me over 200,000, she declared nonchalantly. What's wrong? Are you unwilling? Of course not, Guillermo replied with a composed facade, though a cold sweat broke out on his back. Jiang Li had already booked a room at Enliza, which meant they would not be returning to the Climb Manor tonight. His plans with Arna could not come to fruition, and Guillermo was determined to prevent such an eventuality. If Jiang Li had not made a reservation, he could have persuaded her with mere words. However, with a room already secured, it seemed she would indeed be spending the night at the hotel, a fact he could not alter. He glanced at his watch, 8:25 p.m. His intention had been to return to the manor before Jiang Nixing, but at this hour, she must have already arrived home. This is disastrous. It was now impossible to return, and Guillermo took a few deep breaths, unwillingly confronting the very scenario he had dreaded. Anxiously, he followed Jiang Li to their room, his mind too preoccupied to appreciate the opulent decor. Jiang Li said, kicking off her high heels and sitting on the grand bed, her small legs swaying slightly as she beckoned him with an alluring tone. Come here, there's something delightful in store. Alas, it is Jiang Li, he mused. Just wait a moment. Some parts were omitted due to Hehe's intervention. Guillermo found himself momentarily choked. Jiang Li's voice lowered with anticipation, her gaze fixed on him, as if awaiting his response. I admire your eyes, Guillermo remarked softly, meeting her gaze for a fleeting moment. Really? You like my eyes? Jiang Li erupted into laughter, as if he had told the most amusing joke. After about a minute, her laughter subsided, and she gazed at him intently, her eyes glowing with newfound brilliance. Since my little Mo likes them, shall I pluck them out and gift them to you? No, please don't. Eyes look best when they remain in their sockets, Guillermo countered, accustomed to her peculiar thought process, though he found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Jiang Li did not dispute him. You haven't kissed me yet. My patience is limited, she said, leaning closer, her face inches from his lips, issuing a playful threat. It seemed that avoiding a kiss today would be impossible. Why not just do it? It won't cost you anything. Taking a deep breath, Guillermo closed his eyes and leaned in, their lips finally meeting in a warm touch, a gentle kiss. Such a good boy, Jiang Li murmured, and for a fleeting moment, Guillermo sensed a youthful innocence emanating from her, though the moment was brief. Jiang Li, upon hearing this, lowered her gaze, scrutinizing Guillermo with utmost seriousness. Guillermo found himself speechless. As he washed his hands, his thoughts began to drift, and he absent-mindedly toyed with her delicate fingers. Her pale pink, translucent manicure exuded a subtle fragrance, and he became momentarily entranced. Time slipped away, second by second. Are you done playing? Jiang Li's voice broke through his reverie. Yes, Guillermo replied, rising to his feet. By the time he returned, Jiang Li had discarded her outer garments, carelessly tossing them onto the sofa. Come here, little Mo. Let me hold you, she said, extending her arms and pulling him into her warm embrace. What a comforting hold, Guillermo thought. Yet he felt utterly disinclined to savor it. Is it comfortable in my arms? Jiang Li gazed at him tenderly, her fingers brushing through his hair. Be gentle. I can hardly breathe, Guillermo replied, his nose pressed against her chest, shrinking into himself, paralyzed by her grip. Hold me, she insisted. I won't. Be obedient, Jiang Li said, pinching his cheek with a firmness that nearly brought him to tears. This woman possessed a surprising strength. There's no one around. Haven't you ever wanted to do something with me? She teased. I am a scholar of the spring and autumn annals, Guillermo replied, attempting to distance himself. But she held him fast, rendering him immobile. In this painfully close proximity, her every expression seemed like a divine gift, easily bewitching his senses without his awareness. Do not attempt to escape. To emphasize her point, she pressed her long legs against him. After approximately 10 minutes, Jiang Li's breathing steadied. The effects of the alcohol were potent, and she succumbed to slumber. Finally, Guillermo managed to extricate himself from her grasp, exerting considerable effort to pry her legs apart. Time was of the essence. He needed to act swiftly, ensuring his return before dawn. Failing to do so would result in an onslaught from two infatuated individuals. As Guillermo made his way downstairs, preparing to leave, he was intercepted by two hotel staff members. Excuse me, are you Mr. Jiang Li's companion? It was not surprising they recognized him. The hotel staff were well acquainted with the faces of their guests. Yes, that's me. Is there something you need? Are you departing now? We offer paid transportation services. May we inquire about your preference? Guillermo recalled being picked up by a luxurious vehicle upon his arrival. Presumably in Liza's car. There's no need. I can manage on my own, he replied, turning to leave, having no funds for the fare. The two attendants followed him. Oh, Miss Jiang Li has already paid a deposit, so the service is complimentary. Guillermo halted his steps. At 9:25, he returned to the gates of Clay Manor, discreetly greeting the driver before stealthily slipping inside. To ensure his safety, he could not allow the butler and maids within the manor to catch sight of him. The thick fog enveloping the city that night provided him considerable cover. In the garden, two bodyguards stood idly, utterly oblivious to his presence. Most of the maids in the castle had already retired for the evening at this hour. Guillermo circled around a few times. making his way almost unimpeded to the third floor. Chapter 45. She was also drunk. The corridor on the third floor was shrouded in darkness, and Gu Mo pressed onward, relying on his familiarity with the layout to navigate to Jiang Nixing's room. In the pitch-black void, he could sense the drumming of his own heart. He had already been contemplating his strategy along the way. Firstly, he was uncertain whether Jiang Nixing had returned to her room. Secondly, although he had placed the sleeping pills and incense within her quarters, the unexpected turn of events that night had prevented him from executing his plan. His original scheme was to hide in Jiang Nixing's room, waiting for her to succumb to the incense's drowsiness before administering half a sleeping pill, allowing him to search without worry. However, the night's unforeseen circumstances rendered his plan nearly obsolete. The most troublesome aspect was that he could not ascertain whether Jiang Nixing was indeed in her room. He could neither knock on the door nor open it uninvited. What if she had locked it? All he could do now was pray that Jiang Nixing was preoccupied with work and would return late. As he advanced step by step, the suffocating darkness weighed heavily on his spirit, making his breath feel almost intrusive in the silence. Strangely, Gu Mo now felt a tinge of guilt, as if he were a thief. Who was that? Out of the corner of his eye, Gu Mo caught sight of a shadow, his heart leaping in alarm, nearly prompting a cry. Who could possibly be in the corridor on the third floor? The figure appeared to be crouched by Jiang Nixing's door, seemingly peering at something. Was it Arna, someone he had dispatched? Or perhaps the individual sent to rendezvous with him? At this juncture, he could not afford to retreat simply due to a shadow. Concealing his form, Gu Mo held his breath and gradually approached the silhouette. As he drew within 5 or 6 meters, a peculiar odor assailed his senses, a potent mix of alcohol and tobacco, tinged with the scent of pomegranate perfume. This was unusual. Would Arna send a drunkard? The figure was of an unexpected build, and as Gu Mo closed in, the shadow was revealed in its entirety. Jiang Nixing. A chill surged from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. She showed no sign of awareness. Jiang Nixing seemed utterly oblivious to anyone's approach. Sitting motionless on the ground with her arms wrapped around her head, burying her face in her knees. Scattered around her on the floor were several empty beer bottles, and the flower pot nearby was littered with crushed cigarette butts. In her delicate, pale fingers, she clutched an empty can of wheat beer. Had she overindulged? Her disheveled hair lay across her clothing, and she appeared utterly exhausted and despondent. Gu Mo did not rush forward blindly. He remained in place for nearly 10 minutes before gradually making his way closer. She seemed to be asleep. As he leaned down to observe her, the first thought that struck him was that Jiang Nixing's body rose and fell rhythmically, devoid of her usual gentleness and assertiveness, leaving only weariness and helplessness in its wake. In a certain sense, her current state bore some responsibility for his own heart's sinking. If this were the case, his best course of action would be to administer the sleeping pill and swiftly depart after locating the nameplate. For Gu Mo, this would be considered a fortunate misfortune. Miss Jiang, about that dream of yours, it lingers vividly in my mind. You are truly unique. Gu Mo was not one to confuse right with wrong. He would not entangle Jiang Nixing in the grievances he bore against Jiang Li. He bent down, carefully maneuvering between her legs while supporting her waist with his other hand, lifting her effortlessly in a princess carry. How heavy she was. She must weigh over 110 pounds. Gu Mo exerted a measure of strength as he opened the door, navigating through the clutter strewn across the floor, and gently laid her on the bed. Her room was sparsely furnished, containing only the essentials. Yet the litter scattered across the floor gave it an impression of disarray. Observing the unconscious Jiang Nixing on the bed, his furrowed brow finally relaxed. It was time to attend to business. Gu Mo donned gloves and carefully unzipped her white down jacket, revealing a hooded sweatshirt adorned with a character from an anime. He had not anticipated her possessing such a youthful spirit. Jiang Nixing slept deeply, unaware even as Gu Mo turned her over, her breathing remaining steady. Holding her down jacket, he crouched silently, admiring her tranquil and gentle sleeping visage. Jiang Nixing typically maintained an impassive demeanor, yet in this moment, she exhibited a warmth that was undeniably human. Whether it was the strands of hair clinging to her neck from perspiration or the porcelain-like smoothness of her collarbone, they all attested to her beauty that could enchant nations. After observing her for a while, Gu Mo shut his eyes. She was asleep, was she not? Surely, it would be harmless to lean in just a little closer. No, such an action would be no different from those shameless men who prey upon others' vulnerabilities. Gu Mo felt his throat constrict involuntarily. Lord Buddha, Jesus Christ, Jade Emperor, I hope your immense kindness can forgive me. Gu Mo did nothing further, opening his eyes to ponder. We are all but flesh and blood. Humans experience joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. How could anyone completely forsake these emotions? Furthermore, she had been alone for so many years. It was only natural that upon finally encountering a handsome man who piqued her interest, she might feel a flutter of emotion. The words she had spoken that day served as the best evidence. Every time I see you, my heart races. Suddenly, a jarring sound shattered his reverie. Chapter 46. Two Deceivers. Gu Mo's fanciful musings came to an abrupt halt as he felt a delicate hand draped over his shoulder. A hand. In an instant, the temperature in the room plummeted. He sensed Jiang Nixing's gaze upon him, hearing her chilling voice. Are you having fun, you little fool? Gu Mo stiffly raised his head, only to realize Jiang Nixing had merely turned over, her arm inadvertently resting on his shoulder. A wave of embarrassment washed over him. Miss Jiang, forgive me. This moment shattered Gu Mo's daydream, reminding him he had yet to locate the nameplate. He began rummaging through the pockets of her down jacket, ultimately fixing his gaze on her neck. The nameplate hung from the end of a necklace around her neck, and Gu Mo carefully undid the clasp, retrieving the nameplate. To prevent her from waking midway, he concealed the items he had hidden in Jiang Nixing's room and withdrew half a sleeping pill. He hesitated. She is unlikely to awaken. But what if she does? If she discovers that someone has stolen her treasured possessions, she would surely seek vengeance. Gu Mo nonetheless slipped that half piece of sleeping pill into her mouth. At exactly 10 o'clock, having completed this task, he tucked Jiang Nixing in and turned to leave the room. He descended to the first floor and pushed open the office door, where Ailey had previously informed him she would be sleeping tonight. Unlike the other servants, Ailey had lived in the castle since childhood, being an orphan. She had no home to return to. This was profoundly inhumane. Resigned, Gu Mo gently roused Ailey, who was sound asleep in bed. Ailey murmured, reluctantly cracking her eyes open, only to find a man in black standing at the foot of her bed. Gu Mo swiftly covered her mouth, attempting to soothe her alarm. It's me, Ailey. Master Gu, what are you doing here at this hour? She asked, her face reflecting wariness as she tightened the blanket around herself. I warn you, don't act recklessly. If you do, I will report it to Mississippi. What about trust between people? Gu Mo replied with a chuckle. Am I really so wicked? His slender, delicate face was as harmless as a pebble by the roadside. Don't misunderstand. You know I mean no harm. I simply need a small favor from you. His elegant and gentle voice alleviated some of Ailey's confusion. Phew, what kind of favor? She asked, her cool expression still tinged with caution. Explaining everything would be cumbersome, so I won't bother. Ailey, if anyone inquires, just say you happened to pass by and saw Miss Jiang drunk, and you helped her to her room, Gu Mo said quickly, recalling the holes in his narrative from earlier that night. All right, though I don't quite understand your intentions, I'll say exactly that, Ailey replied, her tone weary and dismissive, seemingly eager to usher Gu Mo out. Seeing her demeanor, Gu Mo felt a surge of irritation and decided to intimidate her a bit. Ailey, I have another matter to discuss with you. He lowered his voice deliberately, leaning closer. Master? Ailey gripped the blanket tightly, her expression remarkably composed, almost too composed. Do you know how adorable you are? Ailey was puzzled by his compliment, shaking her head, and her regard for him plummeted into negative territory. If you overstep, I will certainly report you. What would that accomplish? That would be a matter for tomorrow. Let us enjoy tonight while we may, for tomorrow brings its own troubles. Gu Mo propped himself against the head of her bed, his gaze obscured by his tousled hair, exuding an oily charm. My dear Lady, Ailey interrupted. Stop pretending, master. Gu Mo instantly lost his facade, nearly laughing at the absurdity of the situation. Ailey, I have never treated you poorly, have I? Please refrain from speaking such nauseating words. She retorted. Even you find me distasteful? Ailey would never disdain master. Then would you mind if I join you under the covers? Ailey's forehead tightened, a few veins visibly straining. She appeared to be without clothing. Master, please leave. With a look of mock injury, Gu Mo exited her room. In the vibrant, neon-lit night, amidst the chilling wind at the entrance of the Climb Manor, Gu Mo stood in the shadows beneath the walls, gazing at the distant towers of Enliza, sighing deeply. Just as he was about to input the number on his card, a call came through. Are you Mr. Gu Mo? A harsh voice crackled through the line, reminiscent of gravel grinding. It is I. Are you the contact? Cough, cough. Prove you are Mr. Gu Mo in one sentence. Is that even necessary? Anyone who kidnaps me could answer that too. Silence followed from the other end. Fine. My eyes are purple. I attend college at Gal. And I have a girlfriend with violent tendencies. Is that sufficient? An awkward pause ensued. Tell us your location, the man commanded. As soon as Gu Mo disclosed his location, the call was abruptly terminated. Before long, a black SUV approached the intersection, turning the corner and stopping not far from Gu Mo. Two men wearing pure white masks emerged from the vehicle. Pleasure to meet you, Mr. Gu Mo. Now, hand over the item, the taller, slender man ordered. Don't be in such a rush, my friend. Gu Mo leaned against a tree, a smile creeping onto his face as he regarded the two men. Enough banter. If you don't want to waste time, just give me the item. I understand your urgency, but I have a question for you first. Gu Mo pressed on. The tall man exhaled impatiently. Make it quick. Gu Mo's gaze shifted to the slightly plumper man. Say something. Not receiving a response, Gu Mo adopted a mocking tone. The heavier man, masked, remained silent, but Gu Mo could already envision the expression hidden beneath the mask. Why are you so chatty? Hand it over. I can't afford to waste time. The slender man's tone grew more urgent. Gu Mo's expression darkened. You two are not from Olno at all. The atmosphere instantly chilled to a frigid silence. Do you know how I discovered that? It began with the two hotel staff. Your speech was hesitant, lacking the humility and courtesy expected of service personnel, and your ill-fitting uniforms betrayed you as not being hotel staff. If those two incapacitated staff members knew you were such fools, what would they think? If you're going to put on a show, at least do it properly. You brought the uniforms and my phone, but why didn't you also bring the Enliza Hotel S transport? Your vehicle lacks the Hotel S logo, a glaring oversight. Moreover, the reason you called as soon as I left is that you never departed after I entered the manor. One of you was responsible for communicating with me at the hotel, while the other was stationed here to engage with me. Guillermo cast a casual glance at the shorter man. That's why you remained silent earlier. Your goal is to take the plaque before Olna's people arrive. Guillermo applauded himself. Am I correct? No one responded. It felt as though an imaginary black crow flew overhead. Chapter 47, Mixed Doubles. Where's the reaction? You're not following the script. Guillermo teased. Haha. The tall man scoffed, while the stockier one doubled over in laughter, tears streaming down his face. It turned out their silence was due to their struggle to stifle their laughter. Excellent logic. It's making my stomach churn, the portly man exclaimed, removing his mask and laughing as he wiped his eyes. You're so damn clever. So, is this all you wanted to tell us? The slender man scrutinized the frail youth before him and then barked, what good is reasoning? We shouldn't be wasting time talking to him. Attack him. Beat him. The two charged at Guillermo in unison. Judging others by appearances is a grave error, but Guillermo was confident he could take down these two clowns. The slender man launched a kick at Guillermo, who deftly sidestepped and leaped to evade. The stockier man then swept his leg, connecting with Guillermo's calf while he was still airborne. Not quite right. Guillermo stumbled slightly, but managed to steady himself, avoiding a fall. He quickly retreated a few meters, expressing mild surprise. You two have practiced before? Don't joke. If we hadn't trained, would we dare to engage in this? The stout man retorted, employing agile movements that belied his bulk, launching himself at Guillermo like a crow swooping down. Caught off guard, Guillermo was seized by the calf, stumbling backward until he collided with the wall. The impact rattled his insides. The lean man sprang forward, throwing a straight punch aimed directly at Guillermo's face. Guillermo barely bent down to evade, twisting his body to kick the lean man away. The lean man retaliated with a whip-like kick to Guillermo's thigh, causing him to wobble but ultimately regain his balance. Is that all you've got? The stout man scoffed, launching a heart-stopping black tiger strike towards Guillermo's chest. The punch landed, momentarily dazing Guillermo. Ugh, my wound hasn't healed yet. Guillermo inhaled sharply, lifting his leg to deliver a knee strike to the stout man's chin. The stout man cursed but charged forward nonetheless. However, in his haste, he slipped on a patch of ice and fell spectacularly. As he clambered back to his feet, panting heavily, he exchanged a glance with the lean man, both pausing their assault. Behave yourself. Do you know who our employer is? The lean man brandished a spring-loaded knife, pointing its blade at Guillermo's eyes. Employer? Do you know who the master of the manor behind me is? Guillermo replied, his tone devoid of inflection. If Jiang Li were to discover that these two had attacked her beloved, they would be in for a world of trouble, one far worse than death. What is that to you? Aren't you just a thief? The stout man sneered. A thief? Spare me your nonsense. Our employer's information clearly states that you are a thief, and that you would come to the manor tonight to steal something. Our employer wants us to retrieve it. The lean man continued. You're no better than us. What gives you that sense of superiority? Just because you're good-looking? The stout man derided. Excuse me? I'm the one being robbed here. Besides Guillermo and Arna, does anyone else know about this? Guillermo pondered. Could Arna be plotting a double cross? If he hadn't revealed any information, how would these two explain their presence tonight? A surge of nameless anger rose within him. Who is your employer? Guillermo furrowed his brow. Shut up. Professional ethics dictate that we keep our employer's identity confidential, the stout man replied. However, barring any unforeseen circumstances, you will meet our employer soon, added the lean man. A gust of cold wind swept past, allowing Guillermo to regain his composure. Step back, he commanded. As the lean man pushed him into a corner, the knife's tip pressing against his lower back, the stout man began to search him thoroughly. Humph. A distinguished graduate from Jiang University, yet you stoop to such petty thievery, the lean man mocked. Better than a rat like you, Guillermo shot back. No way. Arna wouldn't he do this? It's simple. He has no reason to. The risks far outweigh the benefits, which contradicts his character. He is not one to play both sides. He sees me as an equal partner in this transaction, Guillermo reasoned. That left only one possibility. Someone else knew about this and was sabotaging their efforts. Was this person out of their mind? Did they not realize how many people they would offend and the severity of the consequences? Damn it, where did you hide the goods? The stout man demanded after searching in vain. As his words faded, a thunderous roar of engines echoed from afar. Instinctively, all three turned to look. Through the fog, two deep blue motorcycles sped along the main road, heading straight towards Guillermo. They were clearly professionals. Guillermo felt a wave of relief wash over him. These two bikers were indeed Arna's men. If Jiang and Aishing's precious plaque were to be taken, he would be in serious trouble. Who the hell are they? They can't be after this too. The stout man trembled, realizing he was outmatched. Hurry up, haven't you found anything yet? We need to get out of here. The lean man shouted anxiously. Hand it over, or I'll stab you. The stout man threatened Guillermo viciously. Guemo prayed for the arrival of his reinforcements while trying to buy time. I'll get it. It's in the hidden pocket of my shirt. I'll retrieve it now. As he slowly reached for it, the knife behind him cut into the skin of his lower back. They might truly be desperate enough to stab him. Damn it, we don't have time. Let us go. The lean man turned to flee, but the stout man grabbed him. Forget the reward. That money is enough for us to squander for 5 months. The stout man snatched the knife from the lean man's grip. What did you promise before we came? Didn't you say you'd remain unfazed even in the face of disaster? Disaster? That's a meteorite. Fear filled the lean man's narrow eyes. I saw that vehicle last time I worked. It belongs to the Quinn Group. We can't afford to tangle with them. Let us get out of here. What? The Quinn Group? The stout man exclaimed, casting a resentful glance at Guemo before sheathing the spring-loaded knife. Isn't this kid just a commoner? But it was already too late. One motorcycle skidded to a halt in front of the lean man, kicking up a flurry of snow and blocking their escape. The second motorcycle followed closely behind. A tall figure emerged from the front motorcycle, striding towards the two men. You have quite the audacity, a crisp, icy voice remarked. Chapter 48, Captured Again. The figure, clad in motorcycle gear, removed her helmet, her presence commanding amidst the glow of the skyscrapers, exuding an air of intimidation. The first impression she gave Guemo was that of a stern and resolute police officer from the academy. Get the hell out of my way. The lean man, seeing no escape, lunged at the woman. With effortless grace, she sidestepped, swiftly grasping his arm and executing a precise shoulder throw. Snow flew in all directions as the lean man lay motionless on the ground. The stout man stood frozen, unsure whether to be stunned or terrified. Guemo leaned against the wall, watching the spectacle unfold, amused by the two men's pretenses. Please, don't hurt me. I surrender. I haven't done anything. The stout man exclaimed in a panic, discarding his spring-loaded knife. Who hired you? The woman inquired. Her companion, a nearly 2-meter-tall man, spoke with a tone devoid of emotion. I don't know. I'm telling the truth. The employer is anonymous, and I have no idea. The stout man collapsed onto the ground. Take them both back, the woman commanded softly. The man nodded, effortlessly lifting both men as though they were chicks, and began to walk away. The woman approached Guemo, stopping a meter away, her crimson lips curling into a smile. Apologies, Mr. Guemo. No need. I'm fine. Guemo returned a casual smile, handing the plaque to her without questioning how she knew his location. Do you know who is causing this disturbance? Not at the moment. The individuals obstructing our endeavors are not fools. However, we shall ascertain who is instigating trouble. The woman's voice, possessing a neutral tone, was melodious to the ears. One can only hope. Guemo recalled the words of the gaunt man from earlier. He had mentioned that it would not come as a surprise if he were to meet with his employer. Was it possible that his employer was lurking in the shadows, observing everything? So be it. We shall rendezvous here in 4 hours, the woman stated before mounting her motorcycle and speeding away from the estate. At 11:10, Guemo found himself idly gazing up at the sky while leaning against a wall, with 4 hours still left to wait. At 3:12 in the morning, the woman arrived on her motorcycle, punctual as promised. She then tossed the nameplate from a distance. Guemo, nearly frozen in the biting cold, raised his hand to catch it, inspecting it closely to find it undamaged. Did you stand here for 4 hours? The woman, with her sharp brows raised, fixed her heated blue gaze upon Guemo. What else could I do? He retorted. What did all that do with the nameplate? Do you think I would know that? She shrugged. Sister, what is your occupation? A covert enforcer for Quinn. So, you must be quite skilled? Would you like to find out? Guemo recalled the earlier incident where she had knocked the gaunt man unconscious and promptly shook his head. Not interested for now. What is your name? Guemo's eyes roamed over her alluring figure clad in motorcycle attire. The woman was acutely aware of his scrutiny, but refrained from reacting due to Guemo's unique status. Felina, she replied curtly. Are you conducting a household registration inspection? Oh, don't be angry. You've got quite an appealing figure, Guemo remarked as he stood up, intending to leave. Yet, Felina obstructed his path with a leg. Upon noticing the leg blocking his way, Guemo glared at her with weary eyes. Move aside. After waiting here for so long, it's only natural to voice some grievances. My legs are numb from standing. What more do you want? I have endured both hardship and fatigue, she said, her patience wearing thin. Felina, you truly have no sense of humor. She seemed on the brink of losing her temper, suppressing her anger as she gritted her teeth. If you wish to pass, it's simple, just crawl beneath. Can I go around? Guemo, his playful demeanor gone, squinted at Felina and replied slowly. This matter is far more significant than you can imagine. Do not obstruct my path. If something goes awry, we shall both face dire consequences. Do you know what happens to those who provoke me in the department? She threatened, waving her fists under Guemo's nose. If you weren't a distinguished guest of Quinn, I would ensure you learned a lesson. Felina turned her head away, seemingly unwilling to meet Guemo's gaze any longer. And one more thing, your task is not yet complete, she said coldly. What? What is still unfinished? Guemo asked, astonished. I said, merely stealing the nameplate is insufficient. You shall have further tasks ahead. Just wait. She gestured to silence any questions from Guemo, adding, I do not know the specifics. I am merely the messenger. With that, she donned her helmet and revved the engine, leaving Clay Manor without a second glance. So tempestuous. Time was of the essence. And just as he was about to return to the castle, an eerie call echoed behind him. Guillermo startled, he turned, furrowing his brow as he scanned the area, but found no trace of anyone. He could not dismiss the notion that he had imagined it. Someone had indeed called his name. Who could it be? Suddenly, Guillermo felt an overwhelming wave of tingling numbness envelop him, followed by an irresistible dizziness. Unable to withstand it, he collapsed against the wall and slid down to the ground. This is never ending, is it? Just before losing consciousness, he glimpsed several figures murmuring amongst themselves. Sin, sin, karmic retribution. Alas, we are merely following orders. Nothing will go awry. Enough with the chatter. If something does happen, we shall be the sacrificial lambs on the guillotine. He hasn't regained consciousness yet. There's a pot of cold water over there. A splash should wake him. With that, water cascaded down upon him, icy and biting against his skin. Guillermo numbly opened his eyes, his mind feeling unusually vacant and sluggish. As though he had not slept for 3 days. A dim white bulb flickered overhead, casting an unsteady glow in the confines of a steel-walled room, scattered with makeshift living supplies. His body was tightly bound to a chair with hemp ropes. The familiar sight of a dark warehouse greeted him. Before him stood 4 unfamiliar men. Ah, you are awake, my friend, one of the masked men spoke. Guillermo gritted his teeth, fixing him with a cold, expressionless glare. You are currently a hostage. It would be wise to comply. And a monk, too? Which one of you is the instigator behind this chaos? I wish to speak with him, Guillermo seethed, barely containing his anger toward the masked men. Our employer is not present. You may direct your inquiries to us. Very well. What is the reason for my abduction? The masked man pondered for a moment, resting his chin on his hand. Simply to have you sit here. Guillermo was incredulous, nearly laughing in disbelief at their juvenile rationale. Are you familiar with the Polaris group? He attempted to intimidate them. Are you claiming to be the son-in-law of the Jiang family? Alas, the one seeking your downfall holds a status equal to that of the Jiang family. We are powerless against that. We are all unfortunate souls burdened with significant debts, forced to take on the task of kidnapping you, replied another. Indeed, by abducting you, we can wipe our debts clean. If you were in our position, you would likely do the same. The 4 men exchanged banter, but Guillermo absorbed none of it. Who was this fool responsible for his kidnapping? He had no idea how much time had passed, whether the nameplate was still on him, or if his life was in jeopardy. And could it be that the gaunt man and his stout companion were also hired by this individual? Chapter 49. Whose chatterbox is it? An epiphany struck Guillermo. So, according to your words, your employer wishes to meet me in person and is en route? Indeed, that is correct, they affirmed. Which scoundrel is it? Guillermo couldn't help but curse. A stunningly beautiful woman, the masked man replied. She is quite loud. Listening to her makes my head ache. In my transient life of several years, I have never encountered such breathtaking beauty. She is the modern-day She Sure, another added. Can her beauty compare to Jiang Nixing's? And She Sure? How many women have you seen, you bald monk? Guillermo struggled against the ropes binding him. You ought to show some restraint, my good man. The ropes held him fast. He could scarcely move an inch. How did I lose consciousness? Guillermo, realizing his predicament, surprisingly felt calm. He was not in immediate danger. With a tranquilizer gun. What time is it? The men exchanged glances. 9:30 in the morning, they replied in unison. Repeat that. Guillermo's heart plummeted, the rhythm of his pulse slowing. What did you say? It is 9:30 in the morning. You have been unconscious for over 6 hours. It's over. Everything is over. Not only had he failed to return the nameplate, but he had also not made it back to the Enliza Hotel. My dear little slave, your behavior during this period has left me quite dissatisfied. After indulging you in this charade for so long, I believe it is time I received some recompense. Jiang Li delicately licked the blade of a fruit knife, her eyes sparkling with mirth as she gazed at Guillermo. Would you prefer that I sever your left leg or your right? How foolish of you. Frolicking about and accumulating debts. It seems your body shall serve as payment for the tributes you owe. Heh. Guillermo could already envision the agonizing days that lay ahead, as the young lady would undoubtedly make him regret his defiance. You have truly brought me to ruin. If you wish to avoid a dire fate, you must hasten to release me. Jiang Nixing had administered a dose of sleeping pills, ensuring that he would not awaken any time soon, and Jiang Li, having drunk herself into a stupor last night, likely remained unconscious as well. There was still a chance for rescue, provided these fools would quickly unbind him. Entrusted with a task, one must remain loyal to their duty. When one seeks assistance, they become a prisoner of circumstance. Alas, dear benefactor, I am powerless to aid you. Friends, when you encounter the boss, be extremely courteous. Her lineage is of great consequence, for she is none other than the esteemed young lady of the royal Hornplow family. Moreover, the Hornplows are of equal standing with the Ivies, a family of military distinction. The daughter of a military lineage has kidnapped me? Upon hearing this, Guillermo ceased his struggles, perplexed. He had never even heard of this enigmatic young lady. The old warehouse door creaked ominously. Someone entered through a small door at the back. The sound of hurried heels echoed across the floor. Hey, what are you all crowding around him for? Don't frighten him. I shall not go back on my word to you, so step aside. A spirited voice rang out. The four men immediately stood at attention. Oh dear, it is entirely my father's fault for burdening me with such tedious matters, causing me to be an entire hour late. You haven't harmed him, have you? No. Well, then, I believe you are no longer needed. Just moments after hearing this voice, Guillermo felt an inexplicable pain begin to throb in his head. The figure before him gradually came into focus. As he looked up, a spotlight illuminated the warehouse, drawing attention to her. His gaze fell upon a pair of knee-high combat boots adorning her slender, straight legs. Ascending his view, he beheld a deep purple pleated skirt and a black windbreaker that concealed her alluring curves. Her ruby lips and large eyes were striking, complemented by her prominent nose and golden twin tails, exuding an air of haughty charm. Most notably, her resplendent golden eyes shone brilliantly in the dim space. The bald man had not exaggerated. This young lady was indeed exceptionally beautiful, though perhaps a tad lacking in bosom. She stood elegantly before the men, then tilted her head, striking a pose reminiscent of a gangster, seemingly awaiting something. All hail the Midnight Phantom Queen. The four men chorused in unison. She remained bent forward. A masked man discreetly nudged Guillermo. All hail the esteemed queen. She arched her back dramatically, creating an exaggerated curve. Today, my loyal subjects, your devotion to your queen remains unwavering. She raised her head extravagantly, only to lower it again in an instant. Her golden eyes cast a peculiar glance at Guillermo, albeit from the corner of her eye. You must be eager to learn my identity. I am acutely aware of my overwhelming allure. Yet do not regard me with such nauseating gazes. Her twin tails danced gracefully as she spoke, her hands adding to the visual effect. You should be filled with admiration and respect, for standing before you is the most magnificent and praiseworthy queen in the world. Are you quite the chatterbox? Guillermo interjected. Rather bluntly. She froze momentarily. Dear benefactor, please show her some courtesy, the monk reminded in a voice as thin as a thread. Her fists clenched tightly, then relaxed. It seems my subjects harbor grievances against their queen. No matter, since divine light shines upon me, I shall take a moment to listen. Pretending to hold a microphone, she brought it to Guillermo's lips. Feedback from the subjects. The spotlight shifted to Guillermo. What do you intend to do by kidnapping me? Guillermo evaded the glaring light, posing the question that weighed heavily on his mind. This woman appeared to harbor no ill intentions. Rather, there was an impression of naivety about her. It was unlikely she had brought him here merely to prattle on, though she seemed somewhat dim-witted. Guillermo dared not dismiss the possibility of her being cunningly deceptive. If she were aware of his and Alna's plans, she could not be an ordinary player in this game. Upon first encountering Jiang Li, he had also perceived her as a charming and affable woman, only to discover she was a veritable villain, capable of tormenting her own husband to death. You are no longer needed here. She waved her hand, and the four men, with faces of piety, scurried out of the warehouse. Now, it is time for me to introduce myself. Mortal, remember this sacred name, Alicia Hornplow. Alicia enunciated each word with precision, as though she feared Guillermo might not comprehend. Guillermo, feeling exasperated, finally broke the peculiar atmosphere. Very well, Miss Alicia. What is your purpose in binding me here? It cannot be for some trivial matter. You must be feeling quite discontented now. My objective has been entirely fulfilled. Alicia carefully pulled a chair over and seated herself gracefully across from Guillermo, exuding the demeanor of a refined young lady. In truth, she truly was a lady of high standing. Huh, is that truly the reason? Guillermo replied, somewhat bewildered, his tone laced with discontent. You can blame your girlfriend for this. She has consistently overshadowed me, robbing me of the spotlight that rightfully belongs to me, repeatedly wounding my pride. Alicia seemed to recall some regrettable memories, her demeanor shifting to one of melancholy. That wretched woman accomplishes everything flawlessly. I have hardly bested her in anything since childhood, whether in music, art, or sports. Humph, what right does a woman with a mere chest size have to compare herself to me? After enduring countless humiliating defeats, I finally have the chance to seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Alicia cast a scornful glance at Guillermo. And that opportunity is you. Handsome, the item you pilfered tonight must be returned, yes? Alicia tossed a golden object into the air. It was a coin, now firmly in her possession. You shall not think of reclaiming it. Guillermo found himself momentarily at a loss for words. I propose a game of coin flipping, Alicia suggested. Unable to bear the silence any longer, Guillermo remained mute, struggling to accept her frivolous idea. Listen well, dear subjects. Should you guess correctly, the queen shall unbind you. Huh, are you serious? A glimmer of light flickered in Guillermo's eyes. How could this prince go back on his word? I, the lady, speak and act with unwavering commitment. My promises are worth 1,000 gold pieces. As the coin spun through the air, her fingers, as delicate as sheep-fat jade, deftly caught the gold coin. Subjects, what do you think? Guillermo was uncertain of her thoughts, yet a faint sense of unease crept over her. Her technique was far too practiced. She appeared to have complete confidence in this matter. You wouldn't be cheating, would you? Guillermo inquired hesitantly. That's outrageous. You may question my intelligence, but you dare not doubt my character. Alicia's voice rose sharply, as if she had struck a nerve. It seems I shouldn't have underestimated your intelligence, she mused. Do you want to take a guess? Of course, Guillermo replied. There's no risk involved. Ailish's lips curled into a knowing smile. Watch closely. She tossed the coin high into the air, then suddenly clapped her hands together, catching it in her palm. All right, my loyal subject, make your guess. Guillermo furrowed her brow, scrutinizing Ailish's triumphant expression for any sign of deception. The queen commands you to avert your vulgar gaze. Ailisha rebuked playfully. Guillermo chose to ignore her. Her gaze was weary yet innocent, devoid of any hint of impropriety. 50-50, no reason to hesitate. I've always had good fortune in such matters. Tails, Guillermo declared with a smile. Are you certain? Ailisha pressed. Tails, Guillermo affirmed once more. Ailisha chuckled softly, then slowly opened her hands under Guillermo's unwavering gaze. The coin revealed its heads. You guessed wrong, fool. What? That can't be right, Guillermo exclaimed. Sensing a whiff of conspiracy, Ailisha pocketed the coin, not once meeting Guillermo's gaze. Don't rush, I want to guess again. No, I told you, there's only one chance. No, just toss it again. I simply wish to confirm my hypothesis. Ailisha remained noncommittal. Very well, I, being magnanimous and compassionate, shall allow you one more throw. Once more, she tossed the coin, catching it in her hand. Tails, Guillermo stated confidently. Ailisha patiently opened her hand, and to Guillermo's dismay, the coin remained heads. What? Guillermo was genuinely astonished. How on earth did you manage that? It is my prowess, Ailisha boasted with habitual arrogance. My talent in this realm is unparalleled. Tossing a coin? You insufferable fool. It's about card skills. I am recognized as the contemporary gambling deity of breed. Ailisha tilted her head high, leaving Guillermo to see only her nostrils. So you're a gambling deity. Impressive, Guillermo replied dismissively, entirely uninterested. Taking a deep breath, Guillermo continued. Ailisha, what does your rivalry with Jiang Li have to do with me? Do not drag innocent bystanders into this. If you seek revenge, go after Jiang Li. I have done nothing to deserve this. I have treaded carefully for so long, simply wishing to live my life in peace. What have I done wrong? How does that saying go? Ailisha pondered, her brows furrowed, a glimmer of naive foolishness sparkling in her eyes. Oh, no snowflake in an avalanche is innocent. No, that doesn't pertain to our discussion. Furthermore, that saying is inappropriate here, Guillermo retorted, exasperated, but bound to the chair, could do nothing. You are deliberately provoking me. Guillermo lamented, despair creeping in. No one was coming to his rescue. Rejected. My mind is made up. Do not waste your breath, Ailisha declared. Oh, handsome boy. If Jiang Li discovers your actions, she will not take it lightly, and neither will you. Ha ha ha. That is the scene I wish to witness. Guillermo glared furiously. Yes, that expression. The look of having something precious snatched away, unable to protect it. Wretched woman. Ailisha beamed with a malicious smile, relishing her revenge. On the day of Madame Zhang's birthday celebration, you stood on the stage facing Jiang Li's confession, subjected to the envious and astonished gazes of so many. Do you know what I was thinking? I had been eyeing you since that moment. Who told you to agree to that wretched woman's confession? You provided me with a chance for retribution. For that, I owe you my gratitude. She crossed her legs, leisurely admiring her own hair. I find it curious. How did you know? Arna couldn't possibly have told you. Guillermo's tone softened as he slumped in the chair, wishing for the world to simply end. I am aware of every whisper and breed. Nothing escapes my notice. In truth, it is the Hollenpro family that has an extensive intelligence network within breed. If they wish to locate someone, they can pinpoint their address with precision, taking less than 5 minutes. Chapter 51. Oh, what video? All right. I assume your purpose has been achieved. Can you untie me now? Guillermo sighed. Is there a cup? I would like a drink. It was already past 10. Jiang Li would certainly awaken soon and, upon discovering Guillermo's absence, would immediately seek his whereabouts. Heaven is against me. All my efforts have been thwarted by this foolish Ailisha. Ailisha raised an eyebrow. The time is not yet ripe. Not yet. It's already past 10. Are you waiting for Jiang Li to find me here before you are satisfied? It is 4:30, she stated emphatically, to prevent Guillermo's disbelief. She took out her phone and showed it to him. What? Guillermo's entire body trembled, nearly toppling the chair. The icy blood within him began to warm, and his numb mind accepted this reality. He felt utterly drained, overwhelmed by a surge of anger and fatigue. He was not merely being toyed with. She had utterly crushed him. Now that's the reaction I was hoping for. I wanted to lead you into despair, then offer you a glimmer of hope, only to watch you sink into despair once more. No. You must release me. Guillermo struggled violently once more, insisting that they could clarify any misunderstandings without resorting to such extremes. Leave a line for future encounters. Surely you understand this principle. At present, I have no desire to release you, Ailisha replied, evading his pleas. Jiang Li is a woman who exacts revenge without hesitation. You should understand that opposing her leads to dire consequences. Guillermo inhaled deeply, shaking his muddled head. Don't be so obstinate. I beg you, if you release me, I will agree to any terms you propose. Any terms? Ailisha inquired, her interest piqued, her tone shifting as if preparing to challenge him. Just release me, Guillermo insisted. meeting her gaze directly, hoping that agreeing first would allow him to renegotiate later. This woman toyed with him and expected him to acquiesce. That was simply impossible. Handsome boy, can you bark like a dog? Of course. I consider myself a professional in that regard, Gu Mo replied without hesitation. Elisha's eyes widened in disbelief, astonished that Gu Mo would concede so readily. What experiences have you had in your profession? Why does that woman appear so flamboyant? A look of trepidation crossed Elisha's face. Far more extravagant than you can imagine, hundreds of times over. At least half of Jiang Li's creativity is devoted to devising ways to torment him. Enough of this. Isn't it just a matter of barking like a dog? I shall demonstrate it for you right now, Gu Mo replied with a leisurely demeanor, entirely unconcerned with any semblance of masculine pride. He had engaged in the foolishness of valuing pride over life in his previous existence. In this life, why not adopt a more yielding approach? After all, it was all an act. Once the right moment arrived, he would escape from Jiang Li's grasp. Elisha clapped her hands, and the small door of the warehouse swung open, allowing 4 men to jog over to her side. What is your command, my queen? Do you have a recording device? Gu Mo suddenly felt an ominous premonition. This we do not possess. How could we know you would require such a thing? Shall we procure one immediately? That is of no consequence. A mobile phone's recording function will suffice. Which of you will lend me your phone? Elisha smiled sweetly at them. Her somewhat silly grin was genuinely captivating. The impact on the young men was extraordinarily potent. The Midnight Phantom Queen is so gentle. Indeed, I could weep. We, her loyal subjects, must have accrued countless lifetimes of merit to witness the radiant smile of our supreme queen. My life shall have no regrets. The 4 men harmonized their sentiments, which nearly elicited a smile from Gu Mo, whose complexion shifted from pale to flushed. They arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. What are you planning? Noting her malevolent expression, Gu Mo furrowed his brow and uneasily inquired. Oh, if I were to release you so hastily, would not my elaborate plans of these past days be rendered futile? Wasting so much manpower and resources. If my father were to discover my reckless squandering, he would surely cast me into the slaughterhouse. That wretched place is one I never wish to set foot in again, for it could very well claim my noble life. So do not even think about escaping, Elisha proclaimed, adjusting her phone settings. I have simply opted for a different approach. Speaking of which, your idea is rather clever, young sir. I just conceived a brilliant scheme that will infuriate Jiang Li. At that moment, Gu Mo regretted speaking, realizing that the situation had worsened considerably. Her desire to record on the phone could only mean one thing: public humiliation, followed by the dissemination of the footage to Jiang Li, showcasing how her beloved was being schooled by another woman. No. If the young lady sees this, she will surely flay me alive. Gu Mo reconsidered, suddenly finding solace in remaining quietly seated. Are you jesting with me? No, this is not up for negotiation. You promised, and I shall hold you to your word. Do you think I am a villain? My only aim is to thoroughly defeat that woman Jiang Li and witness her kneel before me, acknowledging her errors. A redefinition of not bad. Are you serious? This hardly qualifies as not bad. Perhaps you are misinterpreting the concept. Gu Mo scoffed. Moreover, Jiang Li would never admit her faults. Her character forbids it, so do not indulge in such fantasies. Silence. My brilliant decision is not subject to your foolish critique. Elisha rose, placing the phone on the chair where she had been seated, the camera now aimed directly at Gu Mo. Are we beginning the recording? With that, he resolved to take the initiative. Dear lady, I have been abducted by this nefarious stranger and brought here. Although I am unaware of my surroundings, everything you are about to witness is precisely what she wishes you to see. I shall not respond to her actions in any way. Gu Mo spoke in one breath, his gaze unwavering from the camera, his expression a mixture of fear and urgency. What a pity it would be if such talent were not awarded a little golden statue. Are you finished? Elisha picked up an object from the left side of the table, her tone dripping with disdain. Gu Mo offered her a stoic glance, not deigning to respond. Foolish rabble, making such noise. I have yet to initiate the recording. She approached him, brandishing a butterfly knife before his eyes. Oh, Gu Mo gasped, his eyelids twitching violently. Young sir, behave yourself. Surely, you do not wish for this knife to inadvertently find its way into your flesh. Gu Mo felt a chill run down his spine, turning his head away. Very well, from this point forward, I require your cooperation to complete this video. Chapter 52. I love speaking the truth. Oh, what a delightful thought. The mere anticipation of humiliating that woman fills me with a joy I have not experienced in 2 months, Elisha remarked, her steps lightening with enthusiasm. It became evident that this was her cunning plan. No wonder she exuded such confidence in her twin ponytails. Fine, as long as you and Arno are pleased. I shall take my leave. You. Gu Mo glared at her, his voice laced with fury. If you use that to provoke me, I cannot guarantee what I might do. A true man is fearless in the face of adversity. Huh, you think I lack spirit? I speak to you in earnest, yet you presume me soft and pliable. With a swift motion, the knife glinted dangerously close to his eye, the blade's reflection causing him immense discomfort. He dared not move. Even the slightest shift might lead to a fatal consequence. You are mistaken, sister, Guillermo replied begrudgingly. To endure and adapt is the hallmark of a true gentleman. Hey, 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 you are capitulating far too quickly, Alicia remarked, sheathing her knife, her disdain growing. I instructed you to address me as my queen. Do you understand? Guillermo pursed his lips and nodded. Ha ha ha. It appears I possess a knack for training dogs. I expected a modicum of backbone from you, but alas, you are nothing but a coward. A coward? A coward. Guillermo's weary expression began to betray his rising anger. She was pushing her luck. Am I a coward? If I were, I would not be seated here today, nor would I need to stealthily pilfer her belongings. You are the one who is all brawn and no brains. Oh, how amusing it is that you lack even the most basic of attributes. What? Alicia bit her lip, unable to contain her laughter at Guillermo's audacity. You insolent peasant. I have treated you with such grace and generosity, and you dare forget your place? Utter one more word, and I shall ensure you receive a sound thrashing. Exhausted, Guillermo sighed, his gaze drifting to the ceiling. Hey, young sir, do you harbor feelings for Jiang Li? Sishi, do you feel any affection for her? Alicia pressing the knife against his cheek. Of course, she is my beloved. Guillermo was forced to respond earnestly. Have you ever confronted that woman directly? Never. Guillermo fell silent, pondering why she was even asking about Jiang Li's peculiarities. Speak your girlfriend's name. Jiang Li. Guillermo felt increasingly perplexed. Your identity? I am Miss Alicia's dog, Guillermo muttered, his teeth gritted. Excellent. I command you to bark like a dog. Woof. Guillermo reluctantly emitted an unpleasant syllable. It was so grating that they had to start over. Woof. Guillermo barked loudly. You foolish dog have disturbed me, young lady. However, this was sufficient. If Jiang Li were to discover that her man was currently behaving like a well-trained dog, one could only imagine her fury. Alicia chuckled. Hands on her hips. You haven't recorded it yet, Guillermo scoffed. Who said that? I have already captured it. You provided ample material with your incessant chatter. Alicia bent down to pick up her phone and pressed the stop button right before Guillermo's eyes. It would be a simple task for me to deceive you. Soon, I shall release you and send this video to her, and then, ha ha ha, you can brace yourself for your girlfriend's wrath. Did I not mention before that I am not accountable for my words? Guillermo was not particularly anxious. The moment this woman released him, he would rush forward to snatch that phone. Creak. The small door of the warehouse swung open once more. 4 men ghosted in, standing beside Alicia one by one. Oh, handsome lad. Have you forgotten that there exists a phenomenon known as editing? The smile on Guillermo's face vanished in an instant. Alicia handed the phone to one of the men, speaking with delight. Loyal subjects, in accordance with the commands of your supreme queen. Please edit this video to my desired specifications. Rest assured, your majesty, we shall complete this video with utmost swiftness. The 4 men bowed deeply and hurried out of the warehouse with the phone. Did you plan this all along? Guillermo asked, incredulity etched on his face. Alicia smiled as she placed the knife back on the table, her golden pupils gleaming with disdain. Handsome lad, I have emerged victorious in this round. She resumed her seat. Now, let us patiently await 15 minutes. Guillermo felt an irreversible despair wash over him. He retracted his earlier remark about her intelligence. Was he truly going to be undone by this twin-tailed girl? He could hardly fathom what kind of monstrosity that video would be edited into. 15 minutes later. Your Majesty, the Midnight Phantom Queen, please take a look. One man opened the warehouse door, presenting the phone with both hands. Alicia accepted it, stating coolly, I am not heartless. I believe you are quite eager to see this video, and I, as your ruler, will fulfill every reasonable request of my subjects. The man set a wooden table in front of Guillermo, positioning the phone so its screen faced him. Alicia gently tapped the play button. In the video, Guillermo was filled with indignation, exclaiming, Young lady, you scheming woman. Everything you see is what I wish you to see. I shall not respond to your actions at any point. Jiang Li, you brainless fool, huh? You don't even have a backside. Jiang Li, do you think I have no temper? I am speaking to you in a cordial manner, yet you treat me like a soft persimmon. Do you like Jiang Li? Sishi, do you have any feelings for her? No. Have you ever confronted that woman directly? Of course. The video continued as Guillermo declared, I am Miss Alicia's dog. Woof. The screen faded to black as the 2.5-minute video concluded. Guillermo sat frozen in his chair, as still as a statue, leaving one to wonder if he was merely a wax figure. Well, the debts you 4 owe have been taken care of. I have arranged for the butler to handle it, Alicia proclaimed. Your Majesty, may we leave now? One man cautiously inquired. As you wish. The 4 men wasted no time in exiting the warehouse. After a long moment, Guillermo finally shifted his numb body, straining to lift his gaze towards the twin-tailed girl. His violet eyes were filled with sorrowful veins. No, he uttered, his parched lips instinctively forming the words. This is all your promise. Alicia tucked the phone into her pocket, triumph radiating from her. No, don't send it. Jiang Li will kill me. Guillermo's voice grew heavier with anguish. He did not want his efforts of these past days to dissipate into the December night mist without a trace. Please, do not send it. Chapter 53. I win Miss Alicia. Hey, what's this? Don't act like that. Perhaps it was Guillermo's pitiful demeanor that softened her somewhat. Alicia's tone became gentler. I simply cannot bear to see a handsome man get emotional before me. Alicia poured a glass of water from the table and returned to feed Guillermo a few sips. She slightly reverted to her normal voice. My intentions were not malevolent. The purpose of my abduction was merely to create some inconvenience for her. Even if we were to take 1,000 steps back, you are her boyfriend. No matter how terrible she may be, she wouldn't truly harm you. Perhaps she would sulk for a few days or even throw you out. Oh dear. Upon seeing Guillermo in tears, Alicia gasped, covering her mouth. All right, I do not need consolation. Untie me at once, Guillermo replied coolly. Unable to squeeze out a single tear. Such sorrow was too mundane. It was merely an act. In the realm of performance art, no one surpassed his skill. Have you sent that video? Not yet. Must you send it? I have already allocated 1 million from the family accounts. I am not one to squander money foolishly. If you do not send it, may I ask how you intend to compensate for my losses? Is that a significant sum for you? Guillermo questioned. Disbelief evident in his voice. Not really. It is merely my allowance for 3 months. Do you hear the people's voices? Comparing oneself to others can be quite disheartening. All right. You are even more insufferable than Jiang Li. Guillermo exclaimed. It's just 1 million. If you delete that cursed video, I will pay you back. Do you think you can? Alicia retorted sarcastically. Do not underestimate youth as poverty. Very well, even if you can repay it, if I delete the video, what of the effort I expended? Would that not render my work null and void? Fine, you are forcing my hand. Guillermo fixed his gaze on her, suddenly breaking into a grin. I did not wish to resort to this, but it appears I have no choice. Therefore, Miss Alicia, considering you have taken great pleasure in humiliating me for so long, it is time for me to retaliate. He was not truly sacrificing anything, after all. He had only possessed that card for a mere 2 hours. Guillermo regarded Alicia, speaking coolly. Among your noble class, there exists a gentleman's agreement, does there not? What do you ask that for? Alicia did not deny it. That card wields considerable power, does it not? How would a commoner like you know about it? Alicia shot him a sidelong glance. That card holds more than just power, she continued, echoing Guillermo's words. It is nearly omnipotent. It allows nobles to unconditionally fulfill one request of the cardholder within reason. Alicia unwittingly revealed everything. Oh my, is that card truly so powerful? Did Arna just give it to him without a second thought? How regrettable to waste such a black card in this manner. There is something in the inner pocket of my shirt that I believe Miss Alicia would find intriguing, Guillermo said slowly, relishing the moment. Currently, I pose no threat to you, Mississippi, he reminded her. Alicia hesitated for a moment before extending her hand towards Guillermo's shirt. How amusing that I would dare to touch the body of such a lowly creature. Guillermo observed her haughty yet blushing face, recalling the humiliation she had inflicted upon him moments before, and decided to stoke the flames further. Miss Alicia's fingers are truly exquisite. One might be tempted to indulge in the pleasure of licking them. Upon hearing this, the ears hidden beneath her golden locks turned crimson. Was it the blush from her fingers, or something else entirely? Guillermo let out a few mocking chuckles. Fool. Alicia, her defenses shattered, stomped her foot in frustration. Her anger visibly escalating. What a disgrace. How could Jiang Li possibly be fond of a dog like you? Alicia's fingers grazed an object, and suppressing her disgust, she yanked it out, her gaze slowly focusing on the card, which left her momentarily stunned. This, Miss Alicia, the outcome is already decided. Guillermo remarked with a smile, his earlier anxiety easing slightly. Do not underestimate the pawns on the chessboard. They might be lurking in the crowd, ready to deliver a lethal blow at any moment. Guillermo inhaled deeply, savoring the fresh air, which was enhanced by the sweet fragrance emanating from Alicia. Instinctively, she stepped back several paces. She stood there in silence for a long while, seemingly unable to accept the reality of her defeat. Practice more if you're inept, she retorted. You golden-haired cur, dolt, imbecile. She despondently approached Guillermo and began to untie the knots binding him. Observing her dejected and forceful demeanor, Guillermo kindly advised. Be gentle, my lady, you wouldn't want to ruin those exquisite nails. He shook his head in amusement. She appeared rather foolish now. You, commoner, silence yourself. Alicia snapped back, unwilling to lose face. You talk too much. Be careful I don't give you a thrashing. I wonder who's the one with more to say, Guillermo muttered. Choosing silence. A minute passed. Alicia, perspiring, struggled to untangle the knot, her hands nearly raw from the effort. These idiots. Why bind it so tightly? She cursed. Guillermo couldn't help but interject. There's a knife on the table. Perhaps you might find it helpful. Truly, this girl was adorably foolish. Alicia halted her efforts, her arrogant golden eyes finally locking onto Guillermo's, filled with disdain. Humph, with my intelligence, I don't need your reminders. Do you think I couldn't have thought to use a knife to cut the rope? She straightened up, preparing to retrieve the knife, only to wince and nearly stumble as she clutched her waist. Youthful legs not as sprightly as they should be. With the butterfly knife in hand, Alicia approached, seemingly intent on regaining her dignity, skillfully flipping the blade in her grasp. Guillermo gazed in awe at the knife, as it danced gracefully, akin to a soul-infused performer. After an artistic display, Alicia snapped the knife shut right before Guillermo's nose, a smirk gracing her lips, clearly pleased with his reaction. With a swift, clean motion, The rope was severed, her technique both quick and masterful, leaving Guillermo unscathed. Well, what do you think? Have you been enchanted by my elegant form? Are you not overwhelmed with admiration, ready to beg for my autograph? Not a problem. Simply kneel and sincerely plead with me, and I might graciously offer you another performance. She vividly described her prowess, as if exhausting her lifetime of skills. Ah, Alicia, how can someone so flawless exist as a villain in this world? Chapter 54, The Subordinate Woman. You shine like the silver moon adored by the stars, a prodigious genius unmatched since childhood, leaving all in your wake dimmed by your brilliance. Alicia, this is you, naturally gifted and impossible to forsake. Truly remarkable. Guillermo winced as her exuberant voice echoed painfully in his head. She was quite charming, but alas, she had a mouth that never ceased to run. Perhaps this blessing of beauty was better suited for a more fortunate soul. The commoner could hardly bear it. He wiggled his stiff arms, feigning indifference. Why was she not afraid at all? Guillermo observed her entranced figure. She showed no intention of distancing herself from him. In her gaze, he saw no trace of fear. After all, Alicia was the daughter of a military family, her courage and insight undoubtedly surpassing that of ordinary folk. Hey, beautiful, Guillermo called out, attempting to break her monologue. What did you just call me? Alicia inquired, her eyes darting to the knife in her hand. Your Majesty. Her elegant eyebrows knitted together. What do you mean, Your Majesty? It is Your Excellency, Queen of the Midnight Shadows. Such a grand name should not sound so pedestrian from your lips. Truly, you are an ignorant cur. How irritating. Were it not for her lovely twin tails, and the way she spoke with a certain charm rather than rudeness, Guillermo might have been tempted to give her a piece of his mind. Yes, Your Majesty. So could you kindly hand that to me? They were close enough that Guillermo stood from his chair, using his height to loom over her. Huh, what do you mean? Alicia's tone darkened again. Surely you jest. You just said it was on you. Guillermo stood there, perplexed by her meaning. Did she wish to barter for the nameplate? Time was of the essence. He needed to act swiftly, to be decisive. All right, I admit, Your Majesty is not a villain. Just give it to me. That item is no jest. If we lose it, we both face dire consequences. Guillermo took a step forward, while Alicia retreated. Her retreat seemed futile. I warn you not to come any closer. The consequences will be severe, she declared, grinning. That item does not belong to me. Do you know who its original owner is? Alicia fell silent. Jiang Li. Guillermo stated succinctly. Alicia visibly trembled at the name. Who? If you understand, hand it over quickly. That woman is no good. She is a notorious villain. Your actions are only inviting trouble. Guillermo sighed, bewildered by her sudden act of ignorance. We hold no deep-seated grudges, do we? Alicia shook her head, a flush creeping onto her cheeks. I detest that woman, and I detest your girlfriend. Huh, why should I just give it to you? Your Majesty, please do not throw a tantrum. I was in the wrong. I should not have teased you. If you wish, you may come over and slap me a few times. Guillermo urged, recognizing that Alicia was more inclined to respond to gentler coaxing. Seeing her remain unmoved, Guillermo's demeanor cooled. His patience waned. It seemed he would have to seize it directly. If he did not return the nameplate, Jiang Li would surely discover it. And he would have to contend with the wrath of two deranged individuals. Seizing the moment, Guillermo dashed forward, grasping her wrist. To his surprise, she was surprisingly strong. She twisted away, causing him to lose his grip and stumble back. A sudden gust of wind surged past Guillermo's ear, compelling him to instinctively lower his head to evade it. His elbow grazed against his scalp as he narrowly avoided a fierce attack, barely a moment too late. This was unexpected. This haughty girl possessed formidable skills. The speed and force of her strike were not something an ordinary girl could muster. It bore a striking resemblance to a certain acquaintance from ABN. Guillermo had no time to react to her second assault, getting sent tumbling by a powerful kick. A sharp pain twisted in his abdomen, making him yearn to roll on the ground. You! Guillermo gasped for breath, springing back to his feet like a startled fish, cautiously stepping back a few paces. You what? Do you think this young lady is foolish and easily bullied? Alicia declared, hands on her hips, as she untied the ponytail atop her head. Her hair, as smooth as velvet, cascaded down, shimmering with a silvery glow under the lights. With a face flushed with indignation, she reprimanded him coldly. You lustful fool! How dare you tarnish my pure and pristine body? What nonsense! Guillermo was taken aback, utterly bewildered by her words. Alicia raised a hand to cover her chest. If a man dares to act, he must also face the consequences. Were you not just attempting to invade my space? Pretending to be oblivious? She continued, you are just like the other men. Once you have tasted the flesh, your interest wanes. Guillermo's mouth dropped open in disbelief. After pondering for an entire night, he still could not grasp when he had ever possessed her body, although he did indeed wish to. Is it because I merely grasped your wrist? Clearly, you are suffering from severe mental cleanliness issues. Humph, you certainly wouldn't want your girlfriend to discover what transpired today. Alicia muttered in a low voice, her face reddening as she seemed lost in some indecent thoughts. Guillermo managed a faint smile, unable to follow her peculiar train of thought. Was he truly the type to openly covet beauty? Wait a moment. Guillermo quickly gestured to halt the conversation. What absurd. Raunchy island literature fills your mind? Is that all you think about? Have you read too many lewd novels? You investigated me? Eilish's cheeks reddened even further. Woe is me, the boundless charm I exude only attracts lecherous fools like you. She helplessly covered her eyes. You're as red as a teapot. Who investigated you? And I am not a lecher. Guillermo shouted in frustration, feeling blood rush to his throat. This woman tormented him even more than Jiang Li. After all that effort, it seemed they were not even on the same wavelength. The idea that fools could outsmart the wise was not without merit. Which of your ears heard me say I wished to transgress against you? But you kept insisting give me this, give me that. What do you truly mean? Eilish's gaze regained its disdain. You, a mere commoner, believe you are worthy of my body? Address me as your majesty, and first, bow to me in reverence. A nameplate? Guillermo roared. Are you going to insult me with that nameplate again, you vile woman? Are you pleased now? The air grew instantly still. Eilisha appeared momentarily taken aback by his outburst. Ahem, my apologies. Guillermo realized he had lost his composure, taking a deep breath to calm himself. The black nameplate. It belongs to you, correct? Eilisha looked at him in stunned silence. After a moment, she lightly tapped her forehead with a half-closed fist, seemingly coming to a realization. Well, you scoundrel! Eilisha exclaimed furiously, her awkward yet enraged expression somehow appearing endearing. You should perish. You are only fit to shine my shoes, no? You should only lick them. With that, Eilisha yanked the nameplate from her pocket and slapped it against Guillermo's chest. He caught the nameplate, carefully encased in a bag. A waft of rose-scented air swept by as the haughty spirit approached him. Chapter 55. A disturbing dream in the hotel. I shall not let you off the hook. You base, despicable, vile little man. How dare you waste such a handsome face? How adorable. Guillermo let out a piercing scream that echoed throughout the warehouse. Eilish's scornful voice followed. Fool, you deserve it. As the sound of her high-heeled boots clicked away, she left the warehouse, leaving Guillermo with a haughty yet furious silhouette. Not adorable, not at all. Guillermo became increasingly convinced that his dear Xiao Yu was the most delightful of all. After reclaiming the nameplate, Guillermo dashed out of the warehouse, only to find himself in the bustling district of St. Lorenzo City. Without lingering, he summoned a ride via his phone and returned to the Clay Manor. He stealthily ascended to the third floor, arriving at Jiang and Aishing's room, where she lay unchanged from when he had left, ever the gentle and proactive older sister. Guillermo felt a pang of guilt towards Jiang and Aishing. If one day the Polaris group were to fall from grace, he would have no face to confront her. The empire Jiang and Aishing had built in her youth would be jeopardized by his reckless pursuit of freedom. I refuse to be controlled by anyone. I have suffered enough in such a manner, enduring countless pains only to face new ones as the old wounds heal. You are not at fault. I am not at fault. Perhaps none of us are. The fault lies with this wretched world, both cruel and tender, offering hope when you are at your lowest, only to shatter it before your very eyes when you dare to feel joy from that glimmer of light. And all one can do is stand helplessly by. Miss Jiang, everything is beyond repair. Guillermo returned the nameplate to her as it was, ultimately tidying everything up before exiting the manor and hailing a cab to the Enliza Grand Hotel. The journey was smooth, and Guillermo, relying on his memory, found room 2103, gently pushing the door open to slip inside. Jiang Li lay in bed, showing no signs of awakening. Guillermo, wary of her catching on, had bought a bottle of perfume on the way to mask any lingering traces. He cautiously lay down beside her, wrapping his arms around her as if nothing had transpired. Jiang Li seemed to sense something, instinctively tightening her hold around him. Guillermo gradually steadied his breathing, recalling the night's harrowing events. His luck that evening had been extraordinary. Any misstep in the series of fortunate turns could have thwarted his return. Had Jiang and Aishing not been intoxicated, he would have already faced failure, and none of the subsequent events would have unfolded. He counted 5 twists of fate that night. Any one of them gone awry would have led to disaster. He owed a debt of gratitude to Alna, the effeminate man who had lent him a crucial hand. Without that card, Guillermo shuddered to think how events would have unraveled. He cast a wary glance at the young lady beside him. Silver strands obscured half her face, and Jiang Li's breathing was slow and deep, her lips slightly curved as if in a dream. Had she dreamt sweetly? Guillermo withdrew his gaze, feeling overwhelmingly fatigued. If Eilisha were to send the video to Jiang Li, it need not contain anything else. Even a woman's voice in the video would suffice to spell his doom. Not to mention he had unleashed a tirade against Jiang Li. That devilish editing had seemingly extracted the innermost thoughts he wished to conceal. And that infuriating haughty spirit nearly led to his ruin, declaring she would not let him off the hook. Well, he had no intention of sparing her either. What significance lies in beauty? Does possessing good looks grant one the license to act without restraint? I merely let my guard down tonight. Had those men who abducted him arrived a few minutes earlier, the outcome would have been entirely different. Victory by mere chance is unsettling. Guillermo, fighting against the drowsiness, replayed the events of the night in his mind, confirming there were no oversights before finally closing his eyes. The sun had risen high, the gentle winter light nearly at its zenith. Little Mo's sleeping face is truly adorable. Jiang Li, having awoken at some point, now lay on her side. one hand propping her head while her fingers tenderly caressed his cheek. His dark circles appeared even more pronounced than in the past few days. Has he not been resting well? What troubles him? Is he still afraid of me, resulting in this state? There is no need for concern. I shall care for little Mo for all eternity. We shall never part. Having endured a night of exhausting events, Gu Mo exhibited no signs of awakening, even as Jiang Li gently kneaded his cheek. After admiring him in silence for a while, she leaned down to place a soft kiss on his face, then rose from the bed and made her way to the bathroom. She had drunk too much the previous night, and her mind was still foggy and dizzy. Upon entering the bathroom, she caught a glimpse of herself in the mirror and noted her complexion, unusually pale. Little Mo is so obedient. He hasn't rushed me at all. Let us see how long you can endure this, she mused softly. Turning on the faucet, she splashed cold water on her face, tilting her head back to let the water flow down her skin and into her neck, releasing a slow breath. I cannot be too harsh with him. Possessing his body was never my intention. I desire him to genuinely fall in love with me once more. It is my overly drastic methods that have drained his affection. That is my fault. After all these years, I have yet to make the same mistake twice. Little Mo, I have shown you such mercy. I hope you do not test my limits. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to break a rule for you. Gu Mo lay in bed, his brow furrowed, his breath becoming erratic. He had experienced a bizarre dream where a towering monster, adorned with fangs, relentlessly pursued him. He ran desperately, and after what felt like an eternity, he regained awareness, finding himself in a pitch-black void. The monster had been evaded, and he cautiously groped around in the dark. After traversing a distance, a ghastly crimson figure suddenly materialized amidst the shadows. His pupils dilated. All around him, an endless sea of flames engulfed everything, obscuring the sky, while a wooden cabin before him teetered precariously, consumed by fire. The air was filled with continuous screams and cries of anguish. Gu Mo advanced step by step until he reached the entrance of the wooden village, where beneath an unnamed stone monument, the blood-red figure stood. The heat waves scorched Gu Mo's cheeks, each step forward becoming increasingly arduous. Are you all right? He hesitated for several moments behind the ominous figure, finally mustering the courage to inquire. The figure with long red hair heard his call and gradually turned around. The moment her full visage came into view, Gu Mo's eyes widened in shock. Her face and body were drenched in crimson blood, and she clutched a blood-dripping katana tightly in her hand. Beneath the veil of fiery red hair, a pair of pure black, serpent-like eyes gazed at him, devoid of any spirit. A great calamity approaches, the woman murmured. What do you mean? A great calamity approaches, she repeated, slowly raising her long blade. You must leave. We shall never meet again. I'm sorry. The blade glinted ominously as the woman mercilessly swung it down. Gu Mo's body was instantly cleaved in two. Chapter 56, Tranquility. With a piercing sound, blood spewed from his heart, the blade having effortlessly penetrated his body. Gu Mo jolted awake, sitting upright in bed, immediately feeling a dull pain in his chest. He was drenched in sweat, his breathing already labored. This sudden jolt nearly caused him to lose consciousness. Ouch! A similar exclamation echoed beside him. Gu Mo struggled to open his eyes, only to see Jiang Li, breathless, sitting beside him, clutching her chest. Upon meeting his gaze, Jiang Li's eyes sparkled with her unique humor. Have you learned to attack me? She teased, rubbing her chest, unable to suppress a playful pout. Well, I must say, you succeeded. Have you always wanted to do this? Gu Mo, still shaken, instinctively glanced at his own chest, relieved to find no injuries, his tense expression finally easing. I didn't mean to, my lady. Are you all right? Gu Mo leaned closer, extending a hand to offer her some comfort. Something felt amiss. His hand hovered in midair, a blush creeping onto his cheeks. What is going on? I didn't drink excessively last night, did I? Oh, you did, Jiang Li replied, her fingers gently caressing his lips. But first, you must sincerely apologize to me, and it must be an apology that satisfies me. Would that please her? Then perhaps she would enjoy hearing this. He performed a traditional bow. My lady, I was wrong. Your kindness will not allow you to be cruel to me, right? Please forgive me this small mistake. Upon finishing, Gu Mo couldn't help but laugh. How disgusting. I think I begin to understand Xiao Yu's perspective. All right. I am quite satisfied, Jiang Li smiled, her damp hair glistening in the sunlight. Did you sleep well? Looking at those dark circles under your eyes. If something is troubling you, please tell me. Never keep it to yourself. I want tea. What could possibly trouble me? Gu Mo replied, lowering his gaze. Recalling the figure in his dream adorned in a phoenix crown. That woman said I shouldn't return? Did she say so because she recognizes me? Why did I feel such a heavy breath when I approached her in the dream? Her aura was as cold as a merciless executioner who had personally sent many to their graves. Have you ever seen a tall woman dressed in red, with serpent-like black eyes, clad in a scarlet wedding gown? Gu Mo revealed his dream to Jiang Li, believing there was no harm in doing so. Do you not find it strange? Whether it was Jiang Nixing's dream before or this sea of flames now, are they truly just figments of imagination? What connection do they have? Upon hearing this, a look of realization crossed Jiang Li's face. So you had a nightmare. She tenderly touched his forehead, enveloping him in her embrace. Do not fear. I will always be by your side until the end of our lives. If there is a next life, I shall forever love you, remaining by your side. So, do not worry, everything shall pass. As she gazed at her fragile lover, her heart was far from the calm her expression conveyed. Little Imo, I believe I have some recollection of what you spoke of. The woman in red, with the serpent-like black eyes. Jiang Li found herself revisiting that dark yet vivid memory, one she usually shunned at the mere thought. She searched her mind for someone who fit that description. Could it be her? No, it couldn't be. She had perished in Tangzina over a year ago, with no possibility of resurrection. As for Xiao Momo, her memories of her had been completely erased due to the incident. I only wish to keep him by my side. I care not for anything else, Guillermo said after regaining his composure, rising from her embrace. Are you hungry? Jiang Li pressed her parched lips together and replied nonchalantly. Not in the mood. Let us go, our checkout time is approaching. She got out of bed, donned the gown, and exchanged her high heels for flats. Guillermo quickly freshened up and followed her to the hotel lobby, where Jiang Li's striking beauty drew the gaze of nearly everyone present. Wait, that woman, are you certain you're not mistaken? A gentleman in a tuxedo whispered to his companion. Rest assured, young master, my eyesight is unparalleled. I would never be wrong. She is the daughter of the chairman of the Polaris Group, one of the esteemed rulers of the breeds. Noticing the young master's eagerness to approach her, the elder raised a hand to stop him. Do not go over there. Why not? I am her fan and have admired her for ages. Isn't it permissible to ask for an autograph? Absolutely not. The elders have instructed us to avoid causing trouble. The elder watched the two figures exit before adding. Do not entangle yourself with such individuals, not in the slightest. The entire Jiang family may not represent the righteous path. Guillermo accompanied Jiang Li outside, where they entered a sleek black luxury vehicle. To school, Jiang Li instructed. The driver, dressed in black, respectfully acknowledged her command and promptly set the car in motion towards the main road. Jiang Li, holding Guillermo's hand, settled beside him, resting her chin on his shoulder. She yawned and casually inquired. Hehe, Xiao Momo, why do you have such a good fortune with the ladies? It seems there are women accompanying you wherever you go. Not really. I'm only here for you, and I haven't met anyone else, Guillermo replied, his body stiffening at her question. Such inquiries from the young lady could hardly bode well. That's not quite right. He thought of the perfect response. Of course, it's because the young lady has always been by my side. In truth, Guillermo was feeling uneasy because of some indiscretions from the previous night, fearing Jiang and Xing might catch on, and also wary of Alna's duplicity. So you haven't denied it, Jiang Li murmured softly in his ear. I do enjoy when you speak the truth. The tension was palpable as a warm breeze brushed against his ear, leaving Guillermo uncertain about how to gracefully refuse her. I prefer then let us agree on this, Jiang Li replied lightly, wrapping her arms around him. Wait, I haven't spoken yet, Guillermo exclaimed in surprise. Jiang Li's fingernails playfully dug into his collarbone, her tone both tender and icy as she said, Speak, you silly boy. What you ought to do is please your sister, rather than contradict her. Guillermo felt a chill in his heart. I was just teasing you. Jiang Li observed Guillermo's pained expression and burst into a mischievous laugh. Look at that face. How pitiful and sorrowful you appear, like a wounded little rabbit. Hey, don't say that. I could never look like that, Guillermo protested, frowning slightly. Impossible. I am definitely not that pathetic. Fine before her. I am indeed a little rabbit. A rabbit that can be bullied at will. You're lying. Jiang Li narrowed her eyes, a wicked smile gracing her lips. I can make you feel that way. She continued leisurely. Xiao Momo, your lips are quite stubborn. Are you unwilling to yield before me? When you were being whipped that day, your expression was not as strong as you claim. If you hadn't fainted, perhaps, no, definitely, you would have cried out in front of me, perhaps even sobbing uncontrollably. Jiang Li drew closer, her body pressing against Guillermo's, eliciting a soft yet undeniable pressure against his arm. Don't you think that would be beautiful? It would inspire pity and perhaps compel one to continue tormenting you. I'm afraid I might lean towards the latter. Guillermo believed he had become accustomed to her advances, yet he was unprepared for the reality of their disparity. He found himself utterly defenseless, willingly offering himself to her whims, even feeling compelled to cooperate. The young lady should maintain a kind heart every day. Guillermo turned to her with a smile, disregarding the tumultuous rhythm of his heart. Let us go. We arrived at the school gate. He glanced at the car window and hastily spoke. The driver exited early, approaching Jiang Li to open the door for her. Jiang Li cast him a meaningful glance before stepping out first. All right, you have some free time now, she said, walking ahead. Just don't forget to return home. As for your notion of kindness, I am indeed practicing it diligently in this lifetime. Otherwise, I might just lock you away and care for you properly after all. You are a little rabbit in need of affection. Guillermo, facing Jiang Li's penetrating gaze, inwardly cursed her while outwardly jesting in agreement. This little rabbit has recognized its master. There's no way I wouldn't return home. Xiao Momo is quite adept at winning hearts. Jiang Li halted, glancing back with a gentle smile before turning away, leaving his sight. Finally, she's gone. What a terrifying woman. He swore he had experienced her brand of affection countless times. It entailed consuming food tainted with her saliva, being coerced to indulge her peculiar interests, and engaging in absurd role-playing games, some of which were downright depraved, morally bankrupt pursuits. And throughout it all, he was not permitted to show any aversion. Should she detect the slightest hint of discontent, he would be rewarded with yet another intimate gesture from the enchanting girl. Typically, Jiang Li found joy in this, while he bore the scars of her whims, retreating into corners to quietly curse her. How infuriating, if one were to compare her malevolence. Even Satan would humbly fall in line behind Jiang Li, offering her a cigarette. Come back to me, my freedom, my proud childhood companion, memories of captivity still vivid. Blood continues to flow. He found himself in a daze, suddenly recalling some twisted, pathological experience from a previous life. In a dimly lit hall, the room devoid of illumination. Only a few rays of crimson sunlight seeped through the remaining windows. The lingering light faintly illuminated Jiang Li's scarlet pupils, enhancing her aura of detachment and danger. Come here, little toy. Jiang Li beckoned with a curl of her fingers. At her command, Guillermo trembled, compelled to drag his weary form toward the white-clad demon seated upon the throne. Her exterior exuded the allure of an extraordinary angel, yet within resided a heart as wicked and decayed as that of a demon. As the breeze swept through the frail, soulless form of the young man, it seemed poised to topple him. Guillermo approached her, yet his slow pace led to him being unceremoniously kicked to the ground by her. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he clutched his abdomen, struggling to rise and regain his footing, his breath labored and his body trembling. Was it due to the multitude of wounds he bore? This question eluded even his own understanding. Shall we make an exchange? The scent of alcohol wafted from her, revealing Jiang Li to be somewhat inebriated, her mind not entirely lucid. Let's exchange our hearts, she proposed. I wish to see what thoughts have occupied your mind these past few months. With a flick of her finger, she allowed her wine glass to tumble from her grasp, shattering upon the floor. The red wine pooled around them, reminiscent of blood spilling forth. She grasped Guillermo's palm delicately, applying no pressure, as if afraid he might faint under her touch. Don't be afraid. I love you dearly. Everything I do is a testament to my love for you. Yet you persist in evading me, resisting my affections. Her gaze shifted, momentarily fierce, before softening once more, her tone now tinged with sorrow. Yesterday, when I was unaware, were you not wielding that knife with the intention to stab me? To end my life? But she was a skilled actress, and Guillermo found it hard to believe her words. Fortunately, his reflexes had saved him, allowing him to evade the blade that had been fueled by resentment, which instead had sliced through the wall. Just how much strength did you exert? Sparks flew from the impact, and you nearly broke the knife's tip. As she spoke, Jiang Li tightened her grip on his fingers, her eyes betraying an emotion he could not decipher. Guillermo was perplexed by her unexpected strength, realizing that if she continued to squeeze, his fingers would surely snap. He found himself gasping for breath. I have loved you for so many years, tenderly caring for you throughout. Did you not feel it? Alas, I have become the villain in this tale. She let out a soft laugh. Tell me, do I seem to care about such trivial matters now that I have become so wicked? Rising from her golden throne, she lifted his chin with her finger, admiring him with an almost detached fascination. Her ethereal, gentle voice lingered near his ear. What do you intend to do? Yes, perhaps I shall heed your counsel this time. If you dare to assault your master, you must be prepared to bear the consequences. Consequences? Guillermo wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and retorted, his expression devoid of emotion. If someone intrudes upon your life, showering you with care until you reluctantly accept their affection, only to use that bond to ensnare you, I suspect you would refuse such a proposition, and thus, I too did not acquiesce. This person, in turn, became enraged and imprisoned you, subjecting you to daily torment under the guise of love. Enough, Jiang Li interjected coldly, her crimson eyes igniting with fury. It is love, my heart. I am sincere. I will not hold back from you. Guillermo clutched his wound, remaining silent. Jiang Li sighed, shaking her head as she advanced toward him with an assertive demeanor. He feared retreating until his back met the cold concrete wall, leaving him with nowhere to escape. Her silver hair obscured his view and overwhelmed his senses, and as she swayed, he felt an unusual warmth envelop him. His eyes closed, his cheek pressed against her softness. Yet he felt no relaxation in his tension. Bear with it. I am quite angry at the moment, Jiang Li murmured. Chapter 58. What a coincidence. The sounds of distant chatter echoed in his ears. Watch where you're going, buddy. A disgruntled voice snapped Guillermo back to reality as he narrowly avoided colliding with a male classmate. Oh, my apologies, he replied, sidestepping the impending collision. The male classmate dismissed it and hurried away. Glancing around, Guillermo realized he had arrived at the snack street of Jar University, a place he had little recollection of over the past few months. However, having absorbed some of his classmates' enthusiasm for it, he felt a flicker of curiosity. Guillermo licked his dry lips. It was nearing noon, and the street was bustling with students. After surveying the scene for a moment, he finally fixed his gaze on a stir-fried noodle stall. Boss, I'd like an order of beef fried noodles, Guillermo said, stepping up to the stall, trying to shield himself from the biting wind. Sure thing, Just a moment, young man, the middle-aged woman responded with a warm smile. Almost imperceptibly. A soft voice emerged from his right. Oh, so you like this too? Good taste. Guillermo turned instinctively, puzzled as to who would strike up a conversation with him. Upon recognizing Yiyusi, he could not help but let out a low gasp. President, are you a ghost? Ghost? Nonsense. Yiyusi frowned, her tone displeased. Though she refrained from any further extreme actions, that familiar, enchanting scent of perfume wafted through the air. President, are you stalking me? Guillermo shifted to the left, as she had gotten too close, and to his surprise, she mirrored his movement. I did consider following you, but ultimately abandoned the idea due to time constraints. Yiyusi ordered the same dish and found a sheltered spot to stand. Guillermo hesitated, then chose to join her. Hey, President, I have a naturally captivating presence, so it's no surprise we crossed paths today. Yiyusi chattered on, her gaze playfully assessing him for a moment. Where's your girlfriend? Oh. She suddenly erupted into laughter, her mirth somewhat deranged. I mean, didn't your girlfriend come out to hold your leash? Aren't you worried you might run off? Her laughter echoed, yet Guillermo maintained a stoic poker face, unable to share in her amusement. My mother always warned me not to speak with strange women. Farewell. Guillermo turned to leave, but Yiyusi seized his sleeve. Why do I keep encountering troublesome women? First, there was Alicia, and now this vixen of a president. Not to mention the delicate Jiang Li lurking behind him. I am not a strange woman. Yiyusi chuckled, playfully ruffling his hair. Am I merely a stranger in your eyes? No, Guillermo replied, forcing a smile as he gently pulled away from her grip. What have I done to offend you? You have clung to me since the start of the semester, and it has now been 4 months. Do I possess even a modicum of autonomy in your eyes? He stepped forward, casting a critical gaze upon her. Of course you do. The president grants everyone equality and freedom. Have I ever compelled you to do something you loathe? Yiyusi feigned innocence, poking a finger at his chest. Ungrateful wolf. Have you forgotten how well I have treated you? She had spoken all her good words. Guillermo longed to turn and walk away, but the thought of her holding on to that humiliating secret kept him rooted in place. Oh, how kind of you, President. Since you were so benevolent, surely you wouldn't mind letting me go. Yiyusi sighed, her expression finally turning serious. I had intended to play with you a while longer, but alas, today is not my lucky day, and Jiang Li is also present. I truly apologize for disrupting your enjoyment. Such mischief, she added playfully. Night Rainsea's gaze turned somewhat ambiguous as she exhaled a puff of mist, leaning her body against his shoulder. The president had long heard of Xiao Mo's remarkable skills, yet she was uncertain if he would be willing to demonstrate them for her personally. Guillermo gazed into her mesmerizing eyes, awkwardly muttering a few words before taking a deep breath to decline. That's not true. The president must have misheard. I have no such talent. He smiled sheepishly, attempting to retreat from her embrace. Guillermo certainly hoped that Night Rainse would soon move on and cease her pursuit, especially since they were at Jiar University, where Jiang Li had numerous eyes watching him, leaving him with no means of escape. If Jiang Li were to discover his association with Night Rainse, how would he explain himself, or worse, face the consequences of a little whip? The president was a good girl, but he found it impossible to accept her, considering her to be a cunning fox with a multitude of schemes. If he were to offer an evaluation, he could only say that Jiang Li was the one with a more straightforward agenda. Jiang Li merely wished to keep him close and care for him, while the intentions of other women were far less benevolent. Jiang Li possessed intellect, yet she likely would not use it against Guillermo. Oh, I knew you would react this way. Night Rainse did not press him further, retracting the fingers she had placed on his neck. I understand you are constrained by your girlfriend. I am not. Please don't say such things, Guillermo vehemently denied. What do you take the president for? Or do you prefer the scent of Jiang Li more? Coughing uncontrollably, Guillermo hastily attempted to speak, only to choke on his own saliva. I mean, I'm being coerced. He managed to catch his breath and waved her off. Enough, stop with the excuses. She looked at him skeptically, returning to her stall. Night Rainse paid for her beef stir-fried noodles. Holding the small box, she gently blew on it and picked up a piece of meat with her chopsticks, placing it into her mouth. Now you ought to tell me your plans, she said, lifting her gaze to him. Judging by the narrowing of her pupils, she appeared to be quite serious. Hiding things from me won't be beneficial. Perhaps I could assist you. Guillermo, about to pay for his noodles, was informed that Night Rainse had already covered his share as well. He glanced at her with a complex expression. Soon, he replied nonchalantly. From what Farina had said, Arna still required Guillermo's assistance. Otherwise, the phrase about the task being unfinished would make no sense. This implied that his desire to escape the possessive affections of a certain individual and the theft of a nameplate might only be the initial step. To undermine the Polaris group, Arna would still need his clandestine support. Be more specific, Night Rainse said, not quite grasping his meaning. I cannot divulge this matter. To be candid about my plans, I am still awaiting further information. Night Rainse's lips twitched at his words. Did he truly know nothing? Chapter 59, Retaliation. Followed by severe punishment. Xiaomo, are you free tonight? How about staying to comfort this lonely older sister? By the way, I can do my best to explain your current doubts. Night Rainse coaxed with a smile, her eyes sparkling mischievously. her lashes slightly curling, resembling a charming red-haired fox. His breath became increasingly labored, feeling a weight pressing against his chest. No, Guillermo. I can never forget how that wicked woman bullied me. As he recalled those enticing images, his cheeks burned with embarrassment. Although he cherished the warmth of Night Rain C's embrace, now was not the time for such thoughts. He resolved to make decisions only after he had shaken off the possessive one. There's no need for this, President. Jiang Li is merely attending an elective. She's not disappeared. I am right under her watchful eye. I wouldn't dare linger with you otherwise. Night Rain Ci cast her gaze at the gloomy, overcast sky, where clouds loomed like fog, signaling the imminent threat of snow. Do you disdain the President? She asked softly, her eyes glinting with a dangerous spark. The implication was clear. Should he dare to express disdain, she would not hesitate to retaliate. Oh, the President is so pitifully alone, and Xiaomo actually finds her distasteful. Night Rain Ci feigned wiping away non-existent tears, her demeanor utterly pitiable, while others might be deceived by her act. Guillermo was well equipped to defend against such tactics. Noticing Guillermo's indifference, she leaned closer, her lips brushing against his ear as she whispered, even daring to lightly lick it. Night Rain C's hair tickled Guillermo's neck, and she promptly threatened, quickly say that you like the President, that she is the best. That's unfair. Guillermo found himself unable to move, and as the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, he feared he might face her wrath. Reluctantly, he decided to concede. However, Guillermo was not willing to be perpetually bullied. If this continued, he would eventually be tamed by these two women. At that point, he feared he might truly become their little slave. Quack! I must save myself. Feeling the heat rising to his face, he took the unprecedented step of wrapping his arms around Night Rain C's slender waist, burying his face in her neck and adopting a tone of feigned surrender. I like the President. She's the best. I've become a fool who cannot live without her. The effect was palpable, as her breathing noticeably quickened. Night school sister. You smell so good. Guillermo playfully licked her collarbone, relishing the sweetness. Faced with such an affectionate woman, his insincere flattery seemed to work wonders. At this point, Night Rain C's breath became increasingly erratic. Xiaomo, hasn't he your girlfriend told you that tempting someone like this is inappropriate? Before Guillermo could react, a waft of fragrance enveloped him as she pushed him against the wall, catching him off guard and causing his head to spin slightly from the impact. In those brief seconds, as he struggled to focus, he heard a gentle voice whispering in his ear with a smile. You're quite disobedient. If this weren't the student council, I would have taken you right here. The urgency in her tone surprised him. He had never expected Night Rain Ci to kiss him forcefully in front of others. He struggled desperately, but her grip only tightened, causing his wrists to ache. What possessed me to provoke her? How is this any different from the cruel taunts of those sharp-tongued girls? In his experience, such encounters typically ended in a battle of wits, where the one insulted could no longer endure the mockery and ultimately emerged victorious. History seemed poised to repeat itself. Easy. That hurts. Night Rain Ci gasped slightly, biting Guillermo's lip and drawing blood, which only fueled her reckless actions. Xiaomo, do you think this serves any purpose beyond allowing me to vent my frustrations? The mingling of her soft lips with the metallic tang of blood shattered Guillermo's resolve. If your aim was to ignite my desires, then I must inform you that you have succeeded, Night Rain Ci stated with deliberate clarity. Why? Should he not be the esteemed aggressor? Yet here he finds himself reduced to a humiliated little rabbit? Just a mere spark, and you, President, would ignite like a powder keg, would you not? Guillermo stammered, his words coming out in fragmented bursts. Beast, you and Jiang Li are both madmen. Is that so? Guillermo gradually felt his limbs grow heavy, even beginning to see stars before his eyes. I was mistaken. I no longer wish to be a husband. I implore you, release me. The excruciatingly long and suffocating 8 minutes passed, during which Hehe straightened up and wiped the corner of his mouth, finally revealing a satisfied smile. Are you pleased now? Guillermo, his mind starved of oxygen and haunted by apprehension, cursed under his breath. Quite pleased indeed. Hehe's eyes curved with delight, presenting him with a tender yet mischievous smile. I relish the time spent with little Amo. It brings me immense joy. Hehe retrieved the unfinished stir-fried noodles from the counter, meeting the astonished and fearful gaze of the vendor, and continued. Just the thought of secretly indulging in you behind Jiang Li's back gives me a delightful sense of revenge. The vendor's eyes widened even further, glancing between Hehe and Guillermo, as if recalling something. Quietly, the vendor pulled out her phone, seemingly verifying some information. Guillermo sifted through the stir-fried noodles in the box, adopting a serious demeanor. How to address these matters? I believe, President, you two are at a loss for solutions. Hehe raised an eyebrow, appearing somewhat unconvinced. Well, why don't you share your thoughts? Perhaps it might just help you. As he spoke, Hehe leaned against Guillermo's shoulder, completely unfazed by the astonished stares of those around them. Little Amo, we are comrades, both yearning for a common goal. Sharing your thoughts with me won't cost you anything. In truth, Guillermo had little to say to her. He remained oblivious to the intricacies and trajectories of the unfolding events. What had Alna done with the nameplate? How had he utilized it to execute a commercial offensive? Moreover, it remained uncertain whether Alba could vanquish the Polaris group. It was premature to ponder such matters. Gu Mo's primary concern was assuring his own safety, avoiding rousing the attention of the unhinged. He was adept at distinguishing priorities and would not risk losing everything over trifles. Glancing at the envious or resentful gazes of the onlookers, he sighed and pressed onward, stating, "There is no time to waste. I am currently in a state of self-preservation. It would be wise for you, President, to limit our interactions. It would spare you from attracting unnecessary trouble." Yi Yusi did not respond, but chose to remain silently by his side. Chapter 60. Let us make a deal. Jiang Li has placed you under house arrest. Hasn't he? Yi Yusi followed Gu Mo as he maneuvered through the crowd, and after a short while, they reached a secluded spot. Only then did Yi Yusi break the silence. "It's an evident ironclad rule, isn't it?" Gu Mo shrugged and took a bite of the roasted meat in his hand. A mere box of stir-fried noodles was hardly sufficient to satiate his hunger. Rules are meant to be broken, Yi Yusi jested. But her words did little to lift Gu Mo's spirits, especially after the humiliation he had just endured at her hands. "I must say, President, our fate in the last life was quite apparent, wasn't it? Even if we were reborn with memories, what difference would it make? An ordinary person with the memories of a past life, no matter how many times they are reborn, cannot slay an emperor. The answer is simple. They lack extraordinary abilities." Yi Yusi was markedly displeased with Gu Mo's pessimistic outlook, promptly retorting, "How could that be? If one were reborn 100 times and still failed? Perhaps the issue lies with you." Gu Mo chuckled self-deprecatingly, casting a glance at the gentle beauty before him before lowering his gaze to the ground. "You speak true. It is entirely my fault. What does it matter how many plans I devise? A true reincarnator would undoubtedly possess the opportunity to assassinate an emperor. Not everyone is like me, fleeing from reality. Nay, I am not fleeing. It is merely that he has not openly opposed Jiang Li. How can that be considered evasion? The day Alna defeats Polaris will mark his day of liberation. Yes, he could certainly strike while Jiang Li slumbers, plunging a blade into her heart. And she would surely perish. Yet he refrained, perhaps out of cowardice. Each time he gazed upon Jiang Li's serene visage, he found himself entranced and unable to act. Moreover, where could Gu Mo escape till after killing Jiang Li? He would become a murderer who slayed his childhood companion. Jiang Li had been reborn, but the others of the Jiang family had not. They bore no profound affection for Gu Mo. The Jiang family would seek him out in his fallen state, delivering him to his demise. It was a dismal ending. Upon further reflection, he realized he could not proceed in such a manner. He must either break through the class barriers to ascend to the upper echelons or employ cunning to turn the flames of conflict to his advantage. The former seemed too fantastical for his current self, while the latter was already in motion. Furthermore, after Jiang Li's rebirth, she had evidently relaxed her constraints upon him. This was undoubtedly a good thing. Why would he wish to be the one to disrupt this peaceful atmosphere? Thus, just as the elder had advised, wait, for time will unveil the answers. Indeed, it is my issue. Are you satisfied now? Gu Mo scoffed. I know what you wish to say. Noticing Yi Yusi about to speak, he preemptively interrupted. We cannot exchange contact information. My phone is under the strict watch of the young lady. If I were to add you, she would undoubtedly whip me into submission. Yi Yusi adjusted her attire and replied, that is not the issue. Is there anything else? Of course there is. A cold and swift voice interjected. Both were startled, and Gu Mo, particularly, jumped in surprise, swiftly turning to locate the source of the voice. There was no one else around, and soon their gazes locked onto a young man clad in black, his expression unfriendly as he scrutinized them. The dangerous aura emanating from him belied the appearance of a mere student, yet by the sound of his voice, he was clearly of similar age to Gu Mo. Uncertain of his origins, Yi Yusi refrained from making any rash moves, merely frowning as she appraised him coolly. In stark contrast, the young man bore a look of astonishment, as if he were unprepared for their reaction. Good afternoon to you both. Who are you? Gu Mo swallowed the roasted meat in his mouth, and, after a few moments of contemplation, inquired. Aside from being deranged, this sudden arrival was undoubtedly not an outsider. The most probable scenario was that he was a liaison from Alna's side. The young man in black raised his hands innocently. I must admit, my appearance was rather abrupt. But I assure you, I mean no harm. So please, do set aside your hostile glares. I find it quite hurtful. Stop with the theatrics. Just who are you? Yi Yusi retorted coldly. I've seen plenty of charming rogues. Don't attempt to pull any tricks on me. My apologies, beautiful lady. The young man bowed slightly in a display of elegance. In friendship, sincerity is paramount. You two possess considerable value for utilization, he stated bluntly, without a hint of concealment. Allow me to introduce myself. I am one of the next generation royal candidates of the Navarok Empire. After a brief silence, he spoke dispassionately. The second prince of the empire, to be precise. Gu Mo and Yi Yusi exchanged glances, yet neither rushed to speak. The second prince? Is he the one we're thinking of? The second prince of the empire seeks him out? Has he truly attained such prominence? Gu Mo, amidst a tempest of thoughts, could find no rational explanation for this peculiar turn of events, surrounded by numerous affluent and influential royal families. Why would this so-called second prince specifically wish to engage with him? What brings you to us? The atmosphere grew increasingly tense, prompting Gu Mo to inquire reluctantly. The youth's elongated, seemingly innocuous gaze bore down on Gu Mo, yet there was an unsettling depth of cunning behind it. Then, unexpectedly, he erupted into laughter. Please forgive my rudeness, esteemed guests, he chuckled, stepping forward. My true identity is that of the second prince's confidant, Mo Weijing. Yi Yusi continued to regard him with hostility. A significant portion of her family's decline could be attributed to the internal strife within the royal court. In this struggle for power, it was the various princes wielding influence from the shadows who reaped the most rewards. In recent years, the royal family had become a decaying edifice, with the emperor preoccupied with internal conflict and thus unable to restrain the three princes, who seized the opportunity to consolidate their own power, culminating in the current predicament of breed. I made a rather trivial jest, though it appears it was ill-received, he said, halting before Gu Mo with a faint smile on his lips. You are all striving diligently, and as the strategists operating behind the scenes, we cannot allow you to fight alone. Given the pressing circumstances, it is prudent for us to unite. The second prince is known for valuing talent, and thus we have sought out both of you, imploring you to lend us your assistance. Mo Weijing bowed once more, his gaze towards Yi Yusi radiating warmth and friendliness. There is much to discuss. Perhaps we should find a quiet place? He suggested amiably. As the initiator of this conversation, we have prepared ample sincerity and resources, provided you agree to meet with the second prince. Once our objectives are achieved, all will be duly compensated. Chapter 61, Saturday night. Yi Yusi withdrew her outstretched leg, her defensive posture relaxing slightly, yet her emotionless gaze remained fixed upon Mo Weijing. We have ample time for deliberation. You may weigh the pros and cons at your leisure. One of our guiding principles is to never coerce anyone. Though Mo Weijing professed this, the haughty smirk that played on his lips betrayed his true intentions. He exuded an air of confidence regarding the success of this discourse, a confidence bolstered by the power he represented. Gu Mo endeavored to maintain a steady gaze, aware that engaging with such a calculating individual could lead to irreparable consequences with a single misstep. He began with a powerful overture, yet withheld the specifics of his offer, intending to reveal them only upon Gu Mo's agreement. Mo Weijing was evidently certain that Gu Mo would not refuse, hence his aggressive and suggestive dialogue. This was not Gu Mo's first encounter with such treachery. He recalled Jiang Li and Jiang Xing, who, while not benevolent, had concealed their sharper edges in his presence. Yi Yusi cast a worried glance at Gu Mo, seemingly cautioning him not to respond. Gu Mo returned her a gentle look, signaling her to trust him. Mr. Mo Weijing, how might you substantiate your identity? Gu Mo did not rush to acquiesce, but instead posed a probing question to verify the truth of Mo Weijing's claims. For his current situation was precarious, necessitating vigilance against potential troublemakers. The second prince prefers to collaborate with intelligent individuals. Mo Weijing calmly produced an item from his pocket and extended it towards Gu Mo. Gu Mo accepted the object, discovering it to be a personal letter sealed with the royal crest. Yi Yusi furrowed her brow upon seeing it and remarked, "This is the royal family's exclusive seal, available only to those of imperial blood. It seems this individual truly is a confidant of the second prince. Indeed, this young lady possesses keen insight." Mo Weijing feigned flattery. Yi Yusi shot him a dismissive glance, ignoring his praise. Particularly notable was the flowing signature at the bottom, Jalan Yana Wairok. It appeared to belong to the second prince himself. Contemplating Ulna's schemes, Gu Mo grasped his current predicament. If his assumptions were correct, Breed had reached an impasse, and the need for a catalyst to break the deadlock had arisen. Someone who could very well be Gu Mo. Intelligent individuals should seize opportunities proactively. I trust you will not choose to decline. Mo Weijing pressed, his demeanor imposing. Freedom, who does not cherish it? Simply agree, and freedom shall be your reward. Mo Weijing looked towards Yi Yusi, though she offered no favorable response. As for this delightful young lady, as our ally, she shall not be treated unjustly. Gu Mo felt a momentary shock. It was evident that nothing could remain concealed from them. Very well, we agree to meet with the second prince. Have you lost your mind? Yi Yusi exclaimed urgently. Then, let us wish for a fruitful collaboration, Mo Weijing interjected, seizing the opportunity to extend his hand to Gu Mo with a polite smile, denying him the chance to retract his agreement. Gu Mo shook his hand lightly. Next Saturday evening, at the Spade CAF in the Tarn district. We eagerly await your presence. Mo Weijing executed a refined bow before turning and departing without hesitation. His singular focus was the completion of his task, leaving all else unconsidered. As they watched Mo Weijing leave, Yi Yusi yearned to voice her concerns, but ultimately refrained. Gu Mo lowered his gaze to the letter, which bore a singular statement. All questions regarding the machinations behind the scenes will be unveiled at the meeting. Despite his initial reluctance to agree, Gu Mo now recognized he could not afford any uncertainties. He held little faith in the notion of voluntary participation. For someone like Mo Weijing, whose smile concealed a blade, trust was often worthless. Throughout the empire, numerous talented individuals flourished, Was there truly no one else surrounding the second prince? Why seek out a mere commoner? Guo remained acutely aware of his own worth. From the outset, they had presented him with no option to refuse. The reason seemed to lie in the value they perceived in him, likely stemming from the emblem he had previously acquired, which had drawn their interest. Thus, the present scenario unfolded. It was likely that Guo would be tasked to navigate the ensuing challenges alone. Observing Guo deep in thought, Yi Yuxi's discontent grew. Has Jiang Li struck you senseless? She said, snatching the letter from his hand. Her voice tinged with anger as she confronted him for the first time. Do you even grasp who this so-called second prince is? That you would dare to agree so readily? Her voice, though not loud, startled Guo. Yi Yuxi sighed, her tone softening. Let me be clear, by agreeing today, you voluntarily enter the fray as a player, surrendering your autonomy in the process. When the time comes, should they summon you to your demise, you will have no choice but to comply. Surely it cannot be that dire, Guo replied, meeting Yi Yuxi's gaze, only to find a glimmer of amusement there. Shouldn't she be worried? Well, I merely entertained the worst-case scenario, Yi Yuxi shrugged, offering a faint smile. Humanity is truly impossible, remarked Xiao. You're not foolish. If I were in your shoes, I would have no choice but to comply. Huh, you insufferable woman. How can you be so excessive? Guo, still trembling with fear, nearly found himself cursing at the president's words. Xiao, I grant you a chance to rephrase your words, Yi Yuxi declared, his fists tightly clenched beneath his chin. Esteemed president, I sincerely apologize for my earlier insolence, Guo replied, eyes shut and lips pursed. Regardless of the shifting circumstances around him, the undeniable truth remained. He was but a timid little rabbit. Do not fret excessively. The Polaris group is far more formidable than you perceive. Overcoming them is no trivial task, Yi Yuxi reassured, gently caressing Guo's face with a smile. For us, mutual destruction would be the most favorable outcome. Glancing at the time, Guo resolved to seek solace in the library. How effortlessly perilous it is, should I inadvertently slip up. That young lady would surely imprison and torment me. Is it not the same when I am near you? What? You intend to torment me as well? Guo exclaimed, instinctively retreating a few steps. Perhaps, your little face truly tempts me to bully you, dear sister, Yi Yuxi teased, narrowing her eyes with a playful grin, her thigh brushing against him in a suggestive manner. Please, step away, Guo implored, attempting to distance himself, yet her grip remained steadfast. I must study in the library. You may take your leave. Truth be told, given Jiang Li's connections and influence, even if Guo were to neglect his studies throughout his university years, he would still secure his diploma. Yet, how could he willingly allow Jiang Li to ensnare him? His commendable college entrance examination results ranked him among the top in Gao, and he could not bear to squander his talents. Let me give you a kiss, Her flirtatious gestures ceased, fingers retreating from his waist. Ah, I see her now. I must take my leave first, Yi Yuxi said, casting a reluctant glance back at him before vanishing into the crowd. Who? Guo mused, not giving it much thought, when he suddenly felt a piercing gaze directed at him from the left. It bore down on him like a thorn in his back, the air growing colder than before. A chill emanated from within, rendering his breaths labored. Unconsciously, he swallowed hard. Should I turn back to see? That gaze feels oddly familiar, suffocatingly cold. Was it the young lady? With his head bowed, Guo quietly maneuvered through the throng, striving to evade the menacing stare. Yet, no matter how he shifted, the gaze remained fixed upon him, akin to a hunter pursuing its cornered prey. In such moments, hunters often exhibit remarkable patience, knowing that ahead lies a precipice, and their quarry is trapped. Surely not. If it truly were Jiang Li, she would have charged over by now, rather than lingering to observe him. Yet, if not her, he could scarcely fathom who else could possess such an unmistakable gaze. The figure behind him was likely the young lady indeed. When had Jiang Li appeared? Did she witness the scene of Guo and Yi Yuxi together? Or perhaps she had seen the earlier moment when Mo Weijin and Guo reached an understanding. Merely contemplating this sent Guo spiraling toward despair. If he refrained from probing Jiang Li's boundaries, given her reborn demeanor, she would not impose excessively harsh punishments upon him. Reflecting on the past half-month of his rebirth, he had been dancing on the edge of the young lady's limits, fearful she might uncover his secrets. Jiang Li's ultimate objective was undoubtedly to transform him into a being utterly reliant on her, rendering him incapable of survival without her, all the while nurturing him tenderly in her embrace. The specifics of the process were of little consequence. It was merely Guo creating troubles for her. Who could predict what the future held? If the Polaris group truly established a dominant presence, he might find himself bereft of any chance to see the light of day again. After enduring a 10-minute pursuit, he relinquished his struggle. Sensing the figure trailing him had drawn perilously close, he halted in a secluded corner by the artificial lake, his legs trembling, lacking the courage to confront the psychotic presence. She had always been his psychological shadow. The sound of her high-heeled boots ceased, and the demonic figure approached menacingly, her right hand gliding from behind to caress his chin. Upon glimpsing her delicate, pale pink nails and elongated fingers, he knew his fate was sealed. Though Guo stood a few centimeters taller than Jiang Li, Whenever they stood together, he felt dwarfed by her formidable aura, akin to a mere child. The person behind him inhaled gently, brushing his collar with her nose. Before he felt something cold and sharp penetrate the fabric, pressing against his lower back. A knife. What a delightful scent. I remember it from my last encounter, she remarked, her voice devoid of any anger, instead reminiscent of a gentle mother soothing a child. Jiang Li's fingers wandered to his throat, her nails digging in sharply. The pain was excruciating. Guillermo fought back tears, terrified to utter a sound. When Jiang Li was truly incensed, she would not raise her voice. Yet she could instill a chilling frost in the hearts of all, a sensation that ordinary individuals could scarcely confront. Which one? Which fox spirit has captivated you so? That you have sought her out repeatedly behind my back? Jiang Li demanded, brandishing the knife at him, slowly approaching, gripping Guillermo's chin to compel him to meet her gaze. Despite her laughter, a sinister joy flickered across her face as she examined his eyes and nose, contemplating which to sever. The blade at his abdomen tortured his nerves, leaving Guillermo feeling as though his voice belonged to someone else entirely. At that moment, any explanation seemed futile and hollow. Nothing he said could suffice. It's over for me, Guillermo thought. Oh heavens. The child is about to enter the cycle of rebirth. If the heavens have eyes, surely they will not turn a blind eye to his plight. Young lady, are you truly going to kill me? Guillermo blurted out, abandoning any pretense of justification. Jiang Li flashed a radiant smile, tracing her finger along the corner of Guillermo's lips before licking it. I can't quite taste it. It's all just the flavor of roasted meat. Jiang Li giggled, poking his nose, her cold beauty slowly succumbing to the encroaching darkness. Her complexion darkened gradually, while her blood-red pupils grew increasingly vibrant. You are truly despicable. Cold sweat drenched Guillermo's back, the knife at his abdomen threatening to plunge in at any moment, eroding the remnants of his sanity. Jiang Li inhaled deeply, seemingly to soothe her fraying heart. She smiled to herself. I would not do such a thing, for then Xiaomo would not feel my presence. And that would render it meaningless. You wish to survive, do you not? Her tone was calm, yet beneath that calm lay an undercurrent of madness. Suppressing his fear, Guillermo nodded slightly. Everything returned to him. His thoughts flickered back to that stormy, frigid night. It was the day he first felt terrified by Jiang Li's demeanor. He had thought it a fleeting whim, yet it marked the inception of years of nightmares. Xiaomo, take me to find her. All right, no problem, Guillermo whispered, realizing he had no other options. Moreover, Jiang Li's suggestion was merely a way to grant him an escape route. With her intellect, she could not possibly be oblivious to who Guillermo had grown close to. Jiang Li toyed with the knife in her hand, her expression appearing remarkably relaxed. What a disgrace, Guillermo thought, as he was threatened by her with the blade, and obediently walked along the narrow path as she commanded. As long as the young lady refrains from killing me, I am indifferent to the trivialities. Regardless of the circumstances, living is preferable to anything else. It is only through survival that one may behold the opportunity for change. As they passed by a public trash bin, Jiang Li executed an unexpected gesture, tossing the fruit knife directly into the receptacle. Guillermo's eyes widened in astonishment at that moment. Are you curious? Jiang Li took a deep breath, inhaling his scent, her voice returning to its usual gentleness. Just behave, and I will, find a way to make you obedient. I have shown you mercy. Yet you have deceived me countless times, leaving me no choice but to act this way. Oh, ha ha ha. At her words, Guillermo felt his legs weaken. He could scarcely feel them at all. Chapter 63. Does it hurt? Good. What could be the means to make me obedient? Could it be a threat to my life? Yet, in his previous life, Jiang Li had coerced him for 3 years, and in the end, Guillermo had never acquiesced to her will. This time, Jiang Li spared his life, further confirming the reality of her rebirth. Had she been the same young lady from his past, Guillermo would have found himself with a dagger through his heart, lifeless in her embrace. If it were not due to Guillermo's own actions, then it must be attributed to some external factors. As he began to delve deeper into his thoughts, a sharp pain in his left leg interrupted him, causing him to groan involuntarily. Jiang Li had just kicked his calf. Don't think too much, you little fool. Oh, Guillermo was at a loss for words, merely echoing her sentiment. It hurts so much. This woman is holding nothing back. Before long, the pair rounded a man-made lake and arrived at the entrance of a path, where a black Rolls-Royce quietly awaited them. The driver alighted and opened the car door, and Jiang Li took his hand, settling into the back seat. To the student council, Guillermo murmured. The driver nodded, signaling for the door to close, and swiftly returned to the driver's seat, starting the car with precision. To ensure privacy, the driver was completely unable to observe the back seat, as a black velvet curtain had been drawn to obscure the view. The windows were also protected by high-end anti-peep film, enveloping the interior in a dim, mysterious ambience. In this eerie silence, Jiang Li pressed against his neck, biting into the pale skin. Moments later, a glaring blood mark appeared on his throat. After a while, as she left a multitude of hickeys on his collarbone, she finally lifted her gaze. Jiang Li's tone was somewhat indifferent. Tell me, where have I fallen short? I warned you that you'd be upset. Guillermo cast a cold glance her way, his dissatisfaction reaching a zenith. I wouldn't be angry, little Mo. If I were truly enraged, your legs would not remain safely attached to your body. A sinister thought flickered through her mind, her voice tinged with an unmistakable malice. You would lie in a pool of blood, gazing at me with resentful and pitiful eyes. That version of you is the most genuine. He cast a fleeting glance at the young lady, only to hurriedly avert his gaze the next moment. How terrifying. Guillermo silently mused. Could she truly sever my legs and... No, there is nothing Jiang Li cannot do. Her thoughts had always been peculiar. At times, even her grandmother struggled to comprehend her mindset. One moment she would smile tenderly at small animals, and the next, she would grasp them by the neck, lifting them up. She even found amusement in their desperate struggles. Indeed, I have committed a grave transgression today, yet you have not harmed me. Guillermo hung his head, a hint of cold mockery in his voice. Expressions can be feigned, but the emotions in one's eyes cannot be replaced. His gaze could not escape her scrutiny. The enduring defiance in his violet eyes continued to flicker. Jiang Li's long-suppressed desire for control was about to be ignited. Her intent was to utterly extinguish his flicker of hope, to obliterate the last remnants of his spirit. On their faces, an unexpected resemblance revealed a shared sense of fragmentation and unease. Isn't it so? I have truly changed so much for you, bearing so much. Should you not express gratitude? The warmth of the car's heating was in stark contrast to the chill that enveloped Guillermo. He felt goosebumps rise on his skin, as if seated beside a wrathful specter poised to claim his life. Young lady, could you grant me a chance? Guillermo's wrist was nearly crushed in her grip, and he spoke softly despite the pain. This question had troubled Guillermo for many years, a profound enigma since his childhood. From where did Jiang Li's extraordinary strength originate? No matter how much she practiced, she could not possibly transcend the limits of humanity. What do you intend to do? That is not for you to inquire. Jiang Li's eyes burned with a crimson hue, her scarlet lips curling into a barely perceptible smirk. Silence. Guillermo forced himself to steady his nerves and nodded gently in response. I will not do anything. Jiang Li drew closer, her arm pressing tightly against him. Use that clever mind of yours to consider how you will face those individuals next. She sighed in disappointment. You will never learn, will you? Guillermo had no retort. Well, this time you are rather obedient, Jiang Li remarked, admiring his expression of helplessness that he could not articulate. I understand. Guillermo's heart raced. A wave of unease surged within him, as if it were trying to break free from his body. She thrust a wet wipe into his hand. Guillermo flexed his stiff arm, confused, yet still took the wipe and dabbed his face. The cool, citrus-scented droplets eased his tension somewhat. It seemed the vehicle had stopped, and Guillermo faintly heard the sound of a door closing. The Rolls-Royce's suspension was excellent. Within the car, one could scarcely perceive any jostling from the ride. All right. What is that look in your eyes? Jiang Li spoke lazily, helping Guillermo settle back into his seat. Can you really utter such words? Does it hurt? She asked innocently. It hurts terribly, Guillermo replied, rubbing his wrist and inhaling sharply at the sudden pain. Good, it ought to hurt. Your pained expression is truly beautiful. Little Mo Chapter 64, Potion or Magic. Such a wicked woman. Guillermo dared not voice his anger, nor could he muster even a hint of defiance. Yet, he had little to complain about. Jiang Li had indeed shown him considerable leniency today. At least, that was how it appeared for now, though the back seat was spacious. There was no opportunity for him to strike back. Who could say whether Jiang Li would truly let him off the hook? Guillermo suspected she would not. He had not forgotten her earlier mention of a means to ensure his compliance, which could hardly bode well. If fortune did not favor him, it was likely that his forthcoming actions would be abruptly curtailed. Young lady, could it be that you truly know what I am doing? Did she maintain a perspective of observation, merely to discern how far I could advance? If so, why did she not permit me to continue my journey unabated? Or perhaps, regarding the second prince, the subsequent events were beyond her control. Guillermo's eyes suddenly gleamed with a flash of insight. Could it be that the second prince's influence was adversarial to the Polaris group? It might not be the case, but one certainty remains. They are undoubtedly not allies. Did Arna introduce me to the second prince in a bid to ensnare the royal family? Arna's need to triumph over Polaris in the commercial realm suggests there are substantial interests at stake. Jiang Nixing is not an individual to be trifled with. Guillermo discovered that what Polaris currently reveals is merely the tip of the iceberg. There must be a conundrum that both Arna and the second prince are unable to resolve, which is why they sought me out. If the reality aligns with his conjecture, he must, without fail, attend the meeting at the second prince's Spade CAF. He promised to clarify all my uncertainties. This is truly his singular hope. Should he miss this chance, there may never be another opportunity in this lifetime. Arna had mentioned that he currently struggles to contend with Jiang Nixing. If Guillermo's resolve falters, he would be left utterly helpless. Contemplating this, Guillermo felt a wave of despondency wash over him. Ultimately, all these convoluted thoughts were mere figments of his imagination, incapable of substantiation. Perhaps Guillermo was simply fortuitously useful, not as irreplaceable as he fancied. Sigh. He resolved to employ his most reliable strategy, to take one step at a time. Dress appropriately. We've arrived, Jiang Li gently reminded him, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. I shall make every effort, Guillermo replied earnestly. You're drenched in sweat. Is your constitution weak? Not at all, Guillermo retorted instinctively. Jiang Li smiled knowingly, choosing to remain silent. Once dressed, he stepped out of the vehicle. The biting cold wind outside starkly contrasted with the warmth within, instantly calming his mind. Achoo, Guillermo followed Jiang Li into the academic building, sniffing slightly. Why the sneeze? Is it cold? Jiang Li turned to inquire, a hint of lingering animosity still evident in her crimson gaze. Guillermo felt a shiver run down his spine under her scrutiny, and he nervously chuckled. I'm fine. I won't catch a cold. So there's no need for the young lady's concern. Upon hearing this, Jiang Li abruptly halted, catching Guillermo off guard, nearly colliding with her as he quickly stopped. This chap is truly the fated male lead, a boy murmured to his companion amidst the crowd. What's the matter? Is he playing both sides? The boy, filled with indignation, scrutinized Guillermo. I just saw him at the snack street a moment ago, passionately kissing the night school beauty. It was quite the spectacle. It infuriates me. What? A glimmer of intrigue sparked in the boy's eyes, as if he were on the verge of confronting Guillermo about his methods. I remember now. Isn't he the one who was previously seen getting cozy with Jiang, the campus flower? Now that you mention it, he does bear a resemblance. But how the hell does this commoner manage to attract two icy campus beauties simultaneously? Perhaps he possesses some love potion, you know? The kind that makes goddesses fall for you unconditionally. As they spoke, the two boys gazed at Guillermo with increasing jealousy, their eyes nearly bulging with intensity. While he lacked any magical elixir, he did possess an innate charm that endeared him to beautiful women, a charisma that even had a profound effect on Jiang Nixing. Thus, it could be said that Guillermo was a walking male siren, adept at luring and troublesome women. Jiang Li, unfazed by the astonished or envious gazes of those around her, tilted her head slightly and spoke softly, do take care not to catch a cold. With that, she took Guillermo's hand and led the way up the staircase. Guillermo, observing her retreating figure, swallowed back the words he longed to voice and fell into step beside her. With each ascending stair, the trepidation within him deepened. This predicament was unlike anything he had encountered in either of his lifetimes. He was oblivious to Jiang Li's intentions, nor did he know how Yi Yusi would react in her presence. What if they clashed due to a disagreement? Based on his understanding of the young lady, she would likely aim to assert dominance over Yi Yusi, thereby seizing absolute control of the conversation. Subsequently, she might propose some harsh and unattainable demands, compelling Yi Yusi to distance herself from Guillermo. As for Guillermo's own fate, he couldn't help but recall the small dark room filled with torture devices from his past life, where every single object had the potential to render him utterly miserable. Among those punishments, being bound to a cross and lashed with a small whip was considered a gentler treatment. In short, Jiang Li would not easily let him off the hook. Although her personality had softened considerably in this life, it did not signify that her obsessively solitary heart had also changed for the better. For instance, after one of Guillermo's futile attempts to resist her, she continued to provide him with food, ensuring he was well fed, yet deliberately withholding even a drop of water. When his throat became parched and dry, akin to fire, and tears would not even form, she would finally present water before him. At that moment, Guillermo would plead for mercy, desperately beseeching her for a morsel of compassion. As these thoughts clouded his mind, Guillermo was reluctant to delve any deeper into his memories. Though he had endured countless humiliations at the hands of the young lady, this particular recollection was one he despised above all else. Indeed, the water was smooth and sweet, and under her tender gaze, Guillermo drank 2 large bowls in one go. Only when his stomach was filled with warm water did he begin to feel a semblance of relief. Yet, he was then informed that it was her bath water. The young lady mischievously inquired if he found it to his liking. Guillermo felt as though he was choking, unable to express his disgust or even retch. Do you enjoy the flavor of your mistress? Guillermo stifled the shameful imagery, realizing that in those dark memories, he hardly counted as a person. Familiar floors and decorations greeted them as the two ascended the 4th floor corner. Entering the student council room under the watchful eyes of several classmates, Guillermo pushed the door open with anticipation, and they stepped inside. The room, adorned in a classic European style with genuine leather furnishings, was decorated with a circle of Christmas ornaments. The sunlit blinds were drawn, and a few student council members were engaged in lighthearted banter. The president had a penchant for European aesthetics. She had financed the room's renovation herself after obtaining permission from the principal. Hello, old Mo. A boy greeted with a smile. Hey, is that your girlfriend? However, upon realizing the true identity of the newcomers, a collective sound of gulping echoed through the room. Chapter 65, A Small Test. Several boys appeared momentarily stunned by Jiang Li's commanding presence, exchanging anxious glances as they seemed unsure of how to proceed. At JR University, no one was oblivious to the illustrious Jiang Li, the sole daughter of a prominent noble family, with a wealthy background and remarkable poise. She was reputed to possess mastery in 8 artistic disciplines. Her beauty so extraordinary that even the phrase stunning enough to make fish sink and birds fall barely encapsulated her allure. Among the elite, news traveled swiftly, and rumors about her began to circulate within the campus. As time passed, curiosity about the elusive young lady grew. It was said that some individuals had loitered at the school gates for an entire day just to catch a glimpse of Jiang Li. The recent viral incident surrounding the estate death case added an air of mystery to the already enchanting figure of the Jiang family's daughter. At the campus, the most magnificent of the donation memorials is undoubtedly the one funded by the Jiang family, said to have been personally overseen by the principal. Within just a few months, the immense fanbase of Jiang Li spontaneously established a Red Heart Club, which is continuously welcoming new members from the student body. Although she has never directly interacted with her fans, their enthusiasm for her continues to swell day by day. Unbeknownst to her, Jiang Li's popularity has eclipsed that of the former principal, securing her rightful place at the pinnacle of the school's rankings. Today, 3 boys were utterly astonished to see Miss Jiang Li in the student council, particularly because she was accompanied by none other than that insufferable brat, Guo. It is only natural that Guo has become the target of his classmates' ire, for he has usurped the affections of countless admirers who regard Jiang Li as their angel. If Guo were to frequent the campus forum, he would likely be infuriated by some of the more extreme comments. Who would willingly endure daily companionship with a possessive and obsessive individual, with the formidable matriarch Jiang nixing above him and the estate's maids and butlers below? His challenging living conditions would be daunting for anyone. Why is there anything to envy? Jiang Li inquired, glancing at the boys seated before her, her tone devoid of any emotion. Yet, the slight disdain in her gaze made their faces flush with embarrassment, wishing desperately to vanish into the ground. One boy attempted to respond but stammered, his nerves rendering him nearly speechless. Where did the president go? Oh, she should be back soon. We have a small meeting to conduct next. As his voice trailed off, another boy quickly interjected, Yes, President, you will return shortly. Please wait here for just a moment, haha. Jiang Li listened without offering any reply. And no, we will call the president right now and bring her back immediately. One boy hastily corrected himself. If you need anything, just let us know. We'll be in the activity room next door, we won't disturb you. The boys, fully aware of their own social awareness, promptly rose and vacated the room. Am I really that terrifying? Jiang Li mused languidly as she sauntered a few steps and settled onto the black leather sofa. She cast a glance at Guo, arching an unimpressed brow. Why are you just standing there? Come sit beside me. Guo hurriedly complied, taking a seat next to her and eagerly grasping her delicate hand. Miss Jiang is not frightening. They are merely nervous as it is their first encounter with the true embodiment of beauty, he thought to himself. Is that so? Jiang Li lifted his chin. Just a few minutes ago in the car, your demeanor was quite different. You were sobbing as if you had encountered the most terrifying monster in the world. Guo could only silently scoff at her in his mind. Isn't that true? Your waist twists far more gracefully than mine, he murmured under his breath, his expression so exaggerated that it could have been mistaken for an outcry of desperation. What did you say? Jiang Li's eyes widened in surprise. Nothing. I was merely extolling your enchanting beauty. Guo scratched his head, inwardly astonished. How could she hear that? He could barely make sense of his own mutterings. Jiang Li seized Guo's collar, pulling him closer until he was trapped beneath her on the sofa. The scent of her presence enveloped him as she smiled sweetly. Little Mo, I suddenly wish to hear how you sing my praises. Would you kindly repeat your earlier words? The master will not be angered, nor will she pierce you with 1,000 wounds. Guo's breath hitched, and under her pressure, he stammered. No, it's just that the young lady is too beautiful. She grew impatient with his feeble defense, roughly tearing at his collar and biting into his neck. It was a savage act. Guo let out a muffled grunt as Jiang Li's small canines seemed to pierce his skin, drawing forth blood that she eagerly consumed. She did not relent, but rather intensified her assault, widening the wound on his neck. Her soft tongue caressed his flesh, evoking a mix of pain and helplessness. Of course, Guo was indifferent to such minor injuries. His tolerance had been considerably heightened after years of Jiang Li's training. For reasons unknown, during those few minutes of being bitten, Guo felt an unusual weakness, his arms and legs turning to jelly. Is the young lady satisfied now? Silence, Jiang Li huffed coldly. Little Mo's blood is quite delicious. I am thoroughly pleased. Wonderful, you came to the student council to engage in flirtation, did you? A cold voice devoid of discernible emotion echoed, followed by the sound of the door slamming shut. The president has returned. Jiang Li ceased her ravenous advance, rising gracefully from Guo's body. He dared not glance at the two women, instead diverting his gaze toward the ceiling, attempting to evade any potential collateral damage. You're back, Jiang Li said, her smile evaporating as she approached her senior, a palpable pressure emanating from her crimson eyes. What? Must I seek your permission to indulge in a moment with my beloved? Jiang Li's commanding presence radiated, a force that ordinary individuals could not hope to counter, let alone oppose her. This is my territory, Miss Jiang. Your presence here today should not merely be for the sake of intimacy. How ludicrous. I have only shared a few drinks with him. Is it necessary for you to be so sarcastic? Night Rain Ci shot a furious glance at Guo, who was studiously avoiding her gaze. Inciting even greater ire from her, she nearly longed to kick him. What are you looking at? Jiang Li's voice was devoid of warmth, icy in its delivery. Your territory? Do you mean to suggest you have marked your scent here? Such behavior resembles that of certain lowly creatures. Guillermo wished he could block out his hearing. He understood that Night Rain CI stood no chance against Jiang Li in this battle of wits. Jiang Li was simply flawless, a fact not to be trifled with. Realizing her own inadequacy, Night Rain CI forced a gentle smile, suppressing the urge to seek Guillermo's assistance. Moments later, her gaze turned steely, as if aiming to pierce Jiang Li with her glare. Ah, Jiang Li, what a delightful rivalry we share. I never imagined that in this lifetime. While attempting to avoid you, you would come seeking me instead. What now? Given the current circumstances, it appears I cannot contend with this woman. Little Mo surely wouldn't he stand idly by while his beloved president is bullied, would he? Night Rain C's sharp gaze faltered under Jiang Li's indifferent stare. Ultimately, the noble upbringing Jiang Li had received, coupled with her experiences in navigating the treacherous waters of power and influence, rendered her an opponent far beyond the reach of the pitiful president. No matter how naive one might be, 20 years of exposure to cunning individuals would not leave them devoid of guile. Moreover, Jiang Li was the daughter of Jiang Nixing. Don't look at me, President. I am but a bystander. Guillermo felt an inexplicable twinge of guilt, as if he had thrust the president into a situation of vulnerability. If one must place blame, let it be on this damned fate, for it was sheer coincidence that he encountered Yi Yusi today. Had he chosen to hastily depart upon crossing paths with her, all these chaotic events would have been averted. Enough of this banter. Let me clarify that I have not usurped your boyfriend. Yi Yusi set aside her textbook, shifting her weight to lean against the desk. Her legs crossed elegantly, revealing a glimpse of her fair ankle. Do not be so fierce, dear sister, she murmured, momentarily contemplating her words before adopting a tone of submission. She recalled that Xiaoma had once advised her, President, Jiang Li is a woman who responds only to gentleness. If you wish for her to forgive your transgressions, then bow your head and soften your approach. In truth, Guillermo had another thought unvoiced, that often, yielding is futile. A slight smile curled at the corners of Jiang Li's eyes, as she discerned Yi Yusi's intent to concede. Sister? Do not call me that, you old hag. She continued. Let us tally the accounts. Since the few days of your acquaintance with Xiaoma at the start of the semester until now, you have been entangled with him for, what? 6 months? Am I mistaken? Jiang Li approached Yi Yusi with a dangerous aura, her crimson gaze piercing. She leaned in, gripping Yi Yusi's chin. With a menacing smile, she spoke. You shameless vixen, do you not know who stands behind him? You dare to covet him, right under my nose? Do you wish for your demise? Such a lovely posterior, she added, her eyes momentarily distracted by the enticing shape accentuated by the skirt. No, that is not the point. Guillermo, having diverted his gaze from Jiang Li's alluring figure, finally noticed Yi Yusi's face, flushed with indignation, yet possessing an endearing charm. This look of grievance was one he had never witnessed on the president's countenance in the months they had known one another. Though he could only see Jiang Li's back, he could easily imagine the fierce expression on her face. It must surely be terrifying. Indeed, even he struggled to withstand Jiang Li's wrath, let alone Yi Yusi. What a fortuitous situation. The thought crossed his mind that perhaps a romantic entanglement between them might not be so bad, as long as he could watch from the sidelines. But he quickly dismissed the notion, reminding himself that he was merely an observer, certainly not a spectator of a catfight between the two formidable ladies. Alas, both Jiang Li and Yi Yusi were resolute in their affections for Guillermo alone. To be loved by two such powerful school beauties was a torment in itself. Speak, Jiang Li suddenly barked. By this point, Yi Yusi had completely capitulated, yet her furrowed brow indicated her lingering defiance. My esteemed president, have you directed all your nefarious intentions towards me? The wicked woman who seeks to harm you stands before you. How can you be so cowardly? I'm sorry, but my relationship with him is merely that of drinking companions. Did he not inform you? She retorted. Drinking companions, is it? The kind that ends up in the same bed? Jiang Li's seemingly innocent laughter resonated, only for her demeanor to darken once more. What a grand facade you present. Yet in truth, you are nothing more than a coward. Yi Yusi, you are like a little slave, full of deceit, shedding no tears until faced with the grave. Jiang Li cast a sidelong glance at Guillermo. Isn't that so? Guillermo, taken aback, quickly interjected, it's not that we've shared a bed. You must trust me, my master. His gaze flitted nervously, as if searching for an escape. He spoke truthfully, although Yi Yusi had indeed invited him that day. He had steadfastly declined. Yet, in the current predicament, any words he uttered would only serve to fuel the fire. The delicate balance of emotions was precarious. Yi Yusi had been fortunate to escape with her life today, and one could only speculate what Jiang Li might do next. He could no longer remain a passive observer. He needed to take action to soothe Jiang Li's fury, lest the situation escalate beyond control, leaving him to rue his inaction. Be quiet. Jiang Li cast a fleeting glance at Guillermo. It was hopeless. He could offer no assistance. Now, Yi Yusi, it's time to address the matter at hand. For pursuing my beloved, you must be prepared to face the consequences. I am a woman who avenges grievances, and I hold him in the highest regard. So, what do you intend to do? Yi Yusi bit her lip, casting a sidelong glance at Guemo, who, sensing her gaze, shrugged lightly. Whatever punishment you deem fit. Let it be directed at me. Just spare him. Yu's brow furrowed as she spoke in a hushed tone. Clap, clap, clap. Jiang Li applauded herself in the confined space, the sound echoing loudly. She then stepped back, donning a chilling smile. How noble of you, Yu. However, I have already dealt with him. Jiang Li's voice was hollow, laced with a palpable sense of morbidity. Fool, you should be on your knees, thanking me. Half an hour ago, had I not restrained myself, Xiaoma could very well be dead by now. Yu glanced at Guemo, then shifted her gaze back to Jiang Li. Speak your demands. I shall comply with anything. Oh, do not say such things. Guemo interjected, anxious. Such promises to Jiang Li could lead to dire consequences, as she would undoubtedly take delight in tormenting her. How obedient, Jiang Li mused, stroking her hair, her eyes glinting with sinister intent. In her crimson irises, one could catch a fleeting sigh, quickly supplanted by malevolence and fury. Since you claim you will agree to any demand, Jiang Li cradled her face with manicured hands, her smile chilling. Then you may as well go die. Chapter 67. Who smells sweeter? Choose one. With a thunderous crash, the sound of wood splintering echoed, accompanied by the ripping of fabric. The two had exchanged blows briefly. Yet it was evident that Yu could not match Jiang Li's prowess. Like a fallen leaf, she crumpled to the ground at Jiang Li's feet. No. Guemo leapt from the sofa, disbelief etched across his face as he watched the scene unfold, his mouth agape, rendered speechless. The president was dead? Just like that. Without any warning. He had no time to intervene, nor the capability to do so. Jiang Li tilted her head, a sickly smile gracing her lips. Do you like it? It's a corpse, you know. Her strikingly beautiful face bore no sign of anger, yet it sent shivers down the spine of all who beheld her. A profound chill threatened to encase Guemo, his heart racing violently, as if it might leap from his throat. He could scarcely comprehend that Jiang Li would resort to violence against the president here. In that moment, there was not even a whimper. Moreover, as irrefutable evidence, Guemo noticed the dagger Jiang Li held in her left hand, its blade stained with fresh crimson. He could not fathom where she had procured it. Yet the blood was not thick enough to drip from the tip. Indeed, it is precisely such an expression. Are you genuinely concerned for her? Shall I escort you both to the netherworld for a reunion? Guemo trembled, his legs quaking as he endured an indescribable sense of strangeness. Utterly oblivious to the state of his own mind, Jiang Li approached him step by step. Guemo enacted a classic scene, stumbling backward until he tripped and fell to the ground. In terror, he scuttled back with his legs until his back met the corner of the wall, leaving him with no retreat. This scene felt eerily familiar. It was reminiscent of the timid state he found himself in during his previous life, when he met his demise. Jiang Li halted half a meter away from him, and inexplicably, her expression radiated joy. Are you afraid? Young lady, have you made up your mind? I am dead, and you shall never see me again in this lifetime. Guemo, unwilling to surrender, decided to play the emotional card once more in the face of impending doom. Indeed, without a system, this death might well signify the end of his rebirths. What awaited him was the cold, unyielding blade that would siphon away his corporeal warmth, piece by piece leading him to oblivion. Guemo forced himself to rise, fingers reaching for a vase upon the table. No, I cannot die. He knew he appeared ridiculous. Yet this time, he refused to wait passively for his fate. In the throes of crisis, Guemo suddenly noticed a detail he had previously overlooked. He had been so frantic that he failed to see that Jiang Li's garments bore no traces of the blood that had splattered when she had just assassinated Sister Yi. It had only been a swift, decisive strike. Otherwise, she would have surely cried out. Yet, if she had truly struck a vital spot, not a single drop of blood would have escaped her. Moreover, the dagger in her hand corroborated his suspicions. The bloodstains on the dagger were merely a thin layer. Had it penetrated human flesh, there would not be such a scant amount of blood. Under his gaze, Jiang Li wiped the blood off the dagger with a tissue, her eyes still fixated on Guemo. She spoke with a hint of amusement. Have you come to an understanding? Guemo was bewildered by her meaning, lacking the time to ponder, instinctively nodding in response. Yes, it appears you have been frightened. Jiang Li sheathed the dagger and nudged the unconscious Yi with her toe. Are you asleep? Wake up. Under Gumo's half-shocked, half-relieved stare, Yi stood up as if nothing had happened. She brushed off the dust, her expression tinged with melancholy and anger. Hey, are you really trying to stab me with that knife? I didn't stab you, did I? Jiang Li smiled. You've cut my arm. It will leave a scar. Yi clutched her left arm, unease and resentment flickering in her dark eyes. I could also ensure you have no future. Jiang Li pressed her finger against her lower lip, the manic air surrounding her receding slightly. Half of your family's enterprise will henceforth be taken over by Polaris, and then you shall vanish from his world forever. Yi wished to say more, but was silenced by Jiang Li's icy gaze. These matters do not require your consent, nor the approval of your family. Yi hesitated several times, her gaze filled with reluctance, as if mourning the prospect of never teasing Guemo again. After wrestling with her inner turmoil, she finally spoke, her voice devoid of spirit. I agree. I will not pursue Xiaomo anymore. If one were to determine who was most startled in this dramatic affair, it would undoubtedly be Guillermo. Though he was merely an observer, the discourse and actions of both women revolved around him. A vivid crimson stain, soaked through his outer garment, began to spread. As he gazed at the president's injured and despondent form, an acute pain surged within him. Yet he could not approach to offer her solace. Both women cherished him, each possessing her own merits. However, if Guillermo were compelled to choose one, he would find himself at a loss. He could not answer at this moment. After all, he owed both women so much, and he was uncertain if he could ever repay them. Yi Yusi perished in his last life because of him. If the same fate awaited them in this life, how could he face himself thereafter? A splendid gift, is it not, Yi Yusi? Yi Yusi straightened, her eyes filled with a hatred unlike any other. Jiang Li, you will regret not killing me today. Yi Yusi clicked her tongue, shaking her head in a daze. All right, just a little jest, don't all look so grim. Jiang Li exhibited no semblance of guilt, chuckling softly as though she had forgotten her previous actions. Humph, you wretched woman, are you not leaving? Yi Yusi resumed her usual aloof demeanor, moving to the desk to brew herself a cup of tea with hot water. This place is saturated with your scent. It's suffocating. Jiang Li, unperturbed, merely cast a sidelong glance at the still trembling Guillermo. Is my scent unpleasant? Guillermo stammered, finally realizing that the young lady was addressing him, responding without thought. It is delightful, cold and noble, truly soothing to a wounded soul. Jiang Li smiled gently, languidly. Oh, then tell me, who smells better, she or I? Yi Yusi also set down her teacup, her gaze fixated on Guillermo, clearly eager for an answer to this question. The two women stared intently at him, and Guillermo felt cold sweat bead on his forehead, his cheeks involuntarily flushing. Speak, little slave, Jiang Li urged softly. I am curious as well. Yi Yusi, seemingly envious, coldly inquired. Chapter 68, Be Happy. Guillermo could not evade their gazes, yet his heart yearned to escape. This was an unsolvable dilemma. If he professed a preference for the president, the young lady would undoubtedly be displeased. Conversely, if he admitted to favoring Jiang Li, it would only deepen Yi Yusi's already wounded heart. To claim he liked both would surely provoke a united front against him from the two women. Strangely, they both refrained from pressing him further, instead applying psychological pressure gradually. Yi Yusi clenched her injured left hand, her nails digging into the tender flesh of her palm, the pain igniting her nerves and fueling her animosity towards that wretched Jiang Li and the detestable Xiaomo. From the moment I fell to the ground until I stood again, he showed not a shred of concern, nor did he even come to check on me. Humph, ungrateful junior. Yi Yusi thought, her myriad grievances easing slightly, her gaze now clearer. She believed that one day, she would realize this vision. Jiang Li subtly pressed her lips together, her expression enigmatic, saying nothing but seemingly conveying everything. The air was thick with an unsettling silence. During this period, not a single student dared to open the door to the student council room. Those few boys had likely already disseminated the news of Jiang Li's presence to others. Perhaps they were eavesdropping outside the door now. Truly an ethical drama. Caught between the two women, Guillermo felt utterly at a loss. Time slipped away, second by second, and his despair expanded infinitely within the stillness. The gaze of the two women bore into him, causing the hair on his arms to stand on end. He understood that the time had come for him to make a choice. Do not fear, for I hold equal affection for both of you, he declared. The words fell from his lips, leaving both women momentarily stunned. No one could have anticipated that Guillermo would utter such audacious sentiments. Just kidding. I was actually born with a sense of smell that is less than acute. Embarrassed, Guillermo rubbed his nose, noticing the increasingly dark expressions on the faces of the two women, prompting him to hastily clarify. I admire the eldest lady, not for any other reason, but because she has taken meticulous care of me since childhood. As for you, senior sister Yi, you are quite remarkable as well, embodying a blend of good and evil. Cunning as a fox. Indeed, over the past few months, you have imparted a wealth of knowledge about adulthood to me. I ought to express my gratitude, lest I remain in the dark thanks to Jiang Li. His words were not born from folly, but rather the only remedy he could conceive at that moment. First, he sought to divert their attention, then to lighten the mood with humor, and finally to reveal his affections for Jiang Li, hoping to avoid offending senior sister Yi. Yet, the outcome was starkly contrary to his expectations. Both women found his glib remarks utterly unsatisfactory. You silver-tongued little slave, do you long for your master's affection? Night Rain Ci remained silent, her fingers gripping the teacup turning pale, betraying her anger towards Guillermo. Very well, let it be tonight, Jiang Li chuckled maliciously, casting a casual glance at Night Rain Ci. Farewell, Night Rain Ci. Farewell, Night Rain Ci replied, watching the two make their way to the door. Halfway through, Jiang Li suddenly turned back, coldly regarding Night Rain Ci, teasing, don't be too lonely. If you wish, I could record tonight's educational moments and send them to you, my dear empty nester. You would surely be delighted, perhaps even resort to some clandestine antics regarding the video. Night Rain Ci's expression remained impassive, the last vestige of her smile evaporating. Jiang Li, if fate permits me the chance to end your existence, I would gladly see you meet 1,000 deaths. Accompanying the eldest lady outside the teaching building, the day was still young, as there were afternoon classes yet to attend, leading them to a brief parting as they returned to their respective classrooms. Thus, a few peaceful days passed. It was Wednesday, and the day of their previously arranged meeting on Saturday loomed ever closer, leaving Gumo's heart in a state of turmoil. Winter nights descended with an unsettling swiftness, and as Gumo inattentively concluded his final elective class of the day, he walked out of the teaching building, clutching his textbooks. The content of the day's lessons had not registered in his mind at all. Another afternoon wasted, splendid. He braved the chill of the wind, discovering that the eldest lady awaited him by the roadside. Jiang Li's radiant presence made her impossible to overlook, no matter the setting. Do you have nothing you wish to say to me today? Jiang Li took his hand, gazing at the night sky as they took a step forward. The faint mist from her breath dissolved silently amidst the neon lights and night breeze. The girl wore a pensive expression, her beauty undeniable. Anyone who caught a glimpse of Jiang Li's true visage hidden beneath her silver hair would find themselves momentarily entranced. A harmonious blend of angelic and demonic. She was the familiar eldest lady he cherished. "Merry Christmas, my lady," Guillermo said, having prepared a gift in advance. It was a small box containing a diamond ring. "Please don't disdain it, it's a bit modest. Come, extend your hand, and allow me to place it on you." Guillermo smiled gently, the evening breeze tousling the strands of hair on his forehead, revealing the depth of his melancholic yet warm violet eyes. He took her delicate hand and carefully placed the tiny ring on her right hand's ring finger. "This is all I could afford. It may be small, but it represents my heartfelt intentions. I emptied my wallet to procure it, so from now on, you shall have to support me." He yearned to express his gratitude for the eldest lady's mercy in sparing his life. With the atmosphere reaching a pivotal moment, Guillermo embraced her, feeling for the first time what it meant to be a true boyfriend. This must be what a normal relationship feels like. "No, it is your gift that surpasses all else." Jiang Li, unusually compliant, did not resist. She wrapped her arms around Guillermo, inhaling the scent that enveloped him. Their height difference was scarcely 3 centimeters, rendering it impossible for him to hold her close to his chest. When attending certain high-end royal venues, Jiang Li donned high heels, which would elevate her stature above Guillermo's. The notion of having a petite girlfriend was foreign to him. His disposition seemed to attract only troublesome women. Chapter 69, The Abandoned Manor. Not far away, DeLucy witnessed this tender moment. Even he, with his cold demeanor, could not suppress a smile, revealing a standard anti-grin. How gratifying it is, indeed. The eldest lady had never displayed such vulnerability before anyone, not even her mother. Only in Gumo's presence did she shed her fade, revealing her true self. No one in the world possessed more profound feelings than the lady. DeLucy mused inwardly. Having watched Jiang Li grow from childhood, he was certainly among those who understood her best. She exuded an air of reticence and dominance towards all, never showing a trace of gentleness to anyone else. "I shall cherish it well," Jiang Li smiled gracefully. "Given your sincerity, I, as your master, have decided to forgive your earlier transgressions." So easily appeased? Guillermo did not perceive Jiang Li as a woman easily won over. Yet her expression did not suggest deceit, so he refrained from probing further. The eldest lady was indeed undergoing transformation. She had evolved from a severely possessive individual to one still heavily inclined towards obsession. Had this been earlier, the misdeeds Guillermo had committed over the past half-month would have sufficed to lead him to his demise at her hands more than 10 times over. If this progression continued, perhaps in a few years, Jiang Li might revert to a semblance of normalcy. Yet, that was an impossibility. Guillermo pondered Jiang Li's nature, realizing such a fantastical notion could never materialize. "Come, I have prepared a Christmas gift for you as well." Jiang Li, in high spirits, took Guillermo's hand and led him towards a lavish Lincoln. "A gift? I hope it is something substantial," he mused, utterly clueless about what Jiang Li might present to him. As DeLucy opened the car door, he waited for the two to settle in before closing it and taking his place at the driver's seat, skillfully navigating onto the road. About an hour later, the vehicle came to a smooth halt in the manor's parking lot. They disembarked, braving the cold wind as they approached the castle. Upon nearing the manor, Jiang Li suddenly halted, frowning as she scrutinized the castle's entrance, sensing something amiss. "What is it?" Guillermo inquired, turning to her in confusion. "Young master, not a single light is lit within the castle. This is highly unusual," DeLucy interjected on Jiang Li's behalf. "Ordinarily, the garden would be teeming with activity at this hour." Jiang Li sighed, stepping forward, hoping it was nothing grave. Drew strode confidently ahead of the young lady, his demeanor unmistakably that of a seasoned martial artist, with pronounced temples and a purposeful gait. "Stay behind me," Jiang Li remarked coolly. "I am not cowardly. This has nothing to do with courage. Such circumstances rarely bode well. Obey me." As Jiang Li approached the castle's grand entrance, she gently pushed open the glass revolving door. "It is possible that hostile forces have come seeking vengeance. We must not be careless," Drew cautioned, his expression grave, as he addressed Guillermo. Upon their return, the castle, typically aglow with light, stood shrouded in darkness, devoid even of the guards who usually patrolled the garden. Guillermo scanned the surroundings. Aside from the absence of the maid and housekeeper, there were no signs of struggle. Surely not. If hostile forces truly sought revenge, the interior could not be this orderly. One might even describe it as pristine. The only difference from when Guillermo had left was the addition of Christmas ribbons and bells adorning the walls, with all objects meticulously arranged in their original places. Something is amiss. There are no signs of destruction, Drew murmured, his keen eyes surveying the area without revealing any anomalies. Are you all being overly sensitive? Guillermo remarked as he walked. If someone had entered, the interior should be in disarray, no? Miss, should I call the master? Drew inquired. I'm not certain. But such trivial matters do not require grandmother's attention. I can manage myself. No sooner had Jiang Li's words fallen than a commanding voice resonated from a distance. Huh, you've grown. The three instinctively turned towards the sound, discovering a shadowy figure in black gradually advancing from the hall. Grandmother? Jiang Li hastened towards her, while Guillermo and Drew exchanged glances before following suit. Are you unharmed? Jiang Li scrutinized the elderly matriarch, only relaxing upon confirming her safety. No need to worry about me, dear. It is you who appears quite rosy today. Might you too? The old lady's gentle yet probing gaze shifted towards Guillermo. Guillermo averted his eyes, his cheeks slightly flushed. Indeed, Jiang Li said, a hint of satisfaction curling her lips. Yes, grandmother, the young lady and I did indeed share an experience today. Guillermo, blushing, uttered this, prompting Jiang Li to finally divert her gaze. The old lady did not seem perturbed. Rather, she appeared somewhat amused. How does it feel? She inquired with a smile. When I was young, I always felt invigorated after such encounters. Nothing could compare to that delight. Goodness, the old lady's emotional intelligence is quite remarkable. How could she pose such a question? Guillermo pondered, unsure how to respond, casting a glance of appeal at Jiang Li. Oh, it is quite enjoyable to tease little Mo. Jiang Li unabashedly declared, playfully pinching Guillermo's cheek. Isn't it? Indeed, Guillermo replied, meeting Jiang Li's gaze. Compelled to acquiesce. While Jiang Li appeared to smile lightly, she remained vigilant of the encroaching shadows. Old steward, the old lady addressed Drew. At your service? What are your instructions, my lady? Drew responded with respect. Please proceed to the North Tower and retrieve that item using the key. I sense that tonight is indeed the right time, the old lady instructed. Drew's demeanor shifted noticeably, though he quickly masked his surprise. I shall attend to it at once. With that, he strode purposefully away, vanishing from sight shortly thereafter. Grandmother, what has transpired in the manor tonight? Jiang Li's expression remained composed, unfazed by the evening's events. I assumed this was your doing, Lili. The old lady seemed equally in the dark. Rest assured, as long as there is little Xing present, all is safe. The old lady dismissed the matter lightly, approaching the wall to press a switch in the hall. Guillermo felt a surge of admiration for Jiang and Xing. Her stature in his mind elevated by the old lady's high praise. He could hardly believe that someone so capable could have raised him to such heights in just 10 years, leading Polaris to its current achievements, further confirming her multifaceted prowess. Suddenly, Guillermo recalled the ominous words Jiang and Xing had once spoken to him, causing an involuntary chill to run down his spine. Why won't this light turn on? The old lady murmured. Chapter 70. The young lady has not departed yet. Crash. The sharp sound of a vase shattering pierced the stillness, though the disturbance was minor. In the hushed ambience, it reverberated like a thunderclap. The old lady turned sharply at the noise, her brow furrowing, yet her demeanor remained unflinching. Lili, it seems we have an uninvited guest in our midst. Jiang Li's crimson eyes flickered, glancing toward the source of the disturbance, and in the darkness, Guillermo detected a glimmer of excitement on her face. There can be no mistake. The bloodthirsty cruelty is unmistakable. Grandmother, is that woman still in the house? Your mother has been quite busy and made a special effort to return for the holidays. But wait, at this hour, little Xing should have returned by now. The old lady smiled, shaking her head. It seems I took a rather long nap. I shouldn't allow myself such indulgence again. Jiang Li's tone remained steady, devoid of any tremor. This place is unsafe. Do not remain alone. Unfazed, the old lady took measured steps towards Jiang Li. Will you accompany me? Jiang Li exhaled softly, turning to Guillermo with a gentle demeanor that concealed a multitude of dark, twisted emotions. Did you see him? The one who broke the vase? Guillermo withdrew his gaze, feeling Jiang Li's firm grip on his left hand. I suspect this is but a game, Jiang Li said, a faint smile gracing her lips. What? Guillermo faltered, struggling to comprehend. The young lady implies that someone is orchestrating an entirely unknown game within the confines of the Clay Manor and the Jiang family? But today is Christmas. That seems utterly insane. Who would dare to undertake such a feat? Guillermo sighed, noting that none of the others appeared the slightest bit anxious. The trio followed the sound to discover the shattered vase. Jiang Li bent down to sift through the porcelain shards and retrieved a white note. Guillermo leaned in for a closer look. The note bore a single handwritten line. Fools, Merry Christmas. The old lady frowned upon reading it, then took the note, peering at it in disbelief, comparing the handwriting repeatedly. Soon, her expression shifted from calm to incredulous, surprising both Jiang Li and Guillermo as she wiped a tear from the corner of her eye. seeing her grandmother's reaction. Jiang Li contemplated for a moment before grasping the situation's essence. He has finally chosen to return to me, the old lady said, her voice tinged with excitement and joy. Congratulations, grandmother, Jiang Li sighed softly, noting that her grandmother's nature remained unchanged. Guo, still in a state of bewilderment, began to sense that perhaps the danger had subsided. Facing the enigmatic figures before him, he hesitantly inquired, "Is it Grandpa?" "Indeed, it is my old man. After all these years, I knew he would never forget me," he mused, waiting for the old lady to finish her sentence when a drunken voice emerged from behind. "Mom, Merry Christmas. How do you like the gift?" Satisfied? Without needing to glance back, Guo understood that the voice belonged to Jiang Nixing. In an instant, all the chandeliers in the hall were illuminated simultaneously, their brilliant light swiftly dispelling the oppressive darkness that had lingered. As Guo's eyes adjusted to the sudden brightness, he winced at the piercing light, only to discover Jiang Nixing standing directly before him, gazing intently. "Sister," Guo nearly blurted out, but, mindful of Jiang Li's presence beside him, he politely stepped back. "Did you bring Grandpa back?" Jiang Li asked softly, casting a disapproving look at Jiang Nixing. "To be precise, it was Dad who had a change of heart and came on his own," Jiang Nixing replied, her gaze remaining fixed on Guo, unabashedly scrutinizing him. At that moment, the old lady wandered off towards the reception room, where a robust old man rose to greet her. They embraced in silence. Moreover, the castle's maids reappeared like phantoms, bustling about in the hall with urgency. So this inexplicable little episode tonight was all due to that old man's prank? Jiang Nixing even played along with his antics? "Let us not linger here. Let our parents reminisce," Jiang Nixing said with a gentle smile, unexpectedly seizing Guo's wrist and guiding him toward the dining table. Guo attempted to break free, but Jiang Nixing's grip was as unyielding as iron, rendering him powerless to escape. He turned back to glance at the young lady, his pleading eyes seemingly conveying, "Miss, this time it was your mother who took the initiative. I know nothing about it." "Release me," Jiang Li commanded coldly. "Who gave you the right to hold him?" Upon hearing her voice, Jiang Nixing turned, feigning ignorance, and begrudgingly let go of Guo's wrist. "Oh, I'm so sorry. Mom had too much to drink and mistook him for someone else," she said, her demeanor so gentle and innocent that it could compel anyone to forgive her, except for Jiang Li. "Mom heard you call him little slave. Heh, you seem to be having quite the thrilling time. But I wonder, would you be willing to let me join you?" Jiang Li retorted with a cold laugh. "What? Couldn't you find a handsome guy at the nightclub?" Guo was aware that Jiang Li's words were spoken out of anger. After all, Jiang Nixing was a lovesick, obsessive woman, and such a woman would not stoop to frequenting nightclubs to chase men. Guo managed to deduce this. Jiang Nixing would never engage in such trivial pursuits. "Don't be so harsh on Mom," Jiang Nixing pleaded. "I've never been to a place like that." Indeed, the dining table was laden with an array of exquisite dishes. Although the portions were not overly generous, the variety was impressive, perhaps to avoid waste. "Spare me this nonsense," Jiang Li retorted, pulling Guo to sit beside her while leaving Jiang Nixing to sit alone across the table. Upon seeing this, Jiang Nixing's expression grew even more despondent. "Mr. Guo, would you come sit with me?" she implored, her tone unmistakably that of a plea. It was astonishing to witness Jiang Nixing, who was usually so proud, lowering herself before a man, in all of breed. Perhaps no more than 3 individuals had witnessed her in such a state. Wasn't she known for her coldness and indifference? Was it merely a fade? If so, what was her true intention? The words spoken by Jiang Li, Arna, and Jiang Nixing could not be fully trusted. They were adept at lying without a flicker of emotion. Guo found it perplexing. In any case, this woman was far too cunning, and it was wise to remain skeptical of her words. He dared not meet Jiang Nixing's gaze, especially with the jealous young lady beside him, whose fury seemed poised to erupt. How dreadful, Guo thought despondently. It seemed he would be subjected to the young lady's wrath tonight. Jiang Nixing sniffled. "You all eat. I've had too much to drink. I need to use the restroom." After saying this, she staggered away from the dining table. Once she had turned the corner, Guo hurriedly sought to placate Jiang Li's mood. Without hesitation, he knelt before her, clutching her fair legs, and with tears streaming down his face, he lamented, "Woo-woo. As long as the mistress does not punish me, as long as the young lady does not bully me, I can do anything." Pleading for mercy from his girlfriend seemed perfectly normal to him. What did dignity and pride matter? He felt such notions were of little value. In this society, in certain situations, a bit of shamelessness could be more advantageous. His approach, within limits, was to navigate the situation as smoothly as possible. Jiang Li gazed down at him, her pupils inadvertently reflecting a hint of amusement. "You may rise," she granted, her fingers caressing his hair, as if admiring a flawless work of art. "In truth, I would have preferred you to remain kneeling, but you haven't eaten yet. I cannot let my little slave go hungry." "Thank you," Guo replied, narrowly escaping a fate worse than death. His cheeks flushed, he returned to his seat, recalling a question he had wanted to ask earlier, but had not found the opportunity. "Why do you despise your mother so much?" Jiang Li's eyes darkened momentarily. "Why?" she scoffed. Because it was she who nearly killed you all those years ago. Chapter 71. The Little Rabbit Must Be Buried. Davos, a gambling city where the economic development of greed has long ranked fifth, was also the place where Guillermo spent his childhood. On a sultry summer night, the air was thick with humidity, accompanied by dark, foreboding clouds, reminiscent of Guillermo's parched and fearful heart. It was raining, and the streets were nearly deserted. No one noticed the boy frantically fleeing. In fact, no one cared about the life or death of a poor child. The boy ran with all his might, as if evading an invisible demon lurking behind him. At that time, Guillermo had just turned 12. On that weekend, spurred on by his classmates, he ventured into the most chaotic district of Davos, Roulette Street. He should have heeded their reckless suggestions. What foolish adventures they promised, insisting on dragging him to a place where murderers roamed at night. The boy cursed his so-called friends internally. It's the weekend. Why couldn't I just stay home and play video games instead of joining their reckless escapade? How unfortunate. I've seen through your true colors. Friendship is nothing but a farce. When danger strikes, everyone scatters. Why, among so many people, is it only me they are fixated upon? This murderer is far too persistent. At a fork in the road, Guillermo chose to dart into a narrow alley. Hoping to lose his pursuer by taking advantage of the terrain, he twisted and turned through the alleyways, running like a headless chicken, until he was completely disoriented. Yet, despite the convoluted paths, he could not shake off the relentless footsteps echoing behind him. It was as if a death knell were tolling, announcing the final moments of his life. Despairingly, the boy thought, this area is notorious for being a haven for murderers. How could he possibly be unfamiliar with the alleyways? The strength of a child pales in comparison to that of an adult, and soon Guillermo's pace began to falter as fatigue set in. However, he had no desire to conclude his life in such a manner. The surge of adrenaline coursed through him, compelling his legs to continue their desperate flight. Whether or not his running was futile, he refused to resign himself to a death at the hands of a murderer. The one pursuing him was undoubtedly a psychopath. Guillermo felt certain that this individual possessed the capacity to catch him and extinguish his life, yet he refrained from doing so. The killer was akin to a cat, delighting in the torment of its prey until the prey could no longer breathe, at which point it would deliver the fatal bite to the neck. The figure behind him seemed to relish the sight of his panicked escape. As Guillermo fled, fortune favored him, and he found his way out of the narrow alley. Gazing at the brightly lit shops lining the street, he did not seek refuge from the shopkeepers. The residents of this area had received a police notification a month prior, warning them of a serial killer roaming Roulette Street, noted for their exceedingly brutal methods. The police were engaged in an all-out manhunt to ensure their personal safety. Residents were advised to secure their doors and windows at night and to refrain from venturing out after dark. No one would open their door for him. Even if they did, his fate would not be any better. The murderer would still enter the shop, and he would meet his end, potentially endangering the shopkeeper in the process. Thus, he could not take that risk. Little Rabbit, it's time to escape, a gentle and soothing voice echoed behind him. Guillermo's heart skipped a beat, terror coursing through him as sweat dripped from his brow, yet he continued to run for his life. He reassured himself that he had not seen the killer's face. Otherwise, he would be haunted by nightmares for eternity. He forced a smile at the grim thought that perhaps he would perish tonight, leaving no opportunity for nightmares. The announcement had indicated that the murderer was male. However, this voice bore the unmistakable timbre of a female. His mind wandered back to a game he had played that very morning, which featured a particularly beautiful older sister. The voice behind him was strikingly similar. Time seemed to stretch infinitely, and he felt his legs growing weaker. Should he continue running, he would succumb to exhaustion before the murderer could lay a hand on him. Seizing an opportunity, he veered into a side alley and, upon spotting a massive metal box, he was elated. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a repulsive garbage bin, with foul liquids oozing onto the ground, a sight that would send anyone fleeing in terror. Guillermo's spirits lifted, rather than hide inside. He approached the dumpster, deliberately creating noise to mislead his pursuer. After executing his ruse, he swiftly navigated the alley, turning several corners, only to find himself at a dead end, facing a low wall. Climbing walls was second nature to him, and he effortlessly scaled it, landing in a large playground. To his surprise, he had arrived at a school. He did not let his guard down as he raced towards the academic building, hesitating momentarily before the main entrance. Should he enter? If the murderer followed him here, he would be trapped. Yet, the killer did not possess the instincts of a dog. How could they possibly know where he fled? Guillermo pushed against the ground floor door and was astonished to find it unlocked. Feeling the tremors in his weary legs, he gritted his teeth and stepped inside. As he traversed the corridor, he twisted the doorknobs of various rooms, only to find each one firmly locked. Well, the outside door is unlocked, yet every interior door is secured, he muttered, wiping the sweat from his brow as an ominous premonition crept over him, the chilling scent of death drawing nearer. Upon reaching the last door at the end of the hallway, he hurriedly pushed it open and slipped inside, gently closing and locking the door behind him. Hiding in the changing room, Guillermo dared not breathe loudly. He felt his body on the verge of collapse, his legs giving way beneath him as he fell to the floor. At that moment, He longed for Jiang Li to be by his side. In his memory, she was always flanked by several bodyguards. Had they been present, the murderer would surely not dare approach. Just as he began to regain some composure, the sound that followed shattered his last glimmer of hope. "Come out. I promise to be gentle." The muted thud of high heels against the floor echoed ominously, accompanied by the sound of the doorknob being turned, bringing the demon ever closer. At that moment, Guillermo found himself utterly paralyzed, helplessly watching as the murderer opened the door and discovered his hiding place. "You will die peacefully. There will be no pain." The footsteps drew nearer, no longer far off. "I'm sorry, dear. I cannot tell you why. If you must place blame, let it fall upon fate." The footsteps halted right outside the changing room. "Don't you want to meet me? I'm quite a beautiful sister. Little brother, to die at my hands would indeed be an honor." The mature and gentle voice lingered, seemingly awaiting his response. Ignoring her would be futile. Guillermo, summoning an unexpected courage, hoarsely retorted, "You lunatic, leave me alone. I don't even know you. Why have you chased me halfway across the street? What have I done to provoke you?" Beautiful women are always deceivers. Silence enveloped the air for a moment. "Is that so?" The woman murmured softly. "Then I suppose I must open this door." No sooner had she spoken than a cacophony of sirens erupted nearby, the blaring alarm growing ever closer to Guillermo's location. He froze, bewildered as to why the police would arrive at such a moment. Had they stealthily infiltrated the area? Who had summoned them? In a mere 10 seconds, the voice of the killer, Mao, rang out. "Leave the building. We are the Davos Special Armed Forces. Raise your hands and surrender. No one will be harmed. You have 10 seconds. Should you resist, we will resort to force." Listening to the shouts outside the educational building, Guillermo glimpsed the dawn of hope. The woman's hand hovering over the doorknob stilled. "You're thwarting mother again," she sighed, a mix of exasperation and affection in her tone. In the rain-soaked night, the blue-green glow illuminated the features of the woman beneath her hat. A single glance was enough to render one speechless, for she was breathtakingly beautiful. She was right. Indeed, she was a strikingly lovely older sister. Chapter 72. Is it delicious? Was that assassin your mother? Guillermo's eyes widened in disbelief. Jiang Li did not rush to reply. She took a delicate bite of her mousse pastry, her elegant brows knitting together. "Indeed, if I had discovered it any later, you would have perished." Her official duties had concluded that day. When she inquired why her mother had not returned, she had been told over the phone that there were matters to attend to. Jiang Li had sensed something amiss. Perhaps a woman's intuition. To be safe, she had enlisted the help of a reliable hacker to breach her mother's system. Though her firewall was formidable, they managed to overcome it. The moment they acquired her location, Jiang Li covertly altered her identity to report to the internal police line of the aristocracy, utilizing the Sky Eye system to monitor Jiang Nishing's movements, ultimately rescuing Guillermo at a critical juncture. "How did the young lady know I was her target?" Guillermo inquired, biting into a meat pie. Jiang Li narrowed her beautiful eyes, a subtle smile gracing her lips. "Because I share a profound connection with Xiao Momo." Guillermo, in that fleeting moment, acknowledged that he was indeed captivated. The gentle smile of the young lady could effortlessly breach his psychological defenses every time. Feeling inspired, Guillermo leaned closer to Jiang Li's ear and softly inquired, "Hey, young lady, if one day I were to be kidnapped and the abductors threatened your life, would you come to my rescue alone?" He gazed at her. "No." Jiang Li swallowed the red wine in her mouth. Her cheeks, slightly flushed from the warmth of the alcohol, illuminated under the crystal chandelier, appearing as an ethereal angel reborn in the moonlight. "What I mean is, I shall not allow such a scenario to unfold." Guillermo, with a mouthful of noodles, stared blankly at her, momentarily at a loss for words. "You belong to me. No one else can take you away or bully you." Jiang Li leaned down, delicately wiping the remnants of food from the corner of his mouth and consuming it herself. "Darling, do you understand?" Alas, the young lady's patience and tenderness towards him were merely a ruse to ensnare him in despair. Guillermo replied, attempting to withdraw from her embrace, only to be pulled back by her hand. She pressed her lips together and spoke softly. "Don't you have anything you wish to express?" As Guillermo prepared to respond, she placed a finger against his lips and sighed subtly. "Think carefully before you answer, dear." The young lady's cold, elegant voice lingered in his ears. "You only have one chance." That wretched woman. Her grandiloquent words were merely a pretext to justify her tormenting him. Why go through such elaborate measures? Even if she were to knock him out and imprison him now, he would be utterly powerless to resist. No, he had an appointment with the second prince this Saturday. If he were to falter along the way, all his efforts would be in vain. He wasn't foolish enough to place all his hopes on Alna, and who knew when his business ventures would bear fruit? Guillermo estimated he would be thoroughly drained by then. Absolutely not. He could accept being shot by a bullet, but he could not endure being confined by a yandere. In truth, he desired neither outcome, but if forced to choose between a fate worse than death and a swift demise, he would prefer the latter. Of course, this was contingent upon his survival. If Jiang Li treated him normally, but simply confined him to the house, he wouldn't harbor much resentment. He had come to terms with it, one day at a time, prioritizing his life in the hands of a yandere before contemplating other matters. Guillermo pondered his predicament. And after a few moments of reflection, clarity dawned upon him. First, he must stabilize Jiang Li. He slumped in her embrace, inexplicably lamenting the absence of Jiang Nixing. It had been quite some time. I seemed to lack any say in this. He was reluctant to comply, yet that was all he could muster. Hehe, you guessed it. Jiang Li's voice carried a hint of excitement as she tightened her grip around Gu Mo suddenly. She lowered her head, her silver hair cascading onto his cheek. Spare me, Gu Mo murmured, turning his head away. Jiang Li furrowed her brow, seizing the wine bottle from the table and pouring him a generous gulp. TSK, you need a lesson. Now tell me, do you like me or not? Gu Mo choked on the wine, struggling to regain his composure. However, due to his delayed response, Jiang Li relentlessly poured several more mouthfuls down his throat. The rich, fragrant liquid slid into his mouth once more. You mad woman, enough? Gu Mo gasped for air. Waving his hands, Jiang Li's lips brushed against his ear as she teased. Do you prefer the red wine, or would you rather I feed you myself? How do you intend to make your sister happy? Jiang Li chuckled, shaking the bottle of red wine before him. Let me tell you something, dear sister. Jiang Li caressed Gu Mo's intoxicated profile. Though he possessed an elegant and serene appearance, resembling a handsome campus idol, Jiang Li showed no signs of protective instinct. Your sister is currently being monitored by my people. If you do not heed my words, I cannot guarantee the safety of Xiaoyu. Gu Mo's pupils dilated, desperately wishing to retort, but he could only allow Jiang Li's impositions to escalate. No, do not touch my sister. How pitiful. Jiang Li's blood-red gaze fixed upon him as she spoke softly. You wouldn't want anything to happen to your sister, would you? The scent of windbell flowers filled Gu Mo's nostrils, and with a few sips of red wine, his clarity began to wane. What a lunatic. Wow, you all are quite the entertainers. A languid figure appeared across from Gu Mo chapter 73, Kindred Spirits. Jiang Li was engaged in playful banter with Gu Mo, and she did not hesitate to chastise the intruder who disrupted their atmosphere. Hey, can't you keep quiet? Oh, my apologies. Jiang Nixing lowered her gaze, seemingly disheartened by her daughter's harsh words. After Jiang Li's outburst, she noticed her mother's dejected demeanor, and even the cold-hearted Jiang Li felt a twinge of sympathy. I'm sorry, Jiang Li's tone softened slightly. Gu Mo, too, was curious about Jiang Nixing's unusual demeanor today. The usually icy sister seemed to be shedding her stoic facade. It appeared that after drinking, she had transformed into a docile girlfriend. Everyone has a weakness. Perhaps Jiang Nixing was not entirely devoid of warmth. Gu Mo recalled Jiang Nixing's previous words and pondered for a moment. Could her only vulnerability be her family? Gu Mo had no means to ascertain. Today is Christmas, Jiang Nixing remarked, taking small bites of beef, her emerald green eyes shimmering with a hint of anticipation. The implication in her words was unmistakable. Jiang Li's brows knitted together, as if she were engaged in an internal struggle. After a pause, she reluctantly offered a dry blessing, Merry Christmas. And Jiang Nixing smiled gently, her gaze fixed intently on her daughter. Following Jiang Nixing's interruption, Jiang Li seemed to lose interest in toying with Gu Mo, which was undoubtedly welcome news for him. Most importantly, Gu Mo no longer felt guilty towards Jiang Nixing. Learning from the young lady that Jiang Nixing was the very one who had nearly taken his life 7 years ago, he felt no remorse whatsoever. Miss Jiang, this is more like it. I suppose we are even now, right? I even played the role of your dog in my dreams once. The group sat in silence, sharing their meal. The atmosphere at the dining table grew somewhat subdued. Jiang Nixing was typically adept at enlivening the mood, yet today she appeared to lack the spirit, especially after being scorned by her daughter moments ago. Suddenly, a hearty laughter erupted from the dining table. Subsequently, a kind yet stern elderly gentleman, dressed in casual attire, approached Gu Mo's seat. Young man, how are things? Is everyone treating you well? Gu Mo raised his eyes to regard the kindly old man, returning his smile with politeness. Based on the conversations he had overheard, this elderly gentleman was likely a new addition to the Jiang family. After all, Jiang Nixing bore the surname Jiang, following her grandmother's lineage. Unless this old man shared the Jiang surname, he was most likely a son-in-law of the family, potentially against his will. If indeed the principle of matching social status were to be upheld, then it would be nearly impossible for Jiang Nixing to adopt the surname of the woman in question. Among the various noble families of the breed, apart from Polaris, Gu Mo had yet to hear of a second illustrious Jiang clan. Thus, could it be that this kindred spirit of an elderly gentleman had come, upon hearing of my current predicament, solely to mock me? Nevertheless, things are quite well. The young lady treats me exceptionally, as does everyone here. The old man's smile grew even more enigmatic, as if to suggest, am I not aware of the little schemes you harbor in your heart? I traversed the same path in my youth, and I understand your thoughts better than you do yourself. Gu Mo felt a twinge of offense, though he could not quite discern the reason for it. Of course, dear elder, do not press him too hard. Young Mo is far more astute now than you were at his age. The old lady took a seat and, with a playful smile, jested with the old man. The cheerful elder's expression darkened slightly upon hearing this, yet his smile remained, only shifting to the corners of Gu Mo's mouth. Indeed, the old man huffed in a defiant manner, my granddaughter is exceptionally wise. In terms of managing a husband and teaching him, her prowess surely surpasses yours. Why burden oneself with such tedious rituals? Do you not comprehend that the essence of life is simplicity? To Guillermo, this sentiment struck a humorous chord. He chuckled inwardly, recalling that both the old man's daughter and granddaughter had wielded a blood bond in their past. In comparison, the old lady was indeed gentle. She even allowed the old man his freedom, a notion one would scarcely dare to imagine with the young lady. Although the reason for the elder's return remained a mystery, the old lady shot a light glare at the old man, prompting his immediate silence, revealing that, like Guillermo, he too bore a deep-seated fear of the delicate yet fierce disposition of women. We have dined sufficiently. We shall take our leave, Jiang Li said with a serene smile that betrayed no emotion, before taking Guillermo's hand, signaling their departure. Guillermo felt satisfied with the meal. Just as he rose alongside Jiang Li, the old man politely grasped his other hand, unwilling to let him depart just yet. The old lady waved her hand, indicating for Guillermo to sit once more. Sit down, take your time. This festive occasion is an opportune moment for you to formally meet your grandfather. Jiang Li, ever respectful of her elders, patiently returned to her seat. Jiang Nixing lowered her eyelids, showing no desire to partake in the conversation, merely exchanging greetings with the old man in a distracted manner. Guillermo shared a knowing glance with the old man, each reading the unspoken sentiments in the other's eyes. I am Guillermo, might I inquire as to your esteemed name, venerable elder? Guillermo bowed respectfully. I am but an unworthy elder named Qian. The old man reciprocated the gesture. The two exchanged smiles, raising their glasses in a toast, feeling an instant camaraderie. It seems we have met too late. The old man boomed with laughter, embodying the spirit of a sage. Shall we reminisce about old times today? The old lady interjected calmly. Upon hearing this, the smile on Qian's face froze, and he awkwardly sipped his juice before hastily making his way to the old lady's side. You seem to be having quite the delightful conversation, Jiang Li remarked, having wrapped her arms around Guillermo's waist from behind, her delicate fingers gliding across his attire. The warmth of her breath caressed the nape of his neck. So, have you two found common ground? She teased. If so, then tonight, dear master, let us add a vibrant stroke to your otherwise dismal life as a servant, shall we? Guillermo, feeling the tension in his body tighten under the gentle presence of the elegant maiden behind him, was at a loss, feeling as though he were on the verge of tears. At that moment, he instinctively glanced in the direction of the old man, only to find that, by coincidence, he too had turned to look at Guillermo. Master, the items have been retrieved. A tall figure clad in black appeared, his presence announced even before his voice arrived. Indeed, let this be entrusted to Li, the old lady said, casting a glance at the old steward, her eyes sparkling with a long-forgotten joy. You should join us for a meal as well. The steward, with utmost respect, declined, gently placing a classic wooden box before Jiang Li, and swiftly departing the dining hall. What is this? Jiang Li inquired, her gaze fixed on the box, a mischievous smile gracing her lips. It looks exquisite. Chapter 74, My Token of Affection? Guillermo stared at the intricately designed wooden box adorned with golden threads. Despite its appearance, worn by time and trials, one could still glimpse the exquisite craftsmanship that spoke of its former elegance. The items within might very well be of significant value. He glanced up and asked, what important item is contained within? Indeed, Jiang Li replied, placing her fork down and lifting the dainty box. The steward had thoughtfully wiped away the dust, and under the soft glow of the light, it shimmered with a timeless luster. Little Emo, can you guess what lies inside? The emotion in Jiang Li's crimson eyes was enigmatic, a blend of nostalgia and reluctance, as if she were recalling a long-lost reunion. Must I guess? Guillermo pondered for a moment. It must be an item of sentimental value. The old lady and her daughters were engrossed in animated discussion, leaving Guillermo unable to glean any useful information from them. Jiang Li gently caressed Guillermo's cheek, explaining, it is a family heirloom passed down from our ancestors. Furthermore, it is a treasured item awarded by the emperor for the contributions made by the former Jiang family. It is said that this is the only one of its kind within the entire Jiang clan and even the empire, a priceless treasure. So, the item inside holds such significance, Guillermo mused, now curious to learn more about the nature of this treasure. Was it a precious gemstone or intricately carved crystal? Now, it has been bestowed upon you by my grandmother. Surely you understand our intentions? Jiang Li continued. Decades ago, a fierce struggle ensued within the Jiang family over its possession. With that, Jiang Li delicately unfastened the box, revealing a stunning blue crystal necklace resting upon a bed of black velvet, its craftsmanship and quality befitting royal luxury. The moment Guillermo laid eyes on it, an inexplicable sensation surged within him, a familiar recognition that left him in awe. Wait, are you implying that this is to be given to me? He stammered, his eyes widening in disbelief. Young lady, you. Jiang Li gracefully lifted the sapphire pendant from the box, deftly fastening it around Guillermo's neck. After admiring him for a brief moment, she spoke again. Its intrinsic value is immeasurable, yet that is merely a relic of the past. Jiang Li's gaze shifted, a faint, sickly smile gracing her lips. Now, It serves solely as my token of affection for you. The only worth it possesses is in conveying my unwavering love for you, Guemo. The young lady had addressed him by name. Guemo was rendered speechless, his gaze fixed on the enchanting figure before him. Momentarily transported back to the carefree days of yore. As he regained his senses, he caressed the extravagant and romantic blue crystal resting on his chest, a twinge of inner conflict stirring within him. Indeed, had it not been for the young lady rescuing him from Jiang Li many years ago, he would have never survived to this day, not even experiencing a rebirth. Was this gift intended to evoke my emotions, gradually encroaching upon my heart, compelling me to submit to her will willingly? Although his intuition suggested this was indeed the case, he was reluctant to believe that the young lady had bestowed this item upon him solely to bind him to her side. Guemo understood that he could not yield to her merely due to a gift. The scars inflicted by her obsessive affection would forever linger in his memory. Xiao Momo. Just be obedient and set aside those childish thoughts in your little head. Jiang Li gently took his hand, their fingers interlacing tightly. I hope you understand your place. Or else, I shall have to take matters into my own hands, she murmured, her lips brushing against his cheek. The master has devoted 100% of her sincerity to her little slave, and it is best if the little slave reciprocates with the same attitude. A sugar-coated bomb. Is this what the young lady referred to as a Christmas gift? Guemo could not help but feel a sense of disappointment. The flicker of joy in his heart had entirely vanished moments earlier. Its value was not meant to serve as a weapon to express her obsessive affection. You must be tired. Why not take a bath and relax? All right, let us go. Guemo smiled at Jiang Li, fully aware that his sister remained in her grasp, leaving him with no opportunity for resistance. Should Jiang Li choose to bury him in obscurity, it seemed he had no choice but to submit. At least, compared to his previous life, Jiang Li's cruel actions were somewhat more tolerable. The young lady would not repeat the same mistakes. Thus Gumo's situation was relatively secure. As long as he did not tread upon her sensitive areas, she would refrain from any extreme actions against him. The last time he had been thoroughly beaten by the young lady was merely due to her discovering his kiss with Sister Yi. Jiang Li led him upstairs, greeting everyone as they departed the dining hall. Jiang Li, Guemo called her name. I'm here. Jiang Li turned her gaze towards him. Could you not bully me? Guemo inquired tentatively, already aware of the answer before he even posed the question. No, I cannot, Jiang Li replied with a mischievous smile. Bullying little Momo is my pastime. You should just play the role of the abused little rabbit. The master will strive to be gentle with you. Alas, poor child. Guemo forced a smile and nodded gently. The two ascended to the third floor, arriving at the bathroom, where Jiang Li promptly locked the door behind them. Though no one was doing anything inappropriate, the air was thick with an ambiguous and fragrant atmosphere that refused to dissipate. Jiang Li approached the empty bath, turning on the faucet, and soon warm water began to fill the tub. In no time, the bathroom was enveloped in steam, permeating every corner and clouding Gumo's violet eyes. Do you desire a lap pillow? Jiang Li asked, her fingers deftly unbuttoning her shirt as she squinted playfully at him. Even amidst the deepening mist, the young lady's blood-red eyes remained strikingly vivid. The cascading hot water quickly filled the tub, revealing her exquisite form as time elapsed. She hung her clothes on a rack and turned to Guemo, saying nonchalantly, I'm in a good mood today, so I won't bully you. Moreover, if you continue to stand there like a fool, I will personally drag you over. Guemo swallowed hard and stepped closer to Jiang Li. But I can't look anymore. It's too much. Yet she smelled so enticing. Gazing at her soft thigh mere inches away, Guemo shut his eyes in an attempt to dispel his thoughts. Come on, a lap pillow awaits, Jiang Li coaxed patiently. Chapter 75, Bathing Together with the Beauty. At this moment, Jiang Li had yet to fully immerse herself in the water. She knelt on the steps of the bath, her gentle gaze fixed on Guemo little Momo. You are undoubtedly yearning right now. I understand you better than anyone. Deep down, you are infatuated, yet you stubbornly refuse to admit it. I will not harm you, so come over without worry. Not now, but that does not mean it won't happen later. Guemo inhaled deeply. The air around him saturated with a myriad of fragrant scents, and he chose to take that first step towards the devil. Draped in a bath towel, Guemo stepped onto the wooden plank beside the tub and settled down next to Jiang Li. He gradually reclined, finally resting comfortably on her thigh. Softness was the only descriptor that came to mind. Jiang Li brushed the hair from his forehead, her gaze calm and gentle. So pale and tender. Guemo suppressed the urge to taste her thigh. The last time we bathed together, I seem to have no recollection whatsoever. Jiang Li spoke softly. Indeed. I recall it was you who, intoxicated, wished to see me, claiming you were in danger. By the time I arrived at your home, you had already dragged me into the bathroom. Guemo reminisced, unsure whether to laugh or cry. Ultimately, he found himself unable to smile at all. However, he was not entirely sorrowful. Would you like to hear about my past? After a brief silence, Jiang Li inquired softly. Noticing the hint of sorrow in her tone, Guemo became curious. He had a slight inkling of what life was like for a noble young lady like Jiang Li. Her childhood must have been either blissfully ignorant or painfully bound by traditional etiquette. Clearly, Jiang Li belonged to the latter. Her early life must have been rather dull and monotonous. After all, The burdens faced by a noble young lady were beyond the comprehension of a common boy, like Gu Emo's strict upbringing, an abundance of formalities, and a lack of leisure time were just a few thoughts that came to mind. Perhaps the young lady had not felt much love during her childhood, which could explain her current obsessive and pathological longing for affection. Young lady, please share. Gu Emo was ready to be a good listener. I've never shared my childhood with you before. Jiang Li's tone was calm, yet a thread of barely perceptible sadness lingered beneath. You might envy my background, thinking I was born at the pinnacle of the world, with everything I desired within reach. Jiang Li pinched his cheek, smiling softly. Since I became aware of my identity as a royal young lady, I have never felt the warmth of home. I can only sense interests, yet familial bonds remain elusive. Even though I am their daughter, it seems that once I lose my value, I will be ruthlessly abandoned. At the age of 6, my family began teaching me the etiquette of conversation, how to conduct myself gracefully at grand events, the rudiments of calligraphy, painting, and musical instruments, and how to curry favor with certain noble youths at social gatherings. Jiang Li paused for a moment, seemingly suppressing her anger. They are all despicable villains, each wearing a facade of false kindness, while harboring the most vile thoughts in their hearts. Some even approached my grandmother, inquiring whether they could purchase me as a concubine. What? These people are utterly barbaric. Gu Emo could no longer contain himself, indignantly exclaiming. He had long heard tales of the sordid games played by the wealthy, but he never imagined it could reach such a level. Jiang Li let out a cold laugh and continued her narrative. Indeed, the scions of the royal family are but a pack of wolves cloaked in human guise, devoid of any moral compass. Beneath their resplendent exteriors lies nothing but a heart steeped in decay and corruption. I comprehend that my actions are driven by my own aspirations, as well as the desire to secure a luminous future for both the family and the organization. In my youth, I was perpetually confronted with matters that could never be resolved in a timely manner. Failure to do so would result in the wrathful admonitions of my elders. I often found myself envious of you all, for you reveled in freedom, possessing ample time for frivolities, unburdened by the cold rituals and doctrines that plagued my existence. During those moments of respite, I would lean against the balcony railing of my room, inhaling the fragrant breeze from the sea of flowers, gazing up at the birds soaring gracefully in the sky, and fantasizing about the day I, too, could ascend to such heights of freedom. Rather than remain confined within the walls of the ducal residence, like a gilded canary trapped in a cage, I was meant to blossom like a bellflower under the sun. Yet my lineage extinguished the innocence and exuberance of my childhood. As I grew older and began to grasp the intricacies of societal norms, they would instruct me on the art of profit extraction among the nobility, teaching me the ways of cunning and ruthlessness. On one occasion, to fortify my psychological resilience, they compelled me, at the tender age of 10, to take the lives of 3 condemned prisoners. The warm blood splattered across my face, and yet my heart grew increasingly cold and numb. The architects of my torment reveled in this spectacle, for my silence marked the inception of a compliant tool. After finishing her tale, Jiang Li observed Gu Mo's expression, which remained nonchalant and languid. What surprised? The eldest Miss Gu opened her mouth, yet found herself unable to utter a single coherent sentence. This is not education. It is the deprivation of a person's inherent rights and life. Perhaps it is best to refrain from revisiting such a nauseating past. In an effort to comfort her, Gu Emo took Jiang Li's delicate hand in hers, their fingers entwined. I am not the most wretched among us. In breed, every noble lady either lives her life as a puppet in a gilded cage or becomes a pawn sacrificed for others' ambitions. At this moment, Gu Emo found herself devoid of any desires. Yet, is Miss not faring well now? Gu Emo began to comprehend the immense pressure Jiang Li must have endured when she publicly professed her feelings that day. It illuminated the reasons behind her transformation into a lovesick devotee. This is attributable to the ascendance of Polaris, the generational shifts among the aristocracy, and the enlightened policies introduced by the newly enthroned emperor. The feudal etiquette of the old nobility has largely been eradicated in contemporary society. Then came the true turning point in my life, June 18th, the day I encountered you. Jiang Li lowered her gaze, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Gu Emo stood mesmerized, captivated by the ethereal beauty before her, momentarily lost in wonder. You have unveiled a new existence for me, revealing the joyful and intriguing facets of the world. You became my cherished friend, prompting me to disregard family rules to seek your companionship. As days turned into countless moments, I found my heart stirring, realizing I had fallen for you. Your warmth and enthusiasm, your patient explanations to all my queries, and your invitation to partake in the delightful games of your world ensnared my heart. Thus, even in my ignorance of love, I found myself deeply enamored by you. In retrospect, I unwittingly crafted this devilish, lovesick Jiang Li through my own design. How ironic it is that I have reaped what I sowed. Little slave, do you enjoy this tale? Enjoyment aside, Miss Gu Mo replied, her voice tinged with a quivering lament. Am I but a half-hearted benefactor to you? Is this how you treat your benefactor? Jiang Li remained silent, gently caressing Gu Mo's hair. After a prolonged pause, she finally spoke. Do not leave me. I cannot bear to lose you. Chapter 76. What is love? Do you know why Jiang Nixing sought to take your life? Jiang Li pressed her lips together, shifting the subject. This was a revelation that Gu Mo had not anticipated. How could a mere commoner like him attract the ire of Polaris? Becoming the target of Jiang Nixing's wrath? Rising from Jiang Li's lap, he posed this inquiry to her. I am uncertain. She likely had no motive. It is because of your identity, Jiang Li replied, her tone laced with intoxication, yet her thoughts remained remarkably lucid. She feared I would learn all manner of undesirable things from you. After all, little Mo, you are a commoner, and I am a noble lady. Our perspectives on life are fundamentally different. Allowing me to associate with you would be an affront to their interests and a violation of their teachings. Jiang Li's fingers danced upon the surface of the water, obscuring the emotions concealed within her eyes amidst the rising mist. Hence, she resolved to eliminate you. However, her penchant for toying with her prey until their demise ultimately spared your life. It was only through my own desperate measures that I compelled her to abandon her intentions towards you. Your existence was well hidden, aside from that woman and my grandmother. No one else was aware of you. Gu Mo listened intently, yet his heart was no longer tranquil. An emotional tempest surged within him. Desperate measures? Did the eldest lady truly value me as a friend to such an extent? Or had she already developed feelings for me at that time? It was incomprehensible how a girl destined to become a cold-hearted machine would risk her life for an ordinary boy. In that case, I owe Jiang Li a debt of gratitude. She has become my savior. Yet I have since repaid that debt in full. Oh my, this long, drawn-out boomerang of 7 years. It implies that he had been under the watchful eyes of the powerful since childhood, and only the eldest lady's intervention could afford him a semblance of survival. She feared losing me, thus choosing to bind me to her side. The eldest lady is quite gentle now, Gu Mo remarked suddenly. Jiang Li's fingers, which had been playing in the water, paused, and after a few moments of silence, she turned to face him, her expression revealing a hint of astonishment. Gentle? You refer to me? Indeed, for someone as beautiful as the eldest lady, it would be splendid if you remained this way forever. Then I would not need to expend such effort to evade you. Are you jesting to amuse me? Jiang Li touched her forehead, the pallor of her illness flickering momentarily in her eyes. I have not truly laughed in a fortnight, except in your presence. Jiang Li offered a faint smile, a trace of irritation lacing her words. And you have not made things easy for me. Am I not simply being here beside you? I have not committed any particularly egregious acts. Gu Mo attempted to defend himself, but the sight of Jiang Li's growing ire silenced him, his voice dwindling into a whisper. The more he spoke, the worse it became. Perhaps silence would be wiser. Is that so? Jiang Li murmured, a smirk gracing her lips. In the interplay of her icy elegance and tender warmth, she exuded an alluring charm. Come closer, if you will. The sensation of embracing the eldest lady, with the water's barrier between them, felt altogether different. Little Mo, can you enlighten me on the nature of love? Gu Mo was taken aback. Not expecting the eldest lady to pose such a question, was she endeavoring to comprehend the essence of love? Being rather inexperienced in matters of the heart, he could only articulate his own understanding. Love may manifest as a wistful yearning weathered by time, an unyielding bravery in the face of peril, a profound and searing resentment. Or perhaps as a humble meal shared at the dining table upon returning home. Perhaps, true love empowers us to offer selflessly without expectation of reciprocity. Jiang Li's eyes dimmed as she slowly closed them upon hearing Gu Mo's final words. Very well, if that is the case, I have already given you much. Xiao Mo, you were destined to perish in the last life. I should never have laid eyes upon you again, yet God has granted me another chance. The freedom I offer you is contingent upon your ceasing to devise ways to distance yourself from me. Otherwise, I shall not allow you to soar. How could I be foolish enough to grant Xiao Mo freedom? He is solely mine, for all of this life. Much. Is that in reference to your unjust treatment of me? Gu Mo, influenced by the atmosphere, blurted out this audacious remark. You ought to reconsider your impression of me. Jiang Li sighed, gently brushing her fingers against Gu Mo's chest. I could be cruel to you, yet I refrain, for I know it would bring you unhappiness. However, Jiang Li narrowed her eyes, revealing a mischievous smile. Do not presume too highly of me. How could that be? Even the devil would be relegated to second place behind you. Would I envision you as so radiant? Jiang Li rose slowly from the basin. You are doing this on purpose, aren't you? And if I am? Gu Mo, resigned, tidied himself before they returned indoors. I advise you to prepare yourself mentally. Jiang Li handed Gu Mo the hairdryer and took a seat at the vanity. What mental preparation? Gu Mo grasped the hairdryer, a shiver of trepidation coursing through him. The room remained dimly lit, the silvery moonlight filtering through the window, casting a gentle glow upon the floor. Jiang Li leisurely tapped her nails, admiring her delicate fingers, casting a sidelong smile. Of course, it is for the worst. She crossed her legs, her posture languid, seemingly eager to observe his forthcoming reaction. Gu Mo stood frozen, his demeanor akin to a petrified statue. What did she just say? Have I truly arrived at this day? Much sooner than I anticipated. Ha, do not worry. Everything will turn out fine. As Gu Mo took a step forward, his trembling thigh betrayed him, causing him to stumble awkwardly. In that moment, he resembled a forsaken puppy. Ahem, miss? His throat emitted a dry rasp, his form reminiscent of a zombie. Ha! Jiang Li lost her composure, shaking with laughter, her previously graceful demeanor dissipating. Chapter 77. It is time for Alna to make an entrance. Gu Mo stood rooted, holding the hairdryer, gazing at the laughing Jiang Li, bewildered. Is it truly that amusing? Shall I take my leave? Jiang Li finally stifled her laughter, a rare occurrence in Gu Mo's memory, rendering him momentarily dazed. She tousled her damp silver hair, beckoning him closer. Gu Mo complied, stepping behind her to plug in the hairdryer and switch it on, attempting to dry her hair despite feeling utterly drained. Surely, she must be jesting, right? How could she possibly inflict this upon me? It was akin to rescuing a charming maiden from the clutches of bullies, who, with tearful gratitude, confides in you her lack of family and friends. Would you then succumb to base instincts and imprison her? Gu Mo dismissed his wild imaginings, deeming them too fantastical. Look at your fearful expression. My little slave possesses such a timid heart. Can you not control it? Gu Mo felt a flush of embarrassment, standing there. He thought it easy to jest. You insufferable woman. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. Miss, let me present an example, and you shall understand. Are you willing to listen? Proceed, Jiang Li replied dismissively, glancing at him. If you believe a charming little tale will frighten me, you may be overly optimistic. However, the master is indeed eager to hear Xiao Mo's story. Humph, Gu Mo continued. You are a female warrior. Stop right there. Change it to Lady Vampire. Is that character not suitable? Gu Mo was somewhat taken aback. Altering the protagonist would diminish the immersion. Less chatter. Ah, you are the Lady Vampire. And one day, after vanquishing a human paladin, you are ambushed by a horde of goblin warriors while on your way back to the Duke's estate. Exhausted from your previous battle, you find yourself ill-equipped to face these grotesque creatures. Thus, you are easily defeated. A goblin sorcerer seals your powers with magic, rendering you an ordinary person with only the ability to heal. Seeing your beauty, they decide to take you to their lair. Upon entering the cave, the repugnant stench overwhelms you. Jiang Li's expression darkened slightly, yet Gu Mo, engrossed in his narrative, failed to notice this subtle shift. Upon passing through the cave entrance, you are presented to the goblin high priest, the ugliest of the lot. He becomes enamored with you, and despite your curses and struggles, he slaps you down, leaving you helpless. Surrounded by their howls like wild beasts, the high priest gazes at you and issues a command. Can you guess what it is? Gu Mo concluded his little tale, feeling quite pleased with his storytelling prowess. Though his current predicament bore a striking resemblance to that of the Lady Vampire, he was facing the mistress, while the vampire contended with goblins. Any rational person would recognize which situation was more dire. Wonderful, wonderful. Jiang Li clapped her hands, her tone unexpectedly soft. What an immersive experience indeed. As Gu Mo continued to dry her hair, he suddenly felt an otherworldly chill. He stared into the mirror, where Jiang Li smiled slightly. Yet her visage betrayed an unmistakable ire. Is it merely a story, and the lady is upset? If you are displeased, I can apologize. He said. Oh, you Hehe. You understand the Lady Vampire's plight better than I do you not? Jiang Li leaned closer to the vanity, resting her chin on her arm. A cool smile gracing her lips. As your master, I shall ensure your fate is far worse than that of the lady. Thank you, Xiao Mo. I believe I can grasp a hint of your feelings now. Oh. Gu Mo felt a profound sense of helplessness, desiring to retort, yet unsure of how. It is done. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke. Jiang Li rose from the chair, her expression slightly forlorn as she grasped his hand, wrapping her arms around his neck and pressing him against the wall. Drawing near, Jiang Li's slender waist became apparent, the delicate contours of her abdomen unmistakable. Did you think I was jesting? Tonight is your last moment of freedom. Come tomorrow, I shall confine you to this room. Noticing the grave apprehension on Gu Mo's face, Jiang Li's lips curled into a sinister smile. Is it not delightful to be with me? Why do you constantly yearn to flee? The vibrant crimson of her eyes shimmered dangerously. It was evident she was dead serious this time. In order to endure less physical suffering, Gu Mo chose not to retort her. He was not a reckless or impulsive individual. As you wish, as long as it brings you joy. Gu Mo silently scoffed, truly believing that he had not prepared an emergency plan. Long before he had pilfered the nameplate, he had kept Farina's number on hand. He merely needed to make the call for help before Jiang Li can find him. Gu Mo had faith that Alna would not abandon him. In truth, Alna could not afford to disregard him. Gu Mo was a crucial component of his plans, irreplaceable. As the night deepened, Gu Mo lay on the grand bed, wide awake. The Christmas decorations around the room offering him no warmth. Bathed in moonlight, he gazed at the blue crystal pendant, staring blankly for an entire hour. With Christmas upon them, the clay manor was aglow with festivity. People raised their glasses to the moon, laughter and cheer echoing, seemingly intent on reveling until dawn, intoxicated and unwilling to return home. Yet, the joys and sorrows of humanity were far from uniform. He still could not devise a means to break free from Jiang Li's shackles, in every conceivable sense. Jiang Li nestled her head against his chest, breathing softly, her limbs entwined around him like an octopus, binding him tightly. Minor struggles were futile. Any significant movement would surely awaken her. Moreover, through the moonlight, he glanced at the familiar restraints on his wrists and ankles, further fueling his indignation. They were a set of glaring shackles, emitting a harsh clank with the slightest touch. The more he pondered, the angrier he became. It was better to address the issue first. With time on his hands, he retrieved his phone and opened the contacts, locating Farina's number. Since he could not make a call, he opted to leave a message instead. He painstakingly composed the text and hit send. However, to his astonishment, the message failed, indicating that the account no longer existed. Guillermo was taken aback, realizing that the number had been deactivated. Could it be? Am I truly this unfortunate? The bright future he had just envisioned shattered in an instant. Resisting the urge to hurl his phone, he began to think calmly about his next steps. He had to take effective action tonight. Otherwise, by dawn, everything would be lost. If the phone number was unreachable, whom could he turn to for Alna's contact? Wait a moment. Guillermo's gaze shifted to Jiang Li in his arms. Perhaps, just perhaps, the young lady might possess it. Desperate times call for desperate measures, he thought, as he had no other options left. Without hesitation, he carefully executed a stealthy maneuver, gradually extricating himself from Jiang Li's grasp. The delicate fragrance of the young lady assaulted his senses, and under such tense circumstances, he quickly broke into a cold sweat. After a grueling struggle lasting over 10 minutes, he finally freed himself from her embrace. Once he had calmed Jiang Li, Guillermo turned his attention to the phone resting on the bedside table. It was the young lady's device. Chapter 78, A Secret Code? Due to the chains binding his hands and feet, Guillermo dared not make any sudden movements. To avoid waking Jiang Li, he cautiously edged closer to the bedside table. Just a few feet away, he took over 10 minutes to finally reach the phone. He reached out, touched the device, and the screen lit up, displaying the current time along with a photo of himself as the wallpaper. As he stared at the screen requesting a password to unlock, he furrowed his brow, realizing he did not know Jiang Li's passcode. He attempted to unlock it using their birthdays, but to no avail. Isn't that strange? Guillermo mused. Logically, her password should be his birthday. While pondering, he noticed a small line of text in the center of the password screen. Fingerprint unlock available. A flicker of joy surged within him as he glanced at the sleeping Jiang Li, yet anxiety quickly followed. What if she wakes up while I attempt to unlock it with her finger? That would spell disaster for him. Why worry? Better a short pain than a long one. He reasoned, realizing he had no other choice. If I don't succeed, I might as well be done for. Guillermo gently approached Jiang Li, moving with utmost caution. Striving to make not a single sound, he grasped her slender left hand, delicately pulling her arm from the blankets. Jiang Li murmured softly. For reasons unknown, a faint blush adorned her fair face, and her breathing appeared somewhat erratic. Guillermo's breath hitched, and he froze, not daring to exhale. She shouldn't be this sensitive. Especially after having a drink. She shouldn't awaken so easily. After a tense silence of several seconds, confirming that Jiang Li was merely murmuring in her sleep, he resumed tugging at her arm. This task was indeed no easy feat. He had to ensure the chains on his wrists remained silent while not disturbing the slumbering Jiang Li. Finally, he managed to extract Jiang Li's arm. But he was unsure which finger had been registered for the fingerprint unlock, so he had to try them one by one. Fortunately, luck was on his side. As soon as Jiang Li's index finger touched the sensor, the fingerprint lock clicked open. At last, the heavens have decided to assist me. If he had to search for her right hand, it would have been akin to courting death. Gently placing Jiang Li's arm back, Guillermo shifted his gaze to her phone. Now that he thought about it, he had never truly examined Jiang Li's device in either of his lifetimes. Upon closer inspection, it was nothing extraordinary. Aside from lacking gaming applications, the other apps were quite similar to those on his phone. He opened the contacts and was taken aback by the sheer number of business contacts. There were over 50 entries, starting with the letter A. Furthermore, to simplify matters, Jiang Li had added brief, cryptic notes next to each contact, such as HMO, which he could not decipher. Finding Alna's contact seemed a distant prospect. Guillermo directly searched for the keyword Alna in the contacts, but as expected, nothing came up. However, there was still ample time. So he crouched on the floor beside the bed, patiently sifting through to find Alna's contact information. As he rummaged, a pertinent question struck him. Given Jiang Li's intense aversion to Alna in previous years, would she truly have saved his contact information on her phone? Breathing in the fragrance wafting from Jiang Li's body, Guillermo felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness and annoyance. He was but a minor figure in the empire, devoid of any distinguishing traits. The only notable feature he possessed was his exceedingly rare violet eyes, which, while melancholic and beautiful, served little practical purpose. His looks might allow him to work as a companion in nightclubs or bars, potentially catching the eye of a noble lady from breed. But he was now ensnared in Jiang Li's affection. The innocent admiration they had shared in their youth had been obliterated by her now unhealthy obsession. Moreover, the fact that Guillermo was now recognized as Jiang's son-in-law was common knowledge throughout the breed family. Under such circumstances, aside from Alna, who held a unique status, it was unlikely anyone would dare provoke him. Was there a way to escape the clutches of the lovesick girl without implicating anyone else? You are a person entirely preoccupied with yourself. As a typical young man, I am drawn to beauty and charm, yet I must uphold a certain moral standard. After dedicating half an hour to meticulously sifting through a sea of names, he finally pinpointed the most suspicious contact, Yin Qiyu. The initial portion eluded his comprehension, but the latter part, Qiyu, was likely an abbreviation for Queen, translating to. This name belonged to the Alna Company, where he had once shared a delightful memory with Sister Yi at one of his hotels. Guillermo took note of this phone number and restored Jiang Li's phone to its previous state before quietly departing the room. As he traversed the corridor, faint echoes of laughter from downstairs contrasted starkly with his own sense of gloom. Turning a corner, he arrived at the library at the end of the third floor. Pushing the door open, this was the most suitable location he could conceive of for making a phone call. The first and second floors were too crowded, and he needed to maintain a considerable distance from the young lady's room, rendering the library the ideal choice. He had previously checked the room, and as expected, Jiang Nixing's space was in its usual disarray, devoid of any presence. She was still downstairs reveling at the celebration. Guillermo entered the number into his phone, disregarding the possibility of it being monitored. If it was indeed under surveillance, he would simply consider it bad luck, even if he failed. At least he was making an effort to resist. The phone rang several times, and in the eerie stillness of the environment, he could distinctly hear the thumping of his own heartbeat. Once the call connected, before Guillermo could utter a word, the voice on the other end spoke first. It was an unfamiliar number, momentarily deemed neutral. Please provide the passphrase. The tone was peculiar, resembling a voice artificially synthesized by AI. Guillermo had pondered many things. Yet this method of verification had escaped his consideration. How was he to know the passphrase? Are you the operator for Queen? Guillermo, feeling exasperated, shifted the topic in hopes of extracting some information. I will not answer any of your questions until you provide the passphrase, the other party replied coldly. How delightfully humorous. Queen, goodness, will you never cease to toy with me? Given the urgency of the situation, Guillermo understood that if he failed to convey something of substance soon, the individual would likely terminate the call and blacklist his number. After a brief silence, Guillermo resolved to speak candidly.